Section 1 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Poems by Richard Henry Dana, Sr. 1787 to 1879. Richard Henry Dana, the elder, although he died less than 20 years ago, belonged to the first generation of American writers. He was born in 1787 in Cambridge, 4 years after Washington Irving. He came of a distinguished and scholarly family. His father had been minister to Russia during the Revolution, and afterwards Chief Justice of Massachusetts. Through his mother he was descended from Anne Bradstreet. At the age of 10 he went to Newport to live with his maternal grandfather, William Ellery, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, and remained until he entered Harvard. The wild, rock-bound coast scenery impressed him deeply, and ever after the sea was one of his ruling passions. Only one familiar with all the moods of the ocean could have written The Buccaneer. After quitting college he studied law, and was admitted to the Boston bar. Literature, however, proved the stronger attraction, and in 1818 he left his profession to assist in conducting the then newly founded North American Review. The critical papers he contributed to it startled the conservative literary circles by their audacity in defending the new movement in English poetry, and passing lightly by their idol Pope. Indeed, his unpopularity debarred him from succeeding the first editor. He withdrew and began the publication of The Idle Man in numbers, modeled on Salmagundi and the Sketch Book. His contributions consisted of critical papers and his novelettes Paul Felton, Tom Thornton, and Edward and Mary. Not finding many readers, he discontinued it after the first volume. He then contributed for some years to the New York Review, conducted by William Cullen Bryant, and to the United States Review. In 1827 appeared The Buccaneer and Other Poems. In 1833 the same volume was enlarged, and the contributions to The Idle Man were added, under the title Poems and Prose Writings. 17 years later he closed his literary career by publishing the complete edition of his Poems and Prose Writings in 2 volumes, not having materially added either to his verse or fiction. After that time he lived in retirement, spending his summers in his seaside home by the rocks and breakers of Cape Ann, and the winters in Boston. He died in 1879. Dana's literary activity falls within the first third of this century. During that period, unproductive of great work, he ranked among the foremost writers. His papers in the North American Review, as the first original criticism on this side of the Atlantic, marked an era in our letters. He was one of the first to recognize the genius of Wordsworth and of Coleridge. Under the influence of the latter he wrote the poem by which he is chiefly known, The Buccaneer. He claimed for it a basis of truth. It is in fact a story out of The Pirate's Own Book, with the element of the supernatural added to convey the moral lesson. His verse is contained in a slender volume. It lacks fluency and melody, but shows keen perception of nature's beauty, especially in her sterner, more solemn moods, and sympathy with the human heart. Dana was not so much a poet born with the inevitable gift of song. He would otherwise not have become almost silent during the last 50 years of his life. As a man of strong intellect, who in his youth turned to verse for recreation. Though best known by his poems, he stands out strongest and most original as novelist. Paul Felton, his masterpiece in prose, is a powerful study of a diseased condition of mind. In its searching psychologic analysis it stands quite apart from the more or less flaccid production of its day. He indeed could not escape the influence of Charles Brockden Brown, whom he greatly admired, and he in turn reached out forward to Poe and other writers of the analytic school. One powerful story of Poe's, indeed, seems to have been suggested by Dana's work. The Demon Horse in Metzengerstein is a superior copy of the spectre horse in The Buccaneer. These stories were not popular in his day. They were too remote from ordinary life, too gloomy and painful. They have no definite locality or nationality. Their characters have little in common with everyday humanity. His prose style, however, is clear, direct, and strong. Even after he ceased to write, he had an important influence on American letters by the independence of his opinions, his friendships with literary men, chief among whom was Bryant, and his live interest in the younger literature produced under conditions more favorable and more inspiring than he had known. The Island, from The Buccaneer. The island lies 9 leagues away. Along its solitary shore of craggy rock and sandy bay, no sound but ocean's roar, save where the bold wild sea-bird makes her home, her shrill cry coming through the sparkling foam. But when the light winds lie at rest, and on the glassy heaving sea, the black duck with her glossy breast sits swinging silently. How beautiful! No ripples break the reach, and silvery waves go noiseless up the beach. And inland rests the green warm dell. The brook comes tinkling down its side. From out the trees the Sabbath bell rings cheerful far and wide, mingling its sound with the bleating of the flocks that feed about the vale among the rocks. Nor holy bell nor pastoral bleat in former days within the vale. Flapped in the bay the pirate's sheet, curses were on the gale. Rich goods lay on the sand, and murdered men. Pirate and wrecker kept their revels then. But calm, low voices, words of grace, now slowly fall upon the ear. A quiet look is in each face, subdued with holy fear. Each motion gentle, all is kindly done. Come, listen, how from crime this isle was won. The Doom of Lee, from The Buccaneer. Who's sitting on that long black ledge which makes so far out in the sea, feeling the kelpweed on its ledge? Poor idle Matthew Lee, so weak and pale? A year and little more, and bravely did he lord it round this shore. And on the shingles now he sits, and rolls the pebbles 'neath his hands, now walks the beach, then stops by fits and scores the smooth wet sands, then tries each cliff and cove and jut that bounds the isles, then home from many weary rounds. They ask him why he wanders so from day to day the uneven strand. I wish that I might go, but I would go by land, and there's no way that I can find. I've tried, all day and night. He seaward looked and sighed. It brought the tear to many an eye that once his eye had made to quail. Lee, go with us, our sloop is nigh. Come, help us hoist her sail. He shook. You know the spirit horse I ride. He'll let me on the sea with none beside. He views the ships that come and go, looking so like to living things. Oh, 'tis a proud and gallant show of bright and broad-spread wings, making it light around them as they keep their course right onward through the unsounded deep. And where the far-off sandbars lift their backs in long and narrow line, the breakers shout and leap and shift and send the sparkling brine into the air, then rush to mimic strife, glad creatures of the sea and full of life. But not to Lee. He sits alone, no fellowship nor joy for him. Borne down by woe, he makes no moan, though tears will sometimes dim that asking eye. Oh, how his worn thoughts crave, not joy again, but rest within the grave. Tonight the charmed numbers told. Twice have I come for thee, it said. Once more, and none shall thee behold. Come, live one, to the dead. So hears his soul, and fears the coming night, yet sick and weary of the soft calm light. Again he sits within that room. All day he leans on that still board, none to bring comfort to his gloom, or speak a friendly word. Weakened with fear, lone, haunted by remorse, poor shattered wretch, there waits he, that pale horse. Not long he waits. Where now are gone peak, citadel, and tower that stood beautiful, while the west sun shone and bathed them in his flood of airy gold, sudden darkness fell, and down they went, peak, tower, and citadel. The darkness like a dome of stone seals up the heavens. 'Tis hush as death, all but the ocean's dull low moan. How hard Lee draws his breath! He shudders as he feels the working power. Arouse thee, Lee! Up, man thee for thine hour! 'Tis close at hand, for there once more the burning ship, wide sheets of flame and shafted fire she showed before. Twice thus she hither came, but now she rolls a naked hulk and throws a wasting light. Then settling down she goes, and where she sank, up slowly came the spectre horse from out the sea. And there he stands, his pale sides flame. He'll meet thee shortly, Lee. He treads the waters as a solid floor. He's moving on. Lee waits him at the door. They're met. I know thou comest for me, Lee's spirit to the spectre said. I know that I must go with thee. Take me not to the dead. It was not I alone that did the deed. Dreadful the eye of that still spectral steed. Lee cannot turn. There's a force in that fixed eye which holds him fast. How still they stand, the man and the horse. Thine hour is almost past. Oh, spare me, cries the wretch, thou fearful one. My time is full. I must not go alone. I'm weak and faint. Oh, let me stay. Nay, murderer, rest nor stay for thee. The horse and man are on their way. He bears him to the sea. Hark, how the spectre breathes through this still night. See, from his nostrils steams a deathly light. He's on the beach, but stops not there. He's on the sea, that dreadful horse. Lee flings and writhes in wild despair. In vain. The spirit course holds him by fearful spell. He cannot leap within that horrid light. He rides the deep. It lights the sea around their track, the curling comb, the dark steel wave. There yet sits Lee, the spectre's back, gone, gone, and none to save. They're seen no more, the night has shut them in. May heaven have pity on thee, man of sin. The earth has washed away its stain. The sealed up sky is breaking forth, mustering its glorious hosts again. From the far south and north, the climbing moon plays on a rippling sea. O whither on its waters rideth Lee? End of section 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Section 2 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shreya Sethi. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 2. Paul and Abel by Richard Henry Dana, Sr. From Paul Felton. He took a path which led through the fields back of his home, and wound among the steep rocks part way up the range of high hills, till it reached a small locust grove where it ended. He began climbing a ridge near him, and reaching the top of it, beheld all around him a scene desolate and broken as the ocean. It looked for miles as if one immense grey rock had been heaved up and shattered by an earthquake. Here and there might be seen shooting out of the clefts, old trees like masts at sea. It was as if the sea in a storm had become suddenly fixed with all its ships upon it. The sun shone glaring and hot on it, but there was neither life nor motion nor sound. The spirit of desolation had gone over it, and it had become the place of death. His heart sunk within him, and something like a superstitious dread entered him. He tried to rouse himself and look about with a composed mind. It was in vain. He felt as if some dreadful unseen power stood near him. He would have spoken, but he dared not in such a place. To shake this off, he began clambering over one ridge after another, till, passing cautiously round a beetling rock, a sharp cry from it shot through him. Every small jut and precipice sent it back with a satanic taunt, and the crowd of hollows and points seemed for the instant alive with thousands of fiends. Paul's blood ran cold, and he scarcely breathed as he waited for their cry again. But all was still. Though his mind was of a superstitious cast, he had courage and fortitude, and ashamed of his weakness, he reached forward, and stooping down, looked into the cavity. He started as his eye fell on the object within it. "Who and what are you?" he cried. "Come out, and let me see whether you are man or devil." And out crawled a miserable boy, looking as if shrunk up with fear and famine. "Speak, and tell me who you are, and what you do here," said Paul. The poor fellow's jaws moved and quivered, but he did not utter a sound. His spare frame shook, and his knees knocked against each other as in an ague fit. Paul looked at him for a moment. His loose, shambly frame was nearly bare to the bones. His light, sunburnt hair hung long and straight round his thin jaws and white eyes, that shone with a delirious glare, as if his mind had been terror-struck. There was a sickly, beseeching smile about his mouth. His skin, between the freckles, was as white as a leper's, and his teeth long and yellow. He appeared like one who had witnessed the destruction about him, and was the only living thing spared to make death seem more horrible. "Who put you here to starve?" said Paul to him. "Nobody, sir." "Why did you come then?" "Oh, I can't help it, I must come." "Must? And why must you?" The boy looked round timidly, and crouching near Paul, said in a tremulous low voice, his eyes glancing fearfully through the chasm, "'Tis he that makes me." Paul turned suddenly round and saw before him, for the first time, the deserted track of pine wood and sand which has been described. "Who and where is he?" asked Paul impatiently, expecting to see someone. There, in the wood yonder," answered the boy, crouching still lower and pointing with his finger, whilst his hand shook as if palsied. "I see nothing," said Paul. "But these pines, what possesses you? Why do you shudder so and look so pale? Do you take the shadows of the trees for devils?" "Don't speak of them, they'll be on me if you talk of them here," whispered the boy eagerly. Drops of sweat stood on his brow from the agony of terror he was in. As Paul looked at the lad, he felt something like fear creeping over him. He turned his eyes involuntarily to the wood again. "If we must not talk here," said he at last, "come along with me and tell me what all this means." The boy rose and followed close to Paul. "Is it the devil you have seen that you shake so?" "You have named him. I never must," said the boy. "I have seen strange sights and heard sounds whispered close to my ears, so full of spite and so dreadful. I dared not look round, lest I should see some awful face at mine. I've thought I felt it touch me sometimes." And what wicked thing have you done, that they should haunt you so?" "Oh, sir, I was a foolhardy boy. 2 years ago I was not afraid of anything. Nobody dared to go into the wood, or even so much as over the rocks, to look at it after what happened here." "I've heard a foolish story," said Paul. "So once, sir, the thought took me that I would go there a bird's nesting and bring home the eggs and show to the men. And it would never go out of my mind after, though I began to wish I hadn't thought any such thing. Every night when I went to bed, I would lie and say to myself, 'Tomorrow is the day for me to go.' And I did not like to be alone in the dark and wanted someone with me to touch me when I had bad dreams. And then I waked in the morning. I felt as if something dreadful was coming upon me before night. Well, every day, I don't know how it was, I found myself near this ridge, and every time I went farther and farther up it, though I grew more and more frightened. And when I had gone as far as I dared, I was afraid to wait, but would turn and make away, so fast that many a time I fell down some of these places and got lamed and bruised. The boys began to think something, and would whisper each other and look at me, and when they found I saw them, they would turn away. It grew hard for me to be one at their games, though once I used to be the first chosen in. I can't tell how it was, but all this only made me go on, and as the boys kept out of the way, I began to feel as if I must do what I had thought of, and as if there was somebody, I couldn't think who, that was to have me and make me do what he pleased. So it went on, sir, day after day," continued the lad in a weak, timid tone, but comforted at finding one to tell his story to. "Till at last I reached as far as the hollow where you just now frightened me so, when I heard you near me. I didn't run off as I used to from the other places, but sat down under the rock. Then I looked out and saw the trees. I tried to get up and run home, but I couldn't. I dared not come out and go round the corner of the rock. I tried to look another way, but my eyes seemed fastened on the trees. I couldn't take them off. At last I thought something told me it was time for me to go on. I got up." Here poor Abel shook, so that he seized hold of Paul's arm to help him. Paul recoiled as if an unclean creature touched him. The boy shrunk back. "Go on," said Paul, recovering himself. The boy took comfort from the sound of another's voice. "I went a little way down the hollow, sir, as if drawn along. Then I came to a steep place. I put my legs over to let myself down. My knees grew so weak I dared not trust myself. I tried to draw them up, but the strength was all gone out of them, and then my feet were as heavy as if made of lead. I gave a screech, and there was a yell close to me, and for miles round that nigh stunned me. I can't say how, but the last thing I knew was my leaping along the rocks, while there was nothing but flames of fire shooting all round me. It was scarce midday when I left home, and when I came to myself under the locusts, it was growing dark." "Rest here a while," said Paul, looking at the boy as at some mysterious being, "and tell out your story." Glad at being in company, the boy sat down upon the grass and went on with his tale. "I crawled home as well as I could and went to bed. When I was falling asleep, I had the same feeling I had when sitting over the rock. I dared not lie in bed any longer, for I couldn't keep awake while there. Glad was I when the day broke, and I saw a neighbor open the door and come out. I was not well all day, and I tried to think myself more ill than I was, because I somehow thought that then I needn't go to the wood. But the next day he was not to be put off, and I went, though I cried and prayed all the way that I might not be made to go. But I could not stop till I had gone over the hill and reached the sand round the wood. When I put my foot on it, all the joints in me jerked as if they would not hold together, so that I cried out with the pain. When I came under the trees there was a deep sound, and great shadows were all round me. My hair stood on end, and my eyes kept glimmering, yet I couldn't go back. I went on till I found a crow's nest. I climbed the tree and took out the eggs. The old crow kept flying round and round me. As soon as I felt the eggs in my hand and my work done, I dropped from the tree and ran for the hollow. I can't tell how it was, but it seemed to me that I didn't gain a foot of ground. It was just as if the whole wood went with me. Then I thought he had made me his. The ground began to bend and the trees to move. At last I was nigh blind. I struck against one tree and another till I fell to the ground. How long I lay there, I can't tell, but when I came to, I was on the sand, the sun blazing hot upon me and my skin scorched up. I was so stiff and ached so, I could hardly stand upright. I didn't feel or think anything after this, and hardly knew where I was till somebody came and touched me, and asked me whether I was walking in my sleep, and I looked up and found myself close to home. The boys began to gather around me, as if I was something strange, and when I looked at them, they would move back from me. "What have you been doing, Abel?" one of them asked me at last. "No good, I warrant you," answered another, who stood back of me. And when I turned around to speak to him, he drew behind the others as if afraid I should harm him. And I was too weak and frightened to hurt a fly. "See his hands, they are stained all over, and there's a crow's egg." "As I'm alive," said another. "And the crow is the devil's bird, Tom, isn't it?" asked a little boy. "Oh, Abel, you've been to that wood and made yourself over to him." They moved off one after another, every now and then turning round and looking at me as if I were cursed. After this they would not speak to me or come nigh me. I heard people talking and saw them going about, but not one of them all could I speak to or get to come near me. It was dreadful being so alone. I met a boy that used to be with me all day long, and I begged him not to go off from me so, and to stop, if it were only for a moment. "You played with me once," said I, "and won't you do so much as look at me, or ask me how I am, when I am so weak and ill too?" He began to hang back a little, and I thought from his face that he pitied me. I could have cried for joy, and was going up to him, but he turned away. I called out after him, telling him that I would not so much as touch him with my finger, or come any nearer to him, if he would only stop and speak one word to me. But he went away shaking his head and muttering something. I hardly knew what, how that I did not belong to them, but was the evil ones now. I sat down on a stone and cried and wished that I was dead, for I couldn't help it, though it was wicked in me to do so. "And there is no one," asked Paul, "who will notice you or speak to you? Do you live so alone now?" It made his heart ache to look down upon the pining, forlorn creature before him. "Not a soul," whined out the boy. "My grandmother is dead now, and only the gentlefolks give me anything, for they don't seem afraid of me, though they look as if they didn't like me and wanted me gone. All I get to eat in the woods, and I beg out of the village. But I dare not go far, because I don't know when he will want me. But I am not alone. He is with me day and night. As I go along the street in the daytime, I feel him near me, though I can't see him, and it is as if he were speaking to me, and yet I don't hear any words. He makes me follow him to that wood, and I have to sit the whole day where you found me, and I dare not complain nor move, till I feel he will let me go. I've looked at the pines, sometimes, till I have seen spirits moving all through them. Oh, 'tis an awful place, they breathe cold upon me when he makes me go there." "Poor wretch," said Paul. I am weak and hungry, and yet when I try to eat, something chokes me. I don't love what I eat. Come along with me, and you shall have something to nourish and warm you, for you are pale and shiver, and look cold here in the very sun. The boy looked up at Paul, and the tears rolled down his cheeks at hearing one speak so kindly to him. He got up and followed meekly after to the house. Paul, seeing a servant in the yard, ordered the boy something to eat. The man cast his eye upon Abel, and then looked at Paul as if he had not understood him. "I spoke distinctly enough," said Paul, "and don't you see that the boy is nigh starved?" The man gave a mysterious look at both of them, and with a shake of his head as he turned away, went to do as he was bid. "What means the fellow?" said Paul to himself as he entered the house. "Does he take me to be bound to Satan too? Yet there may be bonds upon the soul, though we know it not, and evil spirits at work within us, of which we little dream. And are there no beings but those seen of mortal eye or felt by mortal touch? Are there not passing in and around this piece of moving mould, in which the spirit is pent up, those whom it hears not, those whom it has no finer sense whereby to commune with? Are all the instant joys that come and go, we know not whence or whither, but creations of the mind? Or are they not rather bright and heavenly messengers, whom when the spirit is set free, it will see in all their beauty, whose sweet sounds it will then drink in? Yes, it is so, and all around us is populous with beings now invisible to us as this circling air." The moon was down, and the sky overcast when they began to wind among the rocks. Though Paul's walks had lain of late in this direction, he was not enough acquainted with the passage to find his way through it in the dark. Abel, who had traversed it often in the night alone and in terror, now took heart at having someone with him at such an hour, and offered unhesitatingly to lead. "The boy wins round those crags with the speed and ease of a stream," said Paul. "Not so fast, Abel. Take hold of the root which shoots out over your head, sir, for 'tis ticklish work getting along just here. Do you feel it, sir?" "I have hold," said Paul. "Let yourself gently down by it, sir. You needn't be a bit afraid, for 'twill not give way. Man couldn't have fastened it stronger." This was the first time Abel had felt his power, or had been of consequence to anyone since the boys had turned him out from their games, and it gave him a momentary activity and an unsettled sort of spirit which he had never known since then. He had been shunned and abhorred, and he believed himself the victim of some demonic power. To have another in this fearful bondage with him, as Paul had intimated, was a relief from his dreadful solitariness in his terrors and sufferings. "And he said that it was I who was to work a curse on him," muttered Abel. "It cannot be, surely, that such a thing as I am can harm a man like him." And though Abel remembered Paul's kindness, and that this was to seal his own doom too, yet it stirred the spirit of pride within him. "What are you muttering to yourself there in the dark?" demanded Paul. "Or whom talk you with, you withered wretch?" Abel shook in every joint at the sound of Paul's harsh voice. "It is so dreadfully still here," said Abel. "I hear nothing but your steps behind me, and they make me start." This was true, for notwithstanding his touch of instant pride, his terrors and his fear of Paul were as great as ever. "Speak louder then," said Paul, "or hold your peace. I like not your muttering, it bodes no good." "It may bring a curse to you, worse than that on me, if a worse can be," said Abel to himself, "but who can help it?" Day broke before they cleared the ridge. A drizzling rain came on, and the wind, beginning to rise, drove through the crevices in the rocks with sharp whistling sounds which seemed to come from malignant spirits of the air. They had scarcely entered the wood when the storm became furious, and the trees swaying and beating with their branches against one another, seemed possessed of a supernatural madness and engaged in wild conflict, as if there were life and passion in them, and their broken, decayed arms groaned like things in torment. The terror of these sights and sounds was too much for poor Abel. It nearly crazed him, and he set up a shriek that for a moment drowned the noise of the storm. It startled Paul, and when he looked at him, the boy's face was of a ghostly whiteness. The rain had drenched him to the skin. His clothes clung to his lean body that shook as if it would come apart. His eyes flew wildly, and his teeth chattered against each other. The fears and torture of his mind gave something unearthly to his look, and that made Paul start back. "Abel, boy, fiend, speak! What has seized you?" "They told me so," cried Abel. "I've done it. I led the way for you. They're coming, we're lost." "Peace, fool," said Paul, trying to shake off the power he felt Abel gaining over him. "And find us a shelter if you can." "There's only the hut," said Abel, "and I wouldn't go into that if it rained fire." "And why not?" "I once felt that it was for me to go, and I went so near as to see in at the door, and I saw something in the hut. It was not a man, for it flitted by the opening just like a shadow, and I heard two muttering something to one another. It wasn't like other sounds, for as soon as I heard it, it made me stop my ears. I couldn't stay any longer, and I ran till I cleared the wood. Oh, 'tis his binding place when he comes to the wood." "And is it of his own building?" asked Paul sarcastically. "No," answered Abel. "'Twas built by the two woodcutters, and one of them came to a bloody end, and they say the other died the same night, foaming at the mouth like one possessed. There it is," he said, almost breathless as he crouched down and pointed at the hut under the trees. "Do not go, sir," he said, catching hold of the skirts of Paul's coat. "I've never dared go nigher since." "Let loose, boy," cried Paul, striking Abel's hand from his coat. "I'll not be fooled with." Abel, alarmed at being left alone, crawled after Paul as far as he dared go. Then taking hold of him once more, made a supplicating motion to him to stop. He was afraid to speak. Paul pushed on without regarding him. The hut stood on the edge of a sandbank that was kept up by a large pine, whose roots and fibers, lying partly bare, looked like some giant spider that had half buried itself in the sand. On the right of the hut was a patch of broken ground, in which were still standing a few straggling dried stalks of Indian corn, and from two dead trees hung knotted pieces of broken line, which had formerly served for a clothesline. The hut was built of half-trimmed trunks of trees, laid on each other, crossing at the four corners and running out at unequal lengths, the chinks partly filled in with sods and moss. The door, which lay on the floor, was of twisted boughs, and the roof of the same was caved in and but partly kept out the sun and rain. As Paul drew near the entrance, he stopped, though the wind just then came in a heavy gust, and the rain fell like a flood. It was not a dread of what he might see within, but it seemed to him that there was a spell round him, drawing him nearer and nearer to its centre. And he felt the hand of some invisible power upon him. As he stepped into the hut, a chill ran over him, and his eyes shut involuntarily. Abel watched him eagerly as he saw him enter, tossed his arms wildly, shouting, "Gone, gone! They'll have me too! They're coming!" and threw himself on his face to the ground. Driven from home by his maddening passions, a perverse delight in self-torture had taken possession of Paul, and his mind so hungered for more intense excitement that it craved to prove true all which its jealousy and superstition had imaged. He had walked on, lost in this fearful riot, but with no particular object in view, and taking only a kind of crazed joy in his bewildered state. Esther's love for him, which she at times thought past doubt, feigned. The darkness of the night, and then the driving storm with its confused motions and sounds, made an uproar of the mind which drove out all settled purpose or thought. The stillness of the place into which he had now entered, where was heard nothing but the slow, regular dripping of the rain from the broken roof upon the hard-trod floor, the lowered and distant sound of the storm without, the sudden change from the whirl and swing of the trees to the steady walls of the building, put a sudden stop to the violent working of his brain, and he gradually fell into a stupor. When Abel began to recover, he could scarcely raise himself from the ground. He looked round, but could see nothing of Paul. "They have bound us together," said he, "and something is drawing me toward him. There is no help for me, I must go whither he goes." As he was drawn nearer and nearer to the hut, he seemed to struggle and hang back, as if pushed on against his will. At last he reached the doorway, and clinging to its side with a desperate hold, as if not to be forced in, put his head forward a little, casting a hasty glance into the building. "There he is, and alive!" breathed out Abel. Paul's stupor was now beginning to leave him. His recollection was returning, and what had passed came back slowly and at intervals. There was something he had said to Esther before leaving home. He could not tell what. Then his gazing after her as she drove from the house. Then something of Abel, and he sprang from his ground as if he felt the boy's touch again about his knees. Then the ballroom, and a multitude of voices, and all talking of his wife. Suddenly she appeared darting by him, and Frank was there. Then came his agony and tortures again, all returned upon him as in the confusion of some horrible trance. Then the hut seemed to enlarge and the walls to rock, and shadows of those he knew and of terrible beings he had never seen before were flitting round him and mocking at him. His own substantial form seemed to him undergoing a change, and taking the shape and substance of the accursed ones at which he looked. As he felt the change going on, he tried to utter a cry, but he could not make a sound nor move a limb. The ground under him rocked and pitched. It grew darker and darker till everything was visionary, and he thought himself surrounded by spirits and in the mansions of the damned. Something like a deep black cloud began to gather gradually round him. The gigantic structure, with its tall, terrific arches, turned slowly into darkness, and the spirits within disappeared one after another, till at the ends of the cloud, met and closed, he saw the last of them looking at him with an infernal laugh in his undefined visage. Abel continued watching him in speechless agony. Paul's consciousness was now leaving him. His head began to swim. He reeled, and at his hand swept down the side of the hut while trying to save himself. It stuck against a rusty knife that had been left sticking loosely between the logs. Let go, shrieked Abel. "There's blood on it. 'Tis cursed, 'tis cursed." As Paul swung round with the knife in his hand, Abel sprang from the door with a shrill cry, and Paul sank on the floor muttering to himself. What said they? When he began to come to himself a little, he was still sitting on the ground, his back against the wall. His senses were yet confused. He thought he saw his wife near him and a bloody knife by his side. After sitting a little longer, his mind gradually grew clearer, and at last he felt for the first time that his hand held something. As his eye fell on it, and he saw distinctly what it was, he leaped upright with a savage yell and dashed the knife from him, as if it had been an asp stinging him. He stood with his bloodshot eyes fastened on it, his hands spread, and his body shrunk with horror. "Forged in hell, and for me," he screamed as he sprang forward, and seized it with a convulsive grasp. "Damned pledge of the league that binds us," he cried, holding it up and glaring wildly at it. And yet a voice did warn me of what I know not. Which of ye put it in this hand? Speak, let me look on you. Do ye hear me, and will not answer? Nay, nay, what needs it? This tells me, though it speaks not. I know your promptings now, he said, folding his arms deliberately. Your work must be done, and I am doomed to it. End of section 2. Recording by Shreya Sethi.
Section 3, Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Olivia. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 3, Selections from 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Richard Henry Dana, Jr., 1815 to 1882. The literary fame of Richard Henry Dana the Younger rests on a single book, produced at the age of 25. 2 Years Before the Mast stands unique in English literature. It reports a man's actual experiences at sea, yet touches the facts with a fine imagination. It is a bit of Dana's own life while on a vacation away from college. The manner in which he got his material was remarkable, but to the literature he came as by birthright through his father, Richard Henry Dana the Elder, then a well-known poet, novelist, and essayist. He was born in Cambridge in 1815, growing up in the intellectual atmosphere of that university town, and in due course of time entering Harvard College, where his father and grandfather before him had been trained in law and letters. An attack of the measles during his third year at college left him with weakened eyes, and an active outdoor life was prescribed as the only remedy. From boyhood up he had been passionately fond of the sea. Small wonder, then, that he now determined to take a long sea voyage. Refusing a berth offered to him on a vessel bound for the East Indies, he chose to go as a common sailor before the mast, on a merchantman starting on a 2 years trading voyage around Cape Horn to California. At that time, boys of good family from the New England coast towns often took such trips. Dana indeed found a companion in a former merchant's clerk of Boston. They left on August 14, 1834, doubled Cape Horn, spent many months in the waters of the Pacific and on the coast of California, trading with the natives and taking in cargoes of hides, and returned to Boston in September 1836. Young Dana, entirely cured of his weakness, re-entered college, graduated the next year, and then went to study in the law school of Harvard. During his cruise he had kept a journal, which he now worked over into the narrative that made him famous, and that bids fair to keep his name alive as long as boys, young or old, delight in sea stories. It is really not a story at all, but describes with much vivacity the whole history of a long trading voyage, the commonplace life of the sailor with its many hardships, including the savage brutality of captains with no restraint on passion or manners, and scant recreations, the sea in storm and calm, and the California coast before the gold fever, when but few Europeans were settled there, and hides were the chief export of a region whose riches still lay secreted under the earth. The great charm of the narrative lies in its simplicity and its frank statement of facts. Dana apparently did not invent anything, but depicted real men he had intimately known for 2 years, calling them even by their own names, and giving an unvarnished account of what they did and said. He never hung back from work or shirked his duty, but roughed it to the very end. As a result of these experiences, this book is the only one that gives any true idea of the sailor's life. Sea stories generally depend for their interest on the inventive skill of their authors. Dana knew how to hold the attention by a simple statement of facts. The book has all the charm and spontaneity of a keenly observant, yet imaginative and cultivated mind, alive to all the aspects of the outer world, and gifted with that fine literary instinct which, knowing the value of words, expresses its thoughts with precision. Seafaring men have commented on his exactness in reproducing the sailor's phraseology. The book was published in 1840, translated into several languages, and adopted by the British Admiralty for distribution in the Navy. Few sailors are without a copy in their chest. The Seaman's Friend, which Dana published in the following year, was inspired by his indignation at the abuses he had witnessed in the merchant marine. Dana did not follow up his first success, and his life henceforth belongs to the history of the bar and politics of Massachusetts, rather than to literature. The fame of his book brought to his law office many admiralty cases. In 1848, he was one of the founders of the Free Soil Party. Later, he became an active abolitionist and took a large part in the local politics of his state. For a year, he lectured on international law in Harvard College. He contributed to the North American Review and wrote besides on various legal topics. His one other book on travel, To Cuba and Back, A Vacation Voyage, the fruit of a trip to that island in 1859, though well written, never became popular. He retired from his profession in 1877 and spent the last years of his life in Paris and Italy. He died in Rome, January 6, 1882. First selection, A Dry Gale. We had been below but a short time before we had the usual premonitions of a coming gale, seas washing over the whole forward part of the vessel, and her bows beating against them with a force and sound like the driving of piles. The watch, too, seemed very busy trampling about the decks and singing out at the ropes. A sailor can tell by the sound what sail is coming in, and in a short time we heard the top gallant sails come in, one after another, and then the flying jib. This seemed to ease her a good deal, and we were fast going off to the land of Nod when bang, bang, bang on the scuttle, and all hands, reef topsails, ahoy! Started us out of our berths, and it not being very cold weather, we had nothing extra to put on, and were soon on deck. I shall never forget the fineness of the sight. It was a clear and rather a chilly night. The stars were twinkling with an intense brightness, and as far as the eye could reach, there was not a cloud to be seen. The horizon met the sea in a defined line. A painter could not have painted so clear a sky. There was not a speck upon it, yet it was blowing great guns from the northwest. When you can see a cloud to windward, you feel there is a place for the wind to come from, but here it seemed to come from nowhere. No person could have told from the heavens by their eyesight alone that it was not a still summer's night. One reef after another we took in the topsails, and, before we could get them hoisted up, we heard a sound like a short, quick rattling of thunder, and the jib was blown to atoms out of the bolt rope. We got the topsails set, and the fragments of the jib stowed away, and the fore topmast staysails set in its place, when the great mainsail gaped open, and the sail ripped from head to foot. "Lay up on that mainyard, and furl the sail before it blows to tatters," shouted the captain. And in a moment we were up, gathering the remains of it upon the yard. We got it wrapped around the yard, and passed the gaskets over it as snugly as possible, and were just on deck again, when with another loud rent, which was heard throughout the ship, the fore topsail, which had been double reefed, split in two athwartships, just below the reef band, from earing to earing. Here again it was, down yard, haul out reef tackles, and lay out upon the yard for reefing. By hauling the reef tackles chock-a-block, we took the strain from the other earrings, and passing the close reef earring and knotting the points carefully, we succeeded in setting the sail close reefed. We had but just got the rigging coiled up, and were waiting to hear "Go below the watch," when the main royal worked loose from the gaskets and blew directly out to leeward, flapping and shaking the mast like a wand. Here was a job for somebody. The royal must come in or be cut adrift, or the mast would be snapped short off. All the light hands in the starboard watch were sent up one after another, but they could do nothing with it. At length John, the tall Frenchman, the head of the starboard watch, and a better sailor never stepped upon a deck, sprang aloft, and by the help of his long arms and legs succeeded, after a hard struggle, the sail blowing over the yardarm to leeward, and the skysail adrift directly over his head, in smothering it and frapping it with long pieces of sinnet. He came very near being blown or shaken from the yard several times, but he was a true sailor, every finger a fishhook. Having made the sail snug, he prepared to send the yard down, which was a long and difficult job, for frequently he was obliged to stop and hold on with all his might for several minutes, the ship pitching so as to make it impossible to do anything else at that height. The yard at length came down safe, and after it the fore and mizzen royal yards were sent down. All hands were then sent aloft, and for an hour or two we were hard at work, making the booms well fast, unreeving the studding sail and royal and skysail gear, getting rolling ropes on the yard, setting up the weather breast backstays, and making other preparations for a storm. It was a fine night for a gale, just cool and bracing enough for quick work without being cold, and as bright as day. It was sport to have a gale in such weather as this, yet it blew like a hurricane. The wind seemed to come with a spite, an edge to it, which threatened to scrape us off the yards. The force of the wind was greater than I had ever felt it before, but darkness, cold, and wet are the worst parts of a storm to a sailor. Having got on deck again, we looked round to see what time of night it was, and whose watch. In a few minutes the man at the wheel struck 4 bells, and we found that the other watch was out and our own half out. Accordingly, the starboard watch went below and left the ship to us for a couple of hours, yet with orders to stand by for a call. Hardly had they got below before away went the foretopmast staysail, blown to ribbons. This was a small sail, which we could manage in the watch, so that we were not obliged to call up the other watch. We laid upon the bowsprit, where we were under water half the time, and took in the fragments of the sail, and as she must have had some headsail on her, prepared to bend another staysail. We got the new one out into the nettings, seized on the tack, sheets, and halyards, and the hanks, manned the halyards, cut adrift the frapping lines, and hoisted away. But before it was halfway up the stay, it was blown all to pieces. When we belayed the halyards, there was nothing left but the bolt rope. Now large eyes began to show themselves in the foresail, and knowing that it must soon go, the mate ordered us upon the yard to furl it. Being unwilling to call up the watch, who had been on deck all night, he roused out the carpenter, sailmaker, cook, and steward, and with their help we manned the foreyard, and after nearly half an hour's struggle, mastered the sail and got it well furled round the yard. The force of the wind had never been greater than at this moment. In going up the rigging, it seemed absolutely to pin us down to the shrouds, and on the yard there was no such thing as turning a face to windward. Yet there was no driving sleet and darkness and wet and cold as off Cape Horn, and instead of stiff oilcloth suits, southwester caps, and thick boots, we had on hats, round jackets, duck trousers, light shoes, and everything light and easy. These things make a great difference to a sailor. When we got on deck, the man at the wheel struck 8 bells, 4 o'clock in the morning, and "All-star bowlines ahoy!" brought the other watch up, but there was no going below for us. The gale was now at its height, blowing like scissors and thumbscrews. The captain was on deck, the ship, which was light, rolling and pitching as though she would shake the long sticks out of her, and the sails were gaping open and splitting in every direction. The mizzen topsail, which was a comparatively new sail and close reefed, split from head to foot in the bunt. The foretopsail went in one rent from clew to carring, and was blowing to tatters. One of the chain bobstays parted. The sprit-sail-yard sprung in the slings. The martingale had slewed away off to leeward, and owing to the long dry weather, the lee rigging hung in large bights at every lurch. One of the main top-gallant shrouds had parted, and, to crown all, the galley had got adrift and gone over to leeward, and the anchor on the lee bow had worked loose and was thumping the side. Here was work enough for all hands for half a day. Our gang laid on the mizzen topsail-yard, and after more than half an hour's hard work, furled the sail, though it bellied out over our heads, and again, by a slat of the wind, blew in under the yard with a fearful jerk, and almost threw us off from the foot-ropes. Double gaskets were passed round the yards, rolling tackles and other gear bowed taut, and everything made as secure as it could be. Coming down, we found the rest of the crew just coming down the fore-rigging, having furled the tattered topsail, or rather, swathed it round the yard, which looked like a broken limb bandaged. There was no sail now on the ship, but the spanker and the close-reefed main topsail, which still held good. But this was too much after sail, and order was given to furl the spanker. The brails were hauled up, and all the light hands in the starboard watch sent out on the gaff to pass the gaskets, but they could do nothing with it. The second mate swore at them for a parcel of soggers, and sent up a couple of the best men, but they could do no better, and the gaff was lowered down. All hands were now employed in setting up the lee rigging, fishing the spritsail yard, lashing the galley, and getting tackles upon the martingale, to bowse it to windward. Being in the larboard watch, my duty was forward, to assist in setting up the martingale. 3 of us were out on the martingale guys and back ropes for more than half an hour, carrying out, hooking, and unhooking the tackles, several times buried in the seas, until the mate ordered us in from fear of our being washed off. The anchors were then to be taken up on the rail, which kept all hands on the forecastle for an hour, though every now and then the seas broke over it, washing the rigging off to leeward, filling the lee scuppers breast high, and washing chalk aft to the taffrail. Having got everything secure again, we were promising ourselves some breakfast, for it was now nearly 9 o'clock in the forenoon, when the main topsail showed evident signs of giving way. Some sail must be kept on the ship, and the captain ordered the fore and aft main spencer gaffs to be lowered down, and the 2 spencers, which were storm sails, brand new, small, and made of the strongest canvas, to be got up and bent, leaving the main topsail to blow away, with a blessing on it, if it would only last until we could set the spencers. These we bent on very carefully, with strong robins and seizings, and making tackles fast to the clews, bowsed them down to the waterways. By this time the main topsail was among the things that have been, and we went aloft to stow away the remnant of the last sail of all those which were on the ship 24 hours before. The spencers were now the only whole sails on the ship, and being strong and small and near the deck, presenting but little surface to the wind above the rail, promised to hold out well. Hove to under these, and eased by having no sail above the tops, the ship rose and fell and drifted off to leeward like a line of battleship. It was now 11 o'clock, and the watch was sent below to get breakfast, and at 8 bells, noon, as everything was snug, although the gale had not in the least abated, the watch was set, and the other watch and idlers sent below. For 3 days and 3 nights the gale continued with unabated fury, and with singular regularity. There were no lulls, and very little variation in its fierceness. Our ship, being light, rolled so as almost to send the fore-yard-arm under water, and drifted off bodily to leeward. All this time there was not a cloud to be seen in the sky, day or night, no, not so large as a man's hand. Every morning the sun rose cloudless from the sea, and set again at night in the sea in a flood of light. The stars, too, came out of the blue one after another, night after night, unobscured, and twinkled as clear as on a still frosty night at home, until the day came upon them. All this time the sea was rolling in immense surges, white with foam, as far as the eye could reach on every side, for we were now leagues and leagues from shore. Second selection, from 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr., Everyday Sea Life. The sole object was to make the time pass on. Any change was sought for which would break the monotony of the time, and even the 2 hours' trick at the wheel, which came round to us, in turn, once in every other watch, was looked upon as a relief. The never-failing resource of long yarns, which eke out many a watch, seemed to have failed us now, for we had been out so long together that we had heard each other's stories told over and over again, till we had them by heart. Each one knew the whole history of each of the others, and we were fairly and literally talked out. Singing and joking we were in no humor for, and in fact any sound of mirth or laughter would have struck strangely upon our ears, and would not have been tolerated, any more than whistling or a wind instrument. The last resort, that of speculating upon the future, seemed now to fail us, for our discouraging situation, and the danger we were really in, as we expected every day to find ourselves drifted back among the ice, clapped a stopper upon all that. From saying, when we get home, we began insensibly to alter it, if we get home, and at last the subject was dropped by tacit consent. In this state of things a new light was struck out, and a new field opened by a change in the watch. One of our watch was laid up for 2 or 3 days by a bad hand, for in cold weather the least cut or bruise ripens into a sore, and his place was supplied by the carpenter. This was a windfall, and there was a contest who should have the carpenter to walk with him. As Chips was a man of some little education, and he and I had a good deal of intercourse with each other, he fell in with me in my walk. He was a Finn, but spoke English well, and gave me long accounts of his country, the customs, the trade, the towns, what little he knew of the government. I found he was no friend of Russia. His voyages, his first arrival in America, his marriage and courtship. He had married a countrywoman of his, a dressmaker, whom he met with in Boston. I had very little to tell him of my quiet, sedentary life at home, and in spite of our best efforts, which had protracted these yarns through 5 or 6 watches, we fairly well talked each other out, and I turned him over to another man in the watch and put myself upon my own resources. I commenced a deliberate system of time-killing, which united some profit with a cheering up of the heavy hours. As soon as I came on deck and took my regular place and regular walk, I began with repeating over to myself in regular order a string of matters which I had in my memory: the multiplication table and the table of weights and measures, the Kanaka numerals, then the states of the Union with their capitals, the counties of England with their shire towns, and the kings of England in their order, and other things. This carried me through my facts, and being repeated deliberately, with long intervals, often eked out the first 2 bells. Then came the 10 Commandments, the 39th chapter of Job, and a few other passages from Scripture. The next, in the order, which I seldom varied from, came Cowper's Castaway, which was a great favorite with me, its solemn measure and gloomy character, as well as the incident it was founded upon, making it well suited to a lonely watch at sea. Then his Lines to Mary, his Address to the Jackdaw, and a short extract from Table Talk. I abounded in Cowper, for I happened to have a volume of his poems in my chest. Il est nefasto from Horace, and Goethe's Erlkönig. After I had got through these, I allowed myself a more general range among everything that I could remember, both in prose and verse. In this way, with an occasional break by relieving the wheel, heaving the log, and going to the scuttlebutt for a drink of water, the longest watch was passed away, and I was so regular in my silent recitations that if there was no interruption by ship's duty, I could tell very nearly the number of bells by my progress. Our watches below were no more varied than the watch on deck. All washing, sewing, and reading was given up, and we did nothing but eat, sleep, and stand our watch, leading what might be called a Cape Horn life. The forecastle was too uncomfortable to sit up in, and whenever we were below, we were in our berths. To prevent the rain and sea water which broke over the bows from washing down, we were obliged to keep the scuttle closed, so that the foresacle was nearly airtight. In this little wet, leaky hole we were all quartered, in an atmosphere so bad that our lamp, which swung in the middle from the beams, sometimes actually burned blue, with a large circle of foul air about it. Still, I was never in better health than after 3 weeks of this life. I gained a great deal of flesh, and we all ate like horses. At every watch when we came below, before turning in, the bread barge and beef kid were overhauled. Each man drank his quart of hot tea night and morning, and glad enough we were to get it, for no nectar and ambrosia were sweeter to the lazy immortals than was a pot of hot tea, a hard biscuit, and a slice of cold salt beef to us after a watch on deck. To be sure, we were mere animals, and had this life lasted a year instead of a month, we should have been little better than the ropes in the ship. Not a razor, nor a brush, nor a drop of water, except the rain and the spray, had come near us all the time, for we were on an allowance of fresh water. And who would strip and wash himself in salt water on deck, in the snow and ice, with the thermometer at 0? Third selection, from 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. A Start and Parting Company. The California had finished discharging her cargo, and was to get under way at the same time with us. Having washed down decks and got breakfast, the 2 vessels lay side by side in complete readiness for sea, our ensigns hanging from the peaks, and our tall spars reflected from the glassy surface of the river, which since sunrise had been unbroken by a ripple. At length a few whiffs came across the water, and by 11 o'clock the regular northwest wind set steadily in. There was no need of calling all hands, for we had all been hanging about the forecastle the whole forenoon, and were ready for a start upon the first sign of a breeze. Often we turned our eyes aft upon the captain, who was walking on deck, with every now and then a look to windward. He made a sign to the mate, who came forward, took his station deliberately between the knight-heads, cast a glance aloft, and called out, "All hands, lay aloft and loose the sails." We were half in the rigging before the order came, and never since we left Boston were the gaskets off the yards and the rigging overhauled in a shorter time. "All ready forward, sir." "All ready the main." "Crossjack yards all ready, sir." "Lay down, all hands, but one on each yard." The yardarm and bunt gaskets were cast off, and each sail hung by the jigger, with one man standing by the tie to let it go. At the same moment that we sprang aloft, a dozen hands sprang into the rigging of the California, and in an instant were all over her yards, and her sails too were ready to be dropped at the word. In the meantime, our bow gun had been loaded and run out, and its discharge was to be the signal for dropping the sails. A cloud of smoke came out of our bows. The echoes of the gun rattled our farewell among the hills of California, and the two ships were covered from head to foot with their white canvas. For a few minutes all was uproar and apparent confusion, men jumping about like monkeys in the rigging, ropes and blocks flying, orders given and answered amid the confused noises of men singing out at the ropes. The topsails came to the mastheads with "Cheerily, men!" and in a few minutes every sail was set, for the wind was light. The headsails were backed, the windlass had come round, slip, slap, to the cry of the sailors. "Hove short, sir," said the mate. "Up with him." "Aye, aye, sir." A few hearty and long heaves, and the anchor showed its head. "Hook, cat!" The fall was stretched along the decks. All hands laid hold. "Hurrah, for the last time," said the mate, and the anchor came to the cathead to the tune of "Time for us to go," with a rollicking chorus. Everything was done quick, as though it was for the last time. The headyards were filled away, and our ship began to move through the water on her homeward-bound course. The California had got under way at the same moment, and we sailed down the narrow bay abreast, and were just off the mouth, and, gradually drawing ahead of her, were on the point of giving her 3 parting cheers, when suddenly we found ourselves stopped short, and the California ranging fast ahead of us. A bar stretches across the mouth of the harbor, with water enough to float common vessels, but being low in the water and having kept well to leeward, as we were bound to the southward, we had stuck fast, while the California, being light, had floated over. We kept all sail on, in the hope of forcing over, but failing this, we hove back into the channel. This was something of a damper to us, and the captain looked not a little mortified and vexed. "This is the same place where the Rosa got ashore, sir," observed our red-headed second mate, most malapropos. A malediction on the Rosa, and him too, was all the answer he got, and he slunk off to leeward. In a few minutes the force of the wind and the rising of the tide backed us into the stream, and we were on our way to our old anchoring place, the tide setting swiftly up, and the ship barely manageable in the light breeze. We came to in our old berth opposite the hide-house, whose inmates were not a little surprised to see us return. We felt as though we were tied to California, and some of our crew swore that they should never get clear of the bloody coast. In about half an hour, which was near high water, the order was given to man the windlass, and again the anchor was catted. But there was no song, and not a word was said about the last time. The California had come back on finding that we had returned, and was hove to, waiting for us off the point. This time we passed the bar safely, and were soon up with the California, who filled away and kept us company. She seemed desirous of a trial of speed, and our captain accepted the challenge, although we were loaded down to the bolts of our chain plates, as deep as a sand barge, and bound so taut with our cargo that we were no more fit for a race than a man in fetters, while our antagonist was in her best trim. Being clear of the point, the breeze became stiff, and the royal masts bent under our sails. But we would not take them in until we saw 3 boys spring aloft into the rigging of the California. When they were all furled at once, but with orders to our boys to stay aloft in the topgallant mastheads and loose them again at the word. It was my duty to furl the foreroyal, and, while standing by to loose it again, I had a fine view of the scene. From where I stood, the 2 vessels seemed nothing but spars and sails, while their narrow decks far below, slanting over by the force of the wind aloft, appeared hardly capable of supporting the great fabrics raised upon them. The California was to windward of us, and had every advantage. Yet, while the breeze was stiff, we held our own. As soon as it began to slacken, she ranged a little ahead, and the order was given to loose the royals. In an instant the gaskets were off and the bunt dropped. "Sheet home the foreroyal!" "Weather sheets home!" Lee sheets home. Hoist away, sir, is bawled from aloft. Overhaul your clew lines, shouts the mate. Aye, aye, sir. All clear. Taut leech, belay. Well the lee brace. Haul taut to the windward. And the royals were set. These brought us up again, but the wind continuing light, the California set hers, and it was soon evident that she was walking away from us. Our captain then hailed and said he should keep off to his course, adding, She isn't the Alert now. If I had her in your trim, she would have been out of sight by this time. This was good-naturedly answered from the California, and she braced sharp up and stood close upon the wind up the coast, while we squared away our yards and stood before the wind to the south-southwest. The California's crew manned her weather rigging, waved their hats in the air, and gave us 3 hearty cheers, which we answered as heartily. And the customary single cheer came back to us from over the water. She stood on her way, doomed to 18 months or 2 years hard service upon that hated coast, while we were making our way home, to which every hour and every mile was bringing us nearer. End of section 3. Recording by Olivia.
Section 4 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 4. Dante, 1265 through 1321, by Charles Eliot Norton. Dante, Part 1. To acquire a love for the best poetry and a just understanding of it is the chief end of the study of literature, for it is by means of poetry that the imagination is quickened, nurtured, and invigorated, and it is only through the exercise of his imagination that man can live a life that is in a true sense worth living. For it is the imagination which lifts him from the petty, transient, and physical interests that engross the greater part of his time and thoughts in self-regarding pursuits, to the large, permanent, and spiritual interests that ennoble his nature and transform him from a solitary individual into a member of the brotherhood of the human race. In the poet, the imagination works more powerfully and consistently than in other men, and thus qualifies him to become the teacher and inspirer of his fellows. He sees men, by its means, more clearly than they see themselves. He discloses them to themselves and reveals to them their own dim ideals. He becomes the interpreter of his age to itself, and not merely of his own age is he the interpreter, but of man to man in all ages. For change as the world may in outward aspect, with the rise and fall of empires, change as men may from generation to generation, in knowledge, belief, and manners, human nature remains unalterable in its elements, unchanged from age to age, and it is human nature, under its various guises, with which the great poets deal. The Iliad and the Odyssey do not become antiquated to us. The characters of Shakespeare are perpetually modern. Homer, Dante, Shakespeare stand alone in the closeness of their relation to nature. Each, after his own manner, gives us a view of life as seen by the poetic imagination, such as no other poet has given to us. Homer, first of all poets, shows us individual personages sharply defined, but in the early stages of intellectual and moral development, the first representatives of the race at its conscious entrance upon the path of progress, with simple motives, simple theories of existence, simple and limited experience. He is plain and direct in the presentation of life, and in the substance no less than in the expression of his thought. In Shakespeare's work, the individual man is no less sharply defined, no less true to nature, but the long procession of his personages is wholly different in effect from that of the Iliad and the Odyssey. They have lost the simplicity of the older race. They are the products of a longer and more varied experience. They have become more complex. And Shakespeare is plain and direct, neither in the substance of his thought nor in the expression of it. The world has grown older, and in the evolution of his nature, man has become conscious of the irreconcilable paradoxes of life, and more or less aware that while he is infinite in faculty, he is also the quintessence of dust. But there is one essential characteristic in which Shakespeare and Homer resemble each other as poets, that they both show to us the scene of life without the interference of their own personality. Each simply holds the mirror up to nature and lets us see the reflection, without making comment on the show. If there be a lesson in it, we must learn it for ourselves. Dante comes between the two, and differs more widely from each of them than they from one another. They are primarily poets. He is primarily a moralist, who is also a poet. Of Homer, the man, and of Shakespeare, the man, we know and need to know nothing. It is only with them as poets that we are concerned. But it is needful to know Dante as man, in order fully to appreciate him as poet. He gives us his world, not as reflection from an unconscious and indifferent mirror, but as from a mirror that shapes and orders its reflections for a definite end beyond that of art, and extraneous to it. And in this lies the secret of Dante's hold upon so many and so various minds. He is the chief poet of man as a moral being. To understand aright the work of any great poet, we must know the conditions of his times. But this is not enough in the case of Dante. We must know not only the conditions of the generation to which he belonged, we must also know the specific conditions which shaped him into the man he was, and differentiated him from his fellows. How came he, endowed with a poetic imagination which puts him in the same class with Homer and Shakespeare, not to be content, like them, to give us a simple view of the phantasmagoria of life, but eager to use the fleeting images as instruments by which to enforce the lesson of righteousness, to set forth a theory of existence and a scheme of the universe? The question cannot be answered without a consideration of the change wrought in the life and thoughts of men in Europe by the Christian doctrine as expounded and enforced by the Roman Church, and of the simultaneous changes in outward conditions resulting from the destruction of the ancient civilization and the slow evolution of the modern world as it rose from the ruins of the old. The period which immediately preceded and followed the fall of the Roman Empire was too disorderly, confused, and broken for men during its course to be conscious of the directions in which they were treading. Century after century passed without settled institutions, without orderly language, without literature, without art. But institutions, languages, literature, and art were germinating, and before the end of the 11th century, clear signs of a new civilization were manifest in Western Europe. The nations, distinguished by differences of race and history, were settling down within definite geographical limits. The various languages were shaping themselves for the uses of intercourse and of literature. Institutions accommodated to actual needs were growing strong. Here and there, the social order was becoming comparatively tranquil and secure. Progress once begun became rapid, and the 12th century is one of the most splendid periods of the intellectual life of man, expressing itself in an infinite variety of noble and attractive forms. These new conditions were most strongly marked in France, in Provence at the south, and in and around the Île-de-France at the north. And from both these regions a quickening influence diffused itself eastward into Italy. The conditions of Italy throughout the Dark and Middle Ages were widely different from those of other parts of Europe. Through all the ruin and confusion of these centuries, a tradition of ancient culture and ancient power was handed down from generation to generation, strongly affecting the imagination of the Italian people. Whether recent invaders or descendants of the old population, Italy had never had a national unity and life, and the divisions of her different regions remained as wide in the later as in the earlier times. But there was one sentiment which bound all her various and conflicting elements in a common bond, which touched every Italian heart and roused every Italian imagination: the sentiment of the imperial grandeur and authority of Rome. Shrunken, feeble, fallen as the city was, the thought of what she had once been still occupied the fancy of the Italian people, determined their conceptions of the government of the world, and quickened within them a glow of patriotic pride. Her laws were still the main fount of whatsoever law existed for the maintenance of public and private right. The imperial dignity, however interrupted in transmission, however often assumed by foreign and barbarian conquerors, was still, to the imagination, supreme above all other earthly titles. The story of Roman deeds was known of all men. The legends of Roman heroes were the familiar tales of infancy and age. Cities that had risen since Rome fell claimed with pardonable falsehood to have had their origin from her, and their rulers adopted the designations of her consuls and her senators. The fragments of her literature that had survived the destruction of her culture were the models for the rude writers of ignorant centuries, and her language formed the basis for the new language which was gradually shaping itself in accordance with the slowly growing needs of expression. The traces of her material dominion, the ruins of her wide arc of empire, were still to be found from the far west to the farther east, and were but the types and emblems of her moral dominion in the law, the language, the customs, the traditions of the different lands. Nothing in the whole course of profane history has so affected the imaginations of men, or so influenced their destinies, as the achievements and authority of Rome. The Roman Church inherited, together with the city, the tradition of Roman dominion over the world. Ancient Rome largely shaped modern Christianity by the transmission of the idea of the authority which the empire once exerted to the church which grew up upon its ruins. The tremendous drama of Roman history displayed itself to the imagination from scene to scene, from act to act, with completeness of poetic progress and climax. First the growth, the extension, the absoluteness of material supremacy, the heathen being made the instruments of divine power for preparing the world for the revelation of the true God. Then the tragedy of Christ's death, wrought by Roman hands, and the expiation of it in the fall of the Roman imperial power, followed by the new era in which Rome again was asserting herself as mistress of the world, but now with spiritual instead of material supremacy, and with a dominion against which the gates of hell itself should not prevail. It was indeed not at once that this conception of the Church as the inheritor of the rights of Rome to the obedience of mankind took form. It grew slowly and against opposition, but at the end of the 11th century, through the genius of Pope Gregory VII, the ideas hitherto disputed of the supreme authority of the Pope within the Church and of the supremacy of the Church over the state were established as the accepted ecclesiastical theory and adopted as the basis of the definitely organized ecclesiastical system. Little more than 100 years later, at the beginning of the 13th century, Innocent III enforced the claims of the Church with a vigor and ability hardly less than that of his great predecessor, maintaining openly that the Pope, Pontifex Maximus, was the vicar of God upon earth. This theory was the logical conclusion from a long series of historic premises, and resting upon a firm foundation of dogma, it was supported by the genuine belief, no less than by the worldly interests and ambitions of those who profited by it. The ideal it presented was at once a simple and a noble conception, narrow indeed, for the ignorance of men was such that only narrow conceptions in matters relating to the nature and destiny of man and the order of the universe were possible. But it was a theory that offered an apparently sufficient solution of the mysteries of religion, of the relation between God and man, between the visible creation and the unseen world. It was a theory of a material rather than a spiritual order. It reduced the things of the spirit into terms of the things of the flesh. It was crude, it was easily comprehensible, it was fitted to the mental conditions of the age. The power which the Church claimed, and which to a large degree it exercised, over the imagination and over the conduct of the Middle Ages, was the power which belonged to its head as the earthly representative and vicegerent of God. No wonder that such power was often abused, and that the corruption among the ministers of the Church was widespread. Yet, in spite of abuse, in spite of corruption, the Church was the ark of civilization. The religious, no less than the intellectual life of Europe had revived in the 11th and 12th centuries, and had displayed its fervor in the marvels of crusades and of church building, external modes of manifesting zeal for the glory of God, and ardor for personal salvation. But with the progress of intelligence, the spirit which had found its expression in these modes of service, now in the 13th century in Italy, fired the hearts of men with an even more intense and far more vital flame, quickening within them sympathies which had long lain dormant, and which now at last burst into activity in efforts and sacrifices for the relief of misery, and for the bringing of all men within the fold of Christian brotherhood. Saint Francis and Saint Dominic, in founding their orders and in setting an example to their brethren, only gave measure and direction to a common impulse. Yet such were the general hardness of heart and cruelty of temper which had resulted from the centuries of violence, oppression, and suffering, out of which Italy, with the rest of Europe, was slowly emerging, that the strivings of religious emotion and the efforts of humane sympathy were less powerful to bring about an improvement in social order than influences which had their root in material conditions. Chief among these was the increasing strength of the civic communities, through the development of industry and of commerce. The people of the cities, united for the protection of their common interests, were gaining a sense of power. The little people, as they were called, mechanics, tradesmen, and the like, were organizing themselves and growing strong enough to compel the great to submit to the restrictions of a more or less orderly and peaceful life. In spite of the violent contentions of the great, in spite of frequent civic uproar, of war with neighbors, of impassioned party disputes, in spite of incessant interruptions of their tranquillity, many of the cities of Italy were advancing in prosperity and wealth. No one of them made more rapid and steady progress than Florence. The history of Florence during the 13th century is a splendid tale of civic energy and resolute self-confidence. The little city was full of eager and vigorous life. Her story abounds in picturesque incident. She had her experience of the turn of the wheel of fortune, being now at the summit of power in Tuscany, now in the depths of defeat and humiliation. The spiritual emotion, the improvement in the conditions of society, the increase of wealth, the growth in power of the cities of Italy, were naturally accompanied by a corresponding intellectual development, and the 13th century became for Italy what the 12th had been for France, a period of splendid activity in the expression of her new life. Every mode of expression in literature and in the arts was sought and practiced, at first with feeble and ignorant hands, but with steady gain of mastery. At the beginning of the century, the language was a mere spoken tongue, not yet shaped for literary use. But the example of Provence was strongly felt at the court of the Emperor Frederick II in Sicily, and the first half of the century was not ended before many poets were imitating in the Italian tongue the poems of the troubadours. Form and substance were alike copied. There is scarcely a single original note, but the practice was of service in giving suppleness to the language, in forming it for nobler uses, and in opening the way for poetry, which should be Italian in sentiment as well as in words. At the north of Italy, the influence of the trouvères was felt in like manner. Everywhere the desire for expression was manifest. The spring had come. The young birds had begun to twitter, but no full song was yet heard. Love was the main theme of the poets, but it had few accents of sincerity. The common tone was artificial, was unreal. In the second half of the century, new voices are heard, with accents of genuine and natural feeling. The poets begin to treat the old themes with more freshness, and to deal with religion, politics, and morals, as well as with love. The language still possesses, indeed, the quality of youth. It is still pliant. Its forms have not become stiffened by age. It is fit for larger use than has yet been made of it, and lies ready and waiting, like a noble instrument, for the hand of the master, which shall draw from it its full harmonies, and reveal its latent power in the service he exacts from it. But it was not in poetry alone that the life of Italy found expression. Before the invention of printing, which gave to the literary arts such an advantage as secured their preeminence, architecture, sculpture, and painting were hardly less important means for the expression of the ideals of the imagination and the creative energy of man. The practice of them had never wholly ceased in Italy, but her native artists had lost the traditions of technical skill. Their work was rude and childish. The conventional and lifeless forms of Byzantine art in its decline were adopted by workmen who no longer felt the impulse and no longer possessed the capacity of original design. Venice and Pisa, early enriched by Eastern commerce, and with citizens both instructed and inspired by knowledge of foreign lands, had begun great works of building, even in the 11th century. But these works had been designed and mainly executed by masters from abroad. But now the awakened soul of Italy breathed new life into all the arts in its efforts at self-expression. A splendid revival began. The inspiring influence of France was felt in the arts of construction and design as it had been felt in poetry. The magnificent display of the highest powers of the imagination and the intelligence in France, the creation during the 12th and early 13th centuries of the unrivaled productions of Gothic art, stimulated and quickened the growth of the native art of Italy. But the French forms were seldom adopted for direct imitation, as the forms of Provençal poetry had been. The power of classic tradition was strong enough to resist their attraction. The taste of Italy rejected the marvels of Gothic design in favor of modes of expression inherited from her own past, but vivified with fresh spirit and adapted to her new requirements. The inland cities, as they grew rich through native industry and powerful through the organization of their citizens, were stirred with rivalry to make themselves beautiful, and the motives of religion, no less than those of civic pride, contributed to their adornment. The church was the object of interest common to all. Piety, superstition, pride, emulation, all alike called for art in which their spirit should be embodied. The imagination answered to the call. The eyes of the artist were once more opened to see the beauty of life, and his hand sought to reproduce it. The bonds of tradition were broken. The Greek marble vase on the platform of the Duomo at Pisa taught Nicola Pisano the right methods of sculpture, and directed him to the source of his art in the study of nature. His work was a new wonder and delight, and showed the way along which many followed him. Painting took her lesson from sculpture, and before the end of the century, both arts had become responsive to the demand of the time, and had entered upon that course of triumph which was not to end till, 3 centuries later, chisel and brush dropped from hands enfeebled in the general decline of national vigor, and incapable of resistance to the tyrannous and exclusive autocracy of the printed page. But it was not only the new birth of sentiment and emotion which quickened these arts. It was also the aroused curiosity of men concerning themselves, their history, and the earth. They felt their own ignorance, the vast region of the unknown, which encircled with its immeasurable spaces the little tract of the known world, appealed to their fancy and their spirit of enterprise, with its boundless promise and its innumerable allurements to adventure. Learning, long confined and starved in the cell of the monk, was coming out into the open world, and was gathering fresh stores alike from the past and the present. The treasures of the wisdom and knowledge of the Greeks were eagerly sought, especially in translations of Aristotle, translations which, though imperfect indeed, and disfigured by numberless misinterpretations and mistakes, nevertheless contained a body of instruction invaluable as a guide and stimulant to the awakened intelligence. Encyclopedic compends of knowledge put at the disposition of students all that was known or fancied in the various fields of science. The division between knowledge and belief was not sharply drawn, and the wonders of legend and of fable were accepted with as ready a faith as the actual facts of observation and of experience. Travelers for gain or for adventure, and missionaries for the sake of religion, were venturing to lands hitherto unvisited. The growth of knowledge, small as it was compared with later increase, widened thought and deepened life. The increase of thought strengthened the faculties of the mind. Man becomes more truly man in proportion to what he knows, and one of the most striking and characteristic features of this great century is the advance of man through increase of knowledge out of childishness towards maturity. The insoluble problems which had been discussed with astonishing acuteness by the schoolmen of the preceding generation were giving place to a philosophy of more immediate application to the conduct and discipline of life. The Summa Theologica of St. Thomas Aquinas not only treated with incomparable logic the vexed questions of scholastic philosophy, but brought all the resources of a noble and well-trained intelligence and of a fine moral sense to the study and determination of the order and government of the universe, and of the nature and destiny of man. The scope of learning remained, indeed, at the end of the century, narrow in its range. The little tract of truth which men had acquired lay encompassed by ignorance, like a scant garden plot surrounded by a high wall. But here and there the wall was broken through, and paths were leading out into wider fields to be won for culture, or into deserts wider still, in which the wanderers should perish. But as yet there was no comprehensive and philosophic grasp of the new conditions in their total significance, no harmonizing of their various elements into one consistent scheme of human life, no criticism of the new life as a whole. For this task was required not only acquaintance with the whole range of existing knowledge, by which the conceptions of men in regard to themselves and the universe were determined, but also a profound view of the meaning of life itself, and an imaginative insight into the nature of man. A mere image of the drama of life as presented to the eye would not suffice. The meaning of it would be lost in the confusion and multiplicity of the scene. The only possible explanation and reconcilement of its aspects lay in the universal application to them of the moral law, and in the exhibition of man as a spiritual and immortal being for whom this world was but the first stage of existence. This was the task undertaken and accomplished by Dante. End of section 4. Section 5 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 5. Dante, 1265 through 1321, by Charles Eliot Norton. Dante, Part 2. Of the events in Dante's life, few are precisely ascertained, but of its general course enough is known, either from his own statements or from external testimony, to show the essential relations between his life and his work, and the influence of his experience upon his convictions and character. Most of the biographies of him are untrustworthy, being largely built up upon a foundation of inferences and suppositions, and often filled out with traditions and stories of which the greater part are certainly false, and few have a likelihood of truth. The only strictly contemporary account of him is that given by the excellent chronicler of Florence, Giovanni Villani, a man of weight and judgment, who, in the 9th book of his chronicle, under the year 1321, recording Dante's death, adds a brief narrative of his life and works, because, as he says, quote, "On account of the virtues and knowledge and worth of so great a citizen, it seems to us to be fitting to give a perpetual memorial of him in this our chronicle, although the noble works left by him in writing afford a true testimonial to him, and honorable fame to our city. Dante was," says Villani, "an honorable and ancient citizen of Florence, of the gate of San Piero, and our neighbor. He was a great master in almost every branch of knowledge, although he was a layman. He was a supreme poet and philosopher, and a perfect rhetorician alike in prose and verse, as well as a most noble orator in public speech, supreme in rhyme, with the most polished and beautiful style that had ever been in our language. Because of his knowledge, he was somewhat presumptuous, disdainful and haughty, and, as it were, after the manner of a philosopher, having little graciousness. He knew not well to bear himself with common people, conversare con laici." End quote. Dante was born in Florence in May or June 1265. Of his family, little is positively known. It was not among the nobles of the city, but it had place among the well-to-do citizens who formed the body of the state and the main support of the Guelph party. Of Dante's early years and the course of his education, nothing is known save what he himself tells us in his various writings, or what may be inferred from them. Leonardo Bruni, eminent as an historian and as a public man, who wrote a life of Dante about 100 years after his death, cites a letter of which we have no other knowledge, in which, if the letter be genuine, the poet says that he took part in the battle of Campaldino, fought in June 1289. The words are, quote, "At the battle of Campaldino, in which the Ghibellin party was almost all slain and undone, I found myself not a child in arms, and I experienced great fear, and finally the greatest joy, because of the shifting fortunes of the fight." End quote. It seems likely that Dante was present, probably under arms, in the later part of the same summer, at the surrender to the Florentines of the Pisan stronghold of Caprona, where he says, Inferno, Canto 21, lines 94 to 96, quote, "I saw the foot soldiers afraid, who came out under compact from Caprona, seeing themselves among so many enemies." End quote. Years pass before any other event in Dante's life is noted with a certain date. An imperfect record preserved in the Florentine archives mentions his taking part in a discussion in the so-called Council of 100 Men on the 5th of June, 1296. This is of importance as indicating that he had before this time become a member of one of the 12 arts, enrollment in one of which was required for the acquisition of the right to exercise political functions in the state, and also as indicating that he had a place in the chief of those councils by which public measures were discussed and decided. The art of which he was a member was that of the physicians and druggists, medici e speciali, an art whose dealings included commerce in many of the products of the East. Not far from this time, but whether before or after 1296 is uncertain, he married. His wife was Gemma dei Donati. The Donati were a powerful family among the grandi of the city, and played a leading part in the stormy life of Florence. Of Gemma, nothing is known but her marriage. Between 1297 and 1299, Dante, together with his brother Francesco, as appears from existing documentary evidence, were borrowers of considerable sums of money, and the largest of the debts thus incurred seem not to have been discharged till 1332, 11 years after his death, when they were paid by his sons Jacopo and Pietro. In May 1299, he was sent as envoy from Florence to the little, not very distant city of San Gemignano, to urge its community to take part in a general council of the Guelph communes of Tuscany. In the next year, 1300, he was elected one of the 6 priors of Florence to hold office from the 15th of June to the 15th of August. The priors, together with the gonfalonier of justice, who had command of the body of 1,000 men who stood at their service, formed the chief magistracy of the city. Florence had such jealousy of its rulers that the priors held office but 2 months, so that in the course of each year 36 of the citizens were elected to this magistracy. The outgoing priors, associated with 12 of the leading citizens, 2 from each of the sestieri or wards of the city, chose their successors. Neither continuity nor steady vigor of policy was possible with an administration so shifting and of such varied composition, which by its very constitution was exposed at all times to intrigue and to attack. It was no wonder that Florence lay open to the reproach that her counsels were such that what she spun in October did not reach to mid-November. Purgatory, Canto 6, lines 142 to 144. His election to the priorate was the most important event in Dante's public life. Quote, "All my ills and all my troubles," he declared, "had occasion and beginning from my misfortunate election to the priorate, of which, though I was not worthy in respect of wisdom, yet I was not unworthy in fidelity and in age." End quote. The year 1300 was disastrous, not only for Dante, but for Florence. She was, at the end of the 13th century, by far the most flourishing and powerful city of Tuscany, full of vitality and energy, and beautiful as she was strong. She was not free from civil discord, but the predominance of the Guelph party was so complete within her walls that she suffered little from the strife between Guelph and Ghibelline, which for almost a century had divided Italy into 2 hostile camps. In the main, the Guelph party was that of the common people, and the industrious classes, and in general it afforded support to the papacy as against the empire, while it received in return support from the popes. The Ghibellines, on the other hand, were mainly of the noble class, and maintainers of the empire. The growth of the industry and commerce of Florence in the last half of the century had resulted in the establishment of the popular power, and in the suppression of the Ghibelline interest. But a bitter quarrel broke out in one of the great families in the neighboring Guelph city of Pistoia, a quarrel which raged so furiously that Florence feared that it would result in the gain of power by the Ghibellines, and she adopted the fatal policy of compelling the heads of the contending factions to take up their residence within her walls. The result was that she herself became the seat of discord. Each of the two factions found ardent adherents, and adopting the names by which they had been distinguished in Pistoia, Florence was almost instantly ablaze with the passionate quarrel between the whites and the blacks, Bianchi and Neri. The flames burned so high that the Pope, Boniface VIII, intervened to quench them. His intervention was vain. It was just at this time that Dante became prior. The need of action to restore peace to the city was imperative, and the priors took the step of banishing the leaders of both divisions. Among those of the Bianchi was Dante's own nearest friend, Guido Cavalcante. The measure was insufficient to secure tranquillity and order. The city was in constant tumult. Its conditions went from bad to worse. But in spite of civil broils, common affairs must still be attended to. And from a document preserved in the archives at Florence, we learn that on the 28th of April, 1301, Dante was appointed superintendent, without salary, of works undertaken for the widening, straightening, and paving of the street of San Procolo, and making it safe for travel. On the 13th of the same month, he took part in a discussion in the council of the heads of the 12 greater arts, as to the mode of procedure in the election of future priors. On the 18th of June, in the council of the 100 men, he advised against providing the Pope with a force of 100 men, which had been asked for, and again in September of the same year there is record, for the last time, of his taking part in the council, in a discussion in regard to the conservation of the ordinances of justice and the statutes of the people. These notices of the part taken by Dante in public affairs seem at first sight comparatively slight and unimportant, but were one constructing an ideal biography of him, it would be hard to devise records more appropriate to the character and principles of the man as they appear from his writings. The sense of duty of the individual to the community of which he forms a part was one of his strongest convictions, and his being put in charge of the opening of the street of San Procolo and making it safe for travel, ea quod popularis comitatus absque strepitu et briga magnatum et potentum possunt secure venire ad dominos priores et vestileferum justitiae cum expedit, so that the common people may, without uproar and harassing of magnates and mighty men, have access, whenever it be desirable, to the Lord Priors and the standard-bearer of justice, affords a comment on his own criticism of his fellow citizens, whose disposition to shirk the burden of public duty is more than once the subject of his satire. Quote, "Many refuse the common burden, but thy people, my Florence, eagerly replies without being called on, and cries, I load myself." End quote. Purgatory, Canto 6, lines 133 to 135. His counsel against providing the Pope with troops was in conformity with his fixed political conviction that the function of the papacy was to be confined to the spiritual government of mankind, and nothing could be more striking as a chance incident than that the last occasion on which he, whose heart was set on justice, took part in the councils of his city, should have been for the discussion of the means for the conservation of the ordinances of justice and the statutes of the people. In the course of events in 1300 and 1301, the Bianchi proved the stronger of the two factions by which the city was divided. They resisted with success the efforts of the Pope in support of their rivals, and they were charged by their enemies with intent to restore the rule of the city to the Ghibellines. While affairs were in this state, Charles of Valois, brother to the King of France, Philip the Fair, was passing through Italy with a troop of horsemen to join Charles II of Naples in the attempt to regain Sicily from the hands of Frederick of Aragon. The Pope favored the expedition and held out flattering promises to Charles. The latter reached Anagni, where Boniface was residing, in September 1301. Here it was arranged that before proceeding to Sicily, Charles should undertake to reduce to obedience the refractory opponents of the Pope in Tuscany. The title of the Pacifier of Tuscany was bestowed on him, and he moved toward Florence with his own troop and a considerable additional force of men-at-arms. He was met on his way by deputies from Florence, to whom he made fair promises, and trusting to his good faith, the Florentines opened their gates to him, and he entered the city on All Saints' Day, November 1st, 1301. Charles had hardly established himself in his quarters before he cast his pledges to the wind. The exiled Neri, with his connivance, broke into the city, and for 6 days worked their will upon their enemies, slaying many of them, pillaging and burning their houses, while Charles looked on with apparent unconcern at the widespread ruin and devastation. New priors, all of them from the party of the Neri, entered upon office in mid-November, and a new podesta, Conte Dei Gabrielli of Agobbio, was charged with the administration of justice. The persecution of the Bianchi was carried on with consistent thoroughness. Many were imprisoned, many fined, Charles sharing in the sums exacted from them. On the 27th of January, 1302, a decree was issued by the podesta, condemning 5 persons, one of whom was Dante, to fine and banishment on account of crimes alleged to have been committed by them while holding office as priors. According to public report, said the decree, they committed barratry, sought illicit gains, and practiced unjust extortions of money or goods. These general charges are set forth with elaborate legal phraseology, and with much repetition of phrase, but without statement of specific instances. The most important of them are that the accused had spent money of the commune in opposing the Pope, in resistance to the coming of Charles of Valois, and against the peace of the city and the Guelph party, that they had promoted discord in the city of Pistoia, and had caused the expulsion from that city of the Neri, the faithful adherents of the Holy Roman Church, and that they had caused Pistoia to break its union with Florence, and to refuse subjection to the Church and to Charles, the pacificator of Tuscany. These being the charges, the decree proceeded to declare that the accused, having been summoned to appear within a fixed time before the podestà and his court to make their defense, under penalty for non-appearance of 5,000 florins each, and having failed to do so, were now condemned to pay this sum and to restore their illicit gains. And if this were not done within 3 days from the publication of this sentence against them, all their possessions, bona, should be seized and destroyed. And should they make the required payment, they were nevertheless to stand banished from Tuscany for 2 years, and for perpetual memory of their misdeeds, their names were to be inscribed in the statutes of the people. And as swindlers and barrators, they were never to hold office or benefice within the city or district of Florence. 6 weeks later, on the 10th of March, another decree of the podestà was published, declaring the 5 citizens named in the preceding decree, together with 10 others, to have practically confessed their guilt by their contumacy and non-appearance when summoned, and condemning them, if at any time any one of them should come into the power of Florence, to be burned to death. Talis perveniens igne comburatur sic quod moriatur. From this time forth till his death, Dante was in exile. The character of the decrees is such that the charges brought against him have no force, and leave no suspicion resting upon his actions as an officer of the state. They are the outcome and expression of the bitterness of party rage, and they testify clearly only to his having been one of the leaders of the parties opposed to the pretensions of the Pope, and desirous to maintain the freedom of Florence from foreign intervention. In April, Charles left Florence. Having finished, says Villani, the eyewitness of these events, quote, that for which he had come, namely, under pretext of peace, having driven the white party from Florence, but from this proceeded many calamities and dangers to our city. End quote. The course of Dante's external life in exile is hardly less obscure than that of his early days. Much concerning it may be inferred with some degree of probability from passages in his own writings, or from what is reported by others. But of actual certain facts there are few. For a time he seems to have remained with his companions in exile, of whom there were hundreds, but he soon separated himself from them in grave dissatisfaction, making a party by himself. Paradiso, Canto 17, line 69. And found shelter at the court of the Scaligeri at Verona. In August 1306, he was among the witnesses to a contract at Padua. In October of the same year, he was with Franceschino, Marchese Malespina, in the district called the Lunigiana, and empowered by him as his special procurator and envoy to establish the terms of peace for him and his brothers with the Bishop of Luni. His gratitude to the Malespini for their hospitality and good will toward him is proved by one of the most splendid compliments ever paid, in verse or prose, the magnificent eulogium of this great and powerful house, with which the 8th canto of the Purgatory closes. How long Dante remained with the Malespini, and whither he went after leaving them, is unknown. At some period of his exile, he was at Lucca. Purgatorio, Canto 14, line 45. Villani states that he was at Bologna, and afterwards at Paris, and in many parts of the world. He wandered far and wide in Italy, and it may well be that in the course of his years of exile he went to Paris, drawn thither by the opportunities of learning which the university afforded, but nothing is known definitely of his going. In 1311, the mists which obscure the greater part of Dante's life in exile are dispelled for a moment by 3 letters of unquestioned authenticity, and we gain a clear view of the poet. In 1310, Henry of Luxembourg, a man who touched the imagination of his contemporaries by his striking presence and chivalric accomplishments, as well as by his high character and generous aims. Quote, "A man just, religious, and strenuous in arms," end quote, having been elected emperor, as Henry VII, prepared to enter Italy, with intent to confirm the imperial rights and to restore order to the distracted land. The Pope, Clement V, favored his coming, and the prospect opened by it was hailed not only by the Ghibellines with joy, but by a large part of the Guelphs as well, with the hope that the long discord and confusion from which all had suffered might be brought to end and give place to tranquillity and justice. Dante exulted in this new hope, and on the coming of the emperor, late in 1310, he addressed an animated appeal to the rulers and people of Italy, exhorting them in impassioned words to rise up and do reverence to him whom the Lord of heaven and earth had ordained for their king. Quote, "Behold, now is the accepted time. Rejoice, O Italy, dry thy tears. Efface, O most beautiful, the traces of mourning, for he is at hand who shall deliver thee." End quote. The first welcome of Henry was ardent, and with fair auspices he assumed at Milan in January 1311 the iron crown, the crown of the King of Italy. Here at Milan Dante presented himself, and here with full heart he did homage upon his knees to the emperor. But the popular welcome proved hollow. The illusions of hope speedily began to vanish. Revolt broke out in many cities of Lombardy. Florence remained obdurate, and with great preparations for resistance, put herself at the head of the enemies of the emperor. Dante, disappointed and indignant, could not keep silence. He wrote a letter headed, "Dante Alighieri, a Florentine and undeservedly in exile, to the most wicked Florentines within the city." It begins with calm and eloquent words in regard to the divine foundation of the imperial power and to the sufferings of Italy due to her having been left without its control to her own undivided will. Then it breaks forth in passionate denunciation of Florence for her impious arrogance in venturing to rise up in mad rebellion against the minister of God, and warning her of the calamities which her blind obstinacy is preparing for her. It closes with threats of her impending ruin and desolation. This letter is dated from the springs of the Arno on the 31st of March. The growing force of the opposition which he encountered delayed the progress of Henry. Dante, impatient of delay, eager to see the accomplishment of his hope, on the 16th of April addressed Henry himself in a letter of exalted prophetic exhortation, full of biblical language, and of illustrations drawn from sacred and profane story, urging him not to tarry, but trusting in God, to go out to meet and to slay the Goliath that stood against him. Quote, "Then the Philistines will flee, and Israel will be delivered, and we exiles in Babylon, who groan as we remember the holy Jerusalem, shall then, as citizens breathing in peace, recall in joy the miseries of confusion." End quote. But all was in vain. The drama which had opened with such brilliant expectations was advancing to a tragic close. Italy became more confused and distracted than ever. One sad event followed after another. In May, the brother of the emperor fell at the siege of Brescia. In September, his dearly loved wife, Margherita, a holy and good woman, died at Genoa. The forces hostile to him grew more and more formidable. He succeeded, however, in entering Rome in May 1312, but his enemies held half of the city, and the streets became the scene of bloody battles. St. Peter's was closed to him, and Henry, worn and disheartened and in peril, was compelled to submit to be ingloriously crowned at St. John Lateran. With diminished strength and with loss of influence, he withdrew to Tuscany and laid ineffectual siege to Florence. Month after month dragged along with miserable continuance of futile war. In the summer of 1313, collecting all his forces, Henry prepared to move southward against the King of Naples. But he was seized with illness, and on the 24th of August he died at Buonconvento, not far from Siena. With his death died the hope of union and of peace for Italy. His work, undertaken with high purpose and courage, had wholly failed. He had come to set Italy straight before she was ready. Paradiso, Canto 31, line 137. The clouds darkened over her. For Dante, the cup of bitterness overflowed. How Dante was busied, where he was abiding, during the last 2 years of Henry's stay in Italy, we have no knowledge. One striking fact relating to him is all that is recorded. In the summer of 1311, the Guelphs in Florence, in order to strengthen themselves against the emperor, determined to relieve from ban and to recall from exile many of their banished fellow citizens, confident that on returning home they would strengthen the city in its resistance against the emperor. But to the general amnesty, which was issued on the 2nd of September, there were large exceptions, and impressive evidence of the multitude of the exiles is afforded by the fact that more than 1,000 were expressly excluded from the benefit of pardon, and were to remain banished and condemned as before. In the list of those thus still regarded as enemies of Florence stands the name of Dante. The death of the emperor was followed 8 months later by that of the Pope, Clement V, under whom the papal throne had been removed from Rome to Avignon. There seemed a chance, if but feeble, that a new pope might restore the Church to the city which was its proper home, and thus at least one of the wounds of Italy be healed. The conclave was bitterly divided. Month after month went by without a choice, the fate of the Church and of Italy hanging uncertain in the balance. Dante, in whom religion and patriotism combined as a single passion, saw with grief that the return of the Church to Italy was likely to be lost through the selfishness, the jealousies, and the avarice of her chief prelates, and under the impulse of the deepest feeling he addressed a letter of remonstrance, reproach, and exhortation to the Italian cardinals, who formed but a small minority in the conclave, but who might, by union and persistence, still secure the election of a pope favorable to the return. This letter is full of a noble but too vehement zeal. Quote, "It is for you, being one at heart, to fight manfully for the bride of Christ, for the seat of the bride, which is Rome, for our Italy, and in a word, for the whole commonwealth of pilgrims upon earth." End quote. But words were in vain, and after a struggle kept up for 2 years and 3 months, a pope was at last elected, who was to fix the seat of the papacy only the more firmly at Avignon. Once more Dante had to bear the pain of disappointment, of hopes in which selfishness had no part. And now, for years, he disappears from sight. What his life was he tells in a most touching passage near the beginning of his Convito. Quote, "From the time when it pleased the citizens of Florence, the fairest and most famous daughter of Rome, to cast me out from her sweetest bosom, in which I had been born and nourished even to the summit of my life, and in which, at good peace with them, I desire with all my heart to repose my weary soul, and to end the time which is allotted to me. Through almost all the regions to which our tongue extends, I have gone a pilgrim, almost a beggar, displaying against my will the wound of fortune, which is wont often to be imputed unjustly to the discredit of him who is wounded. Truly, I have been a bark without sail and without rudder, borne to divers ports and bays and shores by that dry wind which grievous poverty breathes forth, and I have appeared mean in the eyes of many, who, perchance, through some report, had imagined me in other form, and not only has my person been lowered in their sight, but every work of mine, whether done or to be done, has been held in less esteem." End quote. once more, and for the last time, during these wanderings, he heard the voice of Florence addressed to him, and still in anger. A decree was issued on the 6th of November, 1315, renewing the condemnation and banishment of numerous citizens, denounced as Gibeons and rebels, including among them Dante Alighieri and his sons. The persons named in this decree are charged with contumacy and with the commission of ill deeds against the good state of the commune of Florence and the Guelph party, and it is ordered that, quote, if any of them shall fall into the power of the commune, he shall be taken to the place of justice, and there be beheaded. End quote. The motive is unknown, which led to the inclusion in this decree of the sons of Dante, of whom there were two, now youths respectively a little more or a little less than 20 years old. It is probable that the last years of Dante's life were passed in Ravenna, under the protection of Guido da Polenta, lord of the city. It was here that he died on September 14th, 1321. His two sons were with him, and probably also his daughter, Beatrice. He was in his 57th year when he went from suffering and from exile to peace. Paradiso, Canto 10, verse 128. Such are the few absolute facts known concerning the external events of Dante's life. A multitude of statements, often with much circumstantial detail, concerning other incidents, have been made by his biographers. A few rest upon a foundation of probability, but the mass are guesswork. There is no need to report them, for small as the sum of our actual knowledge is, it is enough for defining the field within which his spiritual life was enacted, and for showing the conditions under which his work was done, and by which its character was largely determined. End of section 5. Section 6 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 6. Dante, 1265 through 1321, by Charles Eliot Norton. Dante, Part 3. No poet has recorded his own inner life more fully or with greater sincerity than Dante. All his more important writings have essentially the character of a spiritual autobiography, extending from his boyhood to his latest years. Their quality and worth as works of literature are largely dependent upon their quality and interest as revelations of the nature of their writer. Their main significance lies in this double character. The earliest of them is the Vita Nuova, or New Life. It is the narrative in prose and verse of the beginning and course of the love which made life new for him in his youth. and which became the permanent inspiration of his later years, and the bond of union for him between earth and heaven, between the actual and the ideal, between the human and the divine. The little book begins with an account of the boy's first meeting, when he was 9 years old, with a little maiden about a year younger, who so touched his heart that from that time forward love lorded it over his soul. She was called Beatrice, but whether this was her true name, or whether, because of its significance of blessing, it was assigned to her as appropriate to her nature, is left in doubt. Who her parents were, and what were the events of her life, are also uncertain, though Boccaccio, who some 30 years after Dante's death wrote a biography of the poet, in which fact and fancy are inextricably intermingled, reports that he had it upon good authority that she was the daughter of Folco Portinari, and became the wife of Simone de Bardi. So far as Dante's relation to her is concerned, these matters are of no concern. Just 9 years after their first meeting, years during which Dante says he had often seen her, and her image had stayed constantly with him, the lady of his love saluted him with such virtue that he seemed to see all the bounds of bliss, and having already recognized in himself the art of discoursing in rhyme, he made a sonnet in which he set forth a vision which had come to him after receiving his lady's salute. This sonnet has a twofold interest, as being the earliest of Dante's poetic composition preserved to us, and as describing a vision which connects it in motive with the vision of the Divine Comedy. It is the poem of a prentice hand, not yet master of its craft, and neither in manner nor in conception has it any marked distinction from the work of his predecessors and contemporaries. The narrative of the first incidents of his love forms the subject of the first part of the little book, consisting of 10 poems, and the prose comment upon them. Then the poet takes up a new theme, and devotes 10 poems to the praise of his lady. The last of them is interrupted by her death, which took place on the 9th of June, 1290, when Dante was 25 years old. Then he takes up another new theme, and the next 10 poems are devoted to his grief, to an episode of temporary unfaithfulness to the memory of Beatrice, and to the revival of fidelity of love for her. One poem, the last, remains, in which he tells how a sigh, issuing from his heart, and guided by love, beholds his lady in glory in the Empyrean. The book closes with these words, quote, "After this sonnet a wonderful vision appeared to me, in which I saw things which made me resolve to speak no more of this blessed one, until I could more worthily treat of her, and to attain to this I study to the utmost of my power, as she truly knows, so that if it shall please him through whom all things live, that my life be prolonged for some years, I hope to say of her what was never said of any woman, and then may it please him who is the Lord of grace, that my soul may go to behold the glory of its lady, namely of that blessed Beatrice, who in glory looks upon the face of him qui est per omnia saecula benedictus, who is blessed forever. There is nothing in the new life which indicates whether or not Beatrice was married, or which implies that the devotion of Dante to her was recognized by any special expression of regard on her part. No interviews between them are recorded. No tokens of love were exchanged. The reserve, the simple and unconscious dignity of Beatrice distinguish her no less than her beauty, her grace, and her ineffable courtesy. The story, based upon actual experience, is ordered not in literal conformity with fact, but according to the ideal of the imagination, and its reality does not consist in the exactness of its record of events, but in the truth of its poetic conception. Under the narrative lies an allegory of the power of love to transfigure earthly things into the likeness of heavenly, and to lift the soul from things material and transitory to things spiritual and eternal. While the little book exhibits many features of a literature in an early stage of development, and many of the characteristics of a youthful production, it is yet the first book of modern times which has such quality as to possess perpetual contemporaneousness. It has become in part archaic, but it does not become antiquated. It is the first book in a modern tongue in which prose begins to have freedom of structure and ease of control over the resources of the language. It shows a steady progress in Dante's mastery of literary art. The stiffness and lack of rhythmical charm of the poems with which it begins disappeared in the later sonnets and canzoni, and before its close it exhibits the full development of the sweet new style begun by Dante's predecessor, Guido Guinicelli, and of which the secret lay in obedience to the dictates of nature within the heart. The date of its compilation cannot be fixed with precision, but was probably not far from 1295, and the words with which it closes seem to indicate that the design of the Divine Comedy had already taken a more or less definite shape in Dante's mind. The deepest interest of the new life is the evidence which it affords in regard to Dante's character. The tenderness, sensitiveness, and delicacy of feeling, the depth of passion, the purity of soul, which are manifest in it, leave no question as to the controlling qualities of his disposition. These qualities rest upon a foundation of manliness, and are buttressed by strong moral principles. At the very beginning of the book is a sentence which shows that he had already gained that self-control which is the prime condition of strength and worth of character. In speaking of the power which his imagination gave to love to rule over him, a power that had its source in the image of his lady, he adds, quote, "Yet was that image of such noble virtue that it never suffered love to rule me without the faithful counsel of the reason in those matters in which to listen to its counsel was useful." End quote. His faculties were already disciplined by study, and his gifts enriched with learning. He was scholar hardly less than poet. The range of his acquisitions was already wide, and it is plain that he had had the best instruction which Florence could provide, and nowhere else could better have been found. The death of Beatrice was the beginning of a new period of Dante's self-development. So long as she lived, she had led him along toward the right way. For a time, during the first ecstasy of grief at her loss, she still sustained him. After a while, he tells us, his mind, which was endeavoring to heal itself, sought for comfort in the mode which other comfortless ones had accepted for their consolation. He read Boethius on the Consolations of Philosophy, and the words of comfort in Cicero's Treatise on Friendship. By these he was led to further studies of philosophy, and giving himself with ardor to its pursuit, he devoted himself to the acquisition of the wisdom of this earth, to the neglect for a time of the teachings of divine revelation. He entered upon paths of study which did not lead to the higher truth, and at the same time he began to take active part himself in the affairs of the world. He was attracted by the allurements of life. He married. He took office. He shared in the pleasures of the day. He no longer listened to the voice of the Spirit, nor was faithful to the image of Beatrice in following on earth the way which should lead him to her in heaven. But meanwhile he wrote verses which, under the form of poems of love, were celebrations of the beauty of philosophy, and he was accomplishing himself in learning till he became master of all the erudition of his time. He was meditating deeply on politics. He was studying life even more than books. He was becoming one of the deepest of thinkers, and one of the most accomplished of literary artists. But his life was of the world, worldly, and it did not satisfy him. At last, a change came. He suddenly awoke to consciousness of how far he had strayed from that good of which Beatrice was the type, how basely he had deserted the true ideals of his youth, how perilous was the life of the world, how near he was to the loss of hope of salvation. We know not fully how this change was wrought. All we know concerning it is to be gathered from passages in his later works, in which, as in the Convito, he explains the allegorical significance of some of his poems, or, as in the Divine Comedy, he gives poetic form to his experience as it had shaped itself in his imagination. There are often difficulties in the interpretation of his words, nor are all his statements reconcilable with each other in detail. But I believe that in what I have set forth as the course of his life between the death of Beatrice and his exile, I have stated nothing which may not be confirmed by Dante's own testimony. It is possible that during the latter part of this period, Dante wrote the treatise on monarchy, in which he set forth his views as to the government of mankind. To ascertain the date of its composition is both less easy and less important than in the case of his other long works, because it contains few personal references, and no indications of the immediate conditions under which it was written. But it is of importance, not only as an exposition of Dante's political theories and the broad principles upon which those theories rested, but still more as exhibiting his high ideals in regard to the order of society and the government of mankind. Its main doctrine might be called that of ideal Ghibellinism, and though its arguments are often unsound and based upon fanciful propositions and incorrect analogies, though it exhibits the defects frequent in the reasoning of the time, a lack of discrimination in regard to the value of authorities, and no sense of the true nature of evidence, yet the spirit with which it is animated is so generous, and its object of such importance, that it possesses interest alike as an illustration of Dante's character, and as a monument in the history of political speculation. Its purpose was, first, to establish the proposition that the empire, or supreme universal temporal monarchy, was necessary for the good order of the world. Secondly, that the Roman people had rightfully attained the dignity of this empire. And thirdly, that the authority thus obtained was derived immediately from God, and was not dependent on any earthly agent or vicar of God. The discussion of the first proposition is the most interesting part of the treatise, for it involves the statement of Dante's general conception of the end of government and of the true political order. His argument begins with the striking assertion that the proper work of the human race, taken as a whole, is to bring into activity all the possibilities of the intelligence, first to the end of speculation, and secondly, in the application of speculation to action. He goes on to declare that this can be achieved only in a state of peace, that peace is only to be secured under the rule of one supreme monarch, that thus the government of the earth is brought into correspondence with the divine government of the universe, and that only under a universal supreme monarchy can justice be fully established and complete liberty enjoyed. The arguments to maintain these theses are ingenious, and in some instances forcible, but are too abstract and too disregardful of the actual conditions of society. Dante's loftiness of view, his fine ideal of the possibilities of human life, and his ardent desire to improve its actual conditions are manifest throughout, and give value to the little book as a treatise of morals beyond that which it possesses as a manual of practical politics. There is little in the De Monarchia which reflects the heat of the great secular debate between Guelph and Ghibelline, but something of the passion engendered by it finds expression in the opening of the third book, where Dante, after citing the words of the prophet Daniel, quote, "He hath shut the lions' mouths, and they have not hurt me, forasmuch as before him justice was found in me," goes on in substance as follows: "The truth concerning the matter which remains to be treated may perchance arouse indignation against me, but since truth from her changeless throne appeals to me, and Solomon teaches us to meditate on truth and to hate the wicked, and the philosopher Aristotle, our instructor in morals, urges us for the sake of truth to disregard what is dear to us, I, taking confidence from the words of Daniel, in which the divine power is declared to be the shield of the defenders of the truth, will enter on the present contest, and by the arm of him who by his blood delivered us from the power of darkness, I will drive out from the lists the impious and the liar. Wherefore should I fear, since the Spirit, co-eternal with the Father and the Son, says through the mouth of David, the righteous shall be had in everlasting remembrance. He shall not be afraid of evil tidings. End quote. These words perhaps justify the inference that the treatise was written before his exile, since after it his experience of calamity would have freed him from the anticipation of further evil from the hostility of those to whom his doctrine might be unacceptable. But whether or not this be a correct inference, there can be no doubt that the years between the compilation of the New Life and his banishment were years of rapid maturity of his powers, and largely devoted to the studies which made him a master in the field of learning. Keenly observant of the aspects of contemporary life, fascinated by the immense and magic spectacle of human affairs, questioning deeply its significance, engaged actively in practical concerns, he ardently sought for the solution of the mysteries and the reconcilement of the confusions of human existence. The way to this solution seemed to lie through philosophy and learning, and in acquiring them, he lifted himself above the turmoil of earth. All observation, experience, and acquisition served as material for his poetic and idealizing imagination, wherewith to construct an orderly scheme of the universe. All served for the defining and confirming of his moral judgments. All worked together for the harmonious development of his intellectual powers. All served to prepare him for the work which, already beginning to shape itself in his mind, was to become the main occupation of the remainder of his life, and to prove one of the abiding monuments of the highest achievements of mankind. The De Monarchia is written in Latin, and so also is a brief, unfinished treatise, the work of some period during his exile, on the common speech, De Vulgari Eloquio. It has intrinsic interest as the first critical study of language and of literature in modern times, as well as from the acute and sound judgments with which it abounds, and from its discussion of the various forms and topics of poetry, but still more from its numerous illustrations of Dante's personal experience and sentiment. Its object is to teach the right use of the common speech, instruction required by all, since all make use of the speech, it being that which all learn from birth. Quote, by imitation and without rule. The other speech, which the Romans called grammatica, is learned by study and according to rule. Of these two, the common is the more noble, because it was the first used by the human race, and also because it is in use over all the world, though in different tongues, and again because it is natural to us, while the other is artificial. End quote. Speech, Dante declares, is the prerogative of man alone, not required by the angels, and not possible for brutes. There was originally but one language, the Hebrew. In treating of this latter topic, Dante introduces a personal reference of extraordinary interest in its bearing on his feeling in respect to his exile. Quote, "It is for those of such debased intelligence that they believe the place of their birth to be the most delightful under the sun, to prefer their own peculiar tongue, and to believe that it was that of Adam. But we, whose country is the world, as the sea is for fishes, although we drank of the Arno before we were weaned, and so love Florence, that because we loved it we suffer exile unjustly, support our judgment by reason rather than feeling, and though, in respect to our pleasure and the repose of our senses, no sweeter place exists on earth than Florence, yet we hold it for certain that there are many more delightful regions and cities than Tuscany and Florence, where I was born, and of which I am a citizen, and that many nations and people use a more pleasing and serviceable speech than the Italians." End quote. The conclusion of this speculation is that the Hebrew, which was the original language spoken by Adam, was preserved by the Hebrew people after the confusion of tongues at the building of the Tower of Babel, and thus became the language used by our Redeemer, the language not of confusion, but of grace. But the purpose of the present treatise is not to consider all the diverse languages, even of Europe, but only that of Italy. Yet in Italy alone there is an immense variety of speech, and no one of the varieties is the true Italian language. That true, illustrious, courtly tongue is to be found nowhere in common use, but everywhere in select usage. It is the common speech, quote, "freed from rude words, involved constructions, defective pronunciation, and rustic accent, excellent, clear, perfect, urbane, and elect, as it may be seen in the poems of Zeno da Pistoia and his friend," end quote. That friend being Dante himself. They have attained to the glory of the tongue, and, quote, "how glorious truly it renders its servants we ourselves know, who to the sweetness of its glory hold our exile as naught." End quote. This illustrious language, then, is the select Italian tongue, the tongue of the excellent poets in every part of Italy, and how and by whom it is to be used, it is the purpose of this treatise to show. The second book begins with the doctrine that the best speech is appropriate to the best conceptions, but the best conceptions exist only where there is learning and genius, and the best speech is consequently that only of those who possess them, and only the best subjects are worthy of being treated in it. These subjects fall under three heads: that of utility or safety, which it is the object of arms to secure; that of delight, which is the end of love; that of worthiness, which is attained by virtue. These are the topics of the illustrious poets in the vulgar tongue, and of these, among the Italians, Zeno da Pistoia has treated of love, and his friend, Dante, of rectitude. The remainder of the second book is given to the various forms of poetry, the canzone, the ballata, the sonnet, and to the rules of versification. The work breaks off unfinished in the middle of a sentence. There were to have been at least 2 books more, but fragment as it is, the treatise is an invaluable document in the illustration of Dante's study of his own art, in its exhibition of his breadth of view, and in its testimony to his own consciousness of his position as the master of his native tongue, and as the poet of righteousness. He failed in his estimate of himself only as it fell short of the truth. He found the common tongue of Italy unformed, unstable, limited in powers of expression. He shaped it not only for his own needs, but for the needs of the Italian race. He developed its latent powers, enlarged its resources, and determined its form. The language as he used it is essentially the language of today. Not less so than the language of Shakespeare is the English of our use. In his poetic diction, there is little that is not in accord with later usage, and while in prose the language has become more flexible, its constructions more varied and complex, its rhythm more perfected, his prose style at its best still remains unsurpassed in vigor, in directness, and in simplicity. Changeful from generation to generation as language is, and as Dante recognized it to be, it has not so changed in 600 years that his tongue has become strange. There is no similar example in any other modern literature. The force of his genius, which thus gave to the form of his work a perpetual contemporaneousness, gave it also to the substance. And though the intellectual convictions of men have changed far more than their language, yet Dante's position as the poet of righteousness remains supreme. It is surprising that with such a vast and difficult work as the Divine Comedy engaging him, Dante should have found time and strength during his exile for the writing of treatises in prose so considerable as that on the common tongue, and the much longer and more important book which he called Il Convivio or Il Convito, the Banquet. It is apparent from various references in the course of the work that it was at least mainly written between 1307 and 1310. Its design was of large scope. It was to be composed of 15 parts or treatises, but of these only 4 were completed, and such is their character, both as regards their exhibition of the poet's nature and their exposition of the multifarious topics of philosophy, of science, and of morals treated in them, that the student of Dante and of medieval thought cannot but feel a deep regret at the failure of the poet to carry his undertaking to its intended close. But though the work is imperfect as a whole, each of its 4 parts is complete and practically independent in itself. Dante's object in the book was twofold. His opening words are a translation of what Matthew Arnold calls, quote, "that buoyant and immortal sentence with which Aristotle begins his metaphysics. All mankind naturally desire knowledge." End quote. But few can attain to what is desired by all, and innumerable are they who live always famished for want of this food. Quote, "O blessed are the few who sit at that table where the bread of the angels is eaten, and wretched they who have food in common with the herds. I, therefore, who do not sit at the blessed table, but having fled from the pasture of the crowd, gather up at the feet of those who sit at it what falls from them, and through the sweetness I taste in that which little by little I pick up, know the wretched life of those whom I have left behind me, and moved with pity for them, not forgetting myself, have reserved something for these wretched ones." End quote. These crumbs were the substance of the banquet which he proposed to spread for them. It was to have 14 courses, and each of these courses was to have for its principal viand a canzone, of which the subject should be love and virtue, and the bread served with each course was to be the exposition of these poems, which, for want of this exposition, lay under the shadow of obscurity, so that by many their beauty was more esteemed than their goodness. They were in appearance mere poems of love, but under this aspect they concealed their true meaning, for the lady of his love was none other than philosophy herself, and not sensual passion, but virtue was their moving cause. The fear of reproach to which this misinterpretation might give occasion, and the desire to impart teaching which others could not give, were the two motives of his work. There is much in the method and style of the Convito, which in its cumbrous artificiality exhibits an early stage in the exposition of thought in literary form, but Dante's earnestness of purpose is apparent in many passages of manly simplicity, and inspires life into the dry bones of his formal scholasticism. The book is a mingling of biographical narrative, shaped largely by the ideals of the imagination, with expositions of philosophical doctrine, disquisitions on matters of science, and discussion of moral truths. But one controlling purpose runs through all: to help men to attain that knowledge which shall lead them into the paths of righteousness. For his theory of knowledge is, that it is the natural and innate desire of the soul, as essential to its own perfection in its ultimate union with God. The use of the reason, through which he partakes of the divine nature, is the true life of man. Its right use in the pursuit of knowledge leads to philosophy, which is, as its name signifies, the love of wisdom, and its end is the attainment of virtue. It is because of imperfect knowledge that the love of man is turned to fallacious objects of desire, and his reason is perverted. Knowledge, then, is the prime source of good, ignorance of evil. Through knowledge to wisdom is the true path of the soul in this life on her return to her Maker, to know whom is her native desire and her perfect beatitude. In the exposition of these truths and their various relations, a multitude of topics of interest are touched upon, and a multitude of opinions expressed which exhibit the character of Dante's mind, and the vast extent of the acquisitions by which his studies had enriched it. The intensity of his moral convictions and the firmness of his moral principles are no less striking in the discourse than the nobility of his genius and the breadth of his intellectual view. Limited and erroneous as are many of his scientific conceptions, there is little trace of superstition or bigotry in his opinions, and though his speculations rest on a false conception of the universe, the revolting dogmas of the common medieval theology in respect to the human and the divine nature find no place in them. The mingling of fancy with fact, the unsoundness of the premises from which conclusions are drawn, the errors in belief and in argument, do not affect the main object of his writing, and the Convito may still be read with sympathy and with profit, as a treatise of moral doctrine by a man the loftiness of whose intelligence rose superior to the hampering limitations of his age. In its general character and in its biographical revelations, the Banquet forms a connecting link between the new life and the Divine Comedy. It is not possible to frame a complete reconciliation between all the statements of the Banquet in respect to Dante's experience after the death of Beatrice, and the narrative of them in the new life, nor is it necessary if we allow due place to the poetic and allegoric interpretation of events natural to Dante's genius. In the last part of The New Life, he tells of his infidelity to Beatrice in yielding himself to the attraction of a compassionate lady, in whose sight he found consolation. But the infidelity was of short duration, and repenting it, he returned with renewed devotion to his only love. In the Convito, he tells us that the compassionate lady was no living person, but was the image of philosophy, in whose teaching he had found comfort, and the poems which he then wrote, and which had the form, and were in the terms of poems of love, were properly to be understood as addressed not to any earthly lady, but to the lady of the understanding, the most noble and beautiful philosophy, the daughter of God. And as this image of philosophy, as the fairest of women, whose eyes and whose smile reveal the joys of paradise, gradually took clear form, it coalesced with the image of Beatrice herself, she who on earth had been the type to her lover of the beauty of eternal things, and who had revealed to him the Creator in his creature. But now, having become one of the blessed in heaven, with a spiritual beauty transcending all earthly charm, she was no longer merely a type of heavenly things, but herself the guide to the knowledge of them, and the divinely commissioned revealer of the wisdom of God. She, looking on the face of God, reflected its light upon him who loved her. She was one with divine philosophy, and as such she appears in living form in the Divine Comedy, and discloses to her lover the truth which is the native desire of the soul, and in the attainment of which is beatitude. It is this conception which forms the bond of union between the new life, the Banquet, and the Divine Comedy, and not merely as literary compositions, but as autobiographical records. Dante's life and his work are not to be regarded apart. They form a single whole, and they possess a dramatic development of unparalleled consistency and unity. The course of the events of his life shaped itself in accordance with an ideal of the imagination, and to this ideal his works correspond. His first writing in his poems of love and in the story of the new life, forms, as it were, the first act of a drama which proceeds from act to act in its presentation of his life, with just proportion and due sequence, to its climax and final scene in the last words of the Divine Comedy. It is as if fate had foreordained the dramatic unity of his life and work, and impressing her decree upon his imagination, had made him her more or less conscious instrument in its fulfillment. Had Dante written only his prose treatises and his minor poems, he would still have come down to us as the most commanding literary figure of the Middle Ages, the first modern with a true literary sense, the writer of love verses whose imagination was at once more delicate and more profound than that of any among the long train of his successors, save Shakespeare alone, and more free from sensual stain than that of Shakespeare. The poet of sweetest strain and fullest control of the resources of his art, the scholar of largest acquisition and of completest mastery over his acquisitions, and the moralist with higher ideals of conduct and more enlightened conceptions of duty than any other of the period to which he belonged. All this he would have been, and this would have secured for him a place among the immortals. But all this has but a comparatively small part in raising him to the station which he actually occupies, and in giving to him the influence which he still exerts. It was in the Divine Comedy that his genius found its full expression, and it is to this supreme poem that all his other work serves as substructure. The general scheme of this poem seems to have been early formed by him, and its actual composition was the main occupation of his years of exile, and must have been its main, one might say its sufficient, consolation. Never was a book of wider scope devised by man, and never was one more elaborate in detail, more varied in substance, or more complete in execution. It is unique in the consistency of its form with its spirit. It possesses such organic unity and proportion as to resemble a work of the creative spirit of nature herself. The motive which inspired Dante in the Divine Comedy had its source in his sense of the wretchedness of man in this mortal life, owing to the false direction of his desires, through his ignorance and his misuse of his free will, the chief gift of God to him. The only means of rescue from this wretchedness was the exercise by man of his reason, enlightened by the divine grace in the guidance of his life. To convince man of this truth, to bring home to him the conviction of the eternal consequences of his conduct in this world, to show him the path of salvation, was Dante's aim. As poet, he had received a divine commission to perform this work. To him the 10 talents had been given, and it was for him to put them to the use for which they had been bestowed. It was a consecrated task to which both heaven and earth set their hand, and a loftier task was never undertaken. It was to be accomplished by expounding the design of God in the creation, by setting forth the material and moral order of the universe, and the share of man in that order, and his consequent duty and destiny. This was not to be done in the form of abstract propositions addressed to the understanding, but in a poetic narrative which should appeal to the heart and arouse the imagination, a narrative in which human life should be portrayed as an unbroken spiritual existence, prefiguring in its mortal aspects and experience its immortal destiny. The poem was not to be a mere criticism of life, but a solution of its mystery, an explanation of its meaning, and a guide of its course. To give force and effect to such a design, the narrative must be one of personal experience, so conceived as to be a type of the universal experience of man. The poem was to be an allegory, and in making himself its protagonist, Dante assumed a double part. He represents both the individual Dante, the actual man, and that man as the symbol of man in general. His description of his journey through hell, purgatory, and paradise has a literal veracity, and under the letter is the allegory of the conduct and consequences of all human life. The literal meaning and the allegorical are the web and the woof of the fabric, in which the separate incidents are interwoven with twofold thread, in designs of infinite variety, complexity, and beauty. In the journey through hell, Dante represents himself as guided by Virgil, who has been sent to his aid on the perilous way by Beatrice, incited by the Holy Virgin herself in her infinite compassion for one who has strayed from the true way in the dark forest of the world. Virgil is the type of the right reason, that reason whose guidance, if followed, leads man to the attainment of the moral virtues, by the practice of which sin may be avoided, but which by themselves are not enough for salvation. These were the virtues of the virtuous heathen, unenlightened by divine revelation. Through the world of whose evil hell is the type and fulfillment, reason is the sufficient guide and guard along the perilous paths which man must traverse, exposed to the assaults of sin, subject to temptation, and compelled to face the very devil himself. And when at last, worn and wearied by long continued effort, and repentant of his frequent errors, he has overcome temptation, and entered on a course of purification through suffering and penitence, whereby he may obtain forgiveness and struggle upward to the height of moral virtue, reason still suffices to lead him on the difficult ascent, until he reaches the security and the joy of having overcome the world. But now reason no longer is sufficient. Another guide is needed to lead the soul through heavenly paths to the attainment of the divine virtues of faith, hope, and charity, by which the soul is made fit for paradise. And here Beatrice, the type of theology, or knowledge of the things of God, takes the place of Virgil, and conducts the purified and redeemed soul on its return to its divine source, to the consummation of its desires and its bliss in the vision of God himself. Such is the general scheme of the poem, in which the order of the universe is displayed and the life of man depicted in scenes of immense dramatic variety and of unsurpassed imaginative reality. It embraces the whole field of human experience. Nature, art, the past, the present, learning, philosophy, all contribute to it. The mastery of the poet over all material which can serve him is complete. The force of his controlling imagination corresponds with the depth and intensity of his moral purpose, and herein lies the exceptional character of the poem, as at once a work of art of supreme beauty and a work of didactic morals of supreme significance. Art indeed cannot, if it would, divorce itself from morals. Into every work of art, whether the artist intend it or not, enters a moral element. But in art, beauty does not submit to be subordinated to any other end, and it is the marvel in Dante that while his main intent is didactic, he attains it by a means of art so perfect that only in a few rare passages does beauty fall a sacrifice to doctrine. The Divine Comedy is indeed not less incomparable in its beauty than in its vast compass, the variety of its interest, and in the harmony of its form with its spirit. In his lectures on translating Homer, Mr. Arnold, speaking of the meter of Paradise Lost, says, quote, "To this meter, as used in the Paradise Lost, our country owes the glory of having produced one of the only two poetical works in the grand style which are to be found in the modern languages. The Divine Comedy of Dante is the other." End quote. But Mr. Arnold does not point out the extraordinary fact in regard to the style of the Divine Comedy, that this poem stands at the beginning of modern literature, that there was no previous modern standard of style, that the language was molded and the verse invented by Dante, that he did not borrow his style from the ancients, and that when he says to Virgil, quote, "Thou art he from whom I took the fair style that has done me honor," end quote, he meant only that he had learned from him the principles of noble and adequate poetic expression. The style of the Divine Comedy is as different from that of the Aeneid as it is from that of Paradise Lost. There are few other works of man, perhaps there is no other, which afford such evidence as the Divine Comedy of uninterrupted consistency of purpose, of sustained vigor of imagination, and of steady force of character, controlling alike the vagaries of the poetic temperament, the wavering of human purpose, the fluctuation of human powers, and the untowardness of circumstance. From beginning to end of this work of many years, there is no flagging of energy, no indication of weakness. The shoulders, burdened by a task almost too great for mortal strength, never tremble under their load. The contrast between the inner and the outer life of Dante is one of the most impressive pictures of human experience. The pain, the privation, the humiliation of outward circumstance so bitter, so prolonged, the joy, the fullness, the exaltation of inward condition so complete, the achievement so great. Above all other poetry, the Divine Comedy is the expression of high character, and of a manly nature of surpassing breadth and tenderness of sympathy, of intensity, of moral earnestness, and elevation of purpose. One closes the narrative of Dante's life and the study of his works with the conviction that he was not only one of the greatest among poets, but a man whose character gives to his poetry its highest and its most enduring interest. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Channon. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 7. Excerpts from The New Life and The Banquet by Dante Alighieri. The New Life. 1. The Beginning of Love. 9 times now, since my birth, the heaven of light had turned almost to the same point in its own gyration, when the glorious lady of my mind, who was called Beatrice by many, who knew not why she was so called, first appeared before my eyes. She had already been in this life so long that in its course the starry heaven had moved toward the region of the east, one of the 12 parts of a degree, so that at about the beginning of her 9th year she appeared to me, and I near the end of my 9th year saw her. She appeared to me clothed in a most noble colour, a modest and becoming crimson, and she was girt and adorned in such wise as befitted her very youthful age. From that time forward, love lorded it over my soul, which had been so speedily wedded to him, and he became to exercise over me such control and such lordship, through the power which my imagination gave to him, that it behoved me to do completely all his pleasure. He commanded me oft times that I should seek to see this youthful angel, so that I in my boyhood often went seeking her, and saw her of such noble and praiseworthy deportment, that truly of her might be said that word of the poet Homer, "She seems not the daughter of mortal men, but of God." And though her image, which stayed constantly with me, gave assurance to love to hold lordship over me, yet it was of such noble virtue that it never suffered love to rule me without the faithful counsel of the reason in those matters in which it was useful to hear such counsel. And since to dwell upon the passions and actions of such early youth seems like telling an idle tale, I will leave them, and, passing over many things which might be drawn from the original where these lie hidden, I will come to those words which are written in my memory under larger paragraphs. 2. The first salutation of his lady. When so many days had passed that 9 years were exactly complete since the above-described apparition of this most gentle lady, on the last of these days it happened that this admirable lady appeared to me, clothed in purest white, between 2 gentle ladies who were of greater age. And passing along a street, she turned her eyes toward that place where I stood very timidly, and by her ineffable courtesy, which is today rewarded in the eternal world, saluted me with such virtue that it seemed to me then that I saw all the bounds of bliss. And since it was the first time that her words came to my ears, I took in such sweetness that, as it were intoxicated, I turned away from the folk, and betaking myself to the solitude of my own chamber, I sat myself down to think of this most courteous lady. And thinking of her, a sweet slumber overcame me, in which a marvellous vision appeared to me. And, when I awoke, thinking on what had appeared to me, I resolved to make it known to many who were famous poets at that time, and since I had already seen in myself the art of discourse in rhyme, I resolved to make a sonnet, in which I would salute all the liegemen of love, and would write to them that which I had seen in my slumber. 3. The praise of his lady. Inasmuch as through my looks many persons had learnt the secret of my heart, certain ladies who were met together, taking pleasure in one another's company, were well acquainted with my heart, because each of them had witnessed many of my discomfitures. And I, passing near them, as chance led me, was called by one of these gentle ladies, and she who had called me was a lady of very pleasing speech, so that when I drew nigh to them, and saw plainly that my most gentle lady was not among them, reassuring myself, I saluted them, and asked what might be their pleasure. The ladies were many, and certain of them were laughing together. There were many others who were looking at me, awaiting what I might say. There were others who were talking together, one of whom, turning her eyes towards me, and calling me by my name, said these words, "To what end lovest thou this thy lady, since thou canst not sustain her presence? Tell it to us, for surely the end of such a love must be most strange." And when she had said these words to me, not only she, but all the others, began to await with their look my reply. Then I said to them these words, "My ladies, the end of my love was formerly and salutation of this lady of whom you perchance are thinking, and in that dwelt the beatitude, which was the end of all my desires. But since it has pleased her to deny it to me, my Lord Love, through his grace, has placed all my beatitude in that which cannot fail me." Then these ladies began to speak together, and as sometimes we see rain falling mingled with beautiful snow, so it seemed to me I saw their words issue mingled with sighs. And after they had somewhat spoken among themselves, this lady who had first spoken to me said to me yet these words, "We pray thee that thou tell us wherein consists this beatitude of thine." And I, replying to her, said thus, "In those words which praise my lady." And she replied, "If thou hast told us the truth, those words which thou hadst said to her, setting forth thine own condition, must have been composed with other intent." Then I, thinking on these words, as if ashamed, departed from them, and went saying within myself, "Since there is such beatitude in those words which praise my lady, why has my speech been of aught else?" And therefore I resolved always henceforth to take for theme of my speech that which should be the praise of this most gentle one. And thinking much on this, I seemed to myself to have undertaken a theme too lofty for me, so that I dared not to begin. And thus I tarried some days with desire to speak, and with fear of beginning. Then it came to pass that, walking on a road alongside of which was flowing a very clear stream, So great a desire to say something in verse came upon me, that I began to consider the method I should observe, and I thought that to speak of her would not be becoming, unless I were to speak to ladies in the second person, and not to every lady, but only to those who are gentle, and are not women merely. Then I say that my tongue spoke as if moved of its own accord, and said, "Ladies that have intelligence of love." These words I laid up in my mind with great joy, thinking to take them for my beginning. Wherefore then, having returned to the above-mentioned city, after some days of thought, I began to canzone with this beginning. 4. The loveliness of his lady. This most gentle lady, of whom there has been discourse in the preceding words, came into such favour among the people, and when she passed along the way, persons ran to see her, which gave me wonderful joy. And when she was near anyone, such modesty came into his heart that he dared not raise his eyes or return her salutation. And of this many, as having experienced it, could bear witness for me to whoso might not believe it. She, crowned and clothed with humility, took her way, showing no pride in that which she saw and heard. Many said, when she had passed, "This is not a woman. Rather she is one of the most beautiful angels of heaven." And others said, "She is a marvel. Blessed be the Lord who can work thus admirably." I say that she showed herself so gentle and so full of all pleasantness, that those who looked on her comprehended in themselves a pure and sweet delight, such as they could not after tell in words. Nor was there any who might look upon her, but that at first he needs must sigh. These and more admirable things proceeded from her admirably, and with power. Wherefore I, thinking upon this, desiring to resume the style of her praise, resolved to say words in which I would set forth her admirable and excellent influences, to the end that not only those who might actually behold her, but also others, should know of her whatever words could tell. Then I devised this sonnet. So gentle and so gracious doth appear my lady when she giveth her salute, that every tongue becometh trembling mute. Nor do the eyes to look upon her dare, although she hears her praises, she doth go, benignly vested with humility, and like a thing came down she seems to be, from heaven to earth a miracle to show, so pleaseth she whoever cometh nigh. She gives the heart a sweetness through the eyes, which none can understand who doth not prove. And from her countenance there seems to move a spirit sweet in love's very guise, who to the soul in going saith, sigh. 5. The death of his lady. After that I began to think one day upon what I had said of my lady, that is, in these 2 preceding sonnets, and seeing in my thought that I had not spoken of that which at the present time she wrought in me, it seemed to me that I had spoken defectively, and therefore I resolved to say words in which I would tell how I seemed to myself to be disposed to her influence, and how her virtue wrought in me. And not believing that I could relate this in the brevity of a sonnet, I began then a canzone. Quomodo sedet sola civitas, plena populo, facta est quasi vidua domina gentium. How doth the city sit solitary that was full of people? How is she become as a widow? She that was great among the nations. I was yet full of the design of this canzone, and had completed one stanza thereof, when the Lord of Justice called his most gentle one to glory, under the banner of that holy Queen Mary, whose name was ever spoken with greatest reverence by this blessed Beatrice. 6. The anniversary of the death of his lady. On that day, on which the year was complete since this lady was made one of the denizens of life eternal, I was seated in a place where, having her in my mind, I was drawing an angel upon certain tablets, and while I was drawing it, I turned my eyes, and saw at my side men to whom it was meet to do honour. They were looking on what I did, and, as was afterwards told me, they had been there already some time before I became aware of it. When I saw them I rose, and saluting them said, "Another was just now with me, and on that account I was in thought." And when they had gone away I returned to my work, namely that of drawing figures of angels, and while doing this a thought came to me of saying words in rhyme, as if for an anniversary poem of her, and of addressing those persons who had come to me. After this, 2 gentle ladies sent to ask me to send them some of those rhymed words of mine. Wherefore I, thinking on their nobleness, resolved to send to them, and to make a new thing, which I would send to them with these, in order that I might fulfil their prayers with the more honour. And I devised then a sonnet which relates my condition, and I sent it to them. Beyond the sphere that widest orbit hath, passes the sigh which issues from my heart. A new intelligence doth love impart, in tears to him which guides his upward path. When at the place desired his course he stays, a lady he beholds in honour dight, who so doth shine that through her splendid light the pilgrim spirit upon her doth gaze. He sees her such that dark his words I find. When he reports his speech so subtle is, unto the grieving heart which makes him tell. But of that gentle one he speaks, I wis, since oft he bringeth Beatrice to mind, so that, O ladies dear, I understand him well. 7. The hope to speak more worthily of his lady. After this, a wonderful vision appeared to me, in which I saw things which made me resolve to speak no more of the Blessed One, until I could more worthily treat of her. And to attain to this, I studied to the utmost of my power, as she truly knows, so that if it shall please him, through whom all things live, that my life be prolonged for some years, I hope to say of her what was never said of any woman. And then may it please him who is the Lord of grace, that my soul may go to behold the glory of its lady, namely of that blessed Beatrice, who in glory looks upon the face of him, qui est per omnia secula benedictus, who is blessed forever. The translations from the Convito are made for A Library of the World's Best Literature by Professor Norton. The Convito. 1. The Consolation of Philosophy. When the first delight of my soul was lost, of which mention has already been made, I remained pierced with such affliction that no comfort availed me. Nevertheless, after some time, my mind, which was endeavouring to heal itself, undertook, since neither my own nor others' consoling availed, to turn to the mode which other comfortless ones had adopted for their consolation. And I set myself to reading that book of Boethius, not known to many, in which he, a prisoner and an exile, had consoled himself, and hearing moreover that Tully had written a book in which, treating of friendship, he had introduced words of consolation for Laelius, a most excellent man, on the death of Scipio, his friend. I set myself to read that, and although it was difficult for me at first to enter into their meaning, I finally entered into it, so far as my knowledge of Latin and a little of my own genius permitted, through which genius I already, as if in a dream, saw many things as may be seen in the new life. And as it sometimes happens that a man goes seeking silver, and beyond his expectation finds gold, which a hidden occasion affords, not perchance without divine guidance, so I, who was seeking to console myself, found not only relief for my tears, but the substance of authors, and of knowledge, and of books. Reflecting upon which, I came to the conclusion that philosophy, who was the lady of these authors, this knowledge and these books, was a supreme thing, and I imagined her as having the features of a gentle lady, and I could not imagine her in any but a compassionate act. Wherefore my sense so willingly admired her in truth that I could hardly turn it from her. And after this imagination I began to go there where she displayed herself truly, that is to say, to the school of the religious, and to the disputations of the philosophers, so that in a short time, perhaps in 30 months, I began to feel so much of her sweetness that the love of her chased away and destroyed every other thought. The Banquet. 2:13. 2. The desire of the soul. The supreme desire of everything, and that first given by nature, is to return to its source. And since God is the source of our souls, and maker of them in his own likeness, as is written, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness," to him this soul desires above all to return. And as a pilgrim who goes along a road on which he never was before, thinks every house he sees afar off to be his inn, and not finding it so, directs his trust to the next, and thus from house to house, till he comes to the inn, so our soul at once, on entering the new and untravelled road of this life, turns her eyes to the goal of her supreme good, and therefore whatever thing she sees which seems to have in it some good, she believes to be that. And because her knowledge at first is imperfect, not being experienced or instructed, small goods seem to her great, therefore she begins with desiring them. Wherefore we see children desire exceedingly an apple, and then proceeding further, desire a little bird, and further still, a beautiful dress, and then a horse, and then a woman, and then riches not great, and then greater, and then as great as can be. And this happens because in none of these does she find that which she is seeking, and she trusts to find it further on. Truly this way is lost by error as the roads of earth are, for as from one city to another there is of necessity one best and straightest way, and another that always leads away from it, that is, on which goes in another direction, and many others, some less diverging, and some approaching less near. So in human life are divers roads, of which one is the truest, and another the most deceitful, and certain ones less deceitful, and certain less true. And as we see that which goes straightest to the city fulfills desire, and gives repose after weariness, and that which goes contrary never fulfills it, and can never give repose, so it falls out in our life, The good traveller arrives at the goal and repose. The mistaken never arrives there, but with much weariness of his mind always looks forward with greedy eyes. The Banquet, 4:12. 3. The noble soul at the end of life. The noble soul in old age returns to God, as to that port whence she set forth on the sea of this life. And as the good mariner, when he approaches port, furls his sails, and with slow course gently enters it, so should we furl the sails of our worldly affairs, and turn to God with our whole mind and heart, so that we may arrive at the port with all sweetness and peace. And in regard to this, we have from our own nature a great lesson of sweetness, that in such a death as this there is no pain nor any bitterness, but as a ripe fruit is easily and without violence detached from its twig, so our soul without affliction is parted from the body in which it has been. And just as to him who comes from a long journey, before he enters into the gate of his city, the citizens thereof go forth to meet him, so the citizens of the eternal life come to meet the noble soul, and they do so through her good deeds and contemplations. For having now rendered herself to God, and withdrawn herself from worldly affairs and thoughts, she seems to see those whom she believes to be nigh unto God. Hear what Tully says in the person of the good Cato. With ardent zeal I lifted myself up to see your fathers whom I had loved, and not them only, but also those of whom I had heard speak. The noble soul then at this age renders herself to God and awaits the end of life with great desire, and it seems to her that she is leaving the inn and returning to her own house. It seems to her that she is leaving the road and returning to the city. It seems to her that she is leaving the sea and returning to port. And also the noble soul at this age blesses the past times, and may well she bless them, because revolving them through her memory she recalls her right deeds, without which she could not arrive with such great riches or so great gain at the port to which she is approaching. And she does like the good merchant, who when he draws near his port examines his getting and says, "Had I not passed along such a way, I should not have this treasure, nor have gained that which I may enjoy in my city, to which I am drawing near." And therefore he blesses the way which he has come. The Banquet, 4:28. End of section 7. Recorded by Michael Chennon.
Section 8 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 8. Excerpts from Dante's Divine Comedy. Hell, by Dante. Canto 1. The entrance on the journey through the eternal world. Dante, astray in a wood, reaches the foot of a hill, which he begins to ascend. He is hindered by 3 beasts. He turns back and is met by Virgil, who proposes to guide him into the eternal world. Midway upon the road of our life, I found myself within a dark wood, for the right way had been missed. Ah, how hard a thing it is to tell what this wild and rough and dense wood was, which in thought renews the fear. So bitter is it that death is little more. But in order to treat of the good that I found, I will tell of the other things that I saw there. I cannot well recount how I entered it, so full was I of slumber at that point, where I abandoned the true way. But after I had arrived at the foot of the hill, where that valley ended which had pierced my heart with fear, I looked on high and saw its shoulders clothed already with the rays of the planet that leads men aright along every path. Then was the fear a little quieted, which in the lake of my heart had lasted through the night that I passed so piteously. And even as one who, with spent breath, issued out of the sea upon the shore, turns to the perilous water and gazes, so did my soul, which still was flying, turn back to look again upon the pass, which never had a living person left. After I had rested a little my weary body, I took my way again along the desert slope, so that the firm foot was always the lower, and lo, almost at the beginning of the steep, a she-leopard, light and very nimble, which was covered with a spotted coat. She did not move from before my face, nay, rather hindered so my road, that to return I oftentimes had turned. The time was at the beginning of the morning, and the sun was mounting upward with those stars that were with him, when love divine first set in motion those beautiful things, so that the hour of the time and the sweet season were occasion of good hope to me concerning that wild beast with the dappled skin. But not so that the sight which appeared to me of a lion did not give me fear. He seemed to be coming against me, with head high and with ravening hunger, so that it seemed that the air was affrighted at him. And a she-wolf, who with all craving seemed laden in her meagreness, and already had made folk to live forlorn. She caused me so much heaviness with the fear that came from sight of her, that I lost hope of the height. And such as he is who gains willingly, and the time arrives that makes him lose, who in all his thoughts weeps and is sad. Such made me the beast without repose, that coming on against me, little by little, was pushing me back thither, where the sun is silent. While I was falling back to the low place, before mine eyes appeared one who through long silence seemed faint-voiced. When I saw him in the great desert, "Have pity on me," I cried to him, "whatso thou art, or shade, or real man." He answered me, "Not man, man once I was, and my parents were Lombards and Mantuans, by country both. I was born sub Julio, though late, and I live at Rome under the good Augustus, in the time of the false and lying gods. Poet was I, and sang of that just son of Anchises, who came from Troy after proud Eliot had been burned. But thou, why returnest thou to so great annoy? Why dost thou not ascend the delectable mountain, which is the source and cause of every joy? Art thou then that Virgil, and that fount which poureth forth so large a stream of speech?" replied I to him with bashful front. "O honor and light of the other poets, may the long study avail me, and the great love which have made me search thy volume. Thou art my master and my author. Thou alone art he from whom I took the fair style that has done me honor. Behold the beast because of which I turned. Help me against her, famous sage, for she makes my veins and pulses tremble." "Thee it behooves to hold another course," he replied, when he saw me weeping, "if thou wishest to escape from this savage place, for this beast, because of which thou criest out, lest not anyone pass along her way, but so hinders him that she kills him. And she has a nature so malign and evil that she never sates her greedy will, and after food is hungrier than before. Many are the animals with which she wives, and there shall be more yet, till the hound shall come that will make her die of grief. He shall hunt her through every town, till he shall have set her back in hell, there whence envy first sent her forth. Wherefore I think and deem it for thy best that thou follow me, and I will be thy guide, and will lead thee hence through the eternal place, where thou shalt hear the despairing shrieks, shalt see the ancient spirits woeful, who each proclaim the second death. And then thou shalt see those who are contented in the fire, because they hope to come, whenever it may be, to the blessed folk, to whom, if thou wilt thereafter ascend, there shall be a soul more worthy than I for that. With her I will leave thee at my departure, for the emperor, who reigneth there above, because I was rebellious to his law, wills not that into his city any one should come through me. In all parts he governs, and there he reigns. There is his city and his lofty seat. O happy he whom thereto he elects, and I to him, poet, I beseech thee, that my God, whom thou didst not know, in order that I may escape this ill and worse, and that thou lead me thither, where thou now hast said, so that I may see the gate of St. Peter, and those whom thou makest so afflicted. Then he moved on, and I behind him kept. Canto 2. The entrance on the journey through the eternal world continued. Dante, doubtful of his own powers, is discouraged. Virgil cheers him by telling him that he has been sent to his aid by a blessed spirit from heaven. Dante casts off fear, and the poets proceed. The day was going, and the dusky air was taking the living things that are on earth from their fatigues, and I alone was preparing to sustain the war alike on the road, and of the woe which the mind that errs not shall retrace. O Muses, O lofty genius, now assist me. O mind that didst inscribe that which I saw, here shall thy nobility appear. I began. Poet that guidest me, consider my virtue. If it be sufficient, ere to the deep pass thou trustest me. Thou sayest that the parent of Silvius, while still corruptible, went to the immortal world, and was there in the body. Wherefore, if the adversary of every ill was then courteous, thinking on the high effect that should proceed from him, and on the who and the what, it seemeth not unmeet to a man of understanding. For in the imperial heaven he had been chosen for father of revered Rome and of her empire, both which, to say truth indeed, were ordained for the holy place where the successor of the greater Peter has his seat. Through this going, whereof thou givest him vaunt, he learned things which were the cause of his victory, and of the papal mantle. Afterward the chosen vessel went thither to bring thence comfort to that faith, which is the beginning of the way of salvation. But I, why go I thither? Or who concedes it? I am not Aeneas, I am not Paul. Me worthy of this? Neither I nor others think. Wherefore, if I give myself up to go, I fear lest that the going may be mad. Thou art wise, thou understandest better than I speak. And as is he who unwills what he willed, and because of new thoughts changes his design, so that he quite withdraws from beginning, such I became on that dark hillside. Wherefore, in my thought, I abandoned the enterprise which had been so hasty in its beginning. If I have rightly understood thy speech, replied that shade of the magnanimous one, thy soul is hurt by cowardice, which oftentimes encumbers a man, so that it turns him back from honorable enterprise, as fault-seeing doth a beast when it is startled. In order that thou loose thee from this fear, I will tell thee wherefore I have come, and what I heard the first moment that I grieved for thee. I was among those who are suspended, and a lady called me, so blessed and beautiful that I besought her to command. Her eyes were more lucent than the star, and she began to speak to me, sweet and low, with angelic voice, in her own tongue. O courteous Mantuan soul, of whom the fame yet lasts in the world, and shall last so long as the world endures, a friend of mine, and not of fortune, is upon the desert hillside, so hindered on his road that he is turned for fear, and I am afraid, through that which I have heard of him in heaven, lest he already be so astray that I may have risen late to his succor. Now, do thou move, and with thy speech ornate, and with whatever is needful for his deliverance, assist him, so that I may be consoled for him. I am Beatrice, who make thee go. I come from a place whither I desire to return. Love moved me and makes me speak. When I shall be before our Lord, I will commend thee often to him. Then she was silent, and thereupon I began. O Lady of Virtue, thou alone, through whom the human race surpasses, all contained within that heaven, which has the smallest circles, so pleasing unto me is thy command, and that to obey it, were it already done, were slow to me. Thou hast no need, further, to open unto me thy will, but tell me the cause why thou guardest not thyself from descending down here into this centre, from the ample place whither thou burnest to return. Since thou wishest to know so inwardly, I will tell thee briefly, she replied to me. Wherefore I am not afraid to come here within. One ought to be afraid of those things only that have power to do another harm. Of other things not, for they are not fearful. I am made by God. Thanks be to him, such that your misery touches me not, nor does the flame of this burning assail me. A gentle lady is in heaven, who hath pity for this hindrance whereto I send thee, so that stern judgment there above she breaks. She summoned Lucia in her request, and said, Thy faithful one now hath need of thee, and unto thee I commend him. Lucia, the foe of every cruel one, rose, and came to the place where I was, seated with the ancient Rachel. She said, Beatrice, true praise of God, why dost thou not succor him who so loved thee, that for thee he came forth from the vulgar throng? Dost thou not hear the pity of his plaint? Dost thou not see the death that combats him beside the stream, whereof the sea hath no vaunt? In the world never were persons swift to seek their good, and to fly their harm as I, after these words were uttered, came here below from my blessed seat, putting my trust in thy upright speech, which honors thee and them who have heard it. After she had said this to me, weeping, she turned her lucent eyes, whereby she made me more speedy in coming. And it came to thee as she willed. Thee have I delivered from that wild beast that took from thee the short ascent of the beautiful mountain. What is it then? Why dost thou hold back? Why dost thou harbor such cowardice in thy heart? Why hast thou not daring and boldness, since 3 blessed ladies care for thee in the court of heaven, and my speech pledges thee such good? As flowerets bend, enclosed by the chill of night, after the sun shines on them, straighten themselves, all open on their stem, so my weak virtue became, and such good daring hastened to my heart, that I began like one enfranchised. O compassionate, she who succored, and thou courteous, who did speedily obey the true words that she addressed to thee. Thou, by thy words, hast so disposed my heart with desire of going, that I have returned unto my first intent. Go on now, for one sole will is in us both, thou leader, thou lord, and thou master. Thus I said to him, and when he had moved on, I entered along the deep and savage road. Canto 5. The punishment of carnal sinners. The second circle, that of carnal sinners, minus, shades renowned of old, Francesca da Rimini. Thus I descended from the first circle down into the second, which girdles less space and so much more woe that it goads to wailing. There abides Minos horribly and snarls. He examines the sins at the entrance. He judges, and he sends accordingly as he entwines himself. I mean that when the miscreant spirit comes there before him, it confesses itself holy, and that discerner of sins seizes what place of hell is for it. He girdles himself with his tail so many times as the degrees he wills it should be sent down. Always before him stand many of them. They go in turn, each to the judgment. They speak and hear, and then are whirled below. O thou that comest to the woeful inn, said Minos to me, when he saw me, leaving the act of so great an office, Beware how thou enterest, and to whom thou entrustest thyself. Let not the amplitude of the entrance deceive thee. Am I leader to him? Why then dost thou cry out? Hinder not his fated going. Thus is it willed, there where is power, to do that which is willed, and ask thou no more. Now the woeful notes begin to make themselves heard. Now am I come where much lamentation smites me. I had come into a place mute of all light, that bellows as the sea does in a tempest, if it be combated by opposing winds. The infernal hurricane that never rests carries along the spirits with its rapine. Whirling and smiting, it molests them. When they arrive before its rushing blast, here are shrieks and bewailing and lamenting. Here they blaspheme the power divine. I understood that to such torment are condemned the carnal sinners, who subject reason unto lust. And as their wings bear along the starlings in the cold season in a troop large and full, so that blast, the evil spirits, hither, thither, down, up, it carries them. No hope ever comforts them, not of repose, but even of less pain. And as the cranes go singing their lays, making in air a long line of themselves, so saw I come, uttering wails, shades borne along by the aforesaid strife. Wherefore I said, Master, who are those folk whom the black air so castigates? The first of these, of whom thou wishest to have knowledge, said he to me then, was Empress of many tongues. To the vice of luxury was she so abandoned that lust she made illicit in her law, to take away the blame she had incurred. She is Semiramis, of whom it is read that she succeeded Ninus, and had been his spouse. She held the land which the Soldan rules. The other is she who, for love, slew herself and broke faith to the ashes of Sychaeus. Next is Cleopatra, the luxurious. See Helen, for whom so long a line of ill revolved. And see the great Achilles, who at the end fought with love. See Paris, Tristan, and more than 1,000 shades he showed me with his finger, and named them whom love had parted from our life. After I heard my teacher name the dames of Eld and the cavaliers, pity overcame me, and I was well nigh bewildered. I began, Poet, willingly would I speak with those two that go together and seem to be so light upon the wind. And he to me, Thou shalt see, when they shall be nearer to us, and do thou then pray them by that love which leads them, and they will come. Soon as the wind sways them toward us, I lifted my voice. O weary souls, come speak to us, if one forbid it not. As doves, called by desire, with wings open and steady, fly through the air to their sweet nest, borne by their will, these issued from the troop, where Dido is, coming to us through the malign air, so strong was the compassionate cry. O living creature, gracious and benign, that goest through the lurid air, visiting us, who stained the world blood red, if the King of the universe were a friend, we would pray him for thy peace, since thou hast pity on our perverse ill. Of what it pleases thee to hear, and what to speak, we will hear, and we will speak to you, while the wind, as now, is hushed for us. The city where I was born sits upon the seashore, where the Po, with his followers, descends to have peace. Love, that on gentle heart quickly lays hold, seized him for the fair person that was taken from me, and the mode still hurts me. Love, which absolves no loved one from loving, seized me for the pleasing of him so strongly, as thou seest, it does not even now abandon me. Love brought us to one death. Cana waits him who quenched our life. These words were borne to us from them. Soon as I had heard those injured souls, I bowed my face and held it down until the poet said to me, What art thou thinking? When I replied, I began, Alas, how many sweet thoughts, how great desire led these unto the woeful pass. Then I turned me again to them, and I spoke, and began, Francesca, thy torments make me sad and piteous to weeping. But tell me, at the time of the sweet sighs, by what and how did love concede to you to know the dubious desires? And she to me, there is no greater woe than in misery to remember the happy time, and that thy teacher knows. But if to know the first root of our love thou hast so great a longing, I will do like one who weeps and tells. We were reading one day for delight of Lancelot, how love constrained him. We were alone and without any suspicion. Many times that reading made us lift our eyes and took the color from our faces, but only one point was that which overcame us, when we read of the longed-for smile being kissed by such a lover. This one, who never from me shall be divided, kissed my mouth all trembling. Galahad was the book, and he who wrote it. That day we read in it no farther. While one spirit said this, the other was weeping, so that through pity I swooned, as if I had been dying, and fell as a dead body falls. End of section 8. Section 9 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 9. Excerpts from Dante's Divine Comedy. Purgatory by Dante. Canto 27, The Final Purgation. Seventh Ledge, The Lustful. Passage through the Flames. Stairway in the Rock. Night upon the Stairs. Dream of Dante. Morning. Ascent to the Earthly Paradise. The Last Words of Virgil. As when he darts forth his first rays, there where his Maker shed his blood, Ebro falling tinder the lofty scales, and the waves in the Ganges scorched by noon. So the sun was now standing, so that the day was departing, when the glad angel of God appeared to us. Outside the flame he was standing on the bank, and was singing Beati mundo corde. Blessed are the pure in heart, in a voice far more living than ours. Then, no one goes further, ye holy souls, if first the fire sting not. Enter into it, and to the song beyond ye not deaf, he said to us when we were near him. Whereat I became such, when I heard him, as is he who in the pit is put, with hands clasped upwards. I stretched forward, looking at the fire and imagining vividly human bodies I had once seen burnt. The good escorts turned toward me, and Virgil said to me, My son, here may be torment, but not death. Bethink thee, and if I even upon Geryon guided thee safe, what shall I do now that I am nearer God? Believe for certain that if within the belly of this flame thou shouldst stand full 1,000 years, it could not make thee bald of one hair. And if thou perchance believest that I deceive thee, draw near to it, and make trial for thyself with thine own hands on the hem of thy garments. Put aside every fear, turn hitherward, and come on secure. And I, still motionless, and against conscience, when he saw me still stand, motionless and obdurate, he said, disturbed a little, Now see, son, between Beatrice and thee is this wall. As at the name of Thisbe, Pyramus, at the point of death, opened his eyelids and looked at her. What time the mulberry became vermilion. So my obduracy becoming softened, I turned me to the wise leader, hearing the name that in my memory is ever welling up. Whereat he nodded his head and said, How do we want to stay on this side? And then he smiled, as one doth at a child who is conquered by an apple. Then within the fire he set himself before me. praying Statius that he would come behind, who previously on the long road had divided us. When I was into boiling glass, I would have thrown myself to cool me, so without measure was the burning there. My sweet father, to encourage me, went talking ever of Beatrice, saying, I seem already to see her eyes. A voice was guiding us, which was singing on the other side, and we, ever attentive to it, came forth there where was the ascent. Venite, benedicte, patris mei. Come ye blessed of my Father, sounded within a light that was there such that it overcame me, and I could not look on it. The sun departs, it added, and the evening comes. Tarry not, but hasten your steps, so long as the west grows not dark. The way mounted straight through the rock in such direction that I cut off in front of me the rays of the sun, which was already low. And of a few stairs had we made essay ere, by the vanishing of the shadow. Both I and my sages perceived behind us the setting of the sun. And before the horizon, in all its immense regions, had become of one aspect, and night had all her dispensations, each of us made of a stair his bed. For the nature of the mountain took from us the power more than the delight of ascending. As goats, who have been swift and wayward on the peak's air, they are fed, become tranquil as they ruminate, silent in the shade while the sun is hot, watched by the herdsman, who on his staff is leaning and leaning guards them, and as the shepherd who lodges out of doors passes the night beside his quiet flock, watching that the wild beast may not scatter it. Such were we all three then. I like a goat, and they like shepherds, hemmed in on this side and on that by the high rock. Little of the outside could there appear, but through that little I saw the stars, both brighter and larger than their wont. Thus ruminating and thus gazing upon them, sleep overcame me, sleep which oft before a deed be done knows news thereof. At the hour, I think, when from the east on the mountain first beams Cytherea, who with fire of love seems always burning, I seemed in dream to see a lady, young and beautiful, going through a meadow, gathering flowers and singing. She was saying, let him know, whoso asks my name, that I am Leah, and I go moving my fair hands around to make myself a garland. To please me, at the glass, here I adorn me. But my sister Rachel never withdraws from her mirror, and sits all day. She is as fain to look with her fair eyes as I to adorn me with my hands. Her seeing and me doing satisfies. And now before the splendors which precede the dawn, and rise the more grateful unto pilgrims, as in returning they lodge less remote, and the shadows fled away on every side, and my sleep with them. Whereupon I rose, seeing my great masters already risen. That pleasant apple, which through so many branches the care of mortals goes seeking, today shall put in peace thy hungerings. Virgil used words such as these toward me, and never were there gifts which could be equal in pleasure to these. Such wish upon wish came to me to be above, that at every step thereafter I felt the feathers growing for my flight. When beneath us all the stairway had been run, and we were on the topmost step, Virgil fixed his eyes on me and said, the temporal fire and the eternal thou hast seen, son, and art come to a place where of myself no further onward I discern. I have brought thee here with understanding and with art. Thine own pleasure now take thou for guide. Forth art thou from the steep ways. Forth art thou from the narrow. See there the sun, which on thy front doth shine. See the young grass, the flowers, the shrubs, which here the earth of itself alone produces. Until rejoicing come the beautiful eyes, which weeping made me come to thee. Thou canst sit down, thou canst go among them. Expect no more or word or sign from me. Free, upright, and sane is thine own free will, and it would be wrong not to act according to its pleasure. Wherefore thee, over thyself, I crown and mitre. Cantos 30 and 31. The meeting with his lady in the earthly paradise. Beatrice appears. Departure of Virgil. Reproof of Dante by Beatrice. Confession of Dante. Passage of Lethe. Unveiling of Beatrice. When the septentrion of the first heaven, which never setting knew, nor rising, nor veil of other cloud than sin, and which was making every one there acquainted with his duty, as the lower makes whoever turns the helm to come to port, stop still, the truthful people, who had come first between the griffin and it, turned to the chariot as to their peace, and one of them, as if sent from heaven, singing, cried thrice, Veni sponsa de Libano. Come with me from Lebanon, my spouse, and all the others after. As the blessed, at the last trump, will arise swiftly, each from his tomb, singing hallelujah with recovered voice, so upon the divine chariot, ad vocem tante senis, at the voice of so great an elder, rose up 100 ministers and messengers of life eternal. All were saying, Benedictus qui venis, blessed thou that comest, and scattering flowers above and around, manibus o date lilia plenis, O give lilies with full hands. I have seen ere now, at the beginning of the day, the eastern region all rosy, while the rest of the heaven was beautiful with fair, clear sky, and the face of the sunrise shaded, so that through the tempering of vapors the eye sustained it a long while. Thus within a cloud of flowers, from which the angelic hands was ascending, and falling down again within and without, a lady, with olive wreath above a white veil, appeared to me, robed with the color of living flame beneath a green mantle. And my spirit, that now for so long a time had not been broken down, trembling with amazement at her presence, without having more knowledge by the eyes, through the occult virtue that proceeded from her, felt the great potency of ancient love. Soon as upon my sight the lofty virtue smote, which already had transfixed me ere I was out of boyhood, I turned me to the left with the confidence with which the little child runs to his mother when he is frightened, and when he is troubled, to say to Virgil, Less than a drachm of blood remains in me that doth not tremble. I recognize the signals of the ancient flame. But Virgil had left us, deprived of himself. Virgil, sweetest father, Virgil, to whom I for my salvation gave me. Nor did all which the ancient mother lost avail unto my cheeks, cleansed with dew, that they should not turn dark again with tears. Dante, though Virgil be gone away, weep not yet, for it behooves thee to weep by another sword. Like an admiral who, on poop or on prow, comes to see the people that are serving on the other ships, and encourages them to do well upon the left border of the chariot, when I turn me at the sound of my own name, which of necessity is registered here. I saw the lady, who had first appeared to me veiled beneath the angelic festival, directing her eyes toward me across the stream, although the veil which descended from her head, circled by the leaf of Minerva, did not allow her to appear distinctly. Royally, still haughty in her mien, she went on, as one who speaks and keeps back his warmest speech. Look at me well. I am indeed Beatrice. How hast thou deigned to approach the mountain? Didst thou know that man is happy here? My eyes fell down into the clear font, but seeing myself in it, I drew them to the grass. Such great shame burdened my brow. As to the son the mother seems proud, so she seemed to me, for somewhat bitter tasteth the savor of stern pity. She was silent, and the angels sang of a sudden, In te Domine speravi. In thee, O Lord, do I put my trust. But beyond pedes meos, my feet, they did not pass. Even as the snow among the living rafters upon the back of Italy is congealed, blown and packed by Slavonian winds, then melting trickles through itself, if only the land that loses shadow breathe, so that it seems a fire that melts the candle. So was I without tears and sighs before the song of those who time their notes after the notes of the eternal circles. But when I heard in their sweet accords their compassion for me, more than if they had said, Lady, why dost thou so confound him? The ice that was bound tight around my heart became breath and water, and with anguish poured from my breast through my mouth and eyes. She, still standing motionless on the aforesaid side of the chariot, then turned her words to those pious beings thus: Ye watch in the eternal day, so that nor night nor slumber robs from you one step the world may make along its ways. Wherefore my reply is, with greater care, that he who is weeping yonder may understand me, so that fault and grief may be of one measure. Not only through the working of the great wheels, which direct every seed to some end according as the stars are its companions, but through largesse of divine graces, which have for their reign vapors so lofty that our sight goes not near thereto. This man was such in his new life, virtually, that every right habit would have made admirable proof in him. But so much the more malign and more savage becomes the land ill sown and untilled, as it has more of good terrestrial vigor. Sometime did I sustain him with my face, showing my youthful eyes to him. I led him with me turned in the right direction. So soon as I was upon the threshold of my second age, and had changed life, this one took himself from me and gave himself to others. From flesh to spirit I had ascended, and beauty and virtue were increased in me. I was less dear and less pleasing to him, and he turned his steps along a way not true, following false images of good, which pay no promise in full. Nor did it avail me to win, by entreaty, inspirations with which, both in dream and otherwise, I called him back. So little did he heed them, so low he fell, that all means for his salvation were already short, save showing him the lost people. For this I visited the gate of the dead, and to him who has conducted him up hither, my prayers were borne with weeping. The high decree of God would be broken, if Lethe should be passed, and such viands should be tasted without any scot of repentance, which may pour forth tears. O thou who art on the further side of the sacred river, turning her speech with the point to me, which only by the edge had seemed to me keen, she began anew, going on without delay. Say, if this be true, to so great an accusation it behooves that thine own confession be conjoined. My power was so confused that my voice moved and became extinct before it could be released by its organs. A little she bore it. Then she said, What thinkest thou? Reply to me, for the sad memories in thee are not yet injured by the water. Confusion and fear together mingled forced such a yes from my mouth that the eyes were needed for the understanding of it. As a crossbow breaks its cord and its bow when it shoots with too great tension, and with less force the shaft hits the mark, so did I burst under the heavy load, pouring forth tears and sighs, and the voice slackened along its passage, whereupon she to me, Within those desires of mine that were leading thee to love, the good beyond which there is nothing, whereto man may aspire, what trenches running traverse, or what chains didst thou find, for which thou wert obliged thus to abandon the hope of passing onward? And what enticements or what advantages on the brow of the others were displayed, for which thou wert obliged to court them? After the drawing of a bitter sigh, hardly had I the voice that answered, and the lips with difficulty gave it form. Weeping, I said, The present things with their false pleasure turned my steps soon as your face was hidden. And she, hadst thou been silent, or hadst thou denied that which thou dost confess, thy fault would be not less noted. But such a judge is it known. But when the accusation of the sin bursts from one's own cheek, In our court the wheel turns itself back against the edge. But yet that thou mayst now bear shame for thy error, and that another time, hearing the sirens, thou mayst be stronger, lay aside the seed of weeping and listen. So shalt thou hear how, in opposite direction, my buried flesh ought to have moved thee. Never did nature or art present to thee pleasure such as the fair limbs wherein I was enclosed, and they are scattered in earth. And if the supreme pleasure thus failed thee through my death, what mortal things ought then to have drawn thee into its desire? Forsooth, thou oughtest, at the first arrow of things deceitful, to have risen up. Follow me, who was no longer such. Nor should thy wings have weighed thee downward to await more blows, either girl or vanity of so brief a use. The young little bird awaits 2 or 3, but before the eyes of the full-fledged net is spread in vain the arrow shot. As children, ashamed, dumb, with eyes upon the ground, stand listening and conscience-stricken and repentant, so was I standing, and she said, Since through hearing thou art grieved, lift up thy beard, and thou shalt receive more grief in seeing. With less resistance is a sturdy oak uprooted by a native wind, or by one from the land of Arbus. Then I raised up my chin at her command, and why by the beard she asked for my eyes, truly I recognized the venom of the argument. And as my face stretched upward, my sight perceived that those primal creatures were resting from their strewing, and my eyes, still little assured, saw Beatrice turn toward the animal that is only one person in 2 natures. Beneath her veil, and beyond the stream, she seemed to me more to surpass her ancient self than she surpassed the others here when she was here. So pricked me there the nettle of repentance, that of all other things the one which most turned me aside unto its love became most hostile to me. Such contrition stung my heart that I fell overcome, and what I then became, she knows who afforded me the cause. Then, when my heart restored my outward faculties, I saw above me the lady whom I had found alone, and she was saying, Hold me, hold me. She had drawn me into the stream up to the throat, and dragging me behind, was moving upon the water light as a shuttle. When I was near the blessed shore, asperges me, I heard so sweetly that I cannot remember it, far less can write it. The beautiful lady opened her arms, clasped my head, and plunged me in where it behooved that I should swallow the water. Then she took me and thus bathed and brought me with the dance of the 4 beautiful ones, and each of them covered me with her arm. Here we are nymphs, and in heaven we are stars. Ere Beatrice has descended to the world, we were ordained unto her for her handmaids. We will lead thee to her eyes. But in the joyous light which is within them, the 3 yonder, who deeper gaze shall make keen thine own, thus singing they began, and then to the breast of the griffin they led me with them, where Beatrice was standing, turned toward us. They said, See that thou sparest not thy sight. We have placed thee before the emeralds, whence love of old drew its arrows upon thee. 1,000 desires hotter than flame bound my eyes to the relucent eyes which only upon the griffin were standing fixed. As the sun in a mirror, not otherwise, the twofold animal was gleaming there within, now with one, now with another mode. Think, reader, if I marveled when I saw the thing stand quiet in itself, while in its image it was transmuting itself. While full of amazement and glad, my soul was tasting that food which, sating of itself, causes hunger for itself. The other 3, showing themselves in their bearing of loftier order, came forward dancing to their angelic melody. Turn, Beatrice, turn thy holy eyes, was their song, upon thy faithful one, who, to see thee, has taken so many steps. For grace, do us the grace, that thou unveil to him thy mouth, so that he may discern the second beauty which thou concealest. O splendor of living light eternal! Who hath become so pallid under the shadow of Parnassus, or hath so drunk at its cistern, that he would not seem to have his mind encumbered, trying to represent thee, as thou didst appear there, where in harmony the heaven overshadows thee, when in the open air thou didst thyself disclose. Paradise, Canto 33, The Beatific Vision. Dante, having been brought by Beatrice to Paradise in the Empyrean, is left by her in charge of St. Bernard, while she takes her place among the blessed. Prayer of St. Bernard to the Virgin, her intercession, the vision of God, the end of desire. Virgin Mother, daughter of thine own Son, humble and exalted, more than any creature, fixed term of the eternal counsel, thou art she who did so ennoble human nature, that its own Maker disdained not to become his own making. Within thy womb was rekindled the love through whose warmth this flower has thus blossomed in the eternal peace. Here thou art to us, the noonday torch of charity, and below, among mortals, thou art the living fount of hope. Lady, thou art so great, and so availest, that whoso wishes grace, and has not recourse to thee, wishes his desire to fly without wings. Thy benignity not only succors him who asks, but ofttimes freely foreruns the asking. In thee mercy, in thee pity, in thee magnificence, in thee whatever of goodness is in any creature, are united. Now doth this man, who from the lowest abyss of the universe, far even as here, has seen one by one the lives of spirits, supplicate thee, through grace, for virtue such that he may be able with his eyes to uplift himself higher toward the ultimate salvation. And I, who never for my own vision burn more than I do for his, proffer to thee all my prayers, and pray that they be not scant, that with thy prayers thou would dissipate for him every cloud of his mortality, so that the supreme pleasure may be displayed to him. Further, I pray thee, Queen, who canst whatso thou wilt, that after so great a vision thou wouldst preserve his affection sound. May thy guardianship vanquish human impulses. Behold Beatrice, with all the blessed, for my prayers clasp their hands to thee. The eyes beloved and revered by God, fixed on the speaker, showed to us how pleasing unto her our devout prayers. Then to the eternal light were they directed, on which it is not to be believed that eye so clear is turned by any creature. And I, who to the end of all desires was approaching, even as I ought, ended within myself the ardor of my longings. Bernard was beckoning to me, and was smiling that I should look upward. But I was already of my own accord such as he wished for my sight, becoming pure, was entering more and more through the radiance of the lofty light, which of itself is true. Thenceforward my vision was greater than our speech, which yields to such sight, and the memory yields to such excess. As is he who dreaming sees, and after the dream the passion remains imprinted, and the rest returns not to the mind, such am I, for my vision almost wholly fails, while the sweetness that was born of it yet distills within my heart. Thus the snow is by the sun unsealed. Thus on the wind, in the light leaves, was lost the saying of the Sibyl. O supreme light, that so high upliftest thyself from mortal conceptions, relend a little to my mind of what thou didst appear, and make my tongue so powerful that it may be able to leave one single spark of thy glory for the future people. For by returning somewhat to my memory, and by sounding a little of these verses, more of thy victory shall be conceived. I think that by the keenness of the living ray which I endured, I should have been dazzled if my eyes had been averted from it, and it comes to my mind that for this reason I was more hardy to sustain so much, that I joined my look unto the infinite goodness. O abundant grace, whereby I presume to fix my eyes through the eternal light so far that there I consummated my vision. In its depth I saw that whatsoever is dispersed through the universe is there included, bound with love in one volume, substance and accidents, and their modes, fused together, as it were, in such wise that of which I speak is one simple light. The universal form of this knot, I believe that I saw, because in saying this I feel that I more abundantly rejoice. One instant only is greater oblivion for me than 25 centuries to the emprise which made Neptune wonder at the shadow of Argo. Thus my mind, wholly rapt, was gazing fixed, motionless and intent, and ever with gazing grew enkindled. In that light one becomes such that it is impossible he should ever consent to turn himself from it for other sight, because the good, which is the object of the will, is all collected in it, and outside of it that is defective, which is perfect there. Now will my speech be shorter, even in respect to that which I remember, than an infant's who still bathes his tongue at the breast. Now, because more than one simple semblance was in the living light wherein I was gazing, which is always such as it was before, but through my sight, which was growing strong in me as I looked, one sole appearance, as I myself changed, was altering itself to me. Within the profound and clear subsistence of the lofty light appeared to me 3 circles of 3 colors and of 1 dimension, and one appeared reflected by the other, as iris by iris, and the third appeared fire, which from the one and from the other is equally breathed forth. Oh, how short is the telling, and how feeble toward my conception, and this toward what I saw is such, that it suffices not to call it little. O eternal light, that soul dwellest in thyself, soul understandest thyself, and by thyself understood and understanding, lovest and smilest on thyself. That circle, which thus conceived appeared in thee as a reflected light, being some while regarded by my eyes, seemed to me depicted within itself, of its own very color, by our effigy, wherefore my sight was wholly set upon it. As is the geometer who wholly applies himself to measure the circle and finds not by thinking that principle of which he is in need, such was I at that new sight. I wished to see how the image accorded with the circle and how it has its place therein. But my own wings were not for this. Had it not been that my mind was smitten by a flash in which its wish came. To my high fantasy here power failed, but now my desire and my will, like a wheel which evenly is moved, the love was turning which moves the sun and the other stars. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 10. Selected Essays by James Darmesteter. James Darmesteter, 1849 through 1894. A good example of the latter-day enlightened savant is the French Jew James Darmesteter, whose premature death robbed the modern world of scholarship of one of its most distinguished figures. Scholars who do noble service in adding to the sum total of human knowledge often are specialists, the nature of whose work excludes them from general interest and appreciation. It was not so with this man, not alone an Oriental philologist of more than national repute, but a broadly cultured original mind, an enlightened spirit, and a master of literary expression. Darmesteter calls for recognition as a maker of literature as well as a scientist. The son of a humble Jewish bookbinder, subjected to the disadvantages and hardships of poverty, James Darmesteter was born at Château Salins in Lorraine in 1849, but got his education in Paris, early imbibing the Jewish traditions, familiar from youth with the Bible and the Talmud. At the public school, whence he was graduated at 18, he showed his remarkable intellectual powers and attracted the attention of scholars like Breal and Burnouf. who, noting his aptitude for languages, advised devotion to Oriental linguistics. After several years of uncertainty, years spent with books and in travel, and in the desultory production of poetry and fiction, philological study was undertaken as his life work with remarkable results. For 20 years he labored in this field, and his appointment in 1882 to succeed Renan as Secretary of the Asiatic Society of France speaks volumes for the position he won. In 1885 he became Professor of Iranian Languages and Literature in the College of France. Other scholastic honors fell to him in due course and good measure. As a scholar, Darmesteter's most important labors were the exposition of Zoroastrianism, the national faith of ancient Persia, which he made a specialty, and his French translation of and commentary on the Avesta, the Bible of that religion. As an interpreter of Zoroaster, he sought to unite synthetically two opposing modern schools, that which relied solely upon native traditions, and that which, regarding these as untrustworthy, drew its conclusions from an examination of the text, supplemented by the aid of Sanskrit on the side of language, and of the Vedas on the side of religion. Darmesteter's work was thus boldly comprehensive. He found in the Avesta the influence of such discordant elements as the Bible, Buddha, and Greek philosophy, and believed that in its present form it was composed at a later time than has been supposed. These technical questions are still mooted points with the critics. The translation of the Avesta will perhaps stand as his greatest achievement. A Herculean labor of 4 years, it was rewarded by the Academy of Inscriptions and Belles-Lettres with the 20,000 franc prize given but once in a decade for the work which, in the Academy's opinion, had best served or brought most honor to the country. But the technical accomplishments of learning represent but a fragment of Darmesteter's amazing mental activity. He wrote a striking book on the Mahdi, the tenacious belief in the Mohammedan Messiah taking hold on his imagination. He was versed in English literature, edited Shakespeare, and introduced his countrymen to Browning. While in Afghanistan on a philological mission, he gathered, merely as a side pursuit, a unique collection of Afghan folk songs, and the result was a fascinating and valuable paper in a new field. He helped to found a leading French review, articles of travel, critiques on subjects political, religious, literary, and social fell fast from his pen. In his general essays on these broader, more vital aspects of thought and life, he is an artist in literary expression, a writer with a distinct and great gift for form. Here his vigorous mind, ample training, his humanistic tastes, and humanitarian aspirations are all finely in evidence. The English reader who seeks an introduction to Darmesteter is directed to his Selected Essays, translated by Helen B. Jastrow, edited with a memoir by Professor Morris Jastrow, Jr., Houghton Mifflin Company, Boston. There is a translation by Ada S. Ballin of his The Mahdi, Harper & Brothers, New York, and in the Contemporary Review for January 1895 is a noble appreciation of Darmesteter by his friend Gaston Paris. In the Sacred Books of the East will be found an English rendering of the Avesta by Darmesteter and Mills. As a thinker in the philosophical sense, Darmesteter was remarkable. Early breaking away from Orthodox Judaism, his philological and historical researches led him to accept the conclusions of destructive criticism with regard to the Bible, and a disciple of Renan, he became enrolled among those scholars who see in science the one explanation of the universe. But possessing, along with his keen analytic powers, a nature dominantly ethical, he made humanity his idol. His patriotism for France was intense, and, a Jew always sympathetic to the wonderful history of his people, in his later years, by a brilliant, poetical, almost audacious interpretation of the Old Testament, he found a solution of the riddle of life in the Hebrew prophets. What he deemed their essential faith, Judaism stripped of ritual and legend, he declared to be in harmony with the scientific creed of the present, belief in the unity of moral law, the Old Testament Jehovah, and belief in the eventual triumph of justice upon this earth, the modern substitute for the New Testament heaven. This doctrine, which in most hands would be cold and comfortless enough, he makes vital, engaging, through the passionate presentation of an eloquent lover of his fellow man. In a word, Darmesteter was a positivist, dowered, like that other noble positivist, George Eliot, with a nature sensitive to spiritual issues. An idyllic passage in Darmesteter's toilful scholar life was his tender friendship with the gifted Englishwoman A. Mary F. Robinson. Attracted by her lovely verse, the intellectual companionship ripened into love, and for his half-dozen final years he enjoyed her wifely aid and sympathy in what seems to have been an ideal union. The end, when it came, was quick and painless, always of a frail constitution, stunted in body from childhood. He died in harness, October 19, 1894, his head falling forward on his desk as he wrote. The tributes that followed made plain the enthusiastic admiration James Darmesteter awakened in those who knew him best. The leading Orientalist of his generation, he added to the permanent acquisitions of scholarship, and made his impress as one of the remarkable personalities of France in the late 19th century. In the language of a friend, a Jew by race, a Greek by culture, a Frenchman in heart, he furnishes another illustration of that strain of genius which seems like a compensatory gift to the Jewish folk for its manifold buffetings at the hand of fate. Ernest Renan, from Selected Essays, copyrighted 1895 by Houghton Mifflin and Company. The mistaken judgments passed upon Monsieur Renan are due to the fact that in his work he did not place the emphasis upon the good, but upon the true. Men concluded that for him, therefore, science was the whole of life. The environment in which he formed was forgotten, an environment in which the moral sense was exquisite and perfect, while the scientific sense was nil. He did not need to discover the moral sense. It was the very atmosphere in which he lived. When the scientific sense awoke in him, and he beheld the world and history transfigured by it, he was dazzled, and the influence lasted throughout his life. He dreamed of making France understand this new revelation. He was the apostle of this gospel of truth and science, but in heart and mind he never attacked what is permanent and divine in the other gospel. Thus he was a complete man, and deserved the disdain of dilettantes morally dead, and of mystics scientifically atonic. What heritage has Monsieur Renan left to posterity? As a scholar, he created religious criticism in France, and prepared for universal science that incomparable instrument, the corpus. As an author, he bequeathed to universal art pages which will endure, and to him may be applied what he said of George Sand. He had the divine faculty of giving wings to his subject, of producing under the form of fine art the idea which in other hands remained crude and formless. As a philosopher, he left behind a mass of ideas which he did not care to collect in doctrinal shape, but which nevertheless constitute a coherent whole. One thing only in this world is certain, duty. One truth is plain in the course of the world as science reveals it. The world is advancing to a higher, more perfect form of being. The supreme happiness of man is to draw nearer to this God to come, contemplating him in science, and preparing, by action, the advent of a humanity nobler, better endowed, and more akin to the ideal being. Judaism. From Selected Essays, copyrighted 1895 by Houghton Mifflin and Company. Judaism has not made the miraculous the basis of its dogma, nor installed the supernatural as a permanent factor in the progress of events. Its miracles, from the time of the Middle Ages, are but a poetic detail, a legendary recital, a picturesque decoration. And its cosmogony, borrowed in haste from Babylon by the last compiler of the Bible, with the stories of the apple and the serpent, over which so many Christian generations have labored, never greatly disturbed the imagination of the rabbis, nor weighed very heavily upon the thought of the Jewish philosophers. Its rites were never an instrument of faith, an expedient to lull rebellious thought into faith. They are merely cherished customs, a symbol of the family, of transitory value, and destined to disappear when there shall be but one family in a world converted to the one truth. Set aside all these miracles, all these rites, and behind them will be found the two great dogmas which ever since the prophets constitute the whole of Judaism, the divine unity and messianism, unity of law throughout the world, and the terrestrial triumph of justice in humanity. These are the two dogmas which at the present time illuminate humanity in its progress, both in the scientific and social order of things, and which are termed in modern parlance unity of forces and belief in progress. For this reason, Judaism is the only religion that has never entered into conflict, and never can, with either science or social progress, and that has witnessed and still witnesses all their conquests without a sense of fear. These are not hostile forces that it accepts or submits to merely from a spirit of toleration or policy in order to save the remains of its power by a compromise. They are old friendly voices, which it recognizes and salutes with joy, for it has heard them resound for centuries already in the axioms of free thought and in the cry of the suffering heart. For this reason, the Jews in all the countries which have entered upon the new path have begun to take a share in all the great works of civilization, in the triple field of science, of art, and of action, and that share, far from being an insignificant one, is out of all proportion to the brief time that has elapsed since their enfranchisement. Does this mean that Judaism should nurse dreams of ambition and think of realizing one day that invisible church of the future invoked by some in prayer? This would be an illusion, whether on the part of a narrow sectarian or on that of an enlightened individual. The truth, however, remains that the Jewish spirit can still be a factor in this world, making for the highest science, for unending progress, and that the mission of the Bible is not yet complete. The Bible is not responsible for the partial miscarriage of Christianity due to the compromises made by its organizers, who, in their too great zeal to conquer and convert paganism, were themselves converted by it. But everything in Christianity which comes in a direct line from Judaism lives and will live, and it is Judaism which through Christianity has cast into the old polytheistic world to ferment there until the end of time the sentiment of unity and an impatience to bring about charity and justice. The reign of the Bible and also of the evangelists, insofar as they were inspired by the Bible, can become established only in proportion as the positive religions connected with it lose their power. Great religions outlive their altars and their priests. Hellenism, abolished, counts less skeptics today than in the days of Socrates and Anaxagoras. The gods of Homer died when Phidias carved them in marble, and now they are immortally enthroned in the thought and heart of Europe. The cross may crumble into dust, but there were words spoken under its shadow in Galilee, the echo of which will forever vibrate in the human conscience. And when the nation who made the Bible shall have disappeared, the race and the cult, though leaving no visible trace of its passage upon earth, its imprint will remain in the depth of the heart of generations, who will, unconsciously perhaps, live upon what has thus been implanted in their breasts. Humanity, as it is fashioned in the dreams of those who desire to be called free thinkers, may with the lips deny the Bible and its work, but humanity can never deny it in its heart without the sacrifice of the best that it contains, faith in unity and hope for justice, and without a relapse into the mythology and the might makes right of 30 centuries ago. End of section 10. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 11 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 11. Charles Robert Darwin, 1809 to 1882. By E. Ray Lankester. Charles Robert Darwin, the great naturalist and author of the Darwinian theory, was the son of Dr. Robert Waring Darwin, 1766 through 1848, and grandson of Erasmus Darwin, 1731 to 1802. He was born at Shrewsbury on February 12, 1809. W. E. Gladstone, Alfred Tennyson, and Abraham Lincoln were born in the same year. Charles Darwin was the youngest of a family of 4, having an elder brother and 2 sisters. He was sent to a day school at Shrewsbury in the year of his mother's death, 1817. At this age, he tells us that the passion for collecting, which leads a man to be a systematic naturalist, a virtuoso, or a miser, was very strong in him, and was clearly innate, as none of his brothers or sisters had this taste. A year later, he was removed to the Shrewsbury Grammar School, where he profited little by the education in the dead languages administered, and incurred, as even today would be the case in English schools, the rebukes of the headmaster Butler for wasting his time upon such unprofitable subjects as natural history and chemistry, which he pursued out of school. When Charles was 16, his father sent him to Edinburgh to study medicine, but after 2 sessions there, he was removed and sent to Cambridge, 1828, with the intention that he should become a clergyman. In 1831, he took his B.A. degree as what is called a passman. In those days, the injurious system of competitive examinations had not laid hold of the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, as it has since, and Darwin quietly took a pass degree whilst studying a variety of subjects of interest to him, without the thought of excelling in an examination. He was fond of all field sports, of dogs and horses, and also spent much time in excursions, collecting and observing with Henslow, the professor of botany, and Sedgwick, the celebrated geologist. An undergraduate friend of those days has declared that he was the most genial, warm-hearted, generous, and affectionate of friends. His sympathies were with all that was good and true. He had a cordial hatred for everything false or vile or cruel, or mean or dishonorable. He was not only great, but preeminently good, and just and lovable. Through Henslow and the sound advice of his uncle Josiah Wedgwood, the son of the potter of Etruria, he accepted an offer to accompany Captain Fitzroy as naturalist on HMS Beagle, which was to make an extensive surveying expedition. The voyage lasted from December 27, 1831, to October 2, 1836. It was, Darwin himself says, by far the most important event in my life, and has determined my whole career. He had great opportunities of making explorations on land whilst the ship was engaged in her surveying work in various parts of the southern hemisphere, and made extensive collections of plants and animals, fossil as well as living forms, terrestrial as well as marine. On his return, he was busy with the description of these results, and took up his residence in London. His Journal of Researches was published in 1839, and is now familiar to many readers in its 3rd edition, published in 1860 under the title A Naturalist's Voyage, Journal of Researches into the Natural History and Geology of the countries visited during the voyage of HMS Beagle round the world, under the command of Captain Fitzroy, R.N. This was Darwin's first book, and is universally held to be one of the most delightful records of a naturalist's travels ever produced. It is to be placed alongside of Humboldt's personal narrative, and is the model followed by the authors of other delightful books of travel at a later date, such as Wallace's Malay Archipelago, Moseley's Naturalist on the Challenger, and Belt's Naturalist in Nicaragua. We have given in our selections from Darwin's writings the final pages of A Naturalist's Voyage, as an example of the style which characterizes the book. In it, Darwin shows himself an ardent and profound lover of the luxuriant beauty of nature in the tropics, a kindly observer of men, whether missionaries or savages, an incessant student of natural things, rocks, plants, and animals, and one with a mind so keenly set upon explaining these things and assigning them to their causes, that none of his observations are trivial, but all of value and many of first-rate importance. The book is addressed, as are all of Darwin's books, to the general reader. It seemed to be natural to him to try and explain his observations and reasonings which led to them and followed from them to a wide circle of his fellow men. The reader at once feels that Darwin is an honest and modest man who desires his sympathy and seeks for his companionship in the enjoyment of his voyage and the interesting facts and theories gathered by him in distant lands. The quiet, unassuming style of the narrative, and the careful explanation of details in such a way as to appeal to those who have little or no knowledge of natural history, gives a charm to the Naturalist's Voyage, which is possessed in no less a degree by his later books. A writer in the Quarterly Review in 1839 wrote, in reviewing the Naturalist's Voyage, of the charm arising from the freshness of heart which is thrown over these pages of a strong intellectual man and an acute and deep observer. The places visited in the course of the Beagle's voyage, concerning each of which Darwin has something to say, were the Cape Verde Islands, St. Paul's Rocks, Fernando Noronha, parts of South America, Tierra del Fuego, the Galapagos Islands, the Falkland Islands, Tahiti, New Zealand, Australia, Tasmania, Keeling Island, the Maldives, Mauritius, St. Helena, Ascension. The most important discoveries recorded in the book, also treated at greater length in special scientific memoirs, are the explanation of the ring-like form of coral islands, the geological structure of St. Helena and other islands, and the relation of the living inhabitants, great tortoises, lizards, birds, and various plants, of the various islands of the Galapagos archipelago to those of South America. In 1839, shortly before the publication of his journal, Darwin married his first cousin, Emma Wedgwood, daughter of Josiah Wedgwood of Maer, and in 1842 they took the country house and little property of Down, near Orpington in Kent, which remained his home and the seat of his labors for 40 years, that is, until his death on April 19, 1882. In a letter to his friend Captain Fitzroy of the Beagle, written in 1846, Darwin says, "My life goes on like clockwork, and I am fixed on the spot where I shall end it." Happily, he was possessed of ample private fortune, and never undertook any teaching work, nor gave any of his strength to the making of money. He was able to devote himself entirely to the studies in which he took delight, and though suffering from weak health due to a hereditary form of dyspepsia, he presented the rare spectacle of a man of leisure more fully occupied, more absorbed in constant and exhausting labors, than many a lawyer, doctor, professor, or man of letters. His voyage seems to have satisfied once for all his need for traveling, and his absences from Down were but few and brief during the rest of his life. Here most of his children were born, 5 sons and 3 daughters. One little girl died in childhood. The rest grew up around him and remained throughout his life in the closest terms of intimacy and affection with him and their mother. Here he carried on his experiments in greenhouse, garden, and paddock. Here he collected his library and wrote his great books. He became a man of well-considered habits and method, carefully arranging his day's occupation so as to give so many hours to noting the results of experiments, so many to writing and reading, and an hour or 2 to exercise in his grounds or a ride and playing with his children. Frequently he was stopped for days and even weeks from all intellectual labor by attacks of vomiting and giddiness. Great as were his sufferings on account of ill health, it is not improbable that the retirement of life, which was thus forced on him, to a very large extent determined his wonderful assiduity in study, and led to the production by him of so many great works. In later years, these attacks were liable to ensue upon prolonged conversation with visitors, if a subject of scientific interest were discussed. His wife, who throughout their long and happy union devoted herself to the care of her husband, so as to enable him to do a maximum amount of work with least suffering and health, would come and fetch him away after half an hour's talk, that he might lie down alone in a quiet room. Then, after an hour or so, he would return with a smile, like a boy released from punishment, and launch again with a merry laugh into talk. Never was there an invalid who bore his maladies so cheerfully, or who made so light of a terrible burden. Although he was frequently seasick during the voyage of the Beagle, he did not attribute his condition in later life in any way to that experience, but to inherited weakness. During the hours passed in his study, he found it necessary to rest at intervals, and adopted regularly the plan of writing for an hour, and of then lying down for half an hour whilst his wife or daughter read to him a novel. After half an hour he would again resume his work, and again, after an hour, return to the novel. In this way he got through the greater part of the circulating library's contents. He declared that he had no taste for literature, but liked a story, especially about a pretty girl, and he would only read those in which all ended well. Authors of stories ending in death and failure ought, he declared, to be hung. He rarely went to London on account of his health, and consequently kept up a very large correspondence with scientific friends, especially with Lyell, Hooker, and Huxley. He made it a rule to preserve every letter he received, and his friends were careful to preserve his, so that in the Life and Letters published after his death by his son Frank, who in later years lived with his father and assisted him in his work, we have a most interesting record of the progress of his speculations, as well as a delightful revelation of his beautiful character. His house was large enough to accommodate several guests at a time, and it was his delight to receive here for a week's end not only his old friends and companions, but younger naturalists, and others, the companions of his sons and daughters. Over 6 feet in height, with a slight stoop of his high shoulders, with a brow of unparalleled development overshadowing his merry blue eyes, and a long gray beard and mustache, he presented the ideal picture of a natural philosopher. His bearing was, however, free from all pose of superior wisdom or authority. The most charming and unaffected gaiety, and an eager, innate courtesy and goodness of heart were its dominant notes. His personality was no less fascinating and rare in quality than are the immortal products of his intellect. The history of the great works which Darwin produced, and especially of his theory of the origin of species, is best given in his own words. The passage which is here referred to is a portion of an autobiographical sketch written by him in 1876, not for publication, but for the use of his family, and is printed in the Life and Letters. Taken together with the statement as to his views on religion, it gives a great insight both into the character and mental quality of the writer. It is especially remarkable as the attempt of a truly honest and modest man to account for the wonderful height of celebrity and intellectual eminence to which he was no less astonished than pleased to find himself raised. But it also furnishes the reader with an admirable catalogue raison of his books arranged in chronological order. A few more notes as to Darwin's character will help the reader to appreciate his work. His friendships were remarkable, characterized on his side by the warmest and most generous feeling. Henslow, Fitzroy, Lyell, Hooker, and Huxley stand out as his chief friends and correspondents. Henslow was the professor of botany at Cambridge, and took Darwin with him when a student there for walks, collecting plants and insects. His admiration for Henslow's character, and his tribute to his fine simplicity and warmth of feeling in matters involving the wrongs of a downtrodden class or cruelty to an individual, are evidence of deep sympathy between the natures of Darwin and his first teacher. Of Fitzroy, the captain of HMS Beagle, with whom he quarreled for a day because Fitzroy defended slavery, Darwin says that he was in many ways the noblest character he ever knew. His love and admiration for Lyell were unbounded. Lyell was the man who taught him the method, the application of the causes at present discoverable in nature to the past history of the earth, by which he was led to the solution of the question as to the origin of organic forms on the earth's surface. He regarded Lyell, who with Mrs. Lyell often visited him at Down, more than any other man as his master and teacher. Hooker, still happily surviving from among this noble group of men, was his dear old friend, his most constant and unwearied correspondent, he from whom Darwin could always extract the most valuable facts and opinions in the field of botanical science, and the one upon whose help he always relied. Huxley was for Darwin not merely a delightful and charming friend, but a wonderful man, a most daring, skillful champion, whose feats of literary swordsmanship made Darwin both tremble and rejoice. Samples of his correspondence with these fellow workers are given below. The letter to Hooker, September 26, 1862, is particularly interesting, as recording one of the most important discoveries of his later years, confirmed by the subsequent researches of Gardner and others, and as containing a pretty confession of his jealous desire to exalt the status of plants. Often he spoke and wrote in his letters of individual plants with which he was experimenting as little rascals. Darwin shared with other great men whose natures approached perfection an unusual sympathy with and power over dogs, and a love for children. The latter trait is most beautifully expressed in a note which was found amongst his papers, giving an account of his little girl who died at the age of 10 years. Written for his own eyes only, it is a most delicate and tender composition, and should be pondered side by side with his frank and, necessarily to some readers, almost terrifying statement of his thoughts on religion. Darwin's only self-indulgence was snuff-taking. In later years he smoked an occasional cigarette, but his real little weakness was snuff. It is difficult to suppose that he did not benefit by the habit, careful as he was to keep it in check. He kept his snuff-box in the hall of his house, so that he should have to take the trouble of a walk in order to get a pinch, and not have too easy an access to the magic powder. The impression made on him by his own success, and the overwhelming praise and even reverence which he received from all parts of the world, was characteristic of his charming nature. Darwin did not receive these proofs of the triumphs of his views with the solemnity of an inflated reformer who has laid his law upon the whole world of thought. Quite otherwise. He was simply delighted. He chuckled gaily over the spread of his views, almost as a sportsman, and we must remember that in his young days he was a sportsman, may rejoice in the triumphs of his own favorite racer, or even as a schoolboy may be proud and happy in the success of the 11 of which he is captain. He delighted to count up the sale of his books, not specially for the money value it represented, though he was too sensible to be indifferent to that, but because it proved to him that his long and arduous life of thought, experiment, and literary work was not in vain. To have been, or to have posed as being indifferent to popular success, would have required a man of less vivid sympathy with his fellow men. To have been puffed up and pretentious would have needed one less gifted with a sense of humor, less conscious of the littleness of one man, however talented, in the vast procession of life on the earth's surface. His delight in his work and its success was of the perfect and natural kind, which he could communicate to his wife and daughters, and might have been shared by a child. I, who write of him here, had the great privilege of staying with him from time to time at Down, and I find it difficult to record the strangely mixed feeling of reverential admiration and extreme personal attachment and affection with which I came to regard him. I have never known or heard of a man who combined with such exceptional intellectual power so much cheeriness and love of humor, and such ideal kindness, courtesy, and modesty. Owing to the fact that my father was a naturalist and man of letters, I as a boy knew Henslow and Lyell, Darwin's teachers, and have myself enjoyed a naturalist's walk with the one and the geological discussions of the other. I first saw Darwin himself in 1853, when he was recommended to my boyish imagination as a man who had ridden up a mountain on the back of a tortoise in the Galapagos Islands. When I began to work at and write on zoology, he showed his kindness of heart by writing to me in praise of my first book. He wrote to me later in answer to my appeal for guidance that physiological experiment on animals is justifiable for real investigation, but not for mere damnable and detestable curiosity. It is a subject which makes me sick with horror, so I will not say another word about it, else I shall not sleep tonight. When I prosecuted Slade, the spiritualistic impostor, and obtained his conviction at Bow Street as a common rogue, Darwin was much interested, and after the affair was over, wrote to say that he was sure that I had been at great expense in effecting what he considered to be a public benefit, and that he should like to be allowed to contribute £10 to the cost of the prosecution. He was ever ready in this way to help, by timely gifts of money, what he thought to be a good cause, as for instance in the erection of the zoological station of Naples by Dr. Anton Dorn, to which he gave £100. His most characteristic minor trait, which I remember, was his sitting in his drawing-room at Down in his high-seated armchair, and whilst laughing at some story or joke, slapping his thigh with his right hand, and exclaiming with a quite innocent and French freedom of speech, "Oh my God, that's very good, that's capital." Perhaps one of the most interesting things that I ever heard him say was when, after describing to me an experiment in which he had placed under a bell jar some pollen from a male flower, together with an unfertilized female flower, in order to see whether, when kept at a distance but under the same jar, the one would act in any way on the other, he remarked, "That's a fool's experiment, but I love fool's experiments. I'm always making them." A great deal might be written as comment on that statement. Perhaps the thoughts which it suggests may be summed up by the proposition that even a wise experiment, when made by a fool, generally leads to a false conclusion, but that fool's experiments conducted by a genius often prove to be leaps through the dark into great discoveries. As examples of Darwin's writings, I have chosen, in addition to those already mentioned, certain passages from his great book on the origin of species, in which he explains what he understands by the terms natural selection and the struggle for existence. These terms, invented by Darwin, but specially the latter, have become household words. The history of his thoughts on the subject of the origin of species is given in the account of his books, written by himself and already referred to. His letter to Professor Asa Gray, September 5, 1857, is a most valuable brief exposition of his theory and an admirable sample of his correspondence. The distinguished American botanist was one of his most constant correspondents and a dear personal friend. I have also given as an extract the final pages of The Origin of Species, in which Darwin eloquently defends the view of nature to which his theory leads. A similar and important passage on the subject of creative design is also given. It is taken from that wonderful collection of facts and arguments published by Darwin under the title of The Variation of Plants and Animals Under Domestication. It cannot be too definitely stated, as Darwin himself insisted, that his theory of the origin of species is essentially an extension of the argument used by Lyell in his Principles of Geology. Just as Lyell accounted for the huge masses of stratified rocks, the upheaved mountain chains, the deep valleys, and the shifting seas of the earth's surface by adducing the long-continued cumulative action of causes which are at this present moment in operation and can be observed and measured in the present day, so Darwin demonstrates that natural variation and consequent selection by breeders and fanciers at the present day give rise to new forms of plants and animals, and that the cumulative, long-continued action of natural selection in the struggle for existence, or the survival of favorable variations, can and must have effected changes, the magnitude of which is only limited by the length of time during which the process has been going on. The style of Darwin's writings is remarkable for the absence of all affectation, of all attempt at epigram, literary allusion, or rhetoric. In this it is admirably suited to its subject. At the same time, there is no sacrifice of clearness to brevity, nor are technical terms used in place of ordinary language. The greatest pains are obviously given by the author to enable his reader to thoroughly understand the matter in hand. Further, the reader is treated not only with this courtesy of full explanation, but with extreme fairness and modesty. Darwin never slurs over a difficulty nor minimizes it. He states objections and awkward facts prominently and without shirking proceeds to deal with them by citation of experiment or observation carried out by him for the purpose. His modesty towards his reader is a delightful characteristic. He simply desires to persuade you as one reasonable friend may persuade another. He never thrusts a conclusion, nor even a step towards a conclusion upon you, by a demand for your confidence in him as an authority, or by an unfair weighting of the arguments which he balances, or by a juggle of wordplay. The consequence is that though Darwin himself thought he had no literary ability, and labored over and rewrote his sentences, we have in his works a model of clear exposition of a great argument, and the most remarkable example of persuasive style in the English language. Persuasive because of its transparent honesty and scrupulous moderation. Darwin enjoyed rather better health in the last 10 years of his life than before, and was able to work and write constantly. For some 4 months before his death, but not until then, it was evident that his heart was seriously diseased. He died on April 19, 1882, at the age of 73. Almost his last words were, "I am not the least afraid to die." In 1879, he added to the manuscript of his autobiography already referred to these words, "As for myself, I believe that I have acted rightly in steadily following and devoting my life to science. I feel no remorse from having committed any great sin, but have often and often regretted that I have not done more direct good to my fellow creatures." From his early manhood to old age, the desire to do what was right determined the employment of his powers. He has done to his fellow creatures an imperishable good in leaving to them his writings and the example of his noble life. End of section 11. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 12 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 12. Impressions of Travel, from a Naturalist's Voyage, by Charles Darwin. Among the scenes which are deeply impressed on my mind, none exceed in sublimity the primeval forests undefaced by the hand of man, whether those of Brazil, where the powers of life are predominant, or those of Tierra del Fuego, where death and decay prevail. Both are temples filled with the varied productions of the God of nature. No one can stand in these solitudes unmoved, and not feel that there is more in man than the mere breath of his body. In calling up images of the past, I find that the plains of Patagonia frequently cross before my eyes, yet these plains are pronounced by all wretched and useless. They can be described only by negative characters, without habitations, without water, without trees, without mountains. They support merely a few dwarf plants. Why then, and the case is not peculiar to myself, have these arid wastes taken so firm a hold on my memory? Why have not the still more level, the greener and more fertile pampas, which are serviceable to mankind, produced an equal impression? I can scarcely analyze these feelings, but it must be partly owing to the free scope given to the imagination. The plains of Patagonia are boundless, for they are scarcely passable and hence unknown. They bear the stamp of having lasted, as they are now, for ages, and there appears no limit to their duration through future time. If, as the ancients supposed, the flat earth was surrounded by an impassable breadth of water, or by deserts heated to an intolerable excess, who would not look at these last boundaries to man's knowledge with deep but ill-defined sensations? Lastly, of natural scenery, the views from lofty mountains, though certainly in one sense not beautiful, are very memorable. When looking down from the highest crest of the Cordillera, the mind, undisturbed by minute details, was filled with the stupendous dimensions of the surrounding masses. Of individual objects, perhaps nothing is more certain to create astonishment than the first sight in his native haunt of a barbarian, of man in his lowest and most savage state. One's mind hurries back over past centuries and then asks, could our progenitors have been men like these? Men whose very signs and expressions are less intelligible to us than those of the domesticated animals, men who do not possess the instinct of those animals, nor yet appear to boast of human reason, or at least of arts consequent on that reason. I do not believe it is possible to describe or paint the difference between savage and civilized man. It is the difference between a wild and tame animal. And part of the interest in beholding a savage is the same which would lead everyone to desire to see the lion in his desert, the tiger tearing his prey in the jungle, or the rhinoceros wandering over the wild plains of Africa. Among the other most remarkable spectacles which we have beheld may be ranked the Southern Cross, the Cloud of Magellan, and the other constellations of the southern hemisphere, the waterspout, the glacier leading its blue stream of ice, overhanging the sea in a bold precipice, a lagoon island raised by the reef-building corals, an active volcano, and the overwhelming effects of a violent earthquake. These latter phenomena perhaps possess for me a peculiar interest from their intimate connection with the geological structure of the world. The earthquake, however, must be to everyone a most impressive event. The earth, considered from our earliest childhood as the type of solidity, has oscillated like a thin crust beneath our feet, and in seeing the labored works of man in a moment overthrown, we feel the insignificance of his boasted power. It has been said that the love of the chase is an inherent delight in man, a relic of an instinctive passion. If so, I am sure the pleasure of living in the open air, with the sky for a roof and the ground for a table, is part of the same feeling. It is the savage returning to his wild and native habits. I always look back to our boat cruises and my land journeys, when through unfrequented countries, with an extreme delight, which no scenes of civilization could have created. I do not doubt that every traveler must remember the glowing sense of happiness which he experienced when he first breathed in a foreign clime, where the civilized man had seldom or never trod. There are several other sources of enjoyment in a long voyage, which are of a more reasonable nature. The map of the world ceases to be a blank. It becomes a picture full of the most varied and animated figures. Each part assumes its proper dimensions. Continents are not looked at in the light of islands, or islands considered as mere specks, which are in truth larger than many kingdoms of Europe. Africa, or North and South America, are well-sounding names and easily pronounced, but it is not until having sailed for weeks along small portions of their shores that one is thoroughly convinced what vast spaces on our immense world these names imply. From seeing the present state, it is impossible not to look forward with high expectations to the future progress of nearly an entire hemisphere. The march of improvement consequent on the introduction of Christianity throughout the South Sea probably stands by itself in the records of history. It is the more striking when we remember that only 60 years since, Cook, whose excellent judgment none will dispute, could foresee no prospect of a change. Yet these changes have now been effected by the philanthropic spirit of the British nation. In the same quarter of the globe, Australia is rising, or indeed may be said to have risen, into a grand center of civilization, which at some not very remote period will rule as empress over the southern hemisphere. It is impossible for an Englishman to behold these distant colonies without a high pride and satisfaction. To hoist the British flag seems to draw with it, as a certain consequence, wealth, prosperity, and civilization. In conclusion, it appears to me that nothing can be more improving to a young naturalist than a journey in distant countries. It both sharpens and partly allays that wanton craving which, as Sir J. Herschel remarks, a man experiences although every corporeal sense be fully satisfied. The excitement from the novelty of objects and the chance of success stimulate him to increased activity. Moreover, as a number of isolated facts soon become uninteresting, the habit of comparison leads to generalization. On the other hand, as the traveler stays but a short time in each place, his descriptions must generally consist of mere sketches instead of detailed observations. Hence arises, as I have found to my cost, a constant tendency to fill up the wide gaps of knowledge by inaccurate and superficial hypotheses. But I have too deeply enjoyed the voyage not to recommend any naturalist, although he must not expect to be so fortunate in his companions as I have been, to take all chances and to start on travels by land if possible, if otherwise on a long voyage. He may feel assured he will meet with no difficulties or dangers, excepting in rare cases nearly so bad as he beforehand anticipates. In a moral point of view, the effect ought to be to teach him good-humored patience, freedom from selfishness, the habit of acting for himself, and of making the best of every occurrence. In short, he ought to partake of the characteristic qualities of most sailors. Traveling ought also to teach him distrust, but at the same time he will discover how many truly kind-hearted people there are with whom he never before had or ever again will have any further communication, who yet are ready to offer him the most disinterested assistance. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 13. The Genesis of the Origin of Species from Life and Letters, by Charles Darwin. After several fruitless searches in Surrey and elsewhere, we found this house and purchased it. I was pleased with the diversified appearance of vegetation proper to a chalk district, and so unlike what I had been accustomed to in the Midland counties, and still more pleased with the extreme quietness and rusticity of the place. It is not, however, quite so retired a place as a writer in a German periodical makes it, who says that my house can be approached only by a mule track. Our fixing ourselves here has answered admirably in one way which we did not anticipate, namely, by being very convenient for frequent visits from our children. Few persons can have lived a more retired life than we have done. Besides short visits to the houses of relations and occasionally to the seaside or elsewhere, we have gone nowhere. During the first part of our residence we went a little into society and received a few friends here. But my health almost always suffered from the excitement, violent shivering and vomiting attacks being thus brought on. I have therefore been compelled for many years to give up all dinner parties, and this has been somewhat of a deprivation to me, as such parties always put me into high spirits. From the same cause I have been able to invite here very few scientific acquaintances. During the voyage of the Beagle, I had been deeply impressed by discovering in the Pampeian formation great fossil animals covered with armor like that on the existing armadillos. Secondly, by the manner in which closely allied animals replace one another in proceeding southwards over the continent. And thirdly, by the South American character of most of the productions of the Galapagos archipelago, and more especially by the manner in which they differ slightly on each island of the group, none of the islands appearing to be very ancient in a geological sense. It was evident that such facts as these, as well as many others, could only be explained on the supposition that species gradually become modified, and the subject haunted me. But it was equally evident that neither the action of the surrounding conditions nor the will of the organisms, especially in the case of plants, could account for the innumerable cases in which organisms of every kind are beautifully adapted to their habits of life. For instance, a woodpecker or a tree frog to climb trees, or a seed for dispersal by hooks or plumes. I had always been much struck by such adaptations, and until these could be explained, it seemed to me almost useless to endeavor to prove by indirect evidence that species have been modified. After my return to England, it appeared to me that by following the example of Lyell in geology, and by collecting all facts which bore in any way on the variation of animals and plants under domestication and nature, some light might perhaps be thrown on the whole subject. My first notebook was opened in July 1837. I worked on true Baconian principles, and without any theory, collected facts on a wholesale scale, more especially with respect to domesticated productions, by printed inquiries, by conversation with skillful breeders and gardeners, and by extensive reading. When I see the list of books of all kinds which I read and abstracted, including whole series of journals and transactions, I am surprised at my industry. I soon perceived that selection was the keystone of man's success in making useful races of animals and plants. But how selection could be applied to organisms living in a state of nature remained for some time a mystery to me. In October 1838, that is, 15 months after I had begun my systematic inquiry, I happened to read for amusement Malthus on population, and being well prepared to appreciate the struggle for existence, which everywhere goes on from long-continued observation of the habits of animals and plants, it at once struck me that under these circumstances favorable variations would tend to be preserved, and unfavorable ones to be destroyed. The result of this would be the formation of new species. Here, then, I had at last got a theory by which to work, but I was so anxious to avoid prejudice that I determined not for some time to write even the briefest sketch of it. In June 1842, I first allowed myself the satisfaction of writing a very brief abstract of my theory in pencil in 35 pages, and this was enlarged during the summer of 1844 into one of 230 pages, which I had fairly copied out and still possess. But at that time I overlooked one problem of great importance, and it is astonishing to me, except on the principle of Columbus and his egg, how I could have overlooked it and its solution. This problem is the tendency in organic beings descended from the same stock to diverge in character as they become modified. That they have diverged greatly is obvious from the manner in which species of all kinds can be classed under genera, genera under families, families under suborders, and so forth. And I can remember the very spot in the road, whilst in my carriage, when to my joy the solution occurred to me, and this was long after I had come to Down. The solution, as I believe, is that the modified offspring of all dominant and increasing forms tend to become adapted to many and highly diversified places in the economy of nature. Early in 1856, Lyell advised me to write out my views pretty fully, and I began at once to do so on a scale 3 or 4 times as extensive as that which was afterwards followed in my Origin of Species. Yet it was only an abstract of the materials which I had collected, and I got through about half the work on this scale. But my plans were overthrown, for early in the summer of 1858, Mr. Wallace, who was then in the Malay archipelago, sent me an essay on the tendency of varieties to depart indefinitely from the original type. And this essay contained exactly the same theory as mine. Mr. Wallace expressed the wish that if I thought well of his essay, I should send it to Lyell for perusal. The circumstances under which I consented, at the request of Lyell and Hooker, to allow of an abstract from my manuscript, together with a letter to Asa Gray, dated September 5, 1857, to be published at the same time with Wallace's essay, are given in the Journal of the Proceedings of the Linnean Society, 1858, page 45. I was at first very unwilling to consent, as I thought Mr. Wallace might consider my doing so unjustifiable, for I did not then know how generous and noble was his disposition. The extract from my manuscript and the letter to Asa Gray had neither been intended for publication and were badly written. Mr. Wallace's essay, on the other hand, was admirably expressed and quite clear. Nevertheless, our joint productions excited very little attention, and the only published notice of them, which I can remember, was by Professor Houghton of Dublin, whose verdict was that all that was new in them was false, and what was true was old. This shows how necessary it is that any new view should be explained at considerable length in order to arouse public attention. My habits are methodical, and this has been of not a little use for my particular line of work. Lastly, I have had ample leisure from not having to earn my own bread. Even ill health, though it has annihilated several years of my life, has saved me from the distractions of society and amusement. Therefore, my success as a man of science, whatever this may have amounted to, has been determined as far as I can judge by complex and diversified mental qualities and conditions. Of these, the most important have been the love of science, unbounded patience in long reflecting over any subject, industry in observing and collecting facts, and a fair share of invention as well as of common sense. With such moderate abilities as I possess, it is truly surprising that I should have influenced to a considerable extent the belief of scientific men on some important points. Curious atrophy of aesthetic taste, from Life and Letters. There seems to be a sort of fatality in my mind, leading me to put at first my statement or proposition in a wrong or awkward form. Formerly, I used to think about my sentences before writing them down, but for several years I have found that it saves time to scribble in a vile hand whole pages as quickly as I possibly can, contracting half the words, and then correct deliberately. Sentences thus scribbled down are often better ones than I could have written deliberately. Having said thus much about my manner of writing, I will add that with my large books I spend a good deal of time over the general arrangement of the matter. I first make the rudest outline in 2 or 3 pages, and then a larger one in several pages, a few words or one word standing for a whole discussion or a series of facts. Each one of these headings is again enlarged and often transferred before I begin to write in extenso. As in several of my books, facts observed by others have been very extensively used, and as I have always had several quite distinct subjects in hand at the same time, I may mention that I keep from 30 to 40 large portfolios in cabinets with labeled shelves into which I can at once put a detached reference or memorandum. I have bought many books, and at their ends I make an index of all the facts that concern my work, or, if the book is not my own, write out a separate abstract, and of such abstracts I have a large drawer full. Before beginning on any subject, I look to all the short indexes and make a general and classified index, and by taking the one or more proper portfolios, I have all the information collected during my life ready for use. I have said that in one respect my mind has changed during the last 20 or 30 years. Up to the age of 30 or beyond it, poetry of many kinds, such as the works of Milton, Gray, Byron, Wordsworth, Coleridge, and Shelley, gave me great pleasure, and even as a schoolboy I took intense delight in Shakespeare, especially in the historical plays. I have also said that formerly pictures gave me considerable, and music very great delight. But now for many years I cannot endure to read a line of poetry. I have tried lately to read Shakespeare, and found it so intolerably dull that it nauseated me. I have also almost lost my taste for pictures or music. Music generally sets me thinking too energetically on what I have been at work on, instead of giving me pleasure. I retain some taste for fine scenery, but it does not cause me the exquisite delight which it formerly did. On the other hand, novels, which are works of the imagination, though not of a very high order, have been for years a wonderful relief and pleasure to me, and I often bless all novelists. A surprising number have been read aloud to me, and I like all if moderately good, and if they do not end unhappily, against which a law ought to be passed. A novel, according to my taste, does not come into the first class unless it contains some person whom one can thoroughly love, and if a pretty woman, all the better. This curious and lamentable loss of the higher aesthetic tastes is all the odder as books on history, biographies, and travels, independently of any scientific facts which they may contain, and essays on all sorts of subjects interest me as much as ever they did. My mind seems to have become a kind of machine for grinding general laws out of large collections of facts. But why this should have caused the atrophy of that part of the brain alone on which the higher tastes depend, I cannot conceive. A man with a mind more highly organized or better constituted than mine would not, I suppose, have thus suffered. And if I had to live my life again, I would have made a rule to read some poetry and listen to some music at least once every week. For perhaps the parts of my brain now atrophied would thus have been kept active through use. The loss of these tastes is a loss of happiness, and may possibly be injurious to the intellect, and more probably to the moral character, by enfeebling the emotional part of our nature. Private memorandum concerning his little daughter. From Life and Letters. Our poor child Annie was born in Gower Street on March 2nd, 1841, and expired at Malvern at midday on the 23rd of April, 1851. I write these few pages as I think in after years, if we live, the impressions now put down will recall more vividly her chief characteristics. From whatever point I look back at her, the main feature in her disposition, which at once rises before me, is her buoyant joyousness, tempered by two other characteristics, namely, her sensitiveness, which might easily have been overlooked by a stranger, and her strong affection. Her joyousness and animal spirits radiated from her whole countenance, and rendered every movement elastic and full of life and vigor. It was delightful and cheerful to behold her. Her dear face now rises before me, as she used sometimes to come running downstairs with a stolen pinch of snuff for me, her whole form radiant with the pleasure of giving pleasure. Even when playing with her cousins, when her joyousness almost passed into boisterousness, a single glance of my eye, not of displeasure, for I thank God I hardly ever cast one on her, but of want of sympathy, would for some minutes alter her whole countenance. The other point in her character, which made her joyousness and spirits so delightful, was her strong affection, which was of a most clinging, fondling nature. When quite a baby, this showed itself in never being easy without touching her mother when in bed with her, and quite lately she would, when poorly, fondle for any length of time one of her mother's arms. When very unwell, her mother lying down beside her seemed to soothe her in a manner quite different from what it would have done to any of our other children. So again, she would at almost any time spend half an hour in arranging my hair, making it, as she called it, beautiful, or in smoothing the poor dear darling my collar or cuffs, in short, in fondling me. Besides her joyousness thus tempered, she was in her manners remarkably cordial, frank, open, straightforward, natural, and without any shade of reserve. Her whole mind was pure and transparent. One felt one knew her thoroughly and could trust her. I always thought that come what might, we should have had in our old age at least one loving soul which nothing could have changed. All her movements were vigorous, active, and usually graceful. When going round the sand walk with me, although I walked fast, yet she often used to go before, pirouetting in the most elegant way, her dear face bright all the time with the sweetest smiles. Occasionally she had a pretty coquettish manner towards me, the memory of which is charming. She often used exaggerated language, and when I quizzed her by exaggerating what she had said, how clearly now I can see the little toss of the head and exclamation of, "Oh, Papa, what a shame of you!" In the last short illness, her conduct in simple truth was angelic. She never once complained, never became fretful, was ever considerate of others, and was thankful in the most gentle, pathetic manner for everything done for her. When so exhausted that she could hardly speak, she praised everything that was given her, and said some tea was beautifully good. When I gave her some water, she said, "I quite thank you." And these, I believe, were the last precious words ever addressed by her dear lips to me. We have lost the joy of the household, and the solace of our old age. She must have known how we loved her. Oh, that she could now know how deeply, how tenderly, we do still, and shall ever love her dear, joyous face. Blessings on her. April 30th, 1851. Religious Views. From Life and Letters. I am much engaged, an old man, and out of health, and I cannot spare time to answer your questions fully. nor indeed can they be answered. Science has nothing to do with Christ, except in so far as the habit of scientific research makes a man cautious in admitting evidence. For myself, I do not believe that there ever has been any revelation. As for a future life, every man must judge for himself between conflicting vague probabilities. During these 2 years, October 1836 to January 1839, I was led to think much about religion. Whilst on board the Beagle, I was quite orthodox, and I remember being heartily laughed at by several of the officers, though themselves orthodox, for quoting the Bible as an unanswerable authority on some point of morality. I suppose it was the novelty of the argument that amused them. But I had gradually come by this time, i.e. 1836 to 1839, to see that the Old Testament was no more to be trusted than the sacred books of the Hindus. The question then continually rose before my mind and would not be banished. Is it credible that if God were now to make a revelation to the Hindus, he would permit it to be connected with the belief in Vishnu, Siva, etc., as Christianity is connected with the Old Testament? This appeared to me utterly incredible. By further reflecting that the clearest evidence would be requisite to make any sane man believe in the miracles by which Christianity is supported, and that the more we know of the fixed laws of nature, the more incredible do miracles become, that the men at this time were ignorant and credulous to a degree almost incomprehensible by us, that the Gospels cannot be proved to have been written simultaneously with the events, that they differ in many important details, far too important, as it seemed to me, to be admitted as the usual inaccuracies of eyewitnesses. By such reflections as these, which I give not as having the least novelty or value, but as they influenced me, I gradually came to disbelieve in Christianity as a divine revelation. The fact that many false religions have spread over large portions of the earth like wildfire had some weight with me. But I was very unwilling to give up my belief. I feel sure of this, for I can well remember often and often inventing daydreams of old letters between distinguished Romans and manuscripts being discovered at Pompeii or elsewhere, which confirmed in the most striking manner all that was written in the Gospels. But I found it more and more difficult, with free scope given to my imagination, to invent evidence which would suffice to convince me. Thus disbelief crept over me at a very slow rate, but was at last complete. The rate was so slow that I felt no distress. Although I did not think much about the existence of a personal God until a considerably later period of my life, I will here give the vague conclusions to which I have been driven. The old argument from design in nature, as given by Paley, which formerly seemed to me so conclusive, fails, now that the law of natural selection has been discovered. We can no longer argue that, for instance, the beautiful hinge of a bivalve shell must have been made by an intelligent being, like the hinge of a door by man. There seems to be no more design in the variability of organic beings and in the action of natural selection than in the course which the wind blows. But I have discussed this subject at the end of my book on the variations of domesticated animals and plants, and the argument there given has never, as far as I can see, been answered. But passing over the endless beautiful adaptations which we everywhere meet with, it may be asked, how can the generally beneficent arrangement of the world be accounted for? Some writers, indeed, are so much impressed with the amount of suffering in the world that they doubt, if we look to all sentient beings, whether there is more of misery or of happiness, whether the world as a whole is a good or a bad one. According to my judgment, happiness decidedly prevails, though this would be very difficult to prove. If the truth of this conclusion be granted, it harmonizes well with the effects which we might expect from natural selection. If all the individuals of any species were habitually to suffer to an extreme degree, they would neglect to propagate their kind. But we have no reason to believe that this has ever, or at least often, occurred. Some other considerations, moreover, lead to the belief that all sentient beings have been formed so as to enjoy, as a general rule, happiness. Everyone who believes as I do that all the corporeal and mental organs, excepting those which are neither advantageous nor disadvantageous to the possessor, of all beings have been developed through natural selection, or the survival of the fittest, together with use or habit, will admit that these organs have been formed so that their possessors may compete successfully with other beings, and thus increase in number. Now, an animal may be led to pursue that course of action which is most beneficial to the species by suffering, such as pain, hunger, thirst, and fear, or by pleasure, as in eating and drinking, and in the propagation of the species, etc., or by both means combined, as in the search for food. But pain or suffering of any kind, if long continued, causes depression and lessens the power of action, yet is well adapted to make a creature guard itself against any great or sudden evil. Pleasurable sensations, on the other hand, may be long continued without any depressing effect. On the contrary, they stimulate the whole system to increased action. Hence it has come to pass that most or all sentient beings have been developed in such a manner, through natural selection, that pleasurable sensations serve as their habitual guides. We see this in the pleasure from exertion, even occasionally from great exertion of the body or mind, in the pleasure of our daily meals, and especially in the pleasure derived from sociability and from loving our families. The sum of such pleasures as these, which are habitual or frequently recurrent, give, as I can hardly doubt, to most sentient beings an excess of happiness over misery, although many occasionally suffer much. Such suffering is quite compatible with the belief in natural selection, which is not perfect in its action, but tends only to render each species as successful as possible in the battle for life with other species in wonderfully complex and changing circumstances. That there is much suffering in the world, no one disputes. Some have attempted to explain this with reference to man by imagining that it serves for his moral improvement. But the number of men in the world is as nothing compared with that of all other sentient beings, and they often suffer greatly without any moral improvement. This very old argument from the existence of suffering against the existence of an intelligent first cause seems to me a strong one, whereas, as just remarked, the presence of much suffering agrees well with the view that all organic beings have been developed through variation and natural selection. At the present day, the most usual argument for the existence of an intelligent God is drawn from the deep inward conviction and feelings which are experienced by most persons. Formerly, I was led by feelings such as those just referred to, although I do not think that the religious sentiment was ever strongly developed in me, to the firm conviction of the existence of God and of the immortality of the soul. In my journal, I wrote that whilst standing in the midst of the grandeur of a Brazilian forest, it is not possible to give an adequate idea of the higher feelings of wonder, admiration, and devotion which fill and elevate the mind. I well remember my conviction that there is more in man than the mere breath of his body. But now the grandest scenes would not cause any such convictions and feelings to rise in my mind. It may be truly said that I am like a man who has become colorblind, and the universal belief by men of the existence of redness makes my present loss of perception of not the least value as evidence. This argument would be a valid one if all men of all races had the same inward conviction of the existence of one God, but we know that this is very far from being the case. Therefore, I cannot see that such inward convictions and feelings are of any weight as evidence of what really exists. The state of mind which grand scenes formerly excited in me, and which was intimately connected with a belief in God, did not essentially differ from that which is often called the sense of sublimity, and however difficult it may be to explain the genesis of this sense, it can hardly be advanced as an argument for the existence of God, any more than the powerful though vague and similar feelings excited by music. With respect to immortality, nothing shows me so clearly how strong and almost instinctive a belief it is, as the consideration of the view now held by most physicists, namely, that the sun with all the planets will in time grow too cold for life, unless indeed some great body dashes into the sun and thus gives it fresh life. Believing as I do that man in the distant future will be a far more perfect creature than he now is, it is an intolerable thought that he and all other sentient beings are doomed to complete annihilation after such long-continued slow progress. To those who fully admit the immortality of the human soul, the destruction of our world will not appear so dreadful. Another source of conviction in the existence of God, connected with the reason and not with the feelings, impresses me as having much more weight. This follows from the extreme difficulty, or rather impossibility, of conceiving this immense and wonderful universe, including man, with his capacity of looking far backward and far into futurity, as the result of blind chance or necessity. While thus reflecting, I feel compelled to look to a first cause, having an intelligent mind in some degree analogous to that of man, and I deserve to be called a theist. This conclusion was strong in my mind about the time, as far as I can remember, when I wrote The Origin of Species, and it is since that time that it has very gradually, with many fluctuations, become weaker. But then arises the doubt, can the mind of man, which has, as I fully believe, been developed from a mind as low as that possessed by the lowest animals, be trusted when it draws such grand conclusions? I cannot pretend to throw the least light on such abstruse problems. The mystery of the beginning of all things is insoluble by us, and I for one must be content to remain an agnostic. Charles Darwin to Miss Julia Wedgwood on Design. From Life and Letters. July 11th, 1861. Someone has sent us Macmillan, and I must tell you how much I admire your article, though at the same time I must confess that I could not clearly follow you in some parts, which probably is in main part due to my not being at all accustomed to metaphysical trains of thought. I think that you understand my book perfectly, and that I find a very rare event with my critics. The ideas in the last page have several times vaguely crossed my mind. Owing to several correspondence, I have been led lately to think, or rather to try to think, over some of the chief points discussed by you. But the result has been with me a maze, something like thinking on the origin of evil, to which you allude. The mind refuses to look at this universe, being what it is, without having been designed. Yet, where one would most expect design, viz., in the structure of a sentient being, the more I think on the subject, the less I can see proof of design. Asa Gray and some others look at each variation, or at least at each beneficial variation, which Asa Gray would compare with the raindrops which do not fall on the sea, but onto the land to fertilize it, as having been providentially designed. Yet when I asked him whether he looks at each variation in the rock pigeon, by which man has made by accumulation a pouter or fantail pigeon, as providentially designed for man's amusement, he does not know what to answer, and if he or anyone admits that these variations are accidental, as far as purpose is concerned, of course not accidental as to their cause or origin, then I can see no reason why he should rank the accumulated variations by which the beautifully adapted woodpecker has been formed as providentially designed. For it would be easy to imagine the enlarged crop of the pouter or tail of the fantail as of some use to birds in a state of nature, having peculiar habits of life. These are the considerations which perplex me about design, but whether you will care to hear them, I know not. On the subject of design, he wrote, July 1860, to Dr. Gray, "One word more on designed laws and undesigned results. I see a bird which I want for food. Take my gun and kill it. I do this designedly. An innocent and good man stands under a tree and is killed by a flash of lightning. Do you believe, and I really should like to hear, that God designedly killed this man? Many or most persons do believe this. I can't and don't. If you believe so, do you believe that when a swallow snaps up a gnat, that God designed that that particular swallow should snap up that particular gnat at that particular instant? I believe that the man and the gnat are in the same predicament. If the death of neither man nor gnat is designed, I see no good reason to believe that their first birth or production should be necessarily designed." Charles Darwin to J.D. Hooker, from Life and Letters. February 24th, 1863. My dear Hooker, I am astonished at your note. I have not seen the Athenaeum, but I have sent for it, and may get it tomorrow, and will then say what I think. I have read Lyell's book, The Antiquity of Man. The whole certainly struck me as a compilation, but of the highest class, for when possible the facts have been verified on the spot, making it almost an original work. The glacial chapters seem to me best, and in parts magnificent. I could hardly judge about man, as all the gloss of novelty was completely worn off. But certainly the aggregation of the evidence produced a very striking effect on my mind. The chapter comparing language and changes of species seems most ingenious and interesting. He has shown great skill in picking out salient points in the argument for change of species, but I am deeply disappointed, I do not mean personally, to find that his timidity prevents him giving any judgment. From all my communications with him, I must ever think that he has really entirely lost faith in the immutability of species, and yet one of his strongest sentences is nearly as follows: "If it should ever be rendered highly probable that species change by variation and natural selection, etc., etc." I had hoped he would have guided the public as far as his own belief went. One thing does please me on this subject, that he seems to appreciate your work. No doubt the public or a part may be induced to think that, as he gives to us a larger space than to Lamarck, he must think there is something in our views. When reading the brain chapter, it struck me forcibly that if he had said openly that he believed in change of species, and as a consequence that man was derived from some quadrumanous animal, it would have been very proper to have discussed by compilation the differences in the most important organ, viz., the brain. As it is, the chapter seems to me to come in rather by the head and shoulders. I do not think, but then I am as prejudiced as Falconer and Huxley, or more so, that it is too severe. It struck me as given with judicial force. It might perhaps be said with truth that he had no business to judge on a subject on which he knows nothing, but compilers must do this to a certain extent. You know I value and rank high compilers, being one myself. I have taken you at your word and scribbled at great length. If I get the Athenaeum tomorrow, I will add my impression of Owen's letter. The Lyells are coming here on Sunday evening to stay till Wednesday. I dread it, but I must say how much disappointed I am that he has not spoken out on species, still less on man. And the best of the joke is that he thinks he has acted with the courage of a martyr of old. I hope I may have taken an exaggerated view of his timidity, and shall particularly be glad of your opinion on this head. When I got his book, I turned over the pages and saw he had discussed the subject of species and said that I thought he would do more to convert the public than all of us. And now, which makes the case worse for me, I must, in common honesty, retract. I wish to heaven he had said not a word on the subject. Wednesday morning. I have read the Athenaeum. I do not think Lyell will be nearly so much annoyed as you expect. The concluding sentence is no doubt very stinging. No one but a good anatomist could unravel Owen's letter. At least it is quite beyond me. Lyell's memory plays him false when he says all anatomists were astonished at Owen's paper. It was often quoted with approbation. I well remember Lyell's admiration at this new classification. Do not repeat this. I remember it because, though I knew nothing whatever about the brain, I felt a conviction that a classification thus founded on a single character would break down, and it seemed to me a great error not to separate more completely the marsupialia. What an accursed evil it is that there should be all this quarreling within what ought to be the peaceful realms of science. I will go to my own present subject of inheritance, and forget it all for a time. Farewell, my dear old friend. Darwin. Charles Darwin to T. H. Huxley, from Life and Letters, 1864. My dear Huxley, if I do not pour out my admiration of your article on Colliger, I shall explode. I never read anything better done. I had much wished his article answered, and indeed thought of doing so myself, so that I considered several points. You have hit on all, and on some in addition, and oh, by Jove, how well you have done it. As I read on and came to point after point on which I had thought, I could not help jeering and scoffing at myself to see how infinitely better you had done it than I could have done. Well, if anyone who does not understand natural selection will read this, he will be a blockhead if it is not as clear as daylight. Old Flourens was hardly worth the powder and shot, but how capitally you bring in about the academician, and your metaphor of the sea sand is inimitable. It is a marvel to me how you can resist becoming a regular reviewer. Well, I have exploded now, and it has done me a deal of good. Charles Darwin to E. Ray Lankester, from Life and Letters, March 15th, 1870. My dear Sir, I do not know whether you will consider me a very troublesome man, but I have just finished your book, and cannot resist telling you how the whole has much interested me. No doubt, as you say, there must be much speculation on such a subject, and certain results cannot be reached. But all your views are highly suggestive, and, to my mind, that is high praise. I have been all the more interested, as I am now writing on closely allied, though not quite identical points. I was pleased to see you refer to my much despised child, Pangenesis, who I think will some day, under some better nurse, turn out a fine stripling. It has also pleased me to see how thoroughly you appreciate, and I do not think that this is general with the men of science, H. Spencer. I suspect that hereafter he will be looked at as by far the greatest living philosopher in England, perhaps equal to any that have lived. But I have no business to trouble you with my notions. With sincere thanks for the interest which your work has given me, I remain yours very faithfully, Darwin. From a letter to J.D. Hooker, from Life and Letters. Cliff Cottage, Bournemouth, September 26, 1862. My dear Hooker, do not read this till you have leisure. If that blessed moment ever comes, I should be very glad to have your opinion on the subject of this letter. I am led to the opinion that Drosera must have diffused matter in organic connection, closely analogous to the nervous matter of animals. When the glands of one of the papillae or tentacles in its natural position is supplied with nitrogenized fluid and certain other stimulants, or when loaded with an extremely slight weight, or when struck several times with a needle, the pedicle bends near its base in under 1 minute. These varied stimulants are conveyed down the pedicle by some means. It cannot be vibration, for drops of fluid put on quite quietly cause the movement. It cannot be absorption of the fluid from cell to cell, for I can see the rate of absorption, which, though quick, is far slower, and in Dionyea the transmission is instantaneous. Analogy from animals would point to transmission through nervous matter. Reflecting on the rapid power of absorption in the glands, the extreme sensibility of the whole organ, and the conspicuous movement caused by various stimulants, I have tried a number of substances which are not caustic or corrosive, but most of which are known to have a remarkable action on the nervous matter of animals. You will see the results in the enclosed paper. As the nervous matter of different animals is differently acted on by the same poisons, one would not expect the same action on plants and animals. Only if plants have diffused nervous matter, some degree of analogous action. And this is partially the case. Considering these experiments, together with the previously made remarks on the functions of the parts, I cannot avoid the conclusion that Drosera possesses matter at least in some degree analogous in constitution and function to nervous matter. Now do tell me what you think, as far as you can judge from my abstract. Of course, many more experiments would have to be tried, but in former years I tried on the whole leaf, instead of on separate glands, a number of innocuous substances such as sugar, gum, starch, etc., and they produced no effect. Your opinion will aid me in deciding some future year in going on with this subject. I should not have thought it worth attempting, but I had nothing on earth to do. My dear Hooker, yours very sincerely, Darwin. P.S. We return home on Monday 28th. Thank heaven. Chapter illustration: The Ape Man. Photogravure from a painting by Gabriel Max. Professor Max has long been known to the greater public through those wonderful pictures in which some tragic fate, some heartbreak of mankind has found expression, but only an inner circle of intimates has known the artist as an able student of nature. He has thought much and deeply upon the existence and origin of things, and his studies in comparative anatomy have given him unusual preparation for the treatment of the present subject. The entire picture is made up of yellowish and brownish gray tones, expressive of the twilight of the forest. The skin of the female is about the shade of that of the southern European of today. That of the male is darker. The most interesting of the three figures is the young ape mother, who reclines against a tree trunk and offers her breast to her firstborn. The expression of the face is remarkable. Happiness at the possession of the child mingles with misgiving for its future. The tear which trembles upon her cheek seems indicative of the flood of tears which is to run down the history of her descendants. The father has less of this feeling, and stands upright beside his wife and child, and looks down upon them with an air of pride and paternal joy. The original painting is owned by the celebrated Darwinian philosopher Ernest Haeckel of Jena. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 14, The Struggle for Existence from The Origin of Species, by Charles Darwin. Before entering on the subject of this chapter, I must make a few preliminary remarks to show how the struggle for existence bears on natural selection. It has been seen in the last chapter that amongst organic beings in a state of nature there is some individual variability. Indeed, I am not aware that this has ever been disputed. It is immaterial for us whether a multitude of doubtful forms be called species or subspecies or varieties. What rank, for instance, the 200 or 300 doubtful forms of British plants are entitled to hold if the existence of any well-marked varieties be admitted. But the mere existence of individual variability and of some few well-marked varieties, though necessary as the foundation for the work, helps us but little in understanding how species arise in nature. How have all those exquisite adaptations of one part of the organization to another part and to the conditions of life, and of one organic being to another being, been perfected? We see these beautiful co-adaptations most plainly in the woodpecker and the mistletoe, and only a little less plainly in the humblest parasite which clings to the hairs of a quadruped or feathers of a bird, in the structure of the beetle which dives through the water, in the plumed seed which is wafted by the gentlest breeze. In short, we see beautiful adaptations everywhere and in every part of the organic world. Again, it may be asked, how is it that varieties, which I have called incipient species, become ultimately converted into good and distinct species, which in most cases obviously differ from each other far more than do the varieties of the same species? How do those groups of species which constitute what are called distinct genera, and which differ from each other more than do the species of the same genus, arise? All these results, as we shall more fully see in the next chapter, follow from the struggle for life. Owing to this struggle, variations, however slight and from whatever cause proceeding, if they be in any degree profitable to the individuals of a species, in their infinitely complex relations to other organic beings, and to their physical conditions of life, will tend to the preservation of such individuals, and will generally be inherited by the offspring. The offspring also will thus have a better chance of surviving, for of the many individuals of any species which are periodically born, but a small number can survive. I have called this principle, by which each slight variation, if useful, is preserved, by the term natural selection, in order to mark its relation to man's power of selection. But the expression often used by Mr. Herbert Spencer of the survival of the fittest is more accurate and is sometimes equally convenient. We have seen that man by selection can certainly produce great results and can adapt organic beings to his own uses through the accumulation of slight but useful variations given to him by the hand of nature. But natural selection, as we shall hereafter see, is a power incessantly ready for action, and is as immeasurably superior to man's feeble efforts as the works of nature are to those of art. We will now discuss in a little more detail the struggle for existence. In my future work, this subject will be treated, as it well deserves, at greater length. The elder De Candolle and Lyell have largely and philosophically shown that all organic beings are exposed to severe competition. In regard to plants, no one has treated this subject with more spirit and ability than W. Herbert, Dean of Manchester, evidently the result of his great horticultural knowledge. Nothing is easier than to admit in words the truth of the universal struggle for life, or more difficult, at least I have found it so, than constantly to bear this conclusion in mind. Yet, unless it be thoroughly ingrained in the mind, the whole economy of nature, with every fact on distribution, rarity, abundance, extinction, and variation, will be dimly seen or quite misunderstood. We behold the face of nature bright with gladness. We often see superabundance of food. We do not see, or we forget, that the birds which are idly singing round us mostly live on insects or seeds, and are thus constantly destroying life. Or we forget how largely these songsters or their eggs or their nestlings are destroyed by birds and beasts of prey. We do not always bear in mind that though food may be now superabundant, it is not so at all seasons of each recurring year. I should premise that I use this term in a large and metaphorical sense, including dependence of one being on another, and including, which is more important, not only the life of the individual, but success in leaving progeny. Two canine animals in a time of dearth may be truly said to struggle with each other, which shall get food and live. But a plant on the edge of a desert is said to struggle for life against the drought, though more properly it should be said to be dependent on the moisture. A plant which annually produces 1,000 seeds, of which only one on an average comes to maturity, may be more truly said to struggle with the plants of the same and other kinds which already clothe the ground. The mistletoe is dependent on the apple and a few other trees, but can only, in a far-fetched sense, be said to struggle with these trees. For if too many of these parasites grow on the same tree, it languishes and dies. But several seedling mistletoes growing close together on the same branch may more truly be said to struggle with each other. As the mistletoe is disseminated by birds, its existence depends on them, and it may metaphorically be said to struggle with other fruit-bearing plants, in tempting the birds to devour and thus disseminate its seeds. In these several senses which pass into each other, I use for convenience's sake the general term of struggle for existence. The Geometrical Ratio of Increase, from Origin of Species, by Charles Darwin. A struggle for existence inevitably follows from the high rate at which all organic beings tend to increase. Every being which during its natural lifetime produces several eggs or seeds must suffer destruction during some period of its life, and during some season or occasional year. Otherwise, on the principle of geometrical increase, its numbers would quickly become so inordinately great that no country could support the product. Hence, as more individuals are produced than can possibly survive, there must in every case be a struggle for existence, either one individual with another of the same species, or with the individuals of distinct species, or with the physical conditions of life. It is the doctrine of Malthus applied with manifold force to the whole animal and vegetable kingdoms, for in this case there can be no artificial increase of food, and no prudential restraint from marriage. Although some species may be now increasing more or less rapidly in numbers, all cannot do so, for the world would not hold them. There is no exception to the rule that every organic being naturally increases at so high a rate that, if not destroyed, the earth would soon be covered by the progeny of a single pair. Even slow-breeding man has doubled in 25 years, and at this rate, in less than 1,000 years, there would literally not be standing room for his progeny. Linnaeus has calculated that if an annual plant produced only 2 seeds, and there is no plant so unproductive as this, and their seedlings next year produce 2, and so on, then in 20 years there would be 1,000,000 plants. The elephant is reckoned the slowest breeder of all known animals, and I have taken some pains to estimate its probable minimum rate of natural increase. It will be safest to assume that it begins breeding when 30 years old, and goes on breeding till 90 years old, bringing forth 6 young in the interval, and surviving till 100 years old. If this be so, after a period of from 740 to 750 years, there would be nearly 19 million elephants alive, descended from the first pair. But we have better evidence on this subject than mere theoretical calculations, namely, the numerous recorded cases of the astonishingly rapid increase of various animals in a state of nature, when circumstances have been favorable to them during 2 or 3 following seasons. Still more striking is the evidence from our domestic animals of many kinds, which have run wild in several parts of the world. If the statements of the rate of increase of slow-breeding cattle and horses in South America, and latterly in Australia, had not been well authenticated, they would have been incredible. So it is with plants. Cases could be given of introduced plants which have become common throughout whole islands in a period of less than 10 years. Several of the plants, such as the cardoon and a tall thistle, which are now the commonest over the wide plains of La Plata, clothing square leagues of surface almost to the exclusion of every other plant, have been introduced from Europe. And there are plants which now range in India, as I hear from Falconer, from Cape Comorin to the Himalaya, which have been imported from America since its discovery. In such cases, and endless others could be given, no one supposes that the fertility of the animals or plants has been suddenly and temporarily increased in any sensible degree. The obvious explanation is that the conditions of life have been highly favorable, and that there has consequently been less destruction of the old and young, and that nearly all the young have been enabled to breed. Their geometrical ratio of increase, the result of which never fails to be surprising, simply explains their extraordinarily rapid increase and wide diffusion in their new homes. In a state of nature, almost every full-grown plant annually produces seed, and amongst animals there are very few which do not annually pair. Hence we may confidently assert that all plants and animals are tending to increase at a geometrical ratio, that all would rapidly stock every station in which they could anyhow exist, and that this geometrical tendency to increase must be checked by destruction at some period of life. Our familiarity with the larger domestic animals tends, I think, to mislead us. We see no great destruction falling on them, but we do not keep in mind that thousands are annually slaughtered for food, and that in a state of nature an equal number would have somehow to be disposed of. The only difference between organisms which annually produce eggs or seeds by the thousand and those which produce extremely few is that the slow breeders would require a few more years to people, under favorable conditions, a whole district, let it be ever so large. The condor lays a couple of eggs, and the ostrich a score, and yet in the same country the condor may be the more numerous of the two. The fulmar petrel lays but 1 egg, yet it is believed to be the most numerous bird in the world. One fly deposits hundreds of eggs, and another, like the hippobasca, a single one. But this difference does not determine how many individuals of the two species can be supported in a district. A large number of eggs is of some importance to those species which depend on a fluctuating amount of food, for it allows them rapidly to increase in number. But the real importance of a large number of eggs or seeds is to make up for much destruction at some period of life, and this period in the great majority of cases is an early one. If an animal can in any way protect its own eggs or young, a small number may be produced, and yet the average stock be fully kept up. But if many eggs or young are destroyed, many must be produced, or the species will become extinct. It would suffice to keep up the full number of a tree which lived on an average for 1,000 years, if a single seed were produced once in 1,000 years, supposing that this seed were never destroyed, and could be ensured to germinate in a fitting place. So that in all cases the average number of any animal or plant depends only indirectly on the number of its eggs or seeds. In looking at nature, it is most necessary to keep the foregoing considerations always in mind. Never to forget that every single organic being may be said to be striving to the utmost to increase its numbers, that each lives by a struggle at some period of its life, that heavy destruction inevitably falls either on the young or old, during each generation or at recurrent intervals. Lighten any check, mitigate the destruction ever so little, and the number of the species will almost instantaneously increase to any amount. Of the nature of the checks to increase, from The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. The causes which check the natural tendency of each species to increase are most obscure. Look at the most vigorous species. By as much as it swarms in numbers, by so much will it tend to increase still further. We know not exactly what the checks are, even in a single instance. Nor will this surprise anyone who reflects how ignorant we are on this head, even in regard to mankind, although so incomparably better known than any other animal. This subject of the checks to increase has been ably treated by several authors, and I hope in a future work to discuss it at considerable length, more especially in regard to the feral animals of South America. Here I will make only a few remarks, just to recall to the reader's mind some of the chief points. Eggs or very young animals seem generally to suffer most, but this is not invariably the case. With plants there is a vast destruction of seeds, but from some observations which I have made, it appears that the seedlings suffer most from germinating in ground already thickly stocked with other plants. Seedlings also are destroyed in vast numbers by various enemies. For instance, on a piece of ground 3 feet long and 2 wide, dug and cleared, and where there could be no choking from other plants, I marked all the seedlings of our native weeds as they came up, and out of 357, no less than 295 were destroyed, chiefly by slugs and insects. If turf which has long been mown, and the case would be the same with turf closely browsed by quadrupeds, be let to grow, the more vigorous plants gradually kill the less vigorous, though fully grown plants. Thus, out of 20 species growing on a little plot of mown turf 3 feet by 4, 9 species perished, from the other species being allowed to grow up freely. The amount of food for each species, of course, gives the extreme limit to which each can increase. But very frequently it is not the obtaining food, but the serving as prey to other animals, which determines the average numbers of a species. Thus there seems to be little doubt that the stock of partridges, grouse, and hares in any large estate depends chiefly on the destruction of vermin. If not one head of game were shot during the next 20 years in England, and at the same time, if no vermin were destroyed, there would in all probability be less game than at present, although hundreds of thousands of game animals are now annually shot. On the other hand, in some cases, as with the elephant, none are destroyed by beasts of prey, for even the tiger in India most rarely dares to attack a young elephant protected by its dam. Climate plays an important part in determining the average numbers of a species, and periodical seasons of extreme cold or drought seem to be the most effective of all checks. I estimated, chiefly from the greatly reduced numbers of nests in the spring, that the winter of 1854 to 55 destroyed 4/5 of the birds in my own grounds, and this is a tremendous destruction, when we remember that 10% is an extraordinarily severe mortality from epidemics with man. The action of climate seems at first sight to be quite independent of the struggle for existence. But in so far as climate chiefly acts in reducing food, it brings on the most severe struggle between the individuals, whether of the same or of distinct species, which subsist on the same kind of food. Even when climate, for instance extreme cold, acts directly, it will be the least vigorous individuals, or those which have got least food through the advancing winter, which will suffer most. When we travel from south to north, or from a damp region to a dry, we invariably see some species gradually getting rarer and rarer, and finally disappearing. And the change of climate being conspicuous, we are tempted to attribute the whole effect to its direct action. But this is a false view. We forget that each species, even where it most abounds, is constantly suffering enormous destruction at some period of its life, from enemies or from competitors for the same place and food. And if these enemies or competitors be in the least degree favored by any slight change of climate, they will increase in numbers, and as each area is already fully stocked with inhabitants, the other species must decrease. When we travel southward and see a species decreasing in numbers, we may feel sure that the cause lies quite as much in other species being favored as in this one being hurt. So it is when we travel northward, but in a somewhat lesser degree, for the number of species of all kinds, and therefore of competitors, decreases northward. Hence, in going northward or in ascending a mountain, we far oftener meet with stunted forms, due to the directly injurious action of climate, than we do in proceeding southward or in descending a mountain. When we reach the Arctic regions, or snow-capped summits, or absolute deserts, the struggle for life is almost exclusively with the elements. That climate acts in main part indirectly by favoring other species, we clearly see in the prodigious number of plants which in our gardens can perfectly well endure our climate, but which never become naturalized, for they cannot compete with our native plants, nor resist destruction by our native animals. When a species, owing to highly favorable circumstances, increases inordinately in numbers in a small tract, epidemics, at least this seems generally to occur with our game animals, often ensue, and here we have a limiting check independent of the struggle for life. But even some of these so-called epidemics appear to be due to parasitic worms, which have from some cause, possibly in part through facility of diffusion amongst the crowded animals, been disproportionately favored. And here comes in a sort of struggle between the parasite and its prey. On the other hand, in many cases, a large stock of individuals of the same species, relatively to the numbers of its enemies, is absolutely necessary for its preservation. Thus we can easily raise plenty of corn and rapeseed, etc. in our fields, because the seeds are in great excess compared with the number of birds which feed on them. Nor can the birds, though having a superabundance of food at this one season, increase in number proportionally to the supply of seed, as their numbers are checked during winter. But anyone who has tried knows how troublesome it is to get seed from a few wheat or other such plants in a garden. I have in this case lost every single seed. This view of the necessity of a large stock of the same species for its preservation explains, I believe, some singular facts in nature, such as that of very rare plants being sometimes extremely abundant in the few spots where they do exist, and that of some social plants being social, that is, abounding in individuals, even on the extreme verge of their range. For in such cases we may believe that a plant could exist only where the conditions of its life were so favorable that many could exist together, and thus save the species from utter destruction. I should add that the good effects of intercrossing and the ill effects of close interbreeding no doubt come into play in many of these cases, but I will not here enlarge on this subject. The complex relations of all animals and plants to each other in the struggle for existence. From The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. Many cases are on record showing how complex and unexpected are the checks and relations between organic beings which have to struggle together in the same country. I will give only a single instance, which, though a simple one, interested me. In Staffordshire, on the estate of a relation where I had ample means of investigation, there was a large and extremely barren heath which had never been touched by the hand of man. But several hundred acres of exactly the same nature had been enclosed 25 years previously and planted with Scotch fir. The change in the native vegetation of the planted part of the heath was most remarkable, more than is generally seen in passing from one quite different soil to another. Not only the proportional numbers of the heath plants were wholly changed, but 12 species of plants, not counting grasses and carices, flourished in the plantations, which could not be found on the heath. The effect on the insects must have been still greater, for 6 insectivorous birds were very common in the plantations, which were not to be seen on the heath. And the heath was frequented by 2 or 3 distinct insectivorous birds. Here we see how potent has been the effect of the introduction of a single tree, nothing whatever else having been done, with the exception of the land having been enclosed so that cattle could not enter. But how important an element enclosure is, I plainly saw near Farnham in Surrey. Here there are extensive heaths with a few clumps of old Scotch firs on the distant hilltops. Within the last 10 years, large spaces have been enclosed, and self-sown firs are now springing up in multitudes, so close together that all cannot live. When I ascertained that these young trees had not been sown or planted, I was so much surprised at their numbers that I went to several points of view, whence I could examine hundreds of acres of the unenclosed heath, and literally I could not see a single Scotch fir except the old planted clumps. But on looking closely between the stems of the heath, I found a multitude of seedlings and little trees which had been perpetually browsed down by the cattle. In 1 square yard, at a point some 100 yards distant from one of the old clumps, I counted 32 little trees, and one of them, with 26 rings of growth, had during many years tried to raise its head above the stems of the heath, and had failed. No wonder that as soon as the land was enclosed, it became thickly clothed with vigorously growing young firs. Yet the heath was so extremely barren and so extensive that no one would ever have imagined that cattle would have so closely and effectually searched it for food. Here we see that cattle absolutely determine the existence of the Scotch fir. But in several parts of the world, insects determine the existence of cattle. Perhaps Paraguay offers the most curious instance of this, for here neither cattle nor horses nor dogs have ever run wild, though they swarm southward and northward in a feral state. And Azara and Renger have shown that this is caused by the greater number in Paraguay of a certain fly, which lays its eggs in the navels of these animals when first born. The increase of these flies, numerous as they are, must be habitually checked by some means, probably by other parasitic insects. Hence, if certain insectivorous birds were to decrease in Paraguay, the parasitic insects would probably increase, and this would lessen the number of the navel-frequenting flies. Then cattle and horses would become feral, and this would certainly greatly alter, as indeed I have observed in parts of South America, the vegetation. This again would largely affect the insects. And this, as we have just seen in Staffordshire, the insectivorous birds, and so onwards in ever-increasing circles of complexity. Not that under nature the relations will ever be as simple as this. Battle within battle must be continually recurring with varying success, and yet in the long run the forces are so nicely balanced that the face of nature remains for long periods of time uniform, though assuredly the merest trifle would give the victory to one organic being over another. Nevertheless, so profound is our ignorance and so high our presumption that we marvel when we hear of the extinction of an organic being, and as we do not see the cause, we invoke cataclysms to desolate the world, or invent laws on the duration of the forms of life. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 15 of Natural Selection, or The Survival of the Fittest, from The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. Several writers have misapprehended or objected to the term natural selection. Some have even imagined that natural selection induces variability, whereas it implies only the preservation of such variations as arise and are beneficial to the being under its conditions of life. No one objects to agriculturists speaking of the potent effects of man's selection, and in this case the individual differences given by nature, which man for some object selects, must of necessity first occur. Others have objected that the term selection implies conscious choice in the animals which become modified, and it has even been urged that as plants have no volition, natural selection is not applicable to them. In the literal sense of the word, no doubt. Natural selection is a false term, but whoever objected to chemists speaking of the elective affinities of the various elements? And yet an acid cannot strictly be said to elect the base with which it in preference combines. It has been said that I speak of natural selection as an active power or deity, but who objects to an author speaking of the attraction of gravity as ruling the movements of the planets? Everyone knows what is meant and is implied by such metaphorical expressions, and they are almost necessary for brevity. So again, it is difficult to avoid personifying the word nature. But I mean by nature only the aggregate action and product of many natural laws, and by laws the sequence of events as ascertained by us. With a little familiarity, such superficial objections will be forgotten. We shall best understand the probable course of natural selection by taking the case of a country undergoing some slight physical change, for instance, of climate. The proportional numbers of its inhabitants will almost immediately undergo a change, and some species will probably become extinct. We may conclude, from what we have seen of the intimate and complex manner in which the inhabitants of each country are bound together, that any change in the numerical proportions of the inhabitants, independently of the change of climate itself, would seriously affect the others. If the country were open on its borders, new forms would certainly immigrate, and this would likewise seriously disturb the relations of some of the former inhabitants. Let it be remembered how powerful the influence of a single introduced tree or mammal has been shown to be. But in the case of an island or of a country partly surrounded by barriers, into which new and better adapted forms could not freely enter, we should then have places in the economy of nature which would assuredly be better filled up if some of the original inhabitants were in some manner modified. For had the area been open to immigration, these same places would have been seized on by intruders. In such cases, slight modifications which in any way favored the individuals of any species, by better adapting them to their altered conditions, would tend to be preserved, and natural selection would have free scope for the work of improvement. We have good reason to believe, as shown in the first chapter, that changes in the conditions of life give a tendency to increased variability. And in the foregoing cases, the conditions have changed, and this would manifestly be favorable to natural selection by affording a better chance of the occurrence of profitable variations. Unless such occur, natural selection can do nothing. Under the term of variations, it must never be forgotten that mere individual differences are included. As man can produce a great result with his domestic animals and plants by adding up in any given direction individual differences, so could natural selection, but far more easily from having incomparably longer time for action. Nor do I believe that any great physical change as of climate, or any unusual degree of isolation to check immigration, is necessary in order that new and unoccupied places should be left, for natural selection to fill up by improving some of the varying inhabitants. For as all the inhabitants of each country are struggling together with nicely balanced forces, extremely slight modifications in the structure or habits of one species would often give it an advantage over others, and still further modifications of the same kind would often still further increase the advantage, as long as the species continued under the same conditions of life and profited by similar means of subsistence and defense. No country can be named in which all the native inhabitants are now so perfectly adapted to each other and to the physical conditions under which they live, that none of them could be still better adapted or improved. For in all countries the natives have been so far conquered by naturalized productions that they have allowed some foreigners to take firm possession of the land. And as foreigners have thus in every country beaten some of the natives, we may safely conclude that the natives might have been modified with advantage so as to have better resisted the intruders. As man can produce, and certainly has produced, a great result by his methodical and unconscious means of selection, what may not natural selection effect? Man can act only on external and visible characters. Nature, if I may be allowed to personify the natural preservation or survival of the fittest, cares nothing for appearances, except in so far as they are useful to any being. She can act on every internal organ, on every shade of constitutional difference, on the whole machinery of life. Man selects only for his own good, nature only for that of the being which she tends. Every selected character is fully exercised by her, as is implied by the fact of their selection. Man keeps the natives of many climates in the same country. He seldom exercises each selected character in some peculiar and fitting manner. He feeds a long and a short-beaked pigeon on the same food. He does not exercise a long-backed or long-legged quadruped in any peculiar manner. He exposes sheep with long and short wool to the same climate. He does not allow the most vigorous males to struggle for the females. He does not rigidly destroy all inferior animals, but protects during each varying season, as far as lies in his power, all his productions. He often begins his selection by some half-monstrous form, or at least by some modification prominent enough to catch the eye, or to be plainly useful to him. Under nature, the slightest differences of structure or constitution may well turn the nicely balanced scale in the struggle for life, and so be preserved. How fleeting are the wishes and efforts of man! How short his time, and consequently how poor will be his results, compared with those accumulated by nature during whole geological periods. Can we wonder then that nature's productions should be far truer in character than man's productions, that they should be infinitely better adapted to the most complex conditions of life, and should plainly bear the stamp of far higher workmanship? It may metaphorically be said that natural selection is daily and hourly scrutinizing throughout the world the slightest variations, rejecting those that are bad, preserving and adding up all that are good, silently and insensibly working, whenever and wherever opportunity offers, at the improvement of each organic being in relation to its organic and inorganic conditions of life. We see nothing of these slow changes in progress until the hand of time has marked the lapse of ages, and then so imperfect is our view into long past geological ages that we see only that the forms of life are now different from what they formerly were. In order that any great amount of modification should be effected in a species, a variety, when once formed, must again, perhaps after a long interval of time, vary or present individual differences of the same favorable nature as before. And these must be again preserved, and so onward, step by step. Seeing that individual differences of the same kind perpetually recur, this can hardly be considered as an unwarrantable assumption. But whether it is true, we can judge only by seeing how far the hypothesis accords with and explains the general phenomena of nature. On the other hand, the ordinary belief that the amount of possible variation is a strictly limited quantity is likewise a simple assumption. Although natural selection can act only through and for the good of each being, yet characters and structures which we are apt to consider as of very trifling importance may thus be acted on. When we see leaf-eating insects green and bark feeders mottled gray, the alpine ptarmigan white in winter, the red grouse the color of heather, we must believe that these tints are of service to these birds and insects in preserving them from danger. Grouse, if not destroyed at some period of their lives, would increase in countless numbers. They are known to suffer largely from birds of prey, and hawks are guided by eyesight to their prey, so much so that on parts of the continent persons are warned not to keep white pigeons as being the most liable to destruction. Hence, natural selection might be effective in giving the proper color to each kind of grouse, and in keeping that color, when once acquired, true and constant. Nor ought we to think that the occasional destruction of an animal of any particular color would produce little effect. We should remember how essential it is in a flock of white sheep to destroy a lamb with the faintest trace of black. We have seen how the color of hogs which feed on the paint roof in Virginia determines whether they shall live or die. In plants, the down on the fruit and the color of the flesh are considered by botanists as characters of the most trifling importance. Yet we hear from an excellent horticulturist, Downing, that in the United States smooth-skinned fruits suffer far more from a beetle, a curculio, than those with down, that purple plums suffer far more from a certain disease than yellow plums, whereas another disease attacks yellow-fleshed peaches far more than those with other colored flesh. If, with all the aids of art, these slight differences make a great difference in cultivating the several varieties, assuredly in a state of nature, where the trees would have to struggle with other trees and with a host of enemies, such differences would effectually settle which variety, whether a smooth or downy, a yellow or a purple-fleshed fruit, should succeed. In looking at many small points of difference between species, which, as far as our ignorance permits us to judge, seem quite unimportant, we must not forget that climate, food, etc., have no doubt produced some direct effect. It is also necessary to bear in mind that owing to the law of correlation, when one part varies and the variations are accumulated through natural selection, other modifications, often of the most unexpected nature, will ensue. As we see that those variations which under domestication appear at any particular period of life tend to reappear in the offspring at the same period, for instance, in the shape, size, and flavor of the seeds of the many varieties of our culinary and agricultural plants, in the caterpillar and cocoon stages of the varieties of the silkworm, in the eggs of poultry, and in the color of the down of their chickens, in the horns of our sheep and cattle when nearly adult. So, in a state of nature, natural selection will be enabled to act on and modify organic beings at any age, by the accumulation of variations profitable at that age, and by their inheritance at a corresponding age. If it profit a plant to have its seeds more and more widely disseminated by the wind, I can see no greater difficulty in this being effected through natural selection than in the cotton planter increasing and improving by selection the down in the pods on his cotton trees. Natural selection may modify and adapt the larva of an insect to a score of contingencies wholly different from those which concern the mature insect, and these modifications may effect, through correlation, the structure of the adult. So, conversely, modifications in the adult may affect the structure of the larva. But in all cases natural selection will ensure that they shall not be injurious, for if they were so, the species would become extinct. Natural selection will modify the structure of the young in relation to the parent, and of the parent in relation to the young. In social animals, it will adapt the structure of each individual for the benefit of the whole community, if the community profits by the selected change. What natural selection cannot do is to modify the structure of one species without giving it any advantage for the good of another species. And though statements to this effect may be found in works of natural history, I cannot find one case which will bear investigation. A structure used only once in an animal's life, if of high importance to it, might be modified to any extent by natural selection. For instance, the great jaws possessed by certain insects, used exclusively for opening the cocoon, or the hard tip to the beak of unhatched birds, used for breaking the eggs. It has been asserted that of the best short-beaked tumbler pigeons, a greater number perish in the egg than are able to get out of it, so that fanciers assist in the act of hatching. Now, if nature had to make the beak of a full-grown pigeon very short for the bird's own advantage, the process of modification would be very slow, and there would be simultaneously the most rigorous selection of all the young birds within the egg, which had the most powerful and hardest beaks, for all with weak beaks would inevitably perish, or more delicate and more easily broken shells might be selected, the thickness of the shell being known to vary like every other structure. It may be well here to remark that with all beings there must be much fortuitous destruction, which can have little or no influence on the course of natural selection. For instance, a vast number of eggs or seeds are annually devoured, and these could be modified through natural selection only if they varied in some manner which protected them from their enemies. Yet many of these eggs or seeds would perhaps, if not destroyed, have yielded individuals better adapted to their conditions of life than any of those which happened to survive. So again, a vast number of mature animals and plants, whether or not they be the best adapted to their conditions, must be annually destroyed by accidental causes, which would not be in the least degree mitigated by certain changes of structure or constitution, which would in other ways be beneficial to the species. But let the destruction of the adults be ever so heavy, if the number which can exist in any district be not wholly kept down by such causes, or gain, let the destruction of eggs or seeds be so great that only 100th or 1,000th part are developed. Yet of those which do survive, the best adapted individuals, supposing that there is any variability in a favorable direction, will tend to propagate their kind in larger numbers than the less well adapted. If the numbers be wholly kept down by the causes just indicated, as will often have been the case, natural selection will be powerless in certain beneficial directions. But this is no valid objection to its efficiency at other times and in other ways, for we are far from having any reason to suppose that many species ever undergo modification and improvement at the same time in the same area. Progressive change compared with independent creation. From The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. Authors of the highest eminence seem to be fully satisfied with the view that each species has been independently created. To my mind, it accords better with what we know of the laws impressed on matter by the Creator, that the production and extinction of the past and present inhabitants of the world should have been due to secondary causes, like those determining the birth and death of an individual. When I view all beings not as special creations, but as the lineal descendants of some few beings which lived long before the first bed of the Cambrian system was deposited, they seem to me to become ennobled. Judging from the past, we may safely infer that not one living species will transmit its unaltered likeness to a distant futurity. And of the species now living, very few will transmit progeny of any kind to a far distant futurity. For the manner in which all organic beings are grouped shows that the greater number of species in each genus and all the species in many genera have left no descendants, but have become utterly extinct. We can so far take a prophetic glance into futurity as to foretell that it will be the common and widely spread species belonging to the larger and dominant groups within each class, which will ultimately prevail and procreate new and dominant species. As all the living forms of life are the lineal descendants of those which lived long before the Cambrian epoch, we may feel certain that the ordinary succession by generation has never once been broken, and that no cataclysm has desolated the whole world. Hence we may look with some confidence to a secure future of great length. and as natural selection works solely by and for the good of each being, all corporeal and mental endowments will tend to progress towards perfection. It is interesting to contemplate a tangled bank, clothed with many plants of many kinds, with birds singing on the bushes, with various insects flitting about, and with worms crawling through the damp earth, and to reflect that these elaborately constructed forms, so different from each other, and dependent upon each other in so complex a manner, have all been produced by laws acting around us. These laws, taken in the largest sense, being growth with reproduction, inheritance, which is almost implied by reproduction, variability from the indirect and direct action of the conditions of life, and from use and disuse, a ratio of increase so high as to lead to a struggle for life, and as a consequence to natural selection, entailing divergence of character, and the extinction of less improved forms. Thus, from the war of nature, from famine and death, the most exalted object which we are capable of conceiving, namely, the production of the higher animals, directly follows. There is grandeur in this view of life, with its several powers having been originally breathed by the Creator into a few forms or into one, and that whilst this planet has gone cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity, from so simple a beginning, endless forms most beautiful and most wonderful have been and are being evolved. Creative Design, from The Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication, by Charles Darwin. Some authors have declared that natural selection explains nothing, unless the precise cause of each slight individual difference be made clear. If it were explained to a savage utterly ignorant of the art of building how the edifice had been raised stone upon stone, and why wedge-formed fragments were used for the arches, flat stones for the roof, etc., and if the use of each part and of the whole building were pointed out, it would be unreasonable if he declared that nothing had been made clear to him, because the precise cause of the shape of each fragment could not be told. But this is a nearly parallel case with the objection that selection explains nothing, because we know not the cause of each individual difference in the structure of each being. The shape of the fragments of stone at the base of our precipice may be called accidental, but this is not strictly correct, for the shape of each depends on a long sequence of events, all obeying natural laws, on the nature of the rock, on the lines of deposition or cleavage, on the form of the mountain, which depends on its upheaval and subsequent denudation, and lastly on the storm or earthquake which throws down the fragments. But in regard to the use to which the fragments may be put, their shape may be strictly said to be accidental. And here we are led to face a great difficulty, in alluding to which I am aware that I am traveling beyond my proper province. An omniscient Creator must have foreseen every consequence which results from the laws imposed by him. But can it be reasonably maintained that the Creator intentionally ordered, if we use the words in any ordinary sense, that certain fragments of rock should assume certain shapes so that the builder might erect his edifice? If the various laws which have determined the shape of each fragment were not predetermined for the builder's sake, can it be maintained with any greater probability that he specially ordained for the sake of the breeder each of the innumerable variations in our domestic animals and plants, many of these variations being of no service to man and not beneficial, far more often injurious to the creatures themselves? Did he ordain that the crop and tail feathers of the pigeon should vary, in order that the fancier might make his grotesque powder and fantail breeds? Did he cause the frame and mental qualities of the dog to vary in order that a breed might be formed of indomitable ferocity, with jaws fitted to pin down the bull for man's brutal sport? But if we give up the principle in one case, if we do not admit that the variations of the primeval dog were intentionally guided in order that the greyhound, for instance, that perfect image of symmetry and vigor, might be formed, no shadow of reason can be assigned for the belief that variations, alike in nature and the result of the same general laws, which have been the groundwork through natural selection of the formation of the most perfectly adapted animals in the world, man included, were intentionally and specially guided. However much we may wish it, we can hardly follow Professor Asa Gray in his belief that variation has been led along certain beneficial lines, like a stream along definite and useful lines of irrigation. If we assume that each particular variation was from the beginning of all time preordained, then that plasticity of organization which leads to many injurious deviations of structure, as well as the redundant power of reproduction which inevitably leads to a struggle for existence, and as a consequence, to the natural selection or survival of the fittest, must appear to us superfluous laws of nature. On the other hand, an omnipotent and omniscient Creator ordains everything and foresees everything. Thus we are brought face to face with a difficulty as insoluble as is that of free will and predestination. The Origin of the Human Species, from The Descent of Man, by Charles Darwin. The main conclusion arrived at in this work, namely, that man is descended from some lowly organized form, will, I regret to think, be highly distasteful to many persons. But there can hardly be a doubt that we are descended from barbarians. The astonishment which I felt on first seeing a party of Fuegians on a wild and broken shore will never be forgotten by me, for the reflection at once rushed into my mind: such were our ancestors. These men were absolutely naked and bedaubed with paint. They possessed hardly any arts, and like wild animals lived on what they could catch. They had no government, and were merciless to everyone not of their own small tribe. He who has seen a savage in his native land will not feel much shame if forced to acknowledge that the blood of some more humble creature flows in his veins. For my own part, I would as soon be descended from that heroic little monkey who braved his dreaded enemy in order to save the life of his keeper, or from that old baboon who, descending from the mountains, carried away in triumph his young comrade from a crowd of astonished dogs, as from a savage who delights to torture his enemies, offers up bloody sacrifices, practices infanticide without remorse, treats his wives like slaves, knows no decency, and is haunted by the grossest superstitions. Man may be excused for feeling some pride at having risen, though not through his own exertions, to the very summit of the organic scale. And the fact of his having thus risen, instead of having been aboriginally placed there, may give him hopes for a still higher destiny in the distant future. But we are not here concerned with hopes or fears, only with the truth as far as our reason allows us to discover it. I have given the evidence to the best of my ability, and we must acknowledge, as it seems to me, that man with all his noble qualities, with sympathy which feels for the most debased, with benevolence which extends not only to other men, but to the humblest living creature, with his godlike intellect, which has penetrated into the movements and constitution of the solar system, with all these exalted powers, man still bears in his bodily frame the indelible stamp of his lowly origin. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 16. Alphonse Daudet. Born 1840. By Augustin Filon. 40 years have now elapsed since a lad of 17, shivering under his light summer dress in a cold, misty morning, was waiting with an empty stomach for the opening of a dairy in the Quartier Latin. Young as he was, he looked still younger, a pale, eager, intellectual face with flashing eyes, delicately carved features, and a virgin forest of dark hair falling low on his brow. He had been an usher for a 12-month at a small college in the south of France, and he had just arrived in Paris after 2 days' journey in a third-class railway carriage, during which time he had tasted no food and no drink, except a few drops of brandy from the flask of some charitable sailors. And there he was, with 2 francs left in his pocket, and an unlimited supply of courage, cheerfulness, and ambition, fully determined to make the whole world familiar with the obscure name of Alphonse Daudet. We all know how well he has succeeded in winning for himself a foremost place in the ranks of French contemporary literature, and indeed of literature in general. There is no doubt that he was admirably equipped for the great struggle on which he was about to enter, but it may be also remarked that he had not to fight it out alone and with his own solitary resources, but found at the very outset useful and strong auxiliaries. He was to have a powerful, though somewhat selfish and indolent patron in the famous Duke of Morny, who admitted him among his secretaries before he was 20 years old. Then he had the good fortune to attract the attention and take the fancy of Villemaison, the editor of the Figaro, who at first sight gave him a place in his nursery of young talents. He had a kind and devoted brother, who cheerfully shared with him the little money he had to live upon, and thus saved him from the unspeakable miseries which would inevitably attend a literary debut at such an early age, and under such inauspicious circumstances. Later on, he was still more fortunate in securing a loving and intelligent wife, who was to be to him, in the words of the Holy Scriptures, a companion of his rank, a wife who was not only to become a help and comfort, but a literary adviser, a moral guide and a second conscience, far more strict and exacting than his own, a wife who taught him how to direct and husband his precious faculties, and how to turn them to the noblest use and highest ends. But before that was to come, the first thing was to find a publisher. And after long looking in vain for one throughout the whole city, he at last discovered the man he wanted at his door in the close vicinity of the Hotel Senat, in the Rue de Tournon, where the 2 brothers Daudet had taken up their abode. That publisher was Jules Tardieu, himself an author of some merit, under the transparent pseudonym of J.T. de Saint-Germain, a mild, quiet humorist of the optimistic school, a topper on a small scale and with reduced proportions. And thus it happened that a few months after the lad's arrival in Paris, an elegant booklet with the attractive title of Les Amoureuses, Women in Love, printed in red letters on its snow-white cover, made its appearance under the Galerie de l'Odéon, where, in the absence of political emotions, the youth of the quartier was eagerly looking for literary novelties, and where Daudet himself had been wandering often in the hope of an occasional acquaintance with the great critics and journalists of the day, who made the gallery their favorite resort. I have read that the book was a failure, that the young author was unable to pay the printer and was accordingly served with stamped paper at the official residence of Morny, where he was then acting as secretary, that the Duke, far from showing any displeasure at the occurrence, was delighted to find his secretary in hot water with the bailiffs, and that he arranged the matter in the most paternal spirit. This may be a pretty little story, but I fear it is a legend. I cannot reconcile it with the fact that 4 years after the first publication, the same publisher gave the public another edition of Les Amoureuses, and that the young poet dedicated it to him as a token of respect and gratitude. The truth is that Daudet's little volume not only did not pass unnoticed, but received a good deal of attention, chiefly from the young men. Many thought that a new Musset was born in their midst, only a few months after the real one had been laid down to his last sleep in the Père Lachaise, under the trembling shadow of his favorite willow tree. Young Daudet alluded to the unfortunate poet. Mort de dégoût, de tristesse, et d'absence. And he tried to imitate the half-cynical, half-nostalgic skepticism which had made the author of Les Nuits so powerful over the minds of the new generation and so dear to their hearts. But it did not seem perfectly genuine. When Daudet said, "My heart is old," no one believed it. And he did not believe it himself, for he entitled the piece Fanfaronnade, and in fact it was nothing more than a fanfaronnade. The book was full of the freshness, buoyancy, and frolicsome petulance of youth. Here and there, a few reminiscences might be traced to the earliest poets of the 16th century, more particularly to Clément Marot. A tinge of the expiring romanticism lingered in Les Amoureuses, with a much more substantial admixture of the spirit of an age which made pleasure hunting its paramount occupation. The precocious child could modulate the romance à madame as well as the page of Beaumarchais, if not better, but he could also laugh it down in Gavroche's sneering way. He could intersperse a song of love with the irony of the boulevard, or the more genial humor of his native South. He was at his best in the tale of Les Prunes. Si vous voulez savoir comment, nous aimons pour des prunes. That exquisite little piece survived long the youthful volume of Les Amoureuses. In those days, when Coquelin's monologues and sonnets were yet unknown, the brothers Lyonnais, then in the height of their vogue, delighted the drawing rooms with the miniature masterpiece. Still, those who had prophesied the advent of a new poet were doomed to disappointment. Everyone knows what Sainte-Beuve once said about the short-lived existence in most of us, of a poet whom the real man is to survive. Shall we say that this was the case with Daudet, who never, as far as the world knows, wrote verses after 25? No, the poet was not to die in him, but lived on and lives still to this day, only he has always written in prose. After his successful debut, Daudet felt his way in different directions. In collaboration with Ernest Lépine, who has since made a reputation under the name Quatrelle, he had a drama, The Last Idol, performed at the Odeon Theatre, at the same time Odeon, which in his first days of Paris seems to have been the center of his life and of his ambitions. But he most frequently appeared before the public as a journalist and a humorist, a writer of light articles and short stories. Nothing can give a more true, more vivacious, and on the whole, more favorable impression of the Daudet of the period than the Lettres de mon moulin, Letters from My Windmill. They owe their title to an old deserted windmill where Alphonse Daudet seems to have lived some time in complete seclusion, forgetting or trying to forget the excitement of Parisian life. The preface, most curiously disguised under the form of a mock contract, which is supposed to transfer the ownership from the old proprietor to the poet, and professes to give the état de lieu, or description of the place, is an amusing parody of legal jargon. The next chapter describes the installation of the new master in that same happy vein, with all the odd circumstances attending it. Throughout the rest of the volume, Daudet disappears and reappears, as his fancy prompts him to do. Now he lets himself be carried back to past memories and distant places. Now he gives us a medieval tale, or a domestic drama of today, compressed into a few brief pages, or a picture of rural life, or a glimpse of that literary hell from which he had just escaped and to which he was soon to return. He changed his tone and his subject with amazing versatility, from the bitterest satire to idyllic sweetness, or to a pleasant kind of clever naivete, which is truly his own. We see him musing among the firs and the pine trees of his native Provence, or riding up on the top of the diligence under the scorching sun, and listening, in a stern-like fashion, to the conversation which took place between the facetious baker and the unhappy knife-grinder, or chatting familiarly with Frederic Mistral, who takes him into the confidence of his poetical dreams. Then again, we see him sitting down at the table of an Algerian sheik, or wandering on the gloomy rocks where the Semillante was lost, and trying to revive the awful tragedy of her last minutes, or shut up in a solitary lighthouse with the keepers for weeks and weeks together, content with the society and with the fare of those poor, rough, uncultivated men, cut off from the whole world, alone with the stormy winds and his stormy thoughts. Wherever his morbid restlessness takes him, whatever part he chooses to assume, whether he wants to move us to laughter or to tears, we can but follow him fascinated and spellbound, and in harmony with his moods. Daudet, when he wrote those letters, was already a perfect master of all the resources of the language. What he had seen or felt, he could make us see and feel. He could make old words new with the freshness, ardor, and sincerity of the personal impressions which he was pouring into them unceasingly. The letters from my mill had been scattered here and there through different newspapers and at different times. They were reprinted in the form of a book in 1868. The year before, he had given to the public Le Petit Chose, a little chap, which is better known, I believe, to the English-speaking races under the rather misleading title of My Brother Jack. Le Petit Chose was a commercial success, but it is doubtful whether it will rank as high among Daudet's productions as the Lettre de Montmollin. He began to compose it in February 1866, during one of those misanthropic fits to which he was subject at periodical intervals, and which either paralyzed altogether or quickened into fever his creative faculties. He finished the work 2 years later in a very different mood, immediately after his marriage. As might have been expected, the two parts are very dissimilar, and, it must be confessed, greatly unequal. Le Petit Chose has reminded more than one reader of David Copperfield, and it cannot be denied that the two works bear some resemblance, both as regards manner and matter. But, though Dickens was then widely read and much admired in France, plagiarism is out of the question. If there is a little of Dickens about Le Petit Chose, there is a great deal more of Daudet himself in it. Young Aissette, the hero of the novel, starts in life as Daudet had done, and at the same period of life, in the quality of an usher at a small provincial college. Whether we take it as fiction, with its innumerable bits of delicate humor, lovely descriptions of places and glimpses of characters in humble life, or whether we accept it as an autobiography, which is likely to bring us into closer acquaintance with the inner soul of a great man, the first part is delightful reading, but we lose sight of him through all the adventures, at once wild and commonplace, which are crowding in the second part, to culminate into the most unconvincing denouement. Even when speaking of himself, Daudet is sometimes at a disadvantage, perhaps because, as he justly observed, it is too early at 25 to comment upon one's own past career. Only the old man is able to look at his former self through the distance of years and to see it as it stood once, in its true light and with its real proportions. Tartarin of Tarascon saw the light for the first time in 1872. Strange to say, the readers of the Petit Moniteur, to whom it was first offered in a serial form, did not like it. In consequence of their marked disapproval, the publication had to be abandoned, and was then resumed through the columns of another newspaper. This time, the mistake was entirely on the side of the public. For apart from the fact that the immortal Tartarin was not yet Tartarin, but answered to a much less typical name of Chapatin, the general outlines of the character were already visible in all their distinctness from the beginning, as all those who have read the introductory chapters will readily admit. And the same lines were to be followed with an undeviating fixity. of artistic purpose and with unfailing verve and spirit to the last. The prodigious adventures of Tartarin, Tartarin on the Alps, and post-Tarascon form a trilogy, and I know of no other example in modern French literature of so long and so well sustained a joke. How is it, then, that we never grow tired of Tartarin? It is probably because beneath the surface of Daudet's playful absurdity there underlies a rich substratum of good common sense and keen observation. Since Don Quixote was written, no caricature has ever been more human and more true than Tartarin. Frenchmen are not, as is frequently asserted by their Anglo-Saxon critics, totally unfit to appreciate humor when it is mingled with the study of man's nature and seasoned with that high-spiced irony of which they have been so fond at all times, from the days of Villon to those of Rochefort. Still, Daudet would never have acquired such a complete mastery over the general public in his own country if he had not been able to gratify their taste for that graphic and faithful description of manners and characters, which in other centuries put the moralists into fashion. Realism never disappears altogether from French literature. It was, at that moment, all-powerful. Zola was coming to the front with the first volumes of the well-known Rougon-Macquart, and Daudet, in 1874, entered on the same path through a different spirit, with Froment jeune et Risley aîné. The success was immediate and immense. The French bourgeoisie accepted it at once as a true picture of its vices and its virtues. The novel might, it is true, savor a little of Parisian cockneyism. Fastidious critics might discover in it some mixture of weak sentimentalism or a few traces of Dickensian affectation and cheap tricks in storytelling. Young men of the new social school might take exception to that old-fashioned democracy which had its apotheosis in Risley Senior. Despite all those objections, it was pronounced a masterpiece of legitimate pathos and sound observation. Even the minor characters were judged striking, and Delobel's name, for instance, occurs at once to our mind whenever we try to realize the image of the modern Cabotin. Jack, which came next, exceeded the usual length of French novels. "Too much paper, my son," old Flaubert majestically observed with a smile when the author presented him with a copy of his book. As for George Sand, she felt so sick at heart and so depressed when she had finished reading Jack that she could work no more and had to remain idle for 3 or 4 days. A painful book indeed, a distressing book, but how fascinating. And is it not its wonderful influence over the readers exemplified in the most striking manner by the fact that it had the power to unnerve and to incapacitate for her daily task the most valiant of all intellectual laborers, that hardest of hard workers, George Sand? The lost ground, if there had been any lost at all, was soon regained with Le Nabab, the Nabob, and Les Rois en Exil, Kings in Exile. They took the reader to a higher sphere of emotion and thought, showed us greater men fighting for greater things on a wider theater than the middle-class life in which Froment and Risley had moved. At the same time, they kept the balance more evenly than Jack had done between the two elements of human drama, good and evil, hope and despair, laughter and tears. But a higher triumph was to be achieved with Numa Rumastan, which brought Daudet's literary fame to its zenith. Tartarin had not exhausted all that the author had to say of meridional ways and manners. The Provençal character has its dramatic as well as its comic aspect. In Numa Rumastan, we have the farce and the tragedy blended together into a coherent whole. We have Tartarin, whose power over man and woman is not a mockery but a reality, who can win love and sympathy and admiration, not in little Tarascon, mind you, but in Paris, who sends joy abroad and creates torture at home, a charming companion, a kind master, a subtle politician, a wonderful talker, but a light-hearted and faithless husband, a genial liar, a smiling and good-natured deceiver, the true image of the gifted adventurer who periodically emerges from the south and goes northward, finally to conquer and govern the whole country. As Zola remarked, the author of Numa Rumistan poured himself out into that book with his double nature, north and south, the rich, sensuous imagination, the indolent, easygoing optimism of his native land, and the stern moral sensitiveness, which was partly characteristic of his own mind, partly acquired by painful and protracted experience. To depict his hero, he had only to consult the most intimate records of his own lifelong struggle, for he had been trying desperately to evince Rumistan out of his own being. He had fought and conquered, but only partially conquered. And on this partial failure, we must congratulate him and congratulate ourselves. He said once that Provençal landscape without sunshine is dull and uninteresting. The same may be said of his literary genius. It wants sunshine, or else it loses half its loveliness and its irresistible charm. Rumistan is full of sunshine, and there is no other among his books except Tartarin, where the bright and happy light of the south plays more freely and more gracefully. The novel is equally strong if you examine it from a different standpoint. Nothing can be artistically better and more enchanting than the farandole scene, and more amusing than Rumistan's intrigue with the young opera singer. Nothing can be more grand than old Le Quesnoy's confession of sin and shame, and more affecting than the closing scene where Rosalie is taught forgiveness by her dying sister. Other parts in Daudet's work may sound hollow. Numa Rumistan will stand the most critical scrutiny as a drama, as a work of art, as a faithful representation of life. Daudet's talents were then at their best, and united in happy combination for that splendid effort which was not to be renewed. In Sappho, Daudet described the modern courtesan. In L'Evangéliste, a desperate case of religious madness. In L'Immortel, he gave vent to his feelings against the French Academy, which had repulsed him once, and to which he turned his back forever in disgust. The angry writer pursued his enemy to death. In his unforgiving mood, he was not satisfied before he had drowned the Academy in the muddy waters of the Seine, with its unfortunate secrétaire perpétuel Estier Rehu. The general verdict was that the vengeance was altogether out of proportion to the offense, and that despite all its brilliancy of wit and elaborate incisiveness of style, the satire was really too violent and too personal to give real enjoyment to unbiased and unprejudiced readers. At different periods of his career, Daudet had tried his hand as a dramatist, but never succeeded in getting a firm foot on the French stage. Playgoers still remember the signal failure of Lise Tavernier, the indifferent reception of L'Arlésienne, or more recently of L'Obstacle. All his successful novels have been dramatized, but their popularity in that new form fell far short of the common expectation. As an explanation of the fact, various reasons may be suggested. Daudet, I am inclined to think, is endowed with real dramatic powers, not with scenic qualities, and from their conventional point of view, old stagers will pronounce the construction of his novels too weak for plays to be built upon them. Again, in the playhouse, we miss the man who tells the story, the happy presence, so unlike Flaubert's cheerless impassibility, the generous anger, the hearty laugh, the delightful humor, that strange something which seems to appeal to every one of us in particular when we read his novels. Dickens was once heard to say, on a public occasion, that he owed his prodigious worldwide popularity to this, that he was so very human. The words will apply with equal felicity to Daudet's success. He never troubles to conceal from his readers that he is a man. When the critic of the future has to assign him a place and to compare his productions with the writings of his great contemporary and fellow worker, Émile Zola, it will occur to him that Daudet never had the steady-going, indomitable energy, the ox-like patience, the large and comprehensive intellect which are so characteristic in the master of Médane, that he recoiled from assuming, like the author of Germinal and Lourdes, a bold, definite position in the social and religious strife of our days, but he never dreamt for a moment of taking the survey of a whole society and covering the entire ground on which it stands with his books. Such a task, the critic will say, would have been uncongenial to him. The scientist is careful to explain everything and to omit nothing. He aims at completeness, but Daudet is an artist, not a scientist. He is a poet in the primitive sense of the word, or, as he styled himself in one of his books, a trouvère. He has creative power, but he has at the same time his share of the minor gift of observation. He had to write for a public of strongly realistic tendencies, who understood and desired nothing better than the faithful, accurate, almost scientific description of life. Daudet could supply the demand, but as he was not born a realist, whatever social influences he had been subjected to, he remained free from the faults and excesses of the school. He borrowed from it all that was good and sound. He accepted realism as a practical method, not as an ultimate result and a consummation. Again, he was preserved from the danger of going down too deep and too low into the unclean mysteries of modern humanity. Not so much, perhaps, by moral delicacy, but by an artistic distaste for all that is repulsive and unseemly. For those reasons, it would not be surprising if, when death has made him young again, Alphonse Daudet was destined to outlive and outshine many who have enjoyed an equal or even greater celebrity during this century. He will command an ever-increasing circle of admirers and friends, and generations yet unborn will grow warm in his sunshine. End of section 16. Section 17 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle, Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 17. Excerpts by Alphonse Daudet, Part 1. The Two Tartarins, from Tartarin of Tarascon. Answer me, you will say, how the mischief is it that Tartarin of Tarascon never left Tarascon, with all his mania for adventure, need of powerful sensations, and folly about travel, rides, and journeys from the pole to the equator? For that is a fact. Up to the age of 45, the dreadless Tarasconian had never once slept outside his own room. He had not even taken that obligatory trip to Marseille, which every sound Provençal makes upon coming of age. The most of his knowledge included Beaucaire, and yet that's not far from Tarascon, there being merely the bridge to go over. Unfortunately, this rascally bridge has so often been blown away by the gales. It is so long and frail, and the Rhone has such a width at this spot that, well, faith, you understand, Tartarin of Tarascon preferred terra firma. We are afraid we must make a clean breast of it. In our hero, there were two very distinct characters. Some father of the church has said, I feel there are two men in me. He would have spoken truly in saying this about Tartarin, who carried in his frame the soul of Don Quixote, the same chivalric impulses, heroic ideal, and crankiness for the grandiose and romantic. But worse is the luck, he had not the body of the celebrated Hidalgo, that thin and meager apology for a body on which material life failed to take a hold, one that could get through 20 nights without its breastplate being unbuckled, and 48 hours on a handful of rice. On the contrary, Tartarin's body was a stout, honest bully of a body, very fat, very weighty, most sensual and fond of coddling, highly touchy, full of low-class appetite and homely requirements. The short, paunchy body on stumps of the immortal Sancho Panza. Don Quixote and Sancho Panza in the one same man. You will readily comprehend what a cat and dog couple they made. What strife, what clapper-clawing. Oh, the fine dialogue for Lucian or Saint Evremond to write between the two Tartarans, Quixote Tartarin, Sancho Tartarin. Quixote Tartarin firing up on the stories of Gustave Aimard and shouting up and at him, and Sancho Tartarin thinking only of the rheumatics ahead and murmuring, I mean to stay at home. The duet. Quixote Tartarin, highly excited. Cover yourself with glory, Tartarin. Sancho Tartarin, quite calmly. Tartarin, cover yourself with flannel. Quixote Tartarin, still more excitedly. Oh, for the terrible double-barreled rifle. Oh, for bowie knives, lassos, and moccasins. Sancho Tartarin, still more calmly. Oh, for the thick-knitted waistcoats and warm kneecaps. Oh, for the welcome padded caps with ear flaps. Quixote Tartarin, above all self-control. A battle-axe, fetch me a battle-axe. Sancho Tartarin, ringing up the maid. Now then, Jeanette, do bring up that chocolate. Whereupon Jeanette would appear with an unusually good cup of chocolate, just right in warmth, sweetly smelling, and with the play of light and watered silk upon its unctuous surface, and with succulent grilled steak flavored with anise seed, which would set Sancho Tartarin off on the broad grin and into a laugh that drowned the shouts of Quixote Tartarin. Thus it came about that Tartarin of Tarascon never had left Tarascon. Of mental mirage, as distinguished from lying, from Tartarin of Tarascon. Under one conjunction of circumstances, Tartarin did, however, once almost start out upon a great voyage. The three brothers, Garcia Camus, natives of Tarascon, established in business at Shanghai, offered him the managership of one of their branches there. This undoubtedly presented the kind of life he hankered after. Plenty of active business, a whole army of understrappers to order about, and connections with Russia, Persia, Turkey, and Asia. In short, to be a merchant prince. In Tartarin's mouth, the title of merchant prince thundered out as something stunning. The house of Garcia Camus had the further advantage of sometimes being favored with a call from the Tartars. Then the doors would be slammed shut. All the clerks flew to arms. Up ran the consular flag, and zits, fit, bang, out of the windows upon the Tartars. I need not tell you with what enthusiasm Quixote Tartarin clutched this proposition. Sad to say, Sancho Tartarin did not see it in the same light, and as he was the stronger party, it never came to anything. But in the town there was much talk about it. Would he go, or would he not? I'll lay he will, and I'll wager he won't. It was the event of the week. In the upshot, Tartarin did not depart, but the matter redounded to his credit nonetheless. Going or not going to Shanghai was all one to Tarascon. Tartarin's journey was so much talked about that people got to believe he had done it and returned. And at the club in the evening, members would actually ask for information on life in Shanghai, the manners and customs and climate, about opium and commerce. Deeply read up, Tartarin would graciously furnish the particulars desired, and in the end the good fellow was not quite sure himself about not having gone to Shanghai, so that after relating for the 100th time how the Tartars came down on the trading post, it would most naturally happen him to add, and then I made my men take up arms and hoist the consular flag, and zit, fit, bang, out of the windows upon the Tartars. On hearing this, the whole club would quiver. But according to that, this Tartarin of yours is an awful liar. No, 1,000 times over. No, Tartarin is no liar. But the man ought to know that he has never been to Shanghai. Why, of course he knows that. But still, you see, mark that. It is high time for the law to be laid down once for all on the reputation as drawers of the long bow which northerners fling at southerners. There are no Baron Munchausens in the south of France, neither at Nîmes nor Marseille, Toulouse nor Tarascon. The southerner does not deceive, but is self-deceived. He does not always tell the cold-drawn truth, but he believes he does. His falsehood is not falsehood, but a kind of mental mirage. Yes, purely mirage. The better to follow me, you should actually follow me into the south, and you will see I am right. You have only to look at that Lucifer's own country, where the sun transmogrifies everything and magnifies it beyond life-size. The little hills of Provence are no bigger than the Butte Montmartre, but they will loom up like the Rocky Mountains. The square house at Nîmes, a mere model to put on your sideboard, will seem grander than St. Peter's. You will see, in brief, the only exaggerator in the south is Old Soul, for he does enlarge everything he touches. What was Sparta in its days of splendor? A pitiful hamlet. What was Athens? At most a second-class town. And yet in history both appear to us as enormous cities. This is a sample of what the sun can do. Are you going to be astonished after this that the same sun falling upon Tarascon should have made of an ex-captain in the army clothing factory like Bravida, the brave commandant, of a sprout, an Indian fig tree, and of a man who had missed going to Shanghai, one who had been there? The Death of the Dauphin, from Letters from My Windmill. The little Dauphin is ill. The little Dauphin will die. In all the churches of the kingdom, the Holy Sacrament is laid ready day and night, and tapers are burning for the recovery of the royal child. The streets of the old town are sad and silent. The bells ring no more. The carriages are driven very slowly. The curious townspeople are gathered just outside the palace, and are staring in through the grating of the gates at the guards, with their golden helmets, who walk the court with an important air. The entire castle is in a state of anxiety. The chamberlains and majordomos go up and down the staircase and run through the marble halls. The galleries are filled with pages and courtiers in silk clothing, who go from group to group collecting later news in a low voice. On the large porches can be seen the ladies of honor, bathed in tears, bowing their heads and wiping their eyes with pretty embroidered handkerchiefs. In the orangerie is a numerous assembly of doctors in long robes. One can see them through the panes, gesticulating in their long sleeves and shaking their wigs knowingly. The little Dauphin's tutor and squire are waiting before the door, anxious for the decision of the faculty. Scullions pass by without saluting them. The squire swears like a pagan. The tutor recites verses from Horace. And during this time, down by the stables, one can hear a long plaintive neighing. It is the Dauphin's little sorrel pony, whom the grooms are neglecting, and who calls sadly from his empty manger. And the king, where is His Majesty the king? The king has shut himself up in a room in a remote part of the castle. Their majesties do not like to be seen weeping, but the queen, that is different. Seated by the little prince's pillow, her beautiful face bathed in tears, she sobs bitterly before everyone, just as a peasant mother would. In his lace crib is the little Dauphin, whiter than the cushions on which he reposes with closed eyelids. They think he is sleeping, but no, the little Dauphin does not sleep. He turns toward his mother, and seeing that she weeps, he says to her, "Madame, my queen, why do you weep? Do you think truly that I am going to die?" The queen wishes to reply, but sobs prevent her speaking. "Pray do not cry, madame, my queen. You forget that I am the Dauphin, and Dauphins cannot die thus." The queen sobs more bitterly still, and the little Dauphin begins to be frightened. "Hola," he says, "I do not wish to have death come and take me, and I shall know how to prevent his coming here. Bring forth 40 lancers, our strongest, to mount guard around our bed. 100 cannon night and day, torches lighted beneath our windows, and on happy death, if he dares to approach us then," the queen gives a sign to please the royal child. Forthwith, one can hear heavy cannon being rolled across the courtyard, and 40 soldiers, halberds in hand, come and range themselves around the room. They are veterans with gray mustaches. The little Dauphin claps his hands feebly as he sees them, and recognizing one, he calls him by name. "Lorraine, Lorraine." The old soldier takes a step toward the bed. "I love you well, my good Lorraine. Let me see your big sword. If death comes to take me, we must kill him, must we not? Lorraine replies, Yes, Monseigneur, as the big tears run down his bronzed cheeks. At this moment the chaplain approaches the little Dauphin and talks to him for some time in a low tone, showing him a crucifix. The little Dauphin listens with an astonished air, then suddenly interrupting, I understand well what you say, Monsieur l'Abbé, but after all, could not my little friend Beppo die in my place if we should give him a great deal of money? The chaplain continues talking to him in a low voice, and the little Dauphin looks more and more astonished. When the chaplain has finished, the little Dauphin resumes, with a heavy sigh. All that you tell me is very sad, Monsieur l'Abbé, but one thing consoles me. Up there, in the paradise of stars, I shall still be the Dauphin. I know that our good God is my cousin, and would not fail to treat me according to my rank. Then he adds, turning to his mother, I have my finest garments brought, my ermine cloak and velvet slippers. I wish to array myself for the angels and enter paradise dressed as a Dauphin. A third time the chaplain bends over the little prince and talks a long time in whispering tones. The royal child interrupts him in anger in the midst of his discourse and cries, Then it is no use to be Dauphin. It is nothing at all. And not wishing to hear more, he turns toward the wall, weeping. Translation of Mary Corey. Jack is invited to take up a profession. From Jack. Do you hear, Jack? Resumed D'Argenton, with flashing eyes and outstretched arm. In 4 years you will be a good workman. That is to say, the noblest, grandest thing that can exist in this world of slavery and servitude. In 4 years you will be that sacred, venerated thing, a good workman. Yes, indeed, he heard it, a good workman. Only he was bewildered and was trying to understand. The child had seen workmen in Paris. There were some who lived in the Passage des Douze Maisons, and not far from the Genèse there was a factory, from which he often watched them as they left work at about 6 o'clock, a crowd of dirty-looking men with their blouses all stained with oil, and their rough hands blackened and deformed by work. The idea that he would have to wear a blouse struck him at once. He remembered the tone of contempt with which his mother would say, those workmen, men in blouses, the care she took in the streets to avoid the contact of their soiled garments. Labassin's fine speeches on the duties and influence of the working man in the 19th century attenuated and contradicted, it is true, these vague impressions. But what he did understand, and that most clearly and bitterly, was that he must go away, leave the forest, whose treetops he saw from the window, leave the Rivals, leave his mother, whom he had recovered at the cost of so much pain, and whom he loved so tenderly. What on earth was she doing at that window all this time, seeming so indifferent to all that was going on around her? Within the last few minutes, however, she had lost her immovable indifference. A convulsive shudder seemed to shake her from head to foot, and the hand she held over her eyes closed over them as if she were hiding tears. Was it then so sad a sight that she beheld yonder in the country, on the far horizon where the sun sets, and where so many dreams, so many illusions, so many loves and passions sink and disappear, never to return? Then I shall have to go away? Inquired the child in a smothered voice, and the automatic air of one who lets his thoughts speak, the one thought that absorbed him. At this artless question, all the members of the tribunal looked at each other with a smile of pity. But over there at the window, a great sob was heard. We shall start in a week, my lad, answered Labassin briskly. I have not seen my brother for a long time. I shall avail myself of this opportunity to renew my acquaintance with the fire of my old forge, by Jove. As he spoke, he turned back his sleeve, distending the muscles of his brawny, hairy, tattooed arm, till they looked ready to burst. He is superb, said Dr. Hirsch. D'Argenton, however, who did not lose sight of the sobbing woman standing at the window, had an absent air and a terrible frown gathering on his brow. "You can go, Jack," he said to the child, "and prepare to start in a week." Jack went downstairs, dazed and stupefied, repeating to himself, "In a week, in a week." The street door was open. He rushed out, bareheaded, just as he was, dashed through the village to the house of his friends, and meeting the doctor, who was just going out, informed him in a few words of what had taken place. Monsieur Rivals was indignant. "A workman? They want to make a workman out of you? Is that what they call looking after your prospects in life? Wait a moment. I am going to speak myself to Monsieur, your stepfather." The villagers who saw them pass by, the worthy doctor gesticulating and talking out loud, and little Jack bareheaded and breathless from running, said, "There is certainly someone very ill at Les Aulnettes." No one was ill, most assuredly. When the doctor arrived, they were sitting down to the table. For on account of the capricious appetite of the master of the house, and as in all places where ennui reigned supreme, the hours for the meals were constantly being changed. The faces around were cheerful. Charlotte could even be heard humming on the stairs as she came down from her room. "I should like to say a word to you, Monsieur d'Argenton," said old Rivals with quivering lips. The poet twirled his mustache. "Well, doctor, sit down there. They shall give you a plate, and you can say your word while you eat your breakfast." "No, thank you. I am not hungry. Besides, what I have to say to you, as well as to Madame," he bowed to Charlotte, who had just come in, "is strictly private." "I think I can guess your errand," said d'Argenton, who did not care for a tete-a-tete conversation with the doctor. "It's about the child, is it not?" "You are right. It is about the child." "In that case you can speak. These gentlemen know the circumstances, and my actions are always too loyal and too disinterested for me to fear the light of day." "But, my dear," Charlotte ventured to say, shocked for many reasons at the idea of this discussion before strangers. "You can speak, doctor," said d'Argenton coldly. Standing upright in front of the table, the doctor began. "Jack has just told me that you intend to send him as an apprentice to the ironworks at Indre. Is this serious? Come." "Quite serious, my doctor." "Take care," pursued Monsieur Rivals, restraining his anger. "That child has not been brought up for so hard a life. At a growing age, you are going to throw him out of his element into new surroundings, a new atmosphere. His health, his life are involved. He has none of the requisites needed to bear this. He is not strong enough." "Oh, allow me, my dear colleague," put in Dr. Hirsch solemnly. Monsieur Rivals shrugged his shoulders and, without even looking at him, went on. "It is I who tell you so, madame." He pointedly addressed himself to Charlotte, who was singularly embarrassed by this appeal to her repressed feelings. "Your child cannot possibly endure a life of this sort. You surely know him, you who are his mother. You know that his nature is a refined and delicate one, and that it will be unable to resist fatigue. And here I only speak of the physical pain. But do you not know what terrible sufferings a child so well gifted, with a mind so capable and ready to receive all kinds of knowledge, will feel in the forced inaction, the death of intellectual faculties to which you are about to condemn him?" "You are mistaken, doctor," said d'Argenton, who was getting very angry. "I know the fellow better than anyone. I have tried him. He is only fit for manual labor. His aptitudes lie there, and there only. And it is when I furnish him with the means of developing his aptitudes, when I put into his hands a magnificent profession, that instead of thanking me, my fine gentleman goes off complaining to strangers, seeking protectors outside of his own home." Jack was going to protest. His friend, however, saved him the trouble. He did not come to complain. He only informed me of your decision, and I said to him what I now repeat to him before you all. "Jack, my child, do not let them do it. Throw yourself into the arms of your parents, of your mother, who loves you, of your mother's husband, who, for her sake, must love you. Entreat them, implore them. Ask them what you have done to deserve to be thus degraded, to be made lower than themselves." "Doctor," exclaimed Labassan, bringing his fist heavily down upon the table, making it tremble and shake, "the tool does not degrade the man, it ennobles him. The tool is the regenerator of mankind. Christ handled a plane when he was 10 years of age." "That is indeed true," said Charlotte, who at once conjured up the vision of her little Jack dressed for the procession of the Fête Dieu as the child Jesus, armed with a little plane. "Don't be taken in by such balderdash, madame," said the exasperated doctor. "To make a workman of your son is to separate him from you forever. If you were to send him to the other end of the world, he could not be further from your mind, from your heart, for you would have, in this case, means of drawing together again, whereas social distances are irremediable. You will see. The day will come when you will be ashamed of your child, when you will find his hands rough, his language coarse, his sentiments totally different from yours. He will stand one day before you, before his mother, as before a stranger of higher rank than himself, not only humbled, but degraded." Jack, who had hitherto not uttered a word, but had listened attentively from a corner near the sideboard, was suddenly alarmed at the idea of any possible disaffection springing up between his mother and himself. He advanced into the middle of the room, and steadying his voice, "I will not be a workman," he said in a determined manner. "Oh, Jack," murmured Charlotte, faltering. This time it was d'Argenton who spoke. "Oh, really? You will not be a workman? Look at this fine gentleman, who will or who will not accept a thing that I have decided. You will not be a workman, eh? But you are quite willing to be clothed, fed, and amused. Well, I solemnly declare that I have had enough of you, you horrid little parasite, and that if you do not choose to work, I, for my part, refuse to be any longer your victim." He stopped abruptly, and passing from his mad rage to the chilly manner which was habitual to him. "Go up to your room," he said. "I will consider what remains to be done." "What remains to be done, my dear d'Argenton, I will soon tell you." But Jack did not hear the end of Monsieur Raval's phrase, d'Argenton, with a shove, having thrust him out. The noise of the discussion reached him in his room, like the various parts in a great orchestra. He distinguished and recognized all the voices, but they melted one into another, united by their resonance, and made a discordant uproar, through which some bits of phrases were also intelligible. "It is an infamous lie. Monsieur, life is not a romance. Sacred blouse. Bien. At last old Raval's voice could be heard, thundering as he crossed the threshold. "May I be hanged if ever I put my foot in your house again." Then the door was violently slammed, and a great silence fell in the dining room, broken only by the clatter of knives and forks. They were breakfasting. "You wish to degrade him, to make him something lower than yourself?" The child remembered that phrase, and he felt that this was indeed his enemy's intention. Well, no, 1,000 times no. He would not be a workman. The door opened, and his mother came in. She had cried a great deal, and had shed real tears, tears such as furrow the cheek. For the first time a mother showed herself in that pretty woman's face, an afflicted and sorrowing mother. "Listen to me, Jack," she said, striving to appear severe. "I must speak very seriously to you. You have made me very unhappy by putting yourself in open rebellion against your real friends, and by refusing to accept the situation they offer you. I am well aware that there is in the new existence." While she spoke, she carefully avoided meeting the child's eyes, for they had such an expression of desperate grief and heartfelt reproach that she would not have been able to resist their appeal. "That there is, in the new existence we have chosen for you, an apparent inconsistency with the life that you have hitherto been leading. I confess that I was myself at first rather startled by it, but you heard, did you not, what was said to you? The position of a workman is no longer what it used to be. Oh no, not at all the same thing. Not at all. You must know that the time of the working man has now come. The middle classes have had their day, the aristocracy likewise, although, I must say, the aristocracy. Moreover, Is it not more natural at your age to allow yourself to be guided by those who love you and who are experienced? A sob from the child interrupted her. Then you too send me away. You too send me away. This time the mother could no longer resist. She took him in her arms, clasped him passionately to her heart. I send you away? How can you imagine such a thing? Is it possible? Come, be calm. Don't tremble and give way like that. You know how I love you, and how, if it only depended on me, we would never leave each other. But we must be reasonable and think a little of the future. Alas, the future is already dark enough for us. And in one of those outbursts of words that she still had sometimes when freed from the presence of the master, she endeavored to explain to Jack, with all kinds of hesitations and reticences, the irregularity of their position. You see, my darling, you are still very young. There are many things you cannot understand. Some day, when you are older, I will reveal to you the secret of your birth. Quite a romance, my dear. Some day I will tell you the name of your father, and the unheard of fatality of which your mother and yourself have been the victims. But for the present, what you must know and thoroughly comprehend is that nothing here belongs to us, my poor child, and that we are absolutely dependent on him. How can I therefore oppose your departure, especially when I know that he wants you to leave for your good? I cannot ask him for anything more. He has already done so much for us. Besides, he is not rich, and this terrible artistic career is so expensive. He could not undertake the expense of your education. What will become of me between you two? We must come to a decision. Remember that it was a profession you were being given. Would you not be proud of being independent, of gaining your own livelihood, of being your own master? She saw at once, by the flash in the child's eye, that she had struck home, and in a low tone, in the caressing, coaxing voice of a mother, she murmured, Do it for my sake, Jack, will you? Put yourself in a position that will enable you soon to gain your livelihood. Who knows if some day I may not be obliged myself to have recourse to you as my only protector, my only friend. Did she really think what she said? Was it a presentiment? One of those sudden glimpses into the future which unfold to us our destiny and reveal the failure and disappointments of our existence? Or had she been merely carried away in the whirlwind words of her impulsive sentimentality? In any case, she could not have found a better argument to convince that little generous spirit. The effect was instantaneous. The idea that his mother might want him, that he could help her by his work, suddenly decided him. He looked her straight in the face. Swear that you will always love me, that you will never be ashamed of me when my hands are blackened. If I shall love you, my Jack. Her only answer was to cover him with kisses, hiding her agitation and her remorse under her passionate embraces. But from that moment, the wretched woman knew remorse, knew it for the rest of her life, and could never think of her child without feeling a stab in her heart. He, however, as though he understood all the shame, uncertainty, and terror concealed under these caresses, dashed towards the stairs to avoid dwelling on it. Come, Mamma, let us go down. I'm going to tell him I accept his offer. Downstairs, the failures were still at table. They were all struck by the grave and determined look on Jack's face. I beg your pardon, he said to D'Argenton. I did wrong in refusing your proposal. I now accept it, and thank you. End of section 17. Section 18 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 18. Excerpts by Alphonse Daudet, Part 2. The City of Iron and Fire, from Jack. The singer rose and stood upright in the boat, in which he and the child were crossing the Loire, a little above Pambouf, and with a wide sweeping gesture of the arms, as if he would have clasped the river within them, exclaimed, "Look at that, old boy! Is not that grand?" Notwithstanding the touch of grotesqueness and commonplace in the actor's admiration, it was well justified by the splendid landscape unrolling before their eyes. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A July sun, a sun of melting silver, spread a long luminous pathway of rays upon the waters. In the air was a tremulous reverberation, a mist of light, through which appeared the gleaming light of the river, active and silent, flashing upon the sight with the rapidity of a mirage. Dimly seen sails high in the air, which in this dazzling hour seem pale as flax, pass in the distance as if in flight. They were great barges coming from Noirmoutier, laden to the very edge with white salt, sparkling all over with shining spangles, and worked by picturesque crews, men with a great three-cornered hat of the Breton salt worker, and women whose great cushion caps with butterfly wings were as white and glittering as the salt. Then there were coasting vessels like floating drays, their decks piled with sacks of flour and casks, tugs dragging interminable lines of barges, or perhaps some three-master of Nantes, arriving from the other side of the world, returning to the native land after 2 years' absence, and moving up the river with a slow, almost solemn motion, as if bearing within it a silent contemplation of the old country, and the mysterious poetry belonging to all things that come from afar. Notwithstanding the July heat, a strong breeze blew freshly over the lovely scene, for the wind came up from the coast with the cheerful freshness of the open sea, and let it be guessed that a little further away, beyond those hurrying waves already abandoned by the calm tranquillity of still waters, lay the deep green of the limitless ocean, with its billows, its fogs, and its tempests. "And Indre, where is it?" asked Jack. "There, that island in front of us." In the silvery mist which enveloped the island, Jack saw confusedly lines of great poplars and tall chimneys, whence issued a thick, filthy smoke, spreading all over, blackening even the sky above it. At the same time, he heard a clamorous and resounding din, hammers falling on wrought and sheet iron, dull sounds, ringing sounds, variously re-echoed by the sonority of the water, and over everything a continuous and perpetual droning, as if the island had been a great steamer, stopped and murmuring, moving its paddles while at anchor, and its machinery while yet motionless. As the boat approached the shore, slowly and yet more slowly, for the tide ran strongly and was hard to fight against, the child began to distinguish long buildings with low roofs, blackened walls extending on all sides with uniform dreariness. Then, on the banks of the river as far as the eye could reach, long lines of enormous boilers painted with red lead, the startling color giving a wildly fantastic effect. Government transports, steam launches ranged alongside the quay, lay waiting till these boilers should be put on board by means of a great crane near at hand, which viewed from a distance looked like a gigantic gibbet. At the foot of this gallows stood a man watching the approach of the boat. "It is Rudik," said the singer, and from the deepest depths he brought forth a formidable hurrah, which made itself heard even in the midst of all the din of forging and hammering. "Is that you, young'un?" "Yes, by Jove, it is I. Are there 2 such notes as mine in the whole world?" The boat touched the shore, and the 2 brothers sprang into each other's arms with a mighty greeting. They were alike, but Rudik was much older and wanting in that ebon point so quickly acquired by singers in the exercise of trills and sustained notes. Instead of the pointed beard of his brother, he was shaven, sunburnt, and his sailor's cap, a blue wool knitted cap, shaded a true Breton face, tanned by the sea, cut in granite, with small eyes and a keen glance sharpened by the minute work of a fitter and adjuster. "And how are all at home?" asked Labasand. "Clarisse, Zeyned, everyone." "Everyone is quite well, thank heaven. Aha, this is our new apprentice. He looks like a nice little chap, only he doesn't look over-strong." "Strong as a horse, my dear fellow, and warranted by the Paris doctors." "So much the better, then, for ours is a roughish trade. And now, if you're ready, let us go and see the manager." They followed a long alley of fine trees that soon changed into a street, such as found in small towns, bordered by white houses, clean and all alike. Here lived a certain number of the factory workmen, the foremen, and first hands. The others were located on the opposite bank, at Montaigne, or at Basse-Indre. At this hour all was silent, life and movement being concentrated within the ironworks, and had it not been for the linen drying at the windows, the flower-pots ranged near the panes, the occasional cry of a child, or the rhythmical rocking of a cradle heard through some half-open door, the place might have been deemed uninhabited. "Oh, the flag's down," said the singer, as they reached the gate leading to the workshops. "What frights that confounded flag has given me before now." And he explained to his old Jack that 5 minutes after the arrival of the workmen for the opening hour, the flag over the gate was lowered, and thus it was announced that the doors were closed. So much the worse for those who were late. They were marked down as absent, and at the third offense dismissed. While he was giving these explanations, his brother conferred with the gatekeeper, and they were admitted within the doors of the establishment. The din was frightful. Whistlings, groanings, grindings, varying but never diminishing, were re-echoed from many vast triangular-roofed sheds, standing at intervals on a sloping ground, intersected by numerous railways. An iron city. Their footsteps rang upon plates of metal encrusted in the earth. They picked their way amid heaps of bar iron, pig iron, ingots of copper, between rows of worn-out guns, brought hither to be melted down, rusty outside, all black within, and almost smoking still, venerable masters of fire, about to perish by fire. Ruddick, as they passed along, pointed out the various quarters of the establishment. "This is the setting-up room. These are the workshops of the great lathe and little lathe, the brasierie, the forges, the foundry." He had to shout, so deafening was the noise. Jack, half dazed, looked with surprise through the workshop doors, nearly all open on account of the heat, and a swarming of upraised hands, of blackened faces, of machinery in motion in a cave-like darkness, dull and deep, lit up by brief flashes of red light. Out poured the hot air, with mingled odors of coal, burned clay, molten iron, and the impalpable black dust, sharp and burning, which in the sunlight had a metallic sparkle, the glitter of coal that may become diamond. But what gave a special character to these formidable works was the perpetual commotion of both earth and air, a continual trepidation, something like the striving of a huge beast imprisoned beneath the foundry, whose groans and burning breath burst hissing out through the yawning chimneys. Jack, fearful of appearing too much of a novice, dared not ask what it was made, this noise, which even at a distance had so impressed him. As they talked, they passed along the streets of the ironworks laid with rails, crowded at this hour, the working day just at an end, with a concourse of men of all kinds and sizes and trades, a motley of blouses, pilot jackets, the coats of the designers mixing with the uniforms of the overseers. The gravity with which this deliverance from toil was effected struck Jack forcibly. He compared this scene with the cries, the jostling on the pavements, which in Paris enliven the exit from the workshops, and make it as noisy as that of a school. Here, rule and discipline were sensibly felt, just as on board a man of war. A warm mist of steam floated over this mass of human beings, steam that the sea breeze had not yet dispersed, and which hung like a heavy cloud in the stillness of this July evening. From the now silent workshops evaporated the odors of the forge. Steam whistled forth in the gutters. Sweat stood on all the foreheads, and the panting that had puzzled Jack a little while ago had given place to a breath of relief from these 2,000 chests, wearied with the day's labor. As he passed through the crowd, Labasand was soon recognized. "Hello, young'un, how are you?" He was surrounded, his hand eagerly shaken, and from one to another passed the words, "Here, look at Ruddick's brother, the fellow who makes £4,000 a year just by singing." Everyone wished to see him, for one of the legends of the workshops was this supposed fortune of the quondam blacksmith, and since his departure, more than one young fellow worker had searched to the very bottom of his larynx to try if the famous note, the note worth millions, were not by some happy chance to be found there. In the midst of this cortege of admirers, whom his theatrical costume impressed still more, the singer walked along with his head in the air, talking and laughing, casting "Good morning, Father so-and-so, good morning, Mother, what's your name?" towards the little houses enlivened by women's faces looking out, towards the public houses and cook shops, which were frequent in this part of Indre, where also hawkers of all kinds held sway, exposing their merchandise in the open air. Blouses, shoes, hats, kerchiefs, all the ambulating trumpery to be found in the neighborhood of camps, barracks, and factories. As they made their way through this display of wares, Jack imagined he saw a familiar face, a smile, parting the various groups to reach him. But it was only a lightning flash, a mere vision swept away at once by the ever-changing tide of the mass flowing away and dispersing through the great industrial city, and spreading itself over to the other side of the river in long ferry boats, active, numerous, heavily laden, as if it were the passage of an army. Evening was closing in over the dispersing crowd. The sun went down. The wind freshened, moving the poplars like palms, and the spectacle was imposing of the toiling island, in its turn sinking to repose, restored to nature for the night. As the smoke cleared, masses of verdure became visible between the workshops. The river could be heard lapping the banks, and the swallows, skimming the water with tiny twitter, fluttered around the great boilers ranged along the quay. The Wrath of a Queen, from Kings in Exile. All the majestic beauty of that June night poured in through the wide-open casement in the great hall. A single lighted candelabrum scarcely disturbed the mystery of the moonlight, which streamed in like a Milky Way. On the table, across some dusty old papers, lay a crucifix of oxidized silver. By the side of the crucifix was a thick, broad sheet of parchment covered with a big and tremulous writing. It was the death warrant of royalty, wanting nothing but the signature, one stroke of the pen, and a strong and violent effort of will to give this. And that was the reason why this weak king hesitated, sitting motionless, his elbows resting on the table, by the lighted candles prepared for the royal seal. Near him, anxious, prying, yet soft and smooth, like a night moth or the black bat that haunts ruins, Le Beau, the confidential valet, watched him and silently encouraged him, for they had arrived at the decisive moment that the gang had for months expected, with alternate hopes and fears, with all the trepidation, all the uncertainty attending a business dependent upon such a puppet as this king. Notwithstanding the magnetism of this overpowering desire, Christian, pen in hand, could not bring himself to sign. Sunk down in his armchair, he gazed at the parchment, and was lost in thought. It was not that he cared for that crown, which he had neither wished for nor loved, which as a child he had found too heavy, and that later in life had bowed him down and crushed him by its terrible responsibilities. He had felt no scruple in laying it aside, leaving it in the corner of a room which he never entered, forgetting it as much as possible when he was out. But he was scared at the sudden determination, the irrevocable step he was about to take. However, there was no other way of procuring money for his new existence, no other means of meeting the £120,000 worth of bills he had signed, on which payment would soon be due, and which the usurer, a certain Pichary, picture dealer, refused to renew. Could he allow an execution to be put in at St. Mandé? And the Queen, the royal child, what would become of them in that case? If he must have a scene, for he foresaw the terrible clamor his cowardice must rouse, was it not better to have it now, and brave once for all anger and recriminations? And then all this was not really the determining reason. He had promised the Comtesse to sign this renunciation, and on the faith of this promise, Sephora had consented to let her husband start alone for London, and had accepted the mansion Avenue de Messine, and the title and name that published her to the world as the king's mistress, reserving, however, anything further till the day when Christian himself would bring her the deed, signed by his own hand. She assigned for this conduct the reasons of a woman in love. He might, later on, return to Illyria, abandon her for the throne and power. She would not be the first person whom these terrible state reasons have made tremble and weep. Daxel, Moitelet, all the Gaumont of the Grand Club, little guessed when the king, quitting the Avenue de Messine, rejoined them at the club with heavy fevered eyes, that he had spent the evening on a divan, by turns repulsed or encouraged, his feelings played upon, his nerves unstrung by the constant resistance, rolling himself at the feet of an immovable, determined woman, who with a supple opposition abandoned to his impassioned embrace only the cold little Parisian hands, so skilful in defence and evasion, while she imprinted on his lips the scorching flame of the enrapturing words, "Oh, when you have ceased to be king, I shall be all yours, all yours." She made him pass through all the dangerous phases of passion and coldness, and often at the theatre, after an icy greeting and a rapid smile, would slowly draw off her gloves and cast him a tender glance. Then, putting her bare hand in his, she would seem to offer it up to his ardent kiss. Then you say, Le Beau, that Pichary will not renew. He will not, sire. If the bills are not paid, the bailiffs will be put in. How well he emphasized, with a despairing moan, the word bailiffs, so as to convey the feeling of all the sinister formalities that would follow. Bills protested, an execution, the royal hearth desecrated, the family turned out of doors. Christian saw nothing of all of this. His imagination carried him far away to the Avenue de Messine. He saw himself arriving there in the middle of the night, eager and quivering, ascending with stealthy and hurried step the heavily carpeted stairs, entering the room where the night light burned, mysteriously veiled under lace. It is done. I am no longer king. You are mine, mine. And the loved one held out her hand. Come, he exclaimed, starting out of his fleeting dream. And he signed. The door opened and the Queen appeared. Her presence in Christian's rooms at such an hour was so unforeseen and so unexpected, they had lived so long apart, that neither the King, in his act of signing his infamy, nor Le Beau, who stood watching him, turned round at the slight noise she made. They thought it was Boscovich, coming up from the garden. Gliding lightly like a shadow, she was already near the table and reached the two accomplices when Le Beau saw her. With her finger on her lips, she motioned him to be silent and continued to advance, wishing to convict the king in the very act of his treachery and avoid all evasion, subterfuge, or useless dissimulation. But the valet set her order at defiance and gave the alarm. The Queen, sire. The Dalmatian, furious, struck straight in the face of this malevolent caitiff with the powerful hand of a woman accustomed to handle the reins, and drawing herself up erect, waited till the wretch had disappeared before she addressed the king. What has happened, my dear Frederic, and to what am I indebted for? Standing bent over the table that he strove to hide, in a graceful attitude that showed off his silk jacket embroidered in pink, he smiled, and although his lips were rather pale, His voice remained calm, his speech easy, with that polished elegance which never left him when addressing his wife, and which placed a barrier between them like a hard lacquer screen, adorned with flowery and intricate arabesques. With one word, one gesture, she put aside the barrier behind which he would fain have sheltered himself. "Oh, no phrases, no grimacing, if you please. I know what you were writing there. Do not try to give me the lie." Then, drawing near, overwhelming his timorous objection by her haughty bearing, "Listen to me, Christiane." And there was something in her tone that gave an impression of solemnity to her words. "Listen to me. You have made me suffer cruelly since I became your wife. I have never said anything but once, the first time, you remember? After that, when I saw that you had ceased to love me, I left you to yourself. Not that I was ignorant of anything you did. Not one of your infidelities, not one of your follies remained unknown to me. For you must indeed be mad, mad like your father, who died of exhaustion, mad with love for Lola, mad like your grandfather John, who died in a shameful delirium, foaming and framing kisses with the death rattle in his throat, and uttering words that made the Sisters of Charity grow pale. Yes, it is the same fevered blood, the same hellish passion that devours you. At Ragusa, on the nights of the sortie, it was at Fedora's that they sought you. I knew it. I knew that she had left her theater to follow you. I never uttered a single reproach. The honor of your name was saved, and when the king was absent from the ramparts, I took care his place should not be empty, but here in Paris. Till now she had spoken slowly, coldly, in a tone of pity and maternal reproof, as though inspired thereto by the downcast eyes and pouting mouth of the king, who looked like a vicious child receiving a scolding. But the name of Paris exasperated her. A city without faith, a city cynical and accursed, its blood-stained stones ever ready for sedition and barricades. What possessed these poor fallen kings, that they came to take refuge in this Sodom? It was Paris. It was its atmosphere, tainted by carnage and vice, that completed the ruin of the historical houses. It was this that had made Christian lose what the maddest of his ancestors had always known how to preserve, the respect and pride of their race. Oh, when on the very day of their arrival, the first night of their exile, she had seen him so excited, so gay, while all around him were secretly weeping. Frederic had guessed the humiliation and shame she would have to undergo. Then, in one breath, without pausing, without cutting words that lashed the pallid face of the royal rake and striped it red as with a whip, she recalled one after the other all his follies, his rapid descent from pleasure to vice and vice to crime. You have deceived me under my very eyes in my own house. Adultery has sat at my table. It has brushed against my dress. When you were tired of that dullish little face, who had not even the grace to conceal her tears, you went to the gutter, wallowing shamelessly in the slime and mud of the streets, and bringing back the dregs of your orgies, of your sickly remorse, all the pollution of the mire. Remember how I saw you totter and stammer on that morning, when for the second time you lost your throne. What have you not done? Holy Mother of Angels, what have you not done? You have traded with the royal seal, and you have sold crosses and titles. And in a lower tone, as though she feared lest the stillness and silence of the night might hear, she added, You have stolen, yes, stolen, those diamonds, those stones torn from the crown. It was you who did it, and I allowed my faithful Greb to be suspected and dismissed. The theft being known, it was necessary to find a sham culprit to prevent the real one ever being discovered. For this has been my constant preoccupation, to uphold the king, to keep him untouched, to accept everything for that purpose, even the shame which in the eyes of the world will end by sullying me. I had adopted a watchword that sustained me and encouraged me in my hours of trial. All for the crown. And now you want to sell it. That crown that has cost me such anguish and such tears, you want to barter it for gold, for the lifeless mask of that Jewess, whom you had the indecency to bring face to face with me today. Crushed, bending low his head, he had hitherto listened without a word, but the insult directed against the woman he loved roused him. Looking fixedly at the Queen, his face bearing the traces of her cutting words, he said politely, but very firmly, "Well, no, you are mistaken. The woman you mention has had nothing to do with the determination I have taken. What I am doing is done for you, for me, for our common happiness. Tell me, are you not weary of this life of privations and expedients? Do you think that I am ignorant of what is going on here, that I do not suffer when I see you harassed by a pack of tradespeople and duns? The other day, when that man was shouting in the yard, I was coming in and heard him. Had it not been for Rosen, I would have crushed him under the wheels of my phaeton. And you were watching his departure behind the curtains of your window. A nice position for a queen. We owe money to everyone. There is a universal outcry against us. Half the servants are unpaid. The tutor even has received nothing for the last 10 months. Madame de Silvis pays herself by majestically wearing your old dresses. And there are days when my counselor, the keeper of the royal seals, borrows from my valet the wherewithal to buy snuff. You see, I am well acquainted with the state of things, and you do not know my debts yet. I am over head and ears in debt. Everything is giving way around us. A pretty state of things indeed. You will see that diadem of yours sold one day at the corner of the street with old knives and forks. Little by little, gradually carried away by his own scoffing nature and the jesting habits of his set, he dropped the moderate tone. He commenced with, and in his insolent little snuffling voice began to dwell upon the ludicrous side of the situation with jeers and mockery, borrowed no doubt from Sephora, who never lost an opportunity of demolishing by her sneering observations the few remaining scruples of her lover. You will accuse me of making phrases, but it is you who deafen yourself with words. What, after all, is that crown of Illyria that you are always talking about? It is worth nothing except on a king's head. Elsewhere it is obstruction, a useless thing, which, for flight, is carried hidden away in a bonnet box and exposed under a glass shade, like the laurels of an actor or the blossoms of a concierge's bridal wreath. You must be convinced of one thing, Frederic. A king is truly king only on the throne, with power to rule. Fallen, he is nothing, less than nothing, a rag. Vainly do we cling to etiquette, to our titles, always bringing forward our majesty on the panels of our carriages, on the studs of our cuffs, hampering ourselves with an empty ceremonial. It is all hypocrisy on our part, and mere politeness and pity on the part of those who surround us, our friends and our servants. Here I am, King Christian II, for you, for Rosen, for a few faithful ones. Outside, I become a man like the rest. Monsieur Christian, too, not even a surname, only Christian, like an actor of the Gaiety. He stopped out of breath. He did not remember having ever spoken so long standing. The shrill notes of the night birds, the prolonged trills of the nightingales broke the silence of the night. A big moth that had singed its wings at the lights flew about, thumping against the walls. This fluttering distress and the smothered sobs of the Queen were the only sounds to be heard. She knew how to meet rage and violence, but was powerless before this scoffing banter, so foreign to her sincere nature. It found her unarmed, like a valiant soldier who expects straight blows and feels only the harassing stings of insects. Seeing her break down, Christian thought her vanquished, and to complete his victory he put the finishing touch to the burlesque picture he had drawn of kings in exile. What a pitiful figure they cut, all these poor princes in partibus, figurants of royalty who drape themselves in the frippery of the principal characters and declaim before the empty benches without a farthing of receipts. would they not be wiser if they held their peace and returned to the obscurity of common life? For those who have money, there is some excuse. Their riches give them some right to cling to these grandeurs. But the others, the poor cousins of Palermo, for instance, crowded together in a tiny house with their horrid Italian cookery, it smells of onions when the door is opened. Worthy folk, certainly, but what an existence! And those are not the worst off. The other day, a real Bourbon, ran after an omnibus. "Full, sir," said the conductor, but he kept on running. "Don't I tell you it is full, my good man?" He got angry. He would have wished to be called Monseigneur, as if that should be known by the tie of his cravat. Operetta kings, I tell you, Frederic, it is to escape from this ridiculous position, to ensure a dignified and decent existence, that I have made up my mind to sign this. And he added, suddenly revealing the tortuous Slavonic nature molded by the Jesuits. Moreover, this signature is really a mere farce. Our own property is returned to us. That is all, and I shall not consider myself in the slightest degree bound by this. Who knows? These very thousands of pounds may help us to recover the throne. The Queen impetuously raised her head, looked him straight in the eyes for a moment, then shrugged her shoulders, saying, "Do not make yourself out viler than you are. You know that, when once you have signed, but no. The truth is, you lack strength and fortitude. You desert your kingly post at the most perilous moment, when a new society that will acknowledge neither God nor master pursues with its hatred the representatives of divine right, makes the heavens tremble over their heads and the earth under their steps. The assassin's knife, bombs, bullets, all serve their purpose. Treachery and murder are on every side. In the midst of our pageantry or our festivities, the best of us, as well as the worst, not one of us does not start, if only a man steps forward out of the crowd. Hardly a petition that does not conceal a dagger. On leaving his palace, what king is certain of returning alive? And this is the hour you choose to leave the field. Ah, if fighting could do it, eagerly said Christian II. But to struggle as we do, against ridicule, against poverty, against all the petty meannesses of life, and feel that we only sink deeper every day. A ray of hope lit up her eyes. Is it true? Would you fight? Then listen. Breathlessly, she related in a few rapid words the expedition she and Elise had been preparing for the last 3 months by letters, proclamations, and dispatches, which Father Alphée, ever on the move, carried from one mountain village to the other. This time it was not to the nobility they appealed, but to the people, the muleteers, the porters of Ragusa, the market gardeners of Breno, of La Brazza, the islanders who go to market with their feluccas, the nation which had remained faithful to the monarchical tradition, which was ready to rise and die for its king, on condition that he should lead them. Companies were forming. The watchword was already circulating. Only the signal now remained to be given. The Queen, hurling her words at Christian to rout his weakness by a vigorous charge, had a cruel pang when she saw him shake his head, showing an indifference which was even greater than his discouragement. Perhaps at the bottom of his heart he was annoyed that the expedition should have been so far organized without his knowledge, but he did not believe in the feasibility of the plan. It would not be possible to advance into the country. They would be compelled to hold the islands and devastate a beautiful country with very little chance of success. A second edition of the Duc de Palma's adventure, a useless effusion of blood. No, really, my dear Frederic, you are led away by the fanaticism of your chaplain and the wild enthusiasm of that hot-headed Gascon. I also have my sources of information, far more reliable than yours. The truth is that in Dalmatia, as in many other countries, monarchy has had its day. They are tired of it. They will have no more of it. Oh, I know the coward who will have no more of it, said the Queen, and she went on hurriedly, leaving Christian much surprised that the scene should have ended so abruptly. He hastily thrust the deed into his pocket and prepared to go out in his turn, when Frederic reappeared, accompanied this time by the little prince. Roused out of his sleep and hurriedly dressed, Zara, who had passed from the hands of his nurse to those of the queen without a word having been uttered, opened wide his bewildered eyes under his auburn curls, but asked no questions. He remembered confusedly, in his poor little dizzy head, similar awakings for hasty flights, in the midst of pallid faces and breathless exclamations. It was thus that he had acquired the habit of passive obedience, that he allowed himself to be led anywhere, provided the queen called him in her grave and resolute voice, and held ready for his childish weakness the shelter of her tender arms and the support of her strong shoulder. She had said, "Come," and he had come with confidence, surprised only at the surrounding silence, so different from those other stormy nights, with their visions of blood and flames, roar of cannon, and rattle of musketry. He saw the king standing, no longer the careless, good-natured father who at times surprised him in his bed or crossed the schoolroom with an encouraging smile, but a stern father, whose expression of annoyance became more accentuated as he saw them enter. Frederic, without uttering one word, led the child to the feet of Christian II, and abruptly kneeling, placed him before her, crossing his little fingers in her joined hands. "The king will not listen to me. Perhaps he will listen to you, Zara. Come say with me, 'Father,'" the timid voice repeated, "Father, my king, I implore you, do not despoil your child. Do not deprive him of the crown he is to wear one day. Remember, that is not yours alone. It comes from afar, from God himself, who gave it 600 years ago to the house of Alighieri. God has chosen me to be king. Father, it is my inheritance, my treasure. You have no right to take it from me." The little prince accompanied his fervent murmur with the imploring looks of a supplicant. But Christian turned away his head, shrugged his shoulders, and furious, though still polite, he muttered a few words between his teeth. Exaggeration, most improper, turn the child's head. Then he tried to withdraw and gain the door. With one bound, the queen was on her feet, caught sight of the table from which the parchment had disappeared, and comprehending at once that the infamous deed was signed, that the king had it in his possession, gave a despairing shriek. "Christian!" He continued to advance towards the door. She made a step forward, picking up her dress as if to pursue him, then suddenly said, "Well, be it so." He stopped short and turned around. She was standing before the open window, her foot upon the narrow stony balcony, with one arm clasping her son, ready to bear him into death, the other extended menacingly towards the cowardly deserter. The moon lit up from without this dramatic group. "To an operatic king, a queen of tragedy," she said, stern and terrible, "if you do not burn this instant what you have just signed, and swear on the cross that it will never be repeated, your race is ended, crushed, wife and child, there on the stones." Such earnestness seemed to inspire her vibrating tone, her splendid figure bent towards the emptiness of space as though to spring, that the king, terrified, dashed forward to stop her. "Frederic!" At the cry of his father, at the quiver of the arm that held him, the child, who was entirely out of the window, thought that all was finished, that they were about to die. He never uttered a word nor a moan. Was he not going with his mother? Only his tiny hands clutched the queen's neck convulsively, and throwing back his head, with his fair hair hanging down, the little victim closed his eyes before the appalling horror of the fall. Christian could no longer resist. The resignation, the courage of this child, who, of his future kingly duties, already knew the first, to die well, overcame him. His heart was bursting. He threw upon the table the crumpled parchment, which for a moment he had been nervously holding in his hand, and fell sobbing in an armchair. Frederic, still suspicious, read the deed through from the first line to the very signature. Then, going up to a candle, she burned it till the flame scorched her fingers. Shaking the ashes upon the table, she then left the room, carrying off her son, who was already falling asleep in her arms, in his heroically tragic attitude. Translation of Laura Ensor and E. Bartow. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 19. Madame du Deffand, Marie de Vichy-Chamrande, 1697 to 1780. Madame du Deffand is interesting as a personality, a type, and an influence. Living through nearly the whole of the 18th century, she assimilated its wealth of new ideas, and was herself a product of the thought revolution already kindling the spirit of 1789. She very early showed her mental independence by puzzling questions upon religion. The eloquent Massillon attempted to win her to orthodoxy, but he soon gave up the task, told the sisters to buy her a catechism, and went off declaring her charming. The inefficacy of the catechism was proved later, when the precocious girl developed into the graceful, unscrupulous society woman. She was always fascinating to the brightest men and women of her own and other lands. But the early years of social triumph, when she still had the beautiful eyes admired by Voltaire, are less significant than the nearly 30 years of blindness in the convent of St. Joseph, which, after her affliction, she made her home. Here she held her famous receptions for the literary and social celebrities of Paris. Here Mademoiselle Lespinasse endured a miserable 10 years as her companion, then rebelled against her exactions, and left to establish a rival salon of her own, aided by her devoted D'Alembert. His preference Madame du Deffand never forgave. Henceforth she opposed philosophy, and demanded from her devotees only stimulus and amusement. It was here that Horace Walpole found the blind old woman in her tub-like chair, and began the friendship and intellectual flirtation of 15 years. It proved a great interest in her life, notwithstanding Walpole's dread of ridicule at a suggestion of romance between his middle-aged self and this woman 20 years older. She was a power in the lives of many famous people, intimate with Madame de Staël, Voltaire, Montesquieu, Madame de Choiseul, the Duchess of Luxembourg, Madame Necker, Hume, Madame de Genlis. In her salon, old creeds were argued down, new ideas disseminated, and bon mots and witty gossip circulated. She has recounted what went on, and explained the reign of clever women in her century. Ignoring her blindness, she lived her life as gaily as she could in visiting, feasting, opera-going, and letter-writing. But even her social supremacy and brilliant correspondence with Voltaire, Walpole, and others did not satisfy her. She wished to appeal to the heart, and she appealed only to the head. Of all ills, she most dreaded ennui, and the very dread of it made her unhappy. She became more and more insufficient to herself until, at 83, she died with clear-sighted indifference. She was, perhaps, the wittiest woman who ever lived, says Saintsbury. Hers was an inextinguishable wit, always alert, epigrammatic, enriching the language with proverbial phrases. During her life, Voltaire's science of unbelief and Rousseau's appeal to nature and sentiment were stimulating Europe. For Rousseau, Madame du Deffand had no respect, but Voltaire's philosophy appealed to her egotism. It bade a human being investigate his own puzzles and seek solution in himself. Madame du Deffand agreed, but failed to find satisfaction in her anxious analysis. She envied believers in God and longed for illusions, yet allowed herself none. Jealous, exacting, critical, with all the arrogance of the old aristocracy, she was as merciless to herself as to others. All my judgments have been false and daring and too hasty. I have never known anyone perfectly. To whom then can I have recourse? She cries despairingly. Sainte-Beuve emphasizes her noblest quality. With all her faults, she was true. She lived out her life frankly, boldly, without self-deception or imposition. So, in the entertaining volumes of her letters and pen portraits of acquaintances, she has left a valuable record. She takes us back a century and shows not only how people looked and what they did, but how they thought and felt. Selection: Letter to the Duchesse de Choiseul by Madame du Deffand, Paris, Sunday, December 28, 1766. Do you know, dear Grandmamma, a pet name, that you are the greatest philosopher that ever lived? Your predecessors spoke equally well, perhaps, but they were less consistent in their conduct. All your reasonings start from the same sentiment, and that makes the perfect accord one always feels between what you say and what you do. I know very well why, loving you madly, I am ill at ease with you. It is because I know that you must pity everybody who is unlike yourself. My desire to please you, the brief time that I am permitted with you, and my eagerness to profit by it, all trouble, embarrass, intimidate me, and discompose me. I exaggerate, I utter platitudes, and end by being disgusted with myself, and eager to rectify the impression I may have made upon you. You wish me to write to Monsieur de Choiseul, and to make my letter pretty and bright. Ah, indeed, I'm the ruler of my own imagination, am I? I depend upon chance. A purpose to do or to say such or such a thing takes away the possibility. I am not in the least like you. I do not hold in my hands the springs of my spirit. However, I will write to Monsieur de Choiseul. I will seize a propitious moment. The surest means of making it come is to feel hurried. I am sending you an extract from an impertinent little pamphlet entitled Letter to the Author of the Justification of Jean-Jacques. You will see how it treats our friend. I am not sure that it should be allowed, whether Monsieur de Choiseul should not talk to Monsieur de Sartine about it. It is for you to decide, dear Grandmamma, if it is suitable, and if Monsieur de Choiseul ought to permit licenses so impertinent. I am dying to see you. In spite of my fear, in spite of my dreads, I am convinced that you love me because I love you. Selection: Letter to Mr. Crawford by Madame du Deffand, Sunday, March 9th, 1766. I read your letter to Madame de Forcalquier, or rather I gave it to her to read. I thought from her tone that she liked it, but she will not commit herself. She is more than incomprehensible. The Trinity is not more mysterious. She is composed of systems which she does not understand herself. Great words, great principles, great strains of music, of which nothing remains. However, I am of your opinion that she is worth more than all my other acquaintances. She agrees that it would be delightful to have you live in this country, but if she were only to see you en passant, it hardly matters whether you came or not, that she has not forgotten you, but that she will forget you. Eh, why shouldn't she forget you? She does not know you. 100 speeches of the sort which vex me. They say of people who have too much vivacity that they were put in too hot an oven. They might say of her, on the contrary, that she is underdone. She is the sketch of a beautiful work, but it is not finished. What is certain is that her sentiments, if she has sentiments, are sincere, and that she does not bore you. I showed her your letter, because I thought that would give you pleasure. But be sure that no one in the world, not even she, shall see what you write me in future, except Niat, her secretary, who, as you know, is a well. I have just made you a fine promise that I will not show your letters. Perhaps I shall never be able to show them. Truly, truly, I am like Madame de Forcalquier, and do not know you. I spent 3 hours with Mr. Walpole yesterday, but only half an hour alone with him. Lord George and his wife returned his short call, but your Dr. James stayed there all the time. He is a very gloomy, uninteresting man. Have you seen Jean-Jacques? Is he still in London? Have you seen your father? Imagine yourself tete-a-tete with me in the corner of the fireplace, and answer all my questions, but especially those which concern your health. Have you seen the doctors? Have they ordered you the waters? And tell me too, honestly, if I shall ever see you again. Reflect that you are only 25 years old, that I am 100, and that it only requires a brief kindness to put pleasure in my life. No, I will not assume the pathetic. Do just what pleases you. Selection. Letter to Horace Walpole by Madame du Deffand. Tuesday, August 5th, 1766. I have received your letter of July 31st. No number, sheets of different sizes. All these observations mean nothing unless it is that a person without anything to do or to think occupies herself with puerile things. Indeed, I should do very wrong not to profit by all your lessons, and to persist in the error of believing in friendship, and regarding it as a good. No, no, I renounce my errors, and am absolutely persuaded that of all illusions that is the most dangerous. You, who are the apostle of this wise doctrine, receive my confession and my vows never to love, never to seek to be loved by anyone. But tell me if it is permitted to desire the return of agreeable persons, if one may long for news of them, and if to be interested in them and to let them know it is to lack virtue, good sense, and proper behavior. I am awaiting enlightenment. I cannot doubt your sincerity. You have given me too many proofs of it. Explain yourself without reserve. Wednesday, 6th. Of all the things in your letter, what struck me the most yesterday were your moralizings on friendship, which forced me to reply at once. I was interrupted by Monsieur and Madame de Beauvin, who came to take me to supper with them in the country at the good Duchess of Saint-Pierre. I returned early. I did not close my eyes during the night. I woke up Niart, her secretary, earlier than usual, to go on with my letter, and to reread me yours. I am better pleased with it this morning than I was yesterday. The matter of friendship shocked me less. I find that the conclusion is, let us be friends without friendship. Ah, well, so be it. I consent. Perhaps it is agreeable. Let us learn by experience, and for that, see each other the oftener. In truth, you have only a comic actress, a deaf woman, and some chickens to leave, as you have only a blind woman and many goslings to find. But I promise you that the blind woman will have much to ask and much to tell. I do not know what to say to you about your ministry. You have entertained me so little with politics, that if others had not informed me, all that goes on with you would be less intelligible to me than the affairs of China. They have told me something of the character of the Count, and as for this certain good comrade, Conway, I think I know him perfectly. I am pleased that he has remained, but not that he does not oppose your philosophy. All your opinions are beautiful and praiseworthy, but if I were in his place, I should certainly hinder you from making use of them, and not regulate my conduct by your moderation and disinterestedness. Oh, as for my lord, you cannot keep him, that's the public cry. It seems to me that the brother and sister-in-law are not pleased. Do you not detest the people? From the agrarian law to your monument, your lamps, and your black standard, its joy, its sadness, its applause, its complaints are all odious to me. But I am going back to speak to you about yourself. You say that your fortune, instead of augmenting, will suffer diminution. I am much afraid of that. No liberty without a competency, remember that. If your economy falls upon your trips to France, I shall be miserable. But listen to this without getting vexed. I possess, as you know, a small lodging room belonging to me, little worthy of the son of Robert Walpole, but which may satisfy the philosopher Horace. If he found it convenient, he could occupy it without incurring the slightest ridicule. He can consult sensible people, and while waiting, be persuaded that it is not my personal interest which induces me to offer it to him. Honestly, my mentor, you could not do better than take it. You would be near me or 100 leagues from me if you liked it better. It would not engage you to any attention, nor any assiduity. We would renew our vows against friendship. It would even be necessary to render more observance to the idle, Comtesse de Boufflers, for who could be shocked if not she? Pont de Velle, who approves and advises this arrangement, claims that even the idle would find nothing to oppose. Think of that. Grandmamma returned yesterday morning. My favor with her is better established. She will take supper with me Friday, and as the supper was arranged without foreseeing that she would be there, she will find a company which will not exactly suit her, among others the idol, and the Archbishop of Toulouse. I shall have many things to tell you when I see you. It may be that they will hardly interest you, but it will be the world of my Strawberry Hill. You agree with me about the letters, which pleases me. I believe myself a genius when I find myself in agreement with you. This Prince Jeffren is excellent. Surely heaven is witness that I do not love you, but I am forced to find you very agreeable. Are you waiting until your arrival here to give a jug to the Maréchal de Luxembourg? I see no necessity of making a present to the idol. Incense, that is all it wants. I have a great desire that you should read a memoir of La Chalotais. It is very rare, very much prohibited, but I am intriguing to get it. Monsieur de Beauvin begs you to send me a febrifuge for him. It is from Dr. James, I think. There are 2 kinds. One is mild, and the other violent. He requires a louis's worth of each. You are mightily deceiving yourself if you think Voltaire author of the analysis of the romance of Héloïse. The author is a man from Bordeaux, a friend of Monsieur de Secondat. Apropos of Voltaire, he has had the King of Prussia sounded to know if he would consent to give him asylum at Wesel, in case he were obliged to leave his abode. This His Majesty has very willingly granted. Goodbye. I am counting upon being able in future to give you news of your court and your ministry. I have made a new acquaintance who is a favorite of Lord Bute and the most intimate friend of Lord Holderness. I do not doubt that this lord is aiming at my Lord Rochefort's place, who they say scarcely troubles himself about the embassy. Write me, I beg you, at least once a week. Tell me if Monsieur Crawford is in Scotland. It is thought that the first news from Rome will inform us of the death of Chevalier MacDonald. Selection. Letter, Portrait of Horace Walpole, November 1765. No, no, I do not want to draw your likeness. Nobody knows you less than I. Sometimes you seem to me what I wish you were, sometimes what I fear you may be, and perhaps never what you really are. I know very well that you have a great deal of wit of all kinds and all styles, and you must know it better than anyone. But your character should be painted, and of that I am not a good judge. It would require indifference, or impartiality at least. However, I can tell you that you are a very sincere man, that you have principles, that you are brave, that you pride yourself upon your firmness, that when you have come to a decision, good or bad, nothing induces you to change it, so that your firmness sometimes resembles obstinacy. Your heart is good, and your friendship strong, but neither tender nor facile. Your fear of being weak makes you hard. You are on your guard against all sensibility. You cannot refuse to render valuable services to your friends. You sacrifice your own interests to them, but you refuse them the slightest of favors. Kind and humane to all about you, you do not give yourself the slightest trouble to please your friends in little ways. Your disposition is very agreeable, although not very even. All your ways are noble, easy, and natural. Your desire to please does not lead you into affectation. Your knowledge of the world and your experience have given you a great contempt for men, and taught you how to live with them. You know that all their assurances go for nothing. In exchange, you give them politeness and consideration, and all those who do not care about being loved are content with you. I do not know whether you have much feeling. If you have, you fight it as a weakness. You permit yourself only that which seems virtuous. You are a philosopher. You have no vanity, although you have a great deal of self-love. But your self-love does not blind you. It rather makes you exaggerate your faults than conceal them. You never extol yourself except when you are forced to do so by comparing yourself with other men. You possess discernment, very delicate tact, very correct taste. Your tone is excellent. You would have been the best possible companion in past centuries. You are in this, and you would be in those to come. Englishman as you are, your manners belong to all countries. You have an unpardonable weakness to which you sacrifice your feelings and submit your conduct, the fear of ridicule. It makes you dependent upon the opinion of fools, and your friends are not safe from the impressions against them which fools choose to give you. Your judgment is easily confused. You are aware of this weakness, which you control by the firmness with which you pursue your resolutions. Your opposition to any deviation is sometimes pushed too far, and exercised in matters not worth the trouble. Your instincts are noble and generous. You do good for the pleasure of doing it, without ostentation, without claiming gratitude. In short, your spirit is beautiful and high. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 20. Daniel Defoe by Charles Frederick Johnson. Daniel Defoe, one of the most vigorous and voluminous writers of the last decade, of the 17th and of the first quarter of the 18th centuries, was born in St. Giles Parish, Cripplegate, in 1660 or 1661, and died near London in 1731. His father was a butcher named Defoe, and the evolution of the son's name through the various forms of Defoe, 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 to Daniel Defoe. The present accepted form did not begin much before he reached the age of 40. He was educated at the dissenting school of a Mr. Martin in Newington Green, and was intended for the Presbyterian ministry. Although the training at this school was not inferior to that to be obtained at the universities, and indeed superior in one respect, since all the exercises were in English, the fact that he had never been in residence set Defoe a little apart from the literary society of the day. Swift, Pope, Addison, Arbuthnot, and the rest considered him untrained and uncultured, and habitually spoke of him with the contempt which the regular feels for the volunteer. Swift referred to him as an illiterate fellow whose name I forget, and Pope actually inserted his name in the Dunciad. Earless on high stood unabashed Defoe. This line was false in two ways, for Defoe's ears were not clipped, though he was condemned to stand in the pillory, and there can hardly be a greater incongruity conceived than there is between our idea of a dunce and the energetic, shifty, wide-awake Defoe. Though for that matter a scholar like Bentley and a wit like Colley Gibber are as much out of place in the poet's ill-natured catalogue. Defoe angrily resented the taunts of the university men and their professional assumption of superiority, and answered Swift that he had been in his time master of 5 languages and had not lost them yet, and challenged John Tutchin to translate with him any Latin, French, or Italian author, and then retranslate them crosswise for £20 each book. Notwithstanding the great activity of Defoe's pen, over 200 pamphlets and books, most of them of considerable length, are known to be his, and it is more than probable that much of his work was anonymous and has perished, or could be only partly disinterred by laborious conjecture. He found time to engage twice in business, once as a factor in hosiery, and once as a maker of tiles. In each venture he seems to have been unfortunate, and his business experience is alluded to here only because his practical knowledge of mercantile matters is evident in all his work. Even his pirates like Captain Bob Singleton and adventurers like Colonel Jack have a decided commercial flavor. They keep a weather eye on the profit and loss account, and retire like thrifty traders on a well-earned competency. It is worth mentioning, however, to Defoe's credit, that in 1 or 2 instances at least he paid his debts in full, after compromising with his creditors. Defoe's writings, though all marked by his strong but limited personality, fall naturally into 3 classes. First, his political writings, in which may be included his wretched attempts at political satire and most of his journalistic work. This is included in numberless pamphlets, broadsheets, newspapers, and the like, and is admirable expository matter on the public questions of the day. Second, his fiction. Robinson Crusoe, Captain Singleton, Colonel Jack, Roxana, and Moll Flanders. Third, his miscellaneous work, innumerable biographies and papers like the History of the Plague, the Account of the Great Storm, the True Relation of the Apparition of one Mrs. Veal, etc. Between the last 2 classes there is a close connection, since both were written for the market, and his fictions proper are cast in the autobiographical form and are founded on incidents in the lives of real persons, and his biographies contain a large proportion of fiction. Some knowledge of Defoe's political work is necessary to a comprehension of the early 18th century. During his life, the power of the people and of the House of Commons was slowly extended, and the foundations of the modern English constitution were laid. The trading and manufacturing classes, especially in the city of London, increased in wealth and political consequence. The reading public on which a popular writer could rely widened. With these changes, partly as cause and purely as consequence, came the establishment of news journals and reviews. Besides Addison's Spectator, for the more cultured classes, multitudes of periodicals were founded which aimed to reach a more general public. The old method of a broadsheet or the pamphlet, hawked in the streets or exposed for sale and cried at the bookstalls, was still in use, but the regular issue of a newsletter was taking its place. Defoe attacked the public in both ways with unwearied assiduity. His poem The True-Born Englishman was sold in the streets to the astonishing number of 80,000. In 1704 he established The Review, a bi-weekly. It ran to 1713, and Defoe wrote nearly all of each number. Afterwards he was for 8 years main contributor and substantially manager of Mast's Journal, a Tory organ, and one of the most serious and well-founded charges against this first great journalist is that he was deficient in journalistic honor and remained in the pay of the Whig ministry while attached to the opposition organ. During this period he founded and conducted several other journals. Defoe possessed in a large measure the journalistic sense. No one ever had a finer instinct in the subtle arts of working the public and of advertising. When the notorious Jack Sheppard was condemned, he visited him at Newgate, wrote his life, and had the highwayman, standing under the gallows, send for a copy and deliver it as his last speech and dying confession. There is a certain breadth and originality in this stroke, hardly to be paralleled in modern journalism. Defoe had the knack of singling out from the mass of passing events whatever would be likely to interest the public. He brought out an account in some newspaper, and if successful, made the occurrence the subject of a longer article in pamphlet or book form. He was always on the lookout for matter which he utilized with a pen of marvelous rapidity. The Gazette or embryonic newspaper was at first confined to a rehearsal of news. Defoe invented the leading article or newsletter of weekly comment, and the society column of Mercure Scandaleux. The list of Defoe's political pamphlets is a large one, but they are of more interest to the historian than to the general reader. While they are far inferior in construction and Victoria's good sense to Sydney Smith's magazine articles on kindred topics, and to Swift's Drapier's letters in subtle appeals to the prejudices of the ignorant, they show a remarkable command over the method of reaching the plain people. To use President Lincoln's phrase, and taking it to mean that great body of quiet persons who desire on the whole to be fair in their judgments, but who must have their duty made quite evident before they see it. Defoe is never vituperative, that is, vituperative for a time, when Pope and Swift and Dennis made their personal invective so much higher flavored than modern taste endures. He seems to have been tolerant by nature, and although this proceeds in his case from the fact that his moral enthusiasm was never very warm, and not from any innate refinement of nature, he is entitled to the credit of moderation in the use of abusive language. He is tolerant, too, of those who differ from him in politics and religion, and though it is absurd to suppose, as some of his biographers have done, that he was so far in advance of his century as to have advocated the political soundness of free trade, he shows in his treatment of commercial questions the marks of a broad and comprehensive mind. He speaks of foreigners in a cosmopolitan spirit, with the exception of the Portuguese, for whom he seems to feel a lively dislike, founded possibly on some of his early business experiences. The reader will remember the dignified and courteous demeanor of the Spaniards in Robinson Crusoe, and although the violent antipathy of the previous generation to Spanish Romanists had abated, Defoe's freedom from insular prejudice is noteworthy, the more so that a discreet and sober bearing, such as he gives his Spaniards, seems to have been his ideal of conduct. Defoe is a great journalist, and although he is a typical hack, writing timely articles for pay, he has a touch of genius. He was always successful in gaining the ear of his public, and in the one instance where he hit upon a subject of universal interest, the life of the solitary castaway thrown absolutely on his own resources, he wrote a book, without any effort or departure from his usual style, which has been as popular with succeeding generations as it was with his own. It is a mistake to call Robinson Crusoe a great boy's book, unless we regard the boy nature as persistent in all men, and perhaps it is in all healthy men, for it treats the unaided conflict with nature and circumstance, which is the essence of adult life, with unequaled simplicity and force. Crusoe is not merely an adventurer, he is the human will, courage, resolution, stripped of all the adventitious support of society. He has all the elements of universal humanity, though in detail he is as distinctly English as Odysseus is Greek. The characters of Defoe's other novels, Colonel Jack, Captain Singleton, Moll Flanders, and Roxana, are so repulsive, and so entirely unaware of their repulsiveness, that we can take little interest in them. Possibly an exception might be made in favor for Colonel Jack, who evinces at times an amusing humor. All are criminals, and the conflict of the criminal with the forces of society may be the subject of the most powerful fiction. But these books are inartistic in several regards. No criminals, even allowing them to be hypocrites, ever disclose themselves in the open-hearted manner of these autobiographers. Vice always pays to virtue the homage of a certain reticence in details. Despite all his Newgate experiences and his acquaintance with noted felons, Defoe never understood either the weakness or the strength of the criminal type. So all his harlots and thieves and outcasts are decidedly amateurish. A serious transgression of the moral law is to them a very slight matter, to be soon forgotten after a temporary fit of repentance, and a long course of evil living in no wise interferes with a comfortable and respectable old age. His pirates have none of the desperation and brutal heroism of sin. Stevenson's John Silver or Israel Hands is worth a schooner load of them. Neither they nor their author seem to value virtue very highly, though they are acutely sensitive to the discomfort of an evil reputation. Possibly such people may be true to a certain type of humanity, but they are exceedingly uninteresting. A writer who takes so narrow a view cannot produce a great book, even though his lack of moral scope and insight is partly compensated by a vivid presentation of life on the low plane from which he views it. Moll Flanders and Roxana are very coarse books, but it can hardly be said that they are harmful or corrupting. They are simply vulgar. Vice has preserved all its evil by preserving all its grossness. Passion is reduced to mere animalism, and is depicted with the brutal directness of Hogarth. This may be good morals, but it is unpleasant art. It is true that Defoe's test of a writer was that he should please and serve his public, and in providing amusement he was not more refined nor more coarse than those whom he addressed. But a writer should look a little deeper and aim a little higher than the average morality of his day. Otherwise he may please, but will not serve his generation in any true sense of literary service. Defoe is sometimes spoken of as first great realist. In a limited sense this may be true. No doubt he presents the surface of a limited area of an 18th century world with fidelity. With the final establishment of Protestantism, the increase of trade, and the building of physical science on the broad foundations laid down by Newton, England had become more mundane than at any other period. The intense faith and the imaginative quality of the 17th century were deadened. The 18th century kept its eyes on the earth, and though it found a great many interesting and wonderful things there, and though it laid the foundations of England's industrial greatness, it was neither a spiritual nor an artistic age. The novel was in its infancy, and as if a true story was more worthy of respect than an invention, it received from Defoe an air of verisimilitude, and is usually based on some real events. He is careful to embellish his fictions with little bits of realism. Thus, Moll Flanders gives an inventory of the goods she took to America, and in the history of the plague, Defoe adds a note to his description of a burial ground. N.B. The author of this journal lies buried in that very ground, being at his own desire, his sister having been buried there a few weeks before. This enumeration of particulars certainly gives an air of reality, but it is a trick easily caught, and it is only now and then that he hits, as in the above instance, on the characteristic circumstance which gives life and reality to the narrative. Except in Robinson Crusoe, much of his detail is irrelevant and tiresome. But all the events on the lonely island are admirably harmonized and have a cumulative effect. The second part, after the rescue, written to take advantage of the popularity of the first, is vastly inferior. The artistic selective power is not exercised. This same concrete imagination which sees minute details is also evident in his contemporary Swift, but with him it works at the bidding of a far more fervid and emotional spirit. Defoe is a pioneer in novel writing and in journalism, and in both he shows wonderful readiness in appreciating what the public would like, and energy in supplying them with it. To the inventor or discoverer of a new form we cannot deny great credit. Most writers imitate, but it cannot be said that Defoe founded himself on any predecessor, while his successors are numbered by hundreds. A certain relationship could be traced between his work and the picaresque tales of France and Spain on the one hand, and the contemporary journals of actual adventure on the other, but not one close enough to detract from his claim to original power. Some of Defoe's political work, like The True-Born Englishman, The Shortest Way with Dissenters, Reasons Against the Succession of the House of Hanover, are written in the ironical tone. Mr. Sainsbury seems to think that Defoe's method is not truly ironical, because it differs from Swift's. But if we remember that one writer differs from another in irony, there is no reason to deny Defoe's mastery of this penetrating weapon, especially when we find that he imposed in both parties. The judges told him that irony of that sort would bring him to the gallows, but the 18th century law of libel was more rigid in its constructions than the canons of literary art. Defoe made several attempts at poetical satire, which are sufficient to show that he lacked either the talent or the patience to write political verse. Compared with Dryden's or Pope's, his work is more doggerel, enlivened by occasional vigorous couplets like, "Wherever God erects a house of prayer, the devil always builds a chapel there, and it will be found upon examination the latter has the largest congregation." Or, "No panegyric needs their praise record, an Englishman never wants his own good word." But an examination will confirm the impression that Defoe was not a poet, as surely as the rereading of Robinson Crusoe will strengthen our hereditary belief that he was a great writer of prose. Charles Frederick Johnson. End of section 20. Section 21 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 21. Excerpts from Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. Crusoe's Shipwreck. Nothing can describe the confusion of thought which I felt when I sunk into the water, for though I swam very well, yet I could not deliver myself from the waves so as to draw my breath, till that wave having driven me, or rather carried me, a vast way on towards the shore, and having spent itself went back, and left me upon the land almost dry, but half dead was the water I took in. I had so much presence of mind as well as breath left, that seeing myself nearer the mainland than I expected, I got upon my feet and endeavoured to make on towards the land as fast as I could, before another wave should return and take me up again. But I soon found it was impossible to avoid it, for I saw the sea coming after me as high as a great hill, and as furious as an enemy, which I had no means or strength to contend with. My business was to hold my breath, and raise myself upon the water if I could, and so by swimming to preserve my breathing, and pilot myself towards the shore if possible, my greatest concern now being that the wave, as it would carry me a great way towards the shore when it came on, might not carry me back again with it when it gave back towards the sea. The wave that came upon me again buried me at once 20 or 30 feet deep in its own body, and I could feel myself carried with a mighty force and swiftness towards the shore, a very great way. But I held my breath, and assisted myself to swim still forward with all my might. I was ready to burst with holding my breath, when, as I felt myself rising up, so to my immediate relief I found my head and hands shoot out above the surface of the water, and though it was not 2 seconds of time that I could keep myself so, yet it relieved me greatly, gave me breath and new courage. I was covered again with water a good while, but not so long, but I held it out. And finding the water had spent itself and began to return, I struck forward against the return of the waves, and fell to ground again with my feet. I stood still a few moments to recover breath, until the water went from me, and then took to my heels and ran, with what strength I had, farther towards the shore. But neither would this deliver me from the fury of the sea, which came pouring in after me again, and twice more I was lifted up by the waves and carried forward as before, the shore being very flat. The last time of these 2 had well nigh been fatal to me, for the sea having hurried me along as before, landed me, or rather dashed me against a piece of rock, and that with such force, that it left me senseless, and indeed helpless as to my own deliverance, for the blow taking my side and breast, beat the breath as it were quite out of my body, and had it returned again immediately, I must have been strangled in the water. But I recovered a little before the return of the waves, and seeing I should again be covered with the water, I resolved to hold fast by a piece of the rock, and so to hold my breath, if possible, till the wave went back. Now, as the waves were not so high as the first, being nearer land, I held my hold till the wave abated, and then fetched another run, which brought me so near the shore, that the next wave, though it went over me, yet did not so swallow me up as to carry me away, and the next run I took, I got to the mainland, where to my great comfort I clambered up the cliffs on the shore, and sat me down upon the grass, free from danger and quite out of the reach of the water. I was now landed and safe on shore, and began to look up and thank God that my life was saved, in a case wherein there were, some minutes before, scarce any room to hope. I believe it is impossible to express to the life what the ecstasies and transports of the soul are when it is so saved, as I may say, out of the grave. And I did not wonder now at the custom, viz., that when a malefactor who has the halter about his neck is tied up and just going to be turned off, and has a reprieve brought to him, I say I do not wonder that they bring a surgeon with it to let him blood. That very moment they tell him of it, that the surprise may not drive the animal spirits from the heart and overwhelm him. For sudden joys like griefs confound at first. I walked about the shore, lifting up my hands and my whole being, as I may say, wrapped up in the contemplation of my deliverance, making 1,000 gestures and motions which I cannot describe, reflecting upon my comrades that were drowned, and that there should not be one soul saved but myself, for as for them, I never saw them afterwards, or any sign of them, except 3 of the hats, 1 cap, and 2 shoes that were not fellows. I cast my eyes to the stranded vessel, when the breach and force of the sea began so big I could hardly see it, it lay so far off, and considered, Lord, how was it possible I could get on shore? Crusoe makes a new home. I soon found the place I was in was not for my settlement, particularly because it was upon a low, moorish ground near the sea, and I believed it would not be wholesome, and more particularly because there was no fresh water near it. So I resolved to find a more healthy and more convenient spot of ground. I consulted several things in my situation which I found would be proper for me. First, air and fresh water, I just now mentioned. Secondly, shelter from the heat of the sun. Thirdly, security from ravenous creatures, whether men or beasts. Fourthly, a view to the sea, that if God sent any ship in sight, I might not lose any advantage for my deliverance, of which I was not willing to banish all my expectation yet. I searched for a place proper for this. I found a little plain on the side of a rising hill, whose front towards this little plain was steep as a house-side, so that nothing could come down upon me from the top. On the side of this rock there was a hollow place, worn a little way in, like the entrance or door of a cave, but there was not really any cave or way into the rock at all. On the flat of the green, just before this hollow place, I resolved to pitch my tent. This plain was not above 100 yards broad and about twice as long, and lay like green before my door, and at the end of it descended irregularly every way down into the low ground by the seaside. It was on the north-northwest side of the hill, so that it was sheltered from the heat every day, till it came to a west and by south sun, or thereabouts, which in those countries is near the setting. Before I set up my tent, I drew a half-circle before the hollow place, which took in about 10 yards in its semi-diameter from the rock, and 20 yards in its diameter from its beginning and ending. In this half-circle I pitched 2 rows of long stakes, driving them into the ground till they stood very firm like piles, the biggest end being out of the ground about 5 feet and a half, and sharpened on the top. The 2 rows did not stand above 6 inches from another. Then I took the pieces of cable which I cut in the ship, and laid them in rows, one upon another, within the circle between these 2 rows of stakes, up to the top, placing other stakes in the inside, leaning against them about 2 feet and a half high, like a spur to a post, and this fence was so strong that neither man nor beast could get into it or over it. This cost me a great deal of time and labor, especially to cut the piles in the woods, bring them to the place, and drive them into the earth. The entrance into this place I made to be not by a door, but by a short ladder to go over the top, which ladder, when I was in, I lifted over after me, and so I was completely fenced in and fortified, as I thought, from all the world, and consequently slept secure in the night, which otherwise I could not have done, though, as it appeared afterwards, there was no need of all this caution against the enemies that I apprehended danger from. A footprint. It happened one day about noon, going towards my boat, I was exceedingly surprised with the print of a man's naked foot on the shore, which was very plain to be seen on the sand. I stood like one thunderstruck, or as if I had seen an apparition. I listened, I looked about me, but I could hear nothing or see anything. I went up to a rising ground to look farther. I went up the shore and down the shore, but it was all one. I could see no other impression but that one. I went to it again, to see if there were any more, and to observe if it might not be my fancy, but there was no room for that, for there was exactly the print of a foot, toes, heel, and every part of a foot. How it came hither I knew not, nor could I in the least imagine, but after innumerable fluttering thoughts, like a man perfectly confused and out of myself, I came home to my fortification, not feeling, as we say, the ground I went on, but terrified to the last degree, looking behind me at every 2 or 3 steps, mistaking every bush and tree, and fancying every stump at a distance to be a man. Nor is it possible to describe how many various shapes my affrighted imagination represented things to me in, how many wild ideas were found every moment in my fancy, and what strange unaccountable whimsies came into my thoughts by the way. When I came to my castle, for so I think I called it ever after this, I fled into it like one pursued. Whether I went over by the ladder as first contrived, or went in at the hole in the rock which I had called a door, I cannot remember. No, nor could I remember the next morning, for never frightened hare fled to cover or fox to earth with more terror of mind than I to this retreat. End of section 21. Section 22 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 22. Excerpts from History of the Plague in London by Daniel Defoe. Superstitious Fears of the People. But I must go back again to the beginning of this surprising time. While the fears of the people were young, they were increased strangely by several odd incidents, which put all together it was really a wonder the whole body of the people did not rise as one man and abandon their dwellings, leaving the place as a space of ground designed by heaven for an Akeldama doomed to be destroyed from the face of the earth, and that all that would be found in it would perish with it. I shall name but a few of these things, but sure they were so many, and so many wizards and cunning people propagating them, that I have often wondered there was any, women especially, left behind. In the first place, a blazing star or comet appeared for several months before the plague, as there did the year after another a little before the fire. The old women and the phlegmatic hypochondriac part of the other sex, whom I could almost call the old women too, remarked especially afterward, though not till both those judgments were over, that those 2 comets passed directly over the city, and that so very near the houses, that it was plain they imported something peculiar to the city alone. That the comet before the pestilence was a faint, dull, languid colour, and its motion very heavy, solemn, and slow, but that the comet before the fire was bright and sparkling, or as others said, flaming, and its motion swift and furious, and that accordingly one foretold a heavy judgment, slow but severe, terrible and frightful, as was the plague, but the other foretold a stroke, sudden, swift, and fiery, as was the conflagration. Nay, so particular some people were, that as they looked upon that comet preceding the fire, they fancied that they not only saw it pass swiftly and fiercely, and could perceive the motion with their eye, but they even heard it, that it made a rushing mighty noise, fierce and terrible, though at a distance, and but just perceivable. I saw both these stars, and I must confess, had so much of the common notion of such things in my head, that I was apt to look upon them as the forerunners and warnings of God's judgments, and especially when the plague had followed the first, I saw yet another of the like kind, I could not but say, God had not yet sufficiently scourged the city. The apprehensions of the people were likewise strangely increased by the error of the times, in which I think the people, from what principle I cannot imagine, were more addicted to prophecies and astrological conjurations, dreams and old wives' tales, than ever they were before or since. Whether this unhappy temper was originally raised by the follies of some people who got money by it, that is to say, by printing predictions and prognostications, I know not. But certain it is, books frightened them terribly, such as Lilly's Almanac, Gadbury's Astrological Predictions, Poor Robin's Almanac, and the like. Also several pretended religious books, one entitled, Come out of her, my people, lest ye be partakers of her plagues, another called Fair Warning, another Britain's Remembrancer, and many such, all or most part of which foretold, directly or covertly, the ruin of the city. Nay, some were so enthusiastically bold as to run about the streets with their oral predictions, pretending they were sent to preach to the city. And one in particular, who like Jonah to Nineveh cried in the streets, Yet 40 days and London shall be destroyed. I will not be positive whether he said 40 days or yet a few days. Another ran about naked, except a pair of drawers about his waist, crying day and night like a man that Josephus mentions, who cried, Woe to Jerusalem, a little before the destruction of that city. So this poor naked creature cried, Oh, the great and the dreadful God, and said no more, but repeated these words continually, with a voice and countenance full of horror, a swift pace, and nobody could ever find him to stop or rest or take any sustenance, at least that ever I could hear of. I met this poor creature several times in the streets, and would have spoken to him, but he would not enter into speech with me or any one else, but kept on his dismal cries continually. These things terrified the people to the last degree, and especially when 2 or 3 times, as I have mentioned already, they found 1 or 2 in the hills, dead of the plague, at St. Giles. Next to these public things were the dreams of old women, or I should say, the interpretation of old women upon other people's dreams, and these put abundance of people even out of their wits. Some heard voices warning them to be gone, for that there would be such a plague in London, so that the living would not be able to bury the dead. Others saw apparitions in the air, and I must be allowed to say of both, I hope without breach of charity, that they heard voices that never spake, and saw sights that never appeared, but the imagination of the people was really turned wayward and possessed. And no wonder if they, who were poring continually at the clouds, saw shapes and figures, representations and appearances, which had nothing in them but air and vapour. Here they told us they saw a flaming sword held in a hand, coming out of a cloud, with a point hanging directly over the city. There they saw hearses and coffins in the air carrying to be buried, and there again heaps of dead bodies lying unburied, and the like, just as the imagination of the poor terrified people furnished them with matter to work upon. So hypochondriac fancies represent ships, armies, battles in the firmament, till steady eyes the exhalations solve, and all to its first matter, cloud, resolve. I could fill this account with the strange relations such people give every day of what they have seen, and every one was so positive of their having seen what they pretended to see, that there was no contradicting them without breach of friendship, or being accounted rude and unmannerly on the one hand, and profane and impenetrable on the other. One time before the plague was begun, otherwise than as I have said in St. Giles, I think it was in March, seeing a crowd of people in the street, I joined with them to satisfy my curiosity, and found them all staring up into the air to see what a woman told them appeared plain to her, which was an angel clothed in white, with a fiery sword in his hand, waving it or brandishing it over his head. She described every part of the figure to the life, showed them the motion and the form, and the poor people came into it so eagerly and with so much readiness. Yes, I see it all plainly, says one. There's a sword, as plain as can be. Another saw the angel. One saw his very face, and cried out what a glorious creature he was. One saw one thing, and one another. I looked as earnestly as the rest, but perhaps not with so much willingness to be imposed upon, and I said indeed that I could see nothing but white cloud, bright on one side by the shining of the sun upon the other part. The woman endeavoured to show it me, but could not make me confess that I saw it, which indeed if I had I must have lied. But the woman turning to me looked me in the face and fancied I laughed, in which her imagination deceived her too, for I really did not laugh, but was seriously reflecting how the poor people were terrified by the force of their own imagination. However, she turned to me, called me a profane fellow and a scoffer, told me that it was a time for God's anger, and dreadful judgments were approaching, and that despisers such as I should wander and perish. The people about her seemed disgusted as well as she, and I found there was no persuading them that I did not laugh at them, and that I should be rather mobbed by them than be able to undeceive them. So I left them, and this appearance passed for as real as the blazing star itself. Another encounter I had in the open day also, and this was in going through a narrow passage from Petty France into Bishopsgate churchyard, by a row of almshouses. There are 2 churchyards to Bishopsgate church or parish. One we go over to pass from the place called Petty France into Bishopsgate Street, coming out just by the church door. The other is on the side of the narrow passage, where the almshouses are on the left, and a dwarf wall with a palisade on it on the right hand, and the city wall on the other side more to the right. In this narrow passage stands a man looking through the palisades into the burying place, and as many people as the narrowness of the place would admit to stop without hindering the passage of others. And he was talking mighty eagerly to them, and pointing now to one place then to another, and affirming that he saw a ghost walking upon such a gravestone there. He described the shape, the posture, and the movement of it so exactly that it was the greatest amazement to him in the world that everybody did not see it as well as he. On a sudden he would cry, "There it is! Now it comes this way!" Then, "'Tis turned back!" Till at length he persuaded the people into so firm a belief of it that one fancied he saw it, and thus he came every day making a strange hubbub, considering it was so narrow a passage, till Bishopsgate clock struck 11, and then the ghost would seem to start, and as if he were called away, disappear on a sudden. I looked earnestly every way, and at the very moment that this man directed, but could not see the least appearance of anything. But so positive was this poor man that he gave them vapours in abundance, and sent them away trembling and frightened, till at length few people that knew of it cared to go through that passage, and hardly anybody by night or any account whatever. This ghost, as the poor man affirmed, made signs to the houses and to the ground and to the people, plainly intimating, or else they so understanding it, that abundance of people should come to be buried in that churchyard, as indeed happened. But that he saw such aspects, I must acknowledge I never believed, nor could I see anything of it myself, though I looked most earnestly to see it, if possible. How quacks and impositors preyed on the fears of the people. I cannot omit a subtlety of one of those quack operators, with which he gulled the poor people to crowd about him, but did nothing for them without money. He had, it seems, added to his bills which he gave out in the streets, this advertisement in capital letters, viz., "He gives advice to the poor for nothing." Abundance of people came to him accordingly, to whom he made a great many fine speeches, examined them of the state of their health, and of the constitution of their bodies, and told them many good things to do which were of no great moment, but the issue and conclusion of all was, that he had a preparation which, if they took such a quantity of every morning, he would pawn his life that they should never have the plague. No, though they lived in the house with people that were infected. This made the people all resolve to have it, but then the price of that was so much, I think it was 1/2 crown. But, sir, says one poor woman, I'm a poor almswoman, and am kept by the parish, and your bills say you give the poor your help for nothing. Ay, good woman, says the doctor, so I do, as I published there. I give my advice, but not my physic. Alas, sir, says she, that is a snare laid for the poor, then, for you give them your advice for nothing, that is to say, you advise them gratis, to buy your physic for their money. So does every shopkeeper with his wares. Here the woman began to give him ill words, and stood at his door all that day, telling her tale to all the people that came, till the doctor, finding she turned away his customers, was obliged to call her upstairs again, and give her his box of physic for nothing, which perhaps, too, was good for nothing when she had it. The people are quarantined in their houses. This shutting up of houses was at first counted a very cruel and unchristian method, and the poor people so confined made bitter lamentations. Complaints of the severity of it were also daily brought to my Lord Mayor, of houses causelessly and some maliciously shut up. I cannot say, but upon inquiry, many that complained so loudly were found in a condition to be continued, and others again, inspection being made upon the sick person and the sickness not appearing infectious, or if uncertain, yet on his being content to be carried to the pest house, was released. As I went along Houndsditch one morning about 8 o'clock, there was a great noise. It is true, indeed, that there was not much crowd, because people were not very free to gather together, or to stay together when they were there, nor did I stay long there. But the outcry was loud enough to prompt my curiosity, and I called to one who looked out of a window and asked what was the matter. A watchman, it seems, had been employed to keep his post at the door of a house which was infected, or said to be infected, and was shut up. He had been there all night for 2 nights together, as he told his story, and the day watchman had been there 1 day, and was now come to relieve him. All this while no noise had been heard in the house, no light had been seen. They called for nothing, sent him on no errands, which used to be the chief business of the watchman, neither had they given him any disturbance, as he said, from Monday afternoon, when he heard a great crying and screaming in the house, which as he supposed was occasioned by some of the family dying just at that time. It seems the night before the dead cart, as it was called, had been stopped there, and a servant maid had been brought down to the door dead, and the barriers or bearers, as they were called, put her into the cart, wrapped only in a green rug, and carried her away. The watchman had knocked on the door, it seems, when he heard that noise and crying as above, and nobody answered a great while. But at last one looked out and said with an angry quick tone, and yet a kind of crying voice, or a voice of one that was crying, "What do you want, that you make such a knocking?" He answered, "I'm the watchman, how do you do? What is the matter?" The person answered, "What is that to you? Stop the dead cart." This, it seems, was about 1 o'clock. Soon after, as the fellow said, he stopped the dead cart and then knocked again, but nobody answered. He continued knocking, and the bellman called out several times, "Bring out your dead." But nobody answered, till the man that drove the cart, being called to other houses, would stay no longer and drove away. The watchman knew not what to make of all this, so he let them alone till the morning man or day watchman, as they called him, came to relieve him. Giving him an account of the particulars, they knocked at the door a great while, but nobody answered, and they observed that the window or casement at which the person looked out who had answered before continued open, being up 2 pair of stairs. Upon this the two men, to satisfy their curiosity, got a long ladder, and one of them went up to the window and looked into the room, where he saw a woman lying dead upon the floor in a dismal manner, having no clothes on her but her shift. But though he called aloud, and putting in his long staff knocked hard on the floor, yet nobody stirred or answered, neither could he hear any noise in the house. He came down upon this, and acquainted his fellow, who went up also, and finding it just so, they resolved to acquaint either the Lord Mayor or some other magistrate of it, but did not offer to go in at the window. The magistrate, it seems, upon the information of the two men, ordered the house to be broken open, a constable and other persons being appointed to be present, that nothing might be plundered, and accordingly it was so done, when nobody was found in the house but that young woman, who having been infected and past recovery, the rest had left her to die by herself, and every one gone, having found some way to delude the watchman and to get open the door, or get out at some back door, or over the tops of the houses, so that he knew nothing of it. And as to those cries and shrieks which he heard, it was supposed they were the passionate cries of the family at this bitter parting, which to be sure it was to them all, this being the sister to the mistress of the family, the man of the house, his wife, several children and servants being all gone and fled, whether sick or sound, that I could never learn, nor indeed did I make much inquiry after it. Moral effects of the plague. Here we may observe, and I hope it will not be amiss to take notice of it, that a near view of death would soon reconcile men of good principles one to another, and that it is chiefly owing to our easy situation in life, and our putting these things far from us, that our breaches are fomented, ill blood continued, prejudices, breach of charity and of Christian union so much kept, and so far carried on amongst us as it is. Another plague year would reconcile all these differences. A close conversing with death, or with diseases that threaten death, would scum off the gall from our tempers, remove the animosities among us, and bring us to see with differing eyes than those which we looked on things before, as the people who had been used to join with the church were reconciled at this time with the admitting the dissenters, who with an uncommon prejudice had broken off from the communion of the Church of England, were now content to come to their parish churches, and to conform to the worship which they did not approve of before. But as the terror of the infection abated, those things all returned again to their less desirable channel, and to the course they were in before. I mention this but historically. I have no mind to enter into arguments to move either or both sides to a more charitable compliance one with another. I do not see that it is probable such a discourse would be either suitable or successful. The breaches seem rather to widen, and tend to a widening farther than to closing, and who am I that I should think myself able to influence either one side or the other? But this I may repeat again, that it is evident death will reconcile us all. On the other side the grave we shall be all brethren again, in heaven, whither I hope we may come from all parties and persuasions, we shall find neither prejudice nor scruple. There we shall be of one principle and of one opinion. Why we cannot be content to go hand in hand to the place where we shall join heart and hand, without the least hesitation and with the most complete harmony and affection, I say, why we cannot do so here, I can say nothing to, neither shall I say anything more of it, but that it remains to be lamented. Terrible scenes in the streets. This, 38,195 deaths in about a month, was a prodigious number of itself, but if I should add the reasons which I have to believe that this account was deficient, and how deficient it was, you would with me make no scruple to believe that there died about 10,000 a week for all those weeks, and a proportion for several weeks both before and after. The confusion among the people, especially within the city, at that time was inexpressible. The terror was so great at last that the courage of the people appointed to carry away the dead began to fail them. Nay, several of them died, although they had the distemper before, and were recovered, and some of them dropped down when they had been carrying the bodies even at the pit side, and just ready to throw them in. And this confusion was greater in the city, because they had flattered themselves with hopes of escaping, and thought the bitterness of death was past. One cart, they told us, going up to Shoreditch, was forsaken by the drivers, or being left to one man to drive, he died in the street, and the horses going on overthrew the cart and left the bodies, some thrown here, some there, in a dismal manner. Another cart was, it seems, found in the great pit in Finsbury Fields, the driver being dead, or having been gone and abandoned it, and the hearses running too near it, the cart fell in and drew the horses in also. It was suggested that the driver was thrown in with it, and that the cart fell upon him, by reason his whip was seen to be in the pit among the bodies, but that, I suppose, could not be certain. In our parish of Aldgate, the dead carts were several times, as I have heard, found standing at the churchyard gate, full of dead bodies, but neither bellman nor driver nor any one else with it. Neither in these nor in any other cases did they know what bodies they had in the cart, for sometimes they were let down with ropes out from balconies and out of windows, and sometimes the bearers brought them to the cart, sometimes other people, nor, as the men themselves said, did they trouble themselves to keep any account of the numbers. The plague due to natural causes. I would be far from lessening the awe of the judgments of God and the reverence to his providence, which ought always to be on our minds on such occasions as these. Doubtless the visitation itself is a stroke from heaven upon a city, or country, or nation where it falls, a messenger of his vengeance, and a loud call to that nation, or country, or city, to humiliation and repentance, according to that of the prophet Jeremiah, 18:7-8. At what instant I shall speak concerning a nation, and concerning a kingdom to pluck up and pull down and destroy it, if that nation against whom I have pronounced turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do unto them. Now to prompt due impressions of the awe of God on the minds of men on such occasions, and not to lessen them, it is that I have left those minutes upon record. I say, therefore, I reflect upon no man for putting the reason of those things upon the immediate hand of God, and the appointment and direction of his providence. Nay, on the contrary, there were many wonderful deliverances of persons when infected, which intimate singular and remarkable providence and the particular instances to which they refer. And I esteem my own deliverance to be one next to miraculous, and do record it with thankfulness. But when I am speaking of the plague as a distemper arising from natural causes, we must consider it as it was really propagated by natural means. Nor is it at all the less a judgment for its being under the conduct of human causes and effects. For as the divine power has formed the whole scheme of nature, and maintains nature in its course, so that the same power thinks fit to let his own actings with men, whether of mercy or judgment, to go on in the ordinary course of natural causes, and he is pleased to act by those natural causes as the ordinary means, accepting and reserving to himself nevertheless a power to act in a supernatural way when he sees occasion. Now it is evident that in the case of an infection there is no apparent extraordinary occasion for supernatural operation, but the ordinary course of things appears sufficiently armed and made capable of all the effects that heaven usually directs by a contagion. Among these causes and effects, this of the secret conveyance of infection, imperceptible and unavoidable, is more than sufficient to execute the fierceness of divine vengeance, without putting it upon supernaturals and miracles. This acute, penetrating nature of the disease itself was such, and the infection was received so imperceptibly, that the most exact caution could not secure us, while in the place. But I must be allowed to believe, and I have so many examples fresh in my memory, to convince me of it, that I think none can resist their evidence. I say, I must be allowed to believe that no one in this whole nation ever received the sickness or infection, but who received it in the ordinary way of infection from somebody, or the close or touch or stench of somebody that was infected before. Spread of the plague through necessities of the poor. Before people came to right notions of the infection, and of infecting one another, people were only shy of those that were really sick. A man with a cap upon his head or with clothes round his neck, which was the case of those that had swellings there, such was indeed frightful. But when we saw a gentleman dressed with his band on, and his gloves in his hand, his hat upon his head, and his hair combed, of such we had not the least apprehensions, and people conversed a great while freely, especially with their neighbours and such as they knew. But when the physicians assured us that the danger was as well from the sound, that is, the seemingly sound, as the sick, and that those people that thought themselves entirely free were oftentimes the most fatal, and that it came to be generally understood that people were sensible of it, and of the reason of it, then I say they began to be jealous of everybody, and a vast number of people locked themselves up so as not to come abroad into any company at all, nor suffer any that had been abroad in promiscuous company to come into their houses or near them, at least not so near them as to be within reach of their breath or of any smell from them. And when they were obliged to converse at a distance with strangers, they would always have preservatives in their mouths and about their clothes, to repel and keep off the infection. It must be acknowledged that when people began to use these cautions, they were less exposed to danger, and the infection did not break into such houses so furiously as it did into others before, and thousands of families were preserved, speaking with due reserve to the direction of divine providence by that means. But it was impossible to beat anything into the heads of the poor. They went on with the usual impetuosity of their tempers, full of outcries and lamentations when taken, but madly careless of themselves, foolhardy and obstinate while they were well. Where they could get employment, they pushed into any kind of business, the most dangerous and the most liable to infection, and if they were spoken to, their answer would be, "I must trust in God for that. If I am taken, then I am provided for, and there is an end of me," and the like. Or thus, "Why, what must I do? I cannot starve. I had as good have the plague as perish for want. I have no work. What could I do? I must do this or beg." Suppose it was burying the dead, or attending the sick, or watching infected houses, which were all terrible hazards, but their tale was generally the same. It is true, necessity was a justifiable, warrantable plea, and nothing could be better, but their way of talk was much the same, where the necessities were not the same. This adventurous conduct of the poor was that which brought the plague among them in the most furious manner, and this, joined to the distress of their circumstances when taken, was the reason why they died so by heaps. For I cannot say I could observe one jot of better husbandry among them, I mean the labouring poor, while they were all well and getting money, than there was before, but as lavish, as extravagant, and as thoughtless for to-morrow as ever, so that when they came to be taken sick, they were immediately in the utmost distress, as well for want as for sickness, as well for lack of food as lack of health. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 23, Selected Works by Daniel Defoe. From Colonel Jack. Colonel Jack and Captain Jack escape arrest. We had not parleyed thus long, but though in the dead of night came a man to the other inn door, for, as I said above, there are 2 inns in that place, and called for a pot of beer. But the people were all in bed and would not rise. He asked them if they had seen 2 fellows come that way upon 1 horse. The man said he had, that they went by in the afternoon and asked the way to Cambridge, but did not stop only to drink 1 mug. "Oh," says he, "are they gone to Cambridge? Then I'll be with them quickly." I was awake in a little garret of the next inn where we lodged, and hearing the fellow call at the door, got up and went to the window, having some uneasiness at every noise I heard, and by that means heard the whole story. Now the case is plain. Our hour was not come. Our fate had determined other things for us, and we were to be reserved for it. The matter was thus. When we first came to Bournebridge, we called at the first house and asked the way to Cambridge, drank a mug of beer, and went on, and they might see us turn off to go the way they directed. But night coming on, and we being very weary, we thought we should not find the way, and we came back in the dusk of the evening and went into the other house, being the first as we came back, as there where we had called before was the first when we went forward. You may be sure I was alarmed now, and indeed I had reason to be. The captain was in bed and fast asleep, but I wakened him, and roused him with a noise that frighted him enough. "Rise, Jack," said I. "We are both ruined. They come after us hither." Indeed, I was wrong to terrify him at that rate, for he started and jumped out of bed and ran directly to the window, not knowing where he was, and not quite awake, was going to jump out of the window, but I laid hold of him. "What are you going to do?" says I. "I won't be taken," says he. "Let me alone. Where are they?" This was all confusion, and he was so out of himself with the fright, and being overcome with sleep, that I had much to do to prevent him jumping out of the window. However, I held him fast and thoroughly wakened him, and then all was well again, and he was presently composed. So I told him the story, and we sat together upon the bedside, considering what we should do. Upon the whole, as the fellow that called was apparently gone to Cambridge, we had nothing to fear, but to be quiet till daybreak, and then to mount and be gone. Accordingly, as soon as day peeped, we were up, and having happily informed ourselves of the road at the other house, and being told that the road to Cambridge turned off on the left hand, and that the road to Newmarket lay straight ahead forward, I say, having learned this, the captain told me he would walk away on foot toward Newmarket, and so when I came to go out I should appear as a single traveller, and accordingly he went out immediately, and away he walked, and he travelled so hard that when I came to follow I thought once that he had dropped me, for though I rode hard I got no sight of him for an hour. At length, having passed a great bank called the Devil's Ditch, I found him, and took him up behind me, and we rode double till we came almost to the end of Newmarket town. Just at the hither house in the town stood a horse at a door, just as it was at Puckeridge. "Now," says Jack, "if the horse was at the other end of the town, I would have him, as sure as we had the other at Puckeridge." But it would not do, so he got down and walked through the town on the right-hand side of the way. He had not got half-way through the town, but the horse, having somehow or other got loose, came trotting gently on by himself, and nobody following him. The captain, an old soldier at such work, as soon as the horse was got a pretty way before him, and that he saw nobody followed, sets up a run after the horse, and the horse, hearing him follow, ran the faster. Then the captain calls out, "Stop the horse!" And by this time the horse had got almost to the farther end of the town, the people of the house where he stood not missing him all the while. Upon his calling out, "Stop the horse," the poor people of the town, such as were next at hand, ran from both sides of the way and stopped the horse for him, as readily as could be, and held him for him till he came up. He very gravely comes up to the horse, hits him a blow or two, and calls him dog for running away, gives the man twopence that catched him for him, mounts, and away he comes after me. This was the oddest adventure that could have happened, for the horse stole the captain did not steal the horse. when he came up to me. "Now, Colonel Jack," says he, "what do you say to good luck? Would you have had me refuse the horse when he came so civilly to ask me to ride?" "No, no," said I. "You have got this horse by your wit, not by design, and you may go on now, I think. You are in a safer condition than I am, if we are taken." Colonel Jack finds Captain Jack hard to manage. We arrived here very easy and safe, and while we were considering of what way we should travel next, we found we were got to a point, and that there was no way now left but that by the washes into Lincolnshire, and that was represented as very dangerous. So an opportunity offering of a man that was travelling over the fens, we took him for our guide, and went with him to Spalding, and thence to a town called Deeping, and so to Stamford in Lincolnshire. This is a large, populous town, and it was market day when we came to it, so we put in at a little house at the hither end of the town, and walked into the town. Here it was not possible to restrain my captain from playing his feats of art, and my heart ached for him. I told him I would not go with him, for he would not promise to leave off, and I was so terribly concerned at the apprehensions of his venturous humour that I would not so much as stir out of my lodgings. But it was in vain to persuade him. He went into the market and found a mountebank there, which was what he wanted. How he picked 2 pockets there in 1/4 of an hour, and brought to our quarters a piece of New Holland of 8 or 9 ells, a piece of stuff, and played 3 or 4 pranks more in less than 2 hours, and how afterwards he robbed a doctor of physic, and yet came off clear in them, all this, I say, as above, belongs to his story, not mine. I scolded heartily at him when he came back, and told him he would certainly ruin himself, and me too, before he left off, and threatened in so many words that I would leave him and go back, and carry the horse to Puckeridge, where we borrowed it, and go to London by myself. He promised amendment, but as we resolved, now we were in the great road, to travel by night, so it being not yet night, he gives me the slip again, and was not gone half an hour, but he comes back with a gold watch in his hand. "Come," says he, "why ain't you ready? I am ready to go as soon as you will." And with that he pulls out the gold watch. I was amazed at such a thing as that in a country town, but it seems there were prayers at one of the churches in the evening, and he, placing himself as the occasion directed, found the way to be so near a lady as to get it from her side, and walk off with it unperceived. The same night we went away by moonlight, after having the satisfaction to hear the watch cried, and 10 guineas offered for it again. He would have been glad of the 10 guineas instead of the watch, but durst not venture to carry it home. "Well," says I, "you are afraid, and indeed you have reason. Give it to me. I will venture to carry it again." But he would not let me, but told me that when we came into Scotland we might sell anything there without danger, which was true indeed, for there they asked us no questions. We set off, as I said, in the evening by moonlight, and travelled hard, the road being very plain and large, until we came to Grantham, by which time it was about 2 in the morning, and all the town, as it were, dead asleep. So we went on for Newark, where we reached about 8 in the morning, and there we laid down and slept most of the day, and by this sleeping so continually in the daytime, I kept him from doing a great deal of mischief, which he would otherwise have done. Colonel Jack's first wife is not disposed to be economical. We soon found a house proper for our dwelling, and so went to housekeeping. We had not been long together, but I found that gay temper of my wife returned, and she threw off the mask of her gravity and good conduct that I had so long fancied was her mere natural disposition, and now, having no more occasion for disguises, she resolved to seem nothing but what she really was, a wild, untamed colt, perfectly loose and careless to conceal any part, no, not the worst of her conduct. She carried on this air of levity to such an excess that I could not but be dissatisfied at the expense of it, for she kept company that I did not like, lived beyond what I could support, and sometimes lost at play more than I cared to pay. Upon which one day I took occasion to mention it but lightly, and said to her by way of raillery that we lived merrily for as long as it would last. She turned short upon me. "What do you mean?" says she. "Why, you do not pretend to be uneasy, do ye?" No, madam, not I. By no means, it is no business of mine, you know, said I, to inquire what my wife spends, or whether she spends more than I can afford, or less. I only desire the favour to know, as near as you can guess, how long you will please to take to dispatch me, for I would not be too long a-dying. I do not know what you talk of, says she. You may die as leisurely or as hastily as you please when your time comes. I ain't a-going to kill you, as I know of. But you are going to starve me, madam, said I, and hunger is as leisurely a death as breaking upon the wheel. I starve you? Why, are not you a great Virginia merchant? And did I not bring you 1,500 pounds? What would you have? Surely you can maintain a wife out of that, can't you? Yes, madam, says I could maintain a wife, but not a gamester. Though you had brought me 1,500 pounds a year, no estate is big enough for a box and dice. She took fire at that, and flew out in a passion, and after a great many bitter words told me in short that she saw no occasion to alter her conduct, and as for not maintaining her, when I could not maintain her longer, she would find some way or other to maintain herself. Some time after the first rattle of this kind, she vouchsafed to let me know that she was pleased to be with child. I was at first glad of it, in hopes that it would help to abate her madness, but it was all one, and her being with child only added to the rest, for she made such preparations for her lying in and other appendixes of a child being born, that in short I found she would be downright distracted, and I took the liberty to tell her one day she would soon bring herself and me to destruction, and entreated her to consider that such figures as those were quite above us and out of our circle, and in short that I neither could nor would allow such expenses, that at this rate 2 or 3 children would effectually ruin me, and that I desired her to consider what she was doing. She told me with an air of disdain that it was not of her business to consider anything of the matter, and that if I could not allow it, she would allow it herself, and I might do my worst. I begged her to consider things for all that, and not drive me to extremities, that I married her to love and cherish her, and use her as a good wife ought to be used, but not to be ruined and undone by her. In a word, nothing could mollify her, nor any argument persuade her to moderation, but withal she took it so heinously that I should pretend to restrain her, that she told me in so many words she would drop her burthen with me, and that if I did not like it, she would take care of herself. She would not live with me an hour, for she would not be restrained, not she, and talked a long while at that rate. I told her, as to her child, which she called her burthen, it should be no burthen to me. As to the rest, she might do as she pleased. It might, however, do me this favour, that I should have no more lyings-ins at the rate of 138 pounds at a time, as I find she intended it should be now. She told me she could not tell that. If she had no more by me, she hoped she should by somebody else. Say you so, madam? Said I. Then they that get them shall keep them. She did not know that neither, she said, and so turned it off jeering, as if it were laughing at me. This last discourse nettled me, I must confess, and the more because I had a great deal of it, and very often, till, in short, we began at length to enter into a friendly treaty about parting. Nothing could be more criminal than the several discourses we had upon this subject. She demanded a severed maintenance, and in particular at the rate of 300 pounds a year, and I demanded security of her that she should not run me into debt. She demanded the keeping of the child, with an allowance of 100 pounds a year for that, and I demanding that I should be secured from being charged for keeping any she might have by somebody else, as she had threatened me. In the interval, and during these contests, she dropped her burthen, as she called it, and brought me a son, a very fine child. She was content during her lying in to abate a little, though it was but a very little indeed, of the great expense she had intended, and with some difficulty and persuasion was content with a suit of child-bed linen at 15 pounds, instead of one she had intended at 60, and this she magnified as a particular testimony of her condescension, and a yielding to my avaricious temper, as she called it. The devil does not concern himself with petty matters, from the modern history of the devil. Nor will I undertake to tell you, till I have talked farther with him about it, how far the devil is concerned to discover frauds, detect murders, reveal secrets, and especially to tell where any money is hid, and show folks where to find it. It is an odd thing that Satan should think it of consequence to come and tell us where such a miser hid a strong box, or where such an old woman buried her chamber pot full of money, the value of all which is perhaps but a trifle, when at the same time he lets so many veins of gold, so many unexhausted mines, nay, mountains of silver, as we may depend on it, are hid in the bowels of the earth, and which it would be so much to the good of whole nations to discover, lie still there, and never say one word of them to anybody. Besides, how does the devil's doing things so foreign to himself, and so out of his way, agree with the rest of his character, namely, showing a friendly disposition to mankind, or doing beneficent things? This is so beneath Satan's quality, and looks so little, that I scarce know what to say to it. But that which is still more poignant in the case is, these things are so out of his road, and so foreign to his calling, that it shocks our faith in them, and seems to clash with all the just notions we have of him and of his business in the world. The like is to be said of those merry little turns we bring him in acting with us, upon trifling and simple occasions, such as tumbling chairs and stools about the house, setting pots and kettles bottom upward, tossing the glass and crockery-ware about without breaking, and such like mean, foolish things, beneath the dignity of the devil, who in my opinion is rather employed in setting the world with the bottom upward, tumbling kings and crowns about, and dashing the nations one against another, raising tempests and storms, whether at sea or on shore, and in a word doing capital mischiefs, suitable to his nature and agreeable to his name devil, and suited to that circumstance of his condition which I have fully represented in the primitive part of his exiled state. But to bring in the devil playing at pushpin with the world, or, like Domitian, catching flies, that is to say, doing nothing to the purpose, this is not only deluding ourselves, but putting a slur upon the devil himself. And I say, I shall not dishonor Satan so much as to suppose anything in it. However, as I must have a care to how I take away the proper materials of winter evening frippery, and leave the good wives nothing of the devil to frighten the children with, I shall carry the weighty point no farther. No doubt the devil and Dr. Faustus were very intimate. I should rob you of a very significant proverb if I should so much as doubt it. No doubt the devil showed himself in the glass to that fair lady who looked in to see where to place her patches. But then it should follow, too, that the devil is an enemy to the ladies wearing patches, and that has some difficulties in it which we cannot easily reconcile. But we must tell the story, and leave out the consequences. Defoe addresses his public, from An Appeal to Honor and Justice. I hope the time has come at last when the voice of moderate principles may be heard. Hitherto the noise has been so great, and the prejudices and passions of men so strong, that it had been but in vain to offer at any argument, or for any man to talk of giving a reason for his actions, and this alone has been the cause why, when other men, who I think have less to say in their own defence, are appealing to the public and struggling to defend themselves, I alone have been silent under the infinite clamours and reproaches, causeless curses, unnatural threatenings, and the most unjust and injurious treatment in the world. I hear much of people's calling out to punish the guilty, but very few are concerned to clear the innocent. I hope some will be inclined to judge impartially, and have yet reserved so much of the Christian as to believe, and at least to hope, that a rational creature cannot abandon himself so as to act without some reason, and are willing not only to have me defend myself, but to be able to answer for me when they hear me causelessly insulted by others, and therefore are willing to have such just arguments put into their mouths as the cause will bear. As for those who are prepossessed, and according to the modern justice of parties are resolved to be so, let them go. I am not arguing with them, but against them. They act so contrary to justice, to reason, to religion, so contrary to the rules of Christians and of good manners, that they are not to be argued with, but to be exposed or entirely neglected. I have a receipt against all the uneasiness which it may be supposed to give me, and that is, to contemn slander, and think it not worth the least concern, neither should I think it worth while to give any answer to it, if it were not on some other account, of which I shall speak as I go on. If any young man ask me why I am in such haste to publish this matter at this time, among many other good reasons which I could give, these are some. 1. I think I have long enough been made fabula vulgi, and borne the weight of general slander, and I should be wanting to truth, to my family, and to myself, if I did not give a fair and true state of my conduct, for impartial men to judge of, when I am no more in being to answer for myself. 2. By the hints of mortality, and by the infirmities of a life of sorrow and fatigue, I have reason to think I am not a great way off from, if not very near to, the great ocean of eternity, and the time may not be long ere I embark on that last journey. Wherefore I think I should even accounts with this world before I go, that no actions, slanders, may lie against my heirs, executors, administrators, and assigns, to disturb them in the peaceful possession of their father's character, inheritance. 3. I fear, God grant I have not a second sight in it, that this lucid interval of temper and moderation which shines, though dimly too, upon us in this time, will be of but short continuance, and that some men, who know not how to use the advantage God has put into their hands with moderation, will push, in spite of the best prince in the world, at such extravagant things, and act with such an intemperate forwardness, as will revive the heats and animosities which wise and good men were in hopes should be allayed by the happy ascension of the king to the throne. It is, and ever was, my opinion, that moderation is the only virtue by which the peace and tranquillity of this nation can be preserved. Even the king himself, I believe his majesty will allow me that freedom, can only be happy in the enjoyment of the crown by a moderative administration. If his majesty should be obliged, contrary to his known disposition, to join with intemperate counsels, if it does not lessen his security, I am persuaded it will lessen his satisfaction. It cannot be pleasant or agreeable, and I think it cannot be safe, to any just prince to rule over a divided people, split into incensed and exasperated parties. Though a skilful mariner may have courage to master a tempest, and goes fearlessly through a storm, yet he can never be said to delight in the danger. A fresh fair gale and a quiet sea is the pleasure of his voyage, and we have a saying worth notice to them that are otherwise minded, quid ama periculum perebit in illo. Engaging a maidservant. From Everybody's Business is Nobody's Business. Besides, the fear of spoiling their clothes makes them afraid of household work, so that in a little time we shall have none but chambermaids and nursery maids, and of this let me give you one instance. My family is composed of myself and sister, a man and maid, and being without the last, a young wench came to hire herself. The man had gone out, and my sister above stairs, so I opened the door myself, and this person presented herself to my view, dressed completely, more like a visitor than a servant-maid. She, not knowing me, asked for my sister. "Pray, madam," said I, "be pleased to walk into the parlour. She shall wait on you presently." Accordingly, I handed madame in, who took it very cordially. After some apology, I left her alone for a minute or two, while I, stupid wretch, ran up to my sister and told her there was a gentlewoman below come to visit her. "Dear brother," said she, "don't leave her alone. Go down and entertain her while I dress myself." Accordingly down I went, and talked of indifferent affairs. Meanwhile my sister dressed herself all over again, not being willing to be seen in an undress. At last she came down dressed as clean as her visitor. But how great was my surprise when I found my fine lady a common servant wench. My sister, understanding what she was, began to inquire what wages she expected. She modestly asked but £8 a year. The next question was, what work she could do to deserve such wages? To which she answered she could clean a house, or dress a common family dinner. "But cannot you wash," replied my sister, "or get up linen?" She answered in the negative, and said she would undertake neither, nor would she go into a family that did not put out their linen to wash and hire a charwoman to scour. She desired to see the house, and having carefully surveyed it, said the work was too hard for her, nor could she undertake it. This put my sister beyond all patience, and me into the greatest admiration. "Young woman," she said, "you have made a mistake. I want a housemaid, and you are a chambermaid." "No, madam," replied she, "I am not a needlewoman enough for that." "And yet you ask £8 a year," replied my sister. "Yes, madam," said she, "nor shall I bate a farthing." "Then get you gone for a lazy impudent baggage," said I. "You want to be a boarder, not a servant. Have you a fortune or estate that you dress at that rate?" "No, sir," said she, "but I hope I may wear what I work for without offence." "What, you work?" interrupted my sister. "Why, you do not seem willing to undertake any work. You will not wash nor scour. You cannot dress a dinner for company. You are no needlewoman, and our little house of 2 rooms on a floor is too much for you. For God's sake, what can you do?" "Madam," replied she pertly, "I know my business, and do not fear service. There are more places than parish churches. If you wash at home, you should have a laundry maid. If you give entertainments, you must have a cook maid. If you have any needlework, you should have a chambermaid, and such a house as this is enough for a housemaid in all conscience." I was so pleased at the wit, and astonished at the impudence of the girl, so dismissed her with thanks for her instructions, assuring her that when I kept 4 maids, she should be housemaid if she pleased. The Devil, from the True-born Englishman. Wherever God erects a house of prayer, the devil always builds a chapel there, and 'twill be found upon examination, the latter has the largest congregation. For ever since he first debauched the mind, he made a perfect conquest of mankind. With uniformity of service he reigns with general aristocracy. No nonconforming sects disturb his reign, for of his yoke there's very few complain. He knows the genius and the inclination, and matches proper sins for every nation. He needs no standing army government. He always rules us by our own consent. His laws are easy, and his gentle sway makes it exceedingly pleasant to obey. The list of his vice-regents and commanders outdoes your Caesars or your Alexanders. They never fail of his infernal aid, and he's as certain ne'er to be betrayed. Through all the world they spread his vast command, and thus the eternal empire is maintained. They rule so politically and so well, as if they were Lords Justices of hell, duly divided to debauch mankind, and plant infernal dictates in his mind. There is a God from the storm. For in the darkest of the black abode, there's not a devil but believes a God. Old Lucifer has sometimes tried to have himself deified, but devils nor men the being of God denied, till men of late found out new ways to sin, and turned the devil out to let the atheist in. But when the mighty element began, and storms the weighty truth explain, almighty power upon the whirlwind rode, and every blast proclaimed aloud, there is a God. End of section 23. Recording by Todd.
Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in January 2021. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 24. Selected excerpts by Edward Dowes Dekker, 1820 to 1887. 10 years after Uncle Tom's Cabin, there appeared in Amsterdam a book that caused as great a sensation among the Dutch coffee traders on the Amstel as had Harriet Beecher Stowe's wonderful story among the slaveholders at the South. This book was Max Havelaar, and its author, veiled under the suggestive pen name of Multatuli, who have suffered much, at once became famous. It frankly admitted that it was a novel with a purpose, and this purpose was to bring home to his countrymen the untold sufferings and oppression to which the natives of the Dutch East Indies were subjected, in order that the largest possible profit might flow into the coffers of the people of Holland. Multatuli, under the disguise of fiction, professed to give facts he had himself collected on the spot. Edward Douwes Dekker, born in 1820 in Amsterdam, went as a youth of 17 to the Dutch colonies. There, for nearly 20 years, he was in the employ of the government, obtaining at last the post of Assistant Resident of Lebak, a province of Java. In this responsible position, he used his influence to stem the abuses and extortions practiced by the native chiefs against the defenseless populace. But his humanitarianism clashed with the interests of his government, and sacrificing a brilliant career to a principle, he sent in his resignation and returned to Holland in 1856, a poor man. He began to put his experiences on paper, and in 1860 published the book that made him famous. Max Havelaar is a bitter arraignment of the Dutch colonial system, and gives a more excruciating picture of the slavery of the natives of fair Insulind than ever existed in the South. For nearly 300 years, Dutch burghers on the Scheldt, the Maas, and the Amstel have waxed fat on the labors of the Malays of the Far East. In these islands of the East Indian archipelago, the relations between the Europeans and the Dutch are peculiar, based on the policy of the government of getting the largest possible revenues out of these fertile possessions. Practically, the native is a Dutch subject, and the product of his labor goes directly to Holland. Nominally, he is still ruled by his tribal chief, to whom he is blindly and superstitiously devoted. Playing on this feudal attachment, the Dutch, while theoretically pledging themselves to protect the defenseless populace against rapacity, have yet so arranged the administration that the chiefs have unlimited opportunities of extortion. They are paid premiums on whatever their provinces furnish for the foreign market, and as they have practically full control over the persons and property of their subjects, they force these poor wretches to contribute whatever they may demand in unpaid labor and provisions, besides the land taxes. And there is yet another hardship. Rice is the staple product of Java, but as that does not pay so well as coffee, sugar, indigo, or spices, the Javanese is driven away from the rice fields he loves, and famine is often the result. Famine? In Java, the rich and fertile? Famine? Yes, reader. A few years ago whole districts were depopulated by famine. Mothers offered to sell their children for food. Mothers ate their own children. But then the mother country interfered. In the halls of the Dutch Parliament complaints were made, and the then reigning governor had to give orders that the extension of the so-called European market should no longer be pushed to the extremity of famine. The book is an eloquent plea for more humane treatment of these wretches. In glowing colors, Dekker paints the condition of Java, its scenery, its inhabitants, the extortions of the native regions, and the rapacity of the European traders. The truth of these accusations has never been disputed. Indeed, it has been said that he kept on this side of exaggeration. At the International Congress for the Promotion of Social Science at Amsterdam in 1863, he challenged his critics to prove him false, but no one came forward. One high government official indeed said that he could refute Max Havelaar, but that it was not in his interest to do so. Despite the sensation the book made, affairs in the East remained pretty much the same as before. Dekker tried in vain to get some influence in Holland, but he had killed himself politically by avowing that Max Havelaar was not written in the interests of either party, but was the utterance of a champion of humanity. Thoroughly disappointed in his countrymen, he exiled himself and went to live in Germany in 1866. But he did not therefore lay down a pen that had become in his hands a powerful weapon. He published a number of books on political, social, and philosophic subjects in the form of stories, dramas, aphorisms, or polemics. Noteworthy among these are his fine parables, the novel La Sainte Vierge, The Holy Virgin, the drama in blank, Forsten's Hall, School for Princes, containing many fine thoughts, and still one of the most popular plays of the day, and the incomplete Geschiedenis van Wontertje Pieterse, Story of Wontertje Pieterse, published in 1888 by his widow, who also brought out his letters, and in 1892 a complete edition of his works. The writings of Dekker are marked by a fiery yet careful style, oriental richness of imagery, and originality and independence of thought. He wrote as social reformer and attacked with unrivaled power of sarcasm all manner of cant, sham, and red tape. His works betrayed the disappointment of a defeated idealist. He was a man of marked individuality and strongly attracted or repelled others. For the last few years of his life he ceased to write and lived in retirement in Nieder-Ingelheim on the Rhine, where he died February 19, 1887. Multatuli's last words to the reader. From Max Havelaar. Yes, I, Multatuli, who have suffered much, I take the pen. I do not make any excuses for the form of my book. That form was thought proper to obtain my object. I will be read. Yes, I will be read. I will be read by statesmen who are obliged to pay attention to the signs of the times, by men of letters, who must also look into the book of which so many bad things are said, by merchants who have an interest in the coffee auctions, by ladies' maids who read me for a few farthings, by governors general in retirement, by ministers who have something to do, by the lackeys of these excellencies, by mutes who, more majorum, will say that I attack God Almighty, when I attack only the God which they made according to their own image, by the members of the representative chambers, who must know what happens in the extensive possessions over the sea which belong to Holland. I shall be read. When I obtain this, I shall be content, for I did not intend to write well. I wished to write so as to be heard, and as one who cries, "Stop thief," does not care about the style of his impromptu address to the public, I too am indifferent to criticism of the manner in which I cried my "Stop thief." The book is a medley, there is no order, nothing but a desire to make a sensation. The style is bad, the author is inexperienced, no talent, no method. Good, all very well, but the Javanese are ill-treated. For the merit of my book is this, that refutation of its main features is impossible. And the greater the disapprobation of my book, the better I shall be pleased, for the chance of being heard will be so much the greater, and that is what I desire. But you, whom I dare to interrupt in your business or in your retirement, ye ministers and governors general, do not calculate too much upon the inexperience of my pen. I could exercise it, and perhaps by dint of some exertion attain to that skill which would make the truth heard by the people. Then I should ask of that people a place in the representative chambers, were it only to protest against the certificates which are given vice versa by Indian functionaries. To protest against the endless expeditions sent and heroic deeds performed against poor, miserable creatures whose ill treatment has driven them to revolt. To protest against the cowardice of general orders that brand the honor of the nation by invoking public charity on behalf of the victims of inveterate piracy. It is true those rebels were reduced by starvation to skeletons, while those pirates could defend themselves. And if that place were refused me, if I was still disbelieved, then I should translate my book into the few languages that I know, and the many that I yet can learn, to put that question to Europe, which I have in vain put to Holland. And in every capital such a refrain as this would be heard: there is a band of robbers between Germany and the Scheldt. And if this were of no avail, then I should translate my book into Malay, Javanese, Sudanese, Alfour, Bugis, and Batar, and I should sharpen klewangs, the scimitars and the sabres, by rousing with warlike songs the minds of those martyrs whom I have promised to help. I, Multatuli, would do this. Yes, delivery and help, lawfully if possible, lawfully with violence if need be. And that would be very pernicious to the coffee auctions of the Dutch Trading Company. For I am no fly-rescuing poet, no rapt dreamer like the downtrodden Havelaar, who did his duty with the courage of a lion and endured starvation with the patience of a marmot in winter. This book is an introduction. I shall increase in strength and sharpness of weapons according as it may be necessary. Heaven grant that it may not be necessary. No, it will not be necessary, for it is to thee I dedicate my book, William III, King, Grand Duke, Prince, more than Prince, Grand Duke, and King, Emperor of the magnificent Empire of Insulind, which winds about the equator like a garland of emeralds. I ask thee if it be thine imperial will that the Havelaars should be bespattered with the mud of slimerings and dry stubbles, and that thy more than 30 millions of subjects far away should be ill-treated and should suffer extortion in thy name. Idyll of Saija and Adinda, from Max Havelaar. Saija's father had a buffalo with which he ploughed his field. When this buffalo was taken away from him by the district chief at Parangkojang, he was very dejected, and did not speak a word for many a day. For the time for ploughing was come, and he had to fear that if the rice field was not worked in time, the opportunity to sow would be lost, and lastly, that there would be no paddy to cut, none to keep in the storeroom of the house. He feared that his wife would have no rice, nor Saija himself, who was still a child, nor his little brothers and sisters. And the district chief too would accuse him to the assistant resident if he was behindhand in the payment of his land taxes, for this is punished by the law. Saija's father then took a poniard, which was an heirloom from his father. The poniard was not very handsome, but there were silver bands round the sheath, and at the end there was a silver plate. He sold this poniard to a Chinaman who dwelt in the capital, and came home with 24 guilders, for which money he bought another buffalo. Saija, who was then about 7 years old, soon made friends with the new buffalo. It is not without meaning that I say made friends, for it is indeed touching to see how the buffalo is attached to the little boy who watches over and feeds him. The large, strong animal bends its heavy head to the right, to the left, or downward, just as the pressure of the child's finger, which he knows and understands, directs. Such a friendship little Saija had soon been able to make with the newcomer. The buffalo turned willingly on reaching the end of the field, and did not lose an inch of ground when ploughing backwards the new furrow. Quite near were the rice fields of the father of Adinda, the child that was to marry Saija, and when the little brothers of Adinda came to the limit of their fields, just at the same time that the father of Saija was there with his plough, then the children called out merrily to each other, and each praised the strength and the docility of his buffalo. Saija was 9 and Adinda 6, when this buffalo was taken by the chief of the district of Parangkojang. Saija's father, who was very poor, thereupon sold to a Chinaman 2 silver curtain hooks, heirlooms from the parents of his wife, for 18 guilders, and bought a new buffalo. When this buffalo had also been taken away and slaughtered, I told you, reader, that my story is monotonous, Saija's father fled out of the country, for he was much afraid of being punished for not paying his land taxes, and he had not another heirloom to sell that he might buy a new buffalo. However, he went on for some years after the loss of his last buffalo by working with hired animals for ploughing, but that is a very ungrateful labor, and moreover sad for a person who has had buffaloes of his own. Saija's mother died of grief, and then it was that his father, in a moment of dejection, fled from Bantam in order to endeavor to get labor in the Buitenzorg districts. But he was punished with stripes because he had left Lebak without a passport and was brought back by the police to Badur. But he was not long in prison, for he died soon afterwards. Saija was already 15 years of age when his father set out for Buitenzorg, and he did not accompany him hither because he had other plans in view. He had been told that there were at Batavia many gentlemen who drove in 2-wheeled carriages, and that it would be easy for him to get a post as driver. He would gain much in that way, if he behaved well, perhaps be able to save in 3 years enough money to buy 2 buffaloes. This was a smiling prospect for him. He entered Adina's house and communicated to her his plans. "Think of it! When I come back we shall be old enough to marry and shall possess 2 buffaloes. But if I find you married—" "Saija, you know very well that I shall marry nobody but you. My father promised me to your father." "And you yourself?" "I shall marry you. You may be sure of that. When I come back, I will call from afar off. Who shall hear it if we are stamping rice in the village?" "That is true. But Adinda—" "Oh yes, this is better. Wait for me under the oak wood, under the retapan." "But, Saija, how can I know when I am to go to the retapan?" "Count the moons. I shall stay away 3 times 12 moons. See, Adinda, at every new moon cut a notch in your rice block. When you have cut 3 times 12 lines, I will be under the retapan the next day. Do you promise to be there?" "Yes, Saija, I will be there under the retapan, near the oak wood, when you come back." Saija returns with money and trinkets at the appointed time, but does not find Adinda under the retapan. But if she were ill, or dead? Like a wounded stag, Saija flew along the path leading from the retapan to the village where Adinda lived. But was it hurry, his eagerness, that prevented him from finding Adinda's house? He had already rushed to the end of the road, through the village, and like one mad he returned and beat his head because he must have passed her house without seeing it. But again he was at the entrance to the village, and— oh God, was it a dream? Again he had not found the house of Adinda. Again he flew back and suddenly stood still, and the women of Badur came out of their houses, and saw with sorrow poor Saija standing there, for they knew him and understood that he was looking for the house of Adinda, and they knew that there was no house of Adinda in the village of Badur. For when the district chief of Parangkojang had taken away Adinda's father's buffaloes— I told you, reader, that my narrative was monotonous. Adinda's mother died of grief, and her baby sister died because she had no mother and had no one to suckle her, and Adinda's father, who feared to be punished for not paying his land taxes— I know that my tale is monotonous— had fled out of the country. He had taken Adinda and her brother with him. He had gone to Chilangrahan, bordering on the sea. There he had concealed himself in the woods, and waited for some others that had been robbed of their buffaloes by the district chief of Parangkojang, and all of whom feared punishment for not paying their land taxes. Then they had at night taken possession of a fishing boat, and steered northward to the lampoons. Saija, following their route, arrived in the lampoons, where the inhabitants were in insurrection against the Dutch rule. He joined a troop of Badua men, not so much to fight as to seek Adinda, for he had a tender heart and was more disposed to sorrow than to bitterness. One day that the insurgents had been beaten, he wandered through a village that had just been taken by the Dutch, and was therefore in flames. Saija knew that the troop that had been destroyed there consisted for the most part of Badua men. He wandered like a ghost among the houses which were not yet burned down, and found the corpse of Adinda's father with a bayonet wound in the breast. Near him, Saija saw the 3 murdered brothers of Adinda, still only children, and a little further lay the corpse of Adinda, naked and horribly mutilated. Then Saija went to meet some soldiers who were driving, at the point of the bayonet, the surviving insurgents into the fire of the burning houses. He embraced the broad bayonets, pressed forward with all his might, and still repulsed the soldiers with a last exertion, until their weapons were buried to the sockets in his breast. End of section 24.